He was clearly a Qilin fallen from the heavens, yet he had no cheat-like system, no secret manuals, and could only wait in Qibao village for some unknown awakening to arrive. Qibao village was a small, peaceful mountain settlement where the people were few, life was comfortable, and smiles rested easily on every face. By the great boulder at the village gate, a boy of 5 or 6 lay on his back in the sun, his childlike features already carrying a calm, mature air that belied his age, with sword-like brows and bright eyes hinting at handsomeness yet to fully bloom. "Hey, come down, it's time for lunch." The gentle call rose from beneath the stone. The boy flipped over and leapt down with clean ease, a smile tugging at his lips. "Coming, Mom." The woman was used to this, but still scolded him lightly. "You always hop around like that, and even the most broad-minded mother will be scared half to death. I know you've been stronger than other kids since you were little, but you still need to be careful. If something happened to you, what would we do?" The boy nodded at once. "I understand. I won't do it next time." His surname was Jun, his given name Tianlin. His parents were ordinary folk born and raised in Qibao village, but he was different. In another world, he had been playing the Xianjian games while watching the Douluo anime, and his computer suddenly exploded, hurling him into this unfamiliar land. Rumor had it that on the day he was born, a meteor tore the sky and fell into the Star Doe forest, shaking the Douluo Continent and stirring the soul beasts within. His father believed a Qilin had descended from the heavens and named him Tianlin. He had once snarled under his breath in frustration. He was playing Xianjian, so why did he end up in Douluo? As if fate insisted on defying common sense. This was the Douluo Continent, a world where everyone possessed a martial soul. Qibao village took its name from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. That sect ranked second on the continent and was headquartered on Qibao Mountain in the Heaven Do Empire, its direct lineage bearing the world's foremost support type tool martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The pagoda was powerful but lacked direct offensive ability, so beyond the direct line, the sect drew many vassal families as protectors, including the sword Douluo Chunzin's line and the bone Douluo Gurong's line, who were both blade and shield for the sect. Wealthy and grand, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect sheltered many villages at the foot of the mountain, believing that golden phoenixes could emerge among commoners. Their strategy was simple: cast a wide net and recruit combat-type spirit masters broadly. Those with talent would receive focused training, and those without could still serve as guardians of the sect. Even the most ordinary battle martial soul could defeat opponents above its rank when aided by the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. If the number 1 sect, the Clear Sky School, ruled through absolute quality, then the 7-treasure glazed tile sect became a behemoth by sheer quantity. Qibao village had once been called Little Spirit Village. Decades ago, a golden phoenix among commoners actually appeared here and was renamed Qibao by the former sect master. That golden phoenix lived still, Inyang by name, 78 years old, an 80 rank agility attack soul Douluo, his martial soul the Thunderfeather Golden Eagle, and he remained the village's greatest pride. Tianlin remembered that he never appeared in the original story, and privately guessed he might have died in a spirit hall soul-hunting operation. It would not be surprising. A sect that vast surely had more than the 2 titled Douluo who appeared on stage. There would naturally be no shortage of high-end combat strength such as Soul Douluo and Soul Saints. Back home, a burly man swept him off his feet with a roar of laughter. That was his father, Jun Tianhai. "Ha, my precious boy is back. Tomorrow is your martial soul awakening day, and your old man is counting on you to make us proud." Tianlin spread his hands helplessly. "Dad, don't get your hopes too high." Martial souls were mostly inherited from the parents, with only a few mutating. His parents both had ordinary martial souls. His mother, Mo Lan, had a bead as her martial soul, which was useless and carried no innate spirit power. His father had a sword, theoretically a battle martial soul, but it was rusty and lacked attack power, with only 1.5 ranks of innate spirit power. Now nearly 30, his father lingered around rank 21, a soul grandmaster with 1 white and 1 yellow ring, and would likely never reach soul elder. Even so, as a soul grandmaster, he held decent status in the village and worked as the warehouse manager. Tianlin bore no resentment, only occasional regret. A sword would be fine, but a rusty sword felt like fate playing tricks. He had no system, and unlike Tang San, he had brought no cultivation method or hidden weapons from a previous life, so he had no idea how to gain a foothold in a world that revered strength. The only exception was that his mind hid 2 books whose covers he could see, but whose contents he could not open. "Never mind. It doesn't matter what the child's martial soul is," Mo Lan said as she set the dishes down, her tone steady. "If you inherit your father's, you can be the village warehouse manager like him, with income and status, then take a wife and live a steady life." Tianlin chewed slowly, but his fist tightened under the table. He understood his mother's simple wish, yet he could not accept an ordinary drift. Since he was here, he would carve out a world of his own. The awakening was tomorrow, the outcome unknown, but the fire in his heart would not die. At dawn the next day, The village head gathered all the 6-year-olds in front of the ancestral hall. The village head was kindly and gentle. Children, a spirit master from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect will come to conduct your martial soul awakening, and you must cooperate well. Grandpa hopes one of you will become a spirit master, just like your grandpa Yin Yang. At the mention of Yin Yang, the children's eyes brimmed with longing and excitement. They had grown up with his name. Qibao Village's awakenings were handled by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, since it was under their protection, and leaving it to Spirit Hall would slight the sect's face. Shortly after, the air split with a rushing sound as a figure flew in from the distance and dropped from the sky to stand before the children. He was a middle-aged man with a pair of white wings on his back, clearly a flying beast martial soul. Around him hovered 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple spirit rings, and the power of a soul sect pressed out at once. Honored soul sect, thank you for coming. The village head hurried forward. The middle-aged man replied politely. No need, village head. You are too kind. The courtesy was mostly for Yin Yang's sake. Yin Yang was the sect's 3rd elder, born of this village, and fiercely devoted to his homeland. Anyone who lost decorum here would find no pity if their own elder flayed them. After a brief exchange, the soul sect led the children into the awakening hall. Line up and relax. My name is Tian Yu, from the scout hall of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, level 42 agility attack soul sect, martial soul white bird. I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Outside the direct line, the sect's combat system was divided into 3 halls. The battle hall and the defense hall were led by the titled Daochen Exine and Gu Rong respectively, while the elder of the scout hall was Yin Yang. Unlike the other 2, the scout hall kept a lower profile, mainly handling intelligence and reconnaissance, and many of its members possessed flying martial souls. Even Tian Yu was directly under Yin Yang, which explained his extra courtesy. Tianlin sighed quietly in his heart. It was a pity Su Yuntao had not come. He knew the nickname Blind Douluo all too well, and it was said that those he declared to have trash martial souls often soared later. If it had been him, perhaps even greater fortune would have followed. Tian Yu began his setup. He took out 6 smooth black stones and a clear blue crystal sphere, arranged the stones in a pattern, and beckoned the first child into the formation. His reassurance was simple. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully. Even as he spoke, he guided his spirit power and released his 4 rings. White bird, possess. In an instant, snow-white wings unfurled behind him. His fingers turned to talons, and a fierce aura spread out. The beast's soul possession sent a ripple of awe through the children, and Tianlin felt his heart tighten. The spirit master's control over a martial soul was truly wondrous. Children, this is my martial soul, the white bird. If you awaken a beast martial soul, you can become like this. Tian Yu gestured. Come, child, extend your right hand. The boy obeyed instinctively. Light welled up from the 6 awakening stones and wrapped him layer by layer. A long spear slowly took form in his hand. Oh, a spear. Light sparked in Tian Yu's eyes. A fine agility attack tool martial soul. Now we will test for spirit power, and if you have it, you can become a combat spirit master. The boy asked timidly, Sir, what should I do? Tian Yu explained gently. Use your intent to retract your martial soul. In the future you will summon it with intent as well. Then put your hand on the crystal to test your innate spirit power. The boy did as he was told, placed his palm on the crystal, and blue light surged within. You do have spirit power, and it matches mine at innate level 4. Excellent. Tian Yu was delighted, knowing he could bring good news to Elder Yin Yang. In recent years Qibao Village had produced no new spirit masters, and he had seen their elders sigh more than once. All right, child, stand aside for now. You have a hope of becoming a spirit master, and I will take you to the sect afterward. Train hard. The boy answered with an eager okay, nearly jumping in place. Becoming a spirit master was the shared dream of the village children. Next, Tian Yu raised his eyes as the ceremony moved forward in order. Unfortunately, after the first child, several results were poor. One awakened a hoe, barely a weapon, but had no spirit power. One awakened a water jar and had no spirit power. One awakened a chicken, a beast martial soul, but also had no spirit power, and a chicken was no help anyway. One awakened blue silvergrass, a thorough trash martial soul with no offense, defense, or support, and simply useless. After several in a row, Tian Yu could not help a sigh. Miracles were rare. Still, at least this year had yielded a spear, so the trip was not wasted. The crowd thinned. Children who could not become spirit masters drooped with disappointment, while the first successful boy already strutted with his chin up, as if the line dividing people had begun to widen, draping himself in the mantle of a heaven's favored child. Phew, the last one at last. Come here, child. The repeated awakenings had tired Tian Yu a bit, and he took a breath as he waved the final in line, Jun Tianlin, into the formation. Tianlin stepped in, a touch tense. As Tian Yu's spirit power rose again, Tianlin's body drifted slightly, and the 6 stones burst with light far stronger than before. This child, could it be such commotion jolted Tian Yu's thoughts? and surprise seemed ready to arrive. With his eyes closed, Tianlin felt warmth all around him, like being held by his parents, with breath coursing through his organs and limbs until he felt wholly at ease. At the same time, a strong force surged in each hand, as if ready to break free. Tianlin's heart clenched, and he instantly tightened his left hand to steady the power there, extending only his right. He had read the original story and knew this might be the sign of twin spirits. As a transmigrator, he understood the rule that wealth should not be flaunted, so he used his intent to retract the left-hand martial soul and hide it for now. In his right hand, a deep blue long sword condensed, its blade a cold, restrained azure etched with ancient Jiang characters. His mind jolted, and he recognized it at once. It was the demon-suppressing sword. In the Xianjian series he had been playing before crossing over, Morongxing and Jing Tian both wielded this divine weapon. He had pushed all the way to the final encounter, fighting Chong Lu for the perfect ending, which had driven the sword to its limits. He had never imagined the blade would come with him, and by that he could guess what lay in his left hand as well, likely no less powerful. A fine sword. Tianyu could not help but praise it. He had seen countless weapons, yet this sword's shape and aura still caught his eye. Child, does this sword have a name? Tianlin's thoughts raced, and after a brief pause he said steadily, it does. It is called the demon-suppressing sword. He nearly blurted out demon sword, but then remembered Douluo Continent's disdain for evil spirit masters, and the word demon alone could invite needless trouble. With a single word changed, the meaning shifted. Demon-suppressing carried the righteousness of subduing demons, making it a proper sacred blade. With that one added word, everything was different, and one look told you it belonged to the right path. Demon Suppressor, what an excellent name. Come, let's test your soul power. Tian Yu praised while handing a fist-sized crystal orb to Tianlin. The young boy sheathed his long sword and placed his right palm over the crystalline surface. Instantly, a soft hum resonated as brilliant white light blazed from within the orb, nearly blinding in its intensity, at least several times brighter than the first child's glow. The crystal orb only needs the slightest response to indicate soul power. But such dazzling radiance could it be? No, it must be. Tian Yu gasped, his voice trembling with excitement. Child, you possess innate, full soul power. Tianlin feigned confusion and asked, what is innate, full soul power? Tian Yu immediately explained. A martial soul's strength depends not only on its form, but also on innate soul power, which is equally crucial. The higher the level, the faster one's cultivation progresses. Innate full soul power means being born at the maximum soul power limit level 10. He bent down to pat Tianlin's head, his eyes burning with fervent anticipation. Child, with innate full soul power and a top-tier weapon martial sola sorcery, a unseen century genius. If Elder Yin Yang saw you himself, he'd be overjoyed. Tian Yu's excitement stemmed not only from joy for the child, but also from personal interest. Though he had surpassed level 40, given Tianlin's talent, the boy would likely overtake him within a few years. Forming good relations with a future powerhouse was absolutely worthwhile. After the martial soul awakening ceremony concluded, Tian Yu led the group of children out of the awakening shrine. Outside in the courtyard, parents and the old village chief had been waiting. The moment the doors opened, they rushed toward their respective children, chattering excitedly about martial souls and prospects of becoming soul masters. The old village chief headed straight for Tian Yu, lowering his voice. Sir, this year our village. Tian Yu raised his hand to signal patience, smiling. No need to ask, village chief. I bring tremendous news. This year, Seven Treasure Village has 2 children with soul power, and one possesses a superior sword martial soul combined with innate full soul power. Yuri about to prosper. In innate full soul power. Though well experienced, the old village chief was so excited he could barely speak coherently. The village's greatest pride, Yin Yang, had only reached innate level 8 when his martial soul mutated into the Thunder Feather Golden Eagle years ago. In the 70 years since, while the village occasionally produced soul power wielders, none exceeded level 4. This sudden appearance of someone with full soul power left him momentarily stunned. Tian Yu laughed heartily and clapped his shoulder. Village chief, go celebrate. I must return immediately to report to the sect. The sect master will spare no effort in nurturing this child. With those words, he spread his wings and soared towards Seven Treasure Mountain. Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the martial soul awakening ceremony for direct disciples was also underway. Sect Master Ning Fengji stood on the high platform alongside Sword Daochen Xian and Bon De Gu Rong, overlooking the proceedings as Elder Yin Yang presided over the ceremony. Yin Yang announced the results one by one. Ning Tao Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Innate Soul Power Level 5. Ning Hai Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Innate Soul Power Level 5. Ning K Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Innate Soul Power Level 6. The direct disciples' martial souls were naturally all 7 treasure glazed pagodas, though each had different innate levels. Support-type martial souls were harder to cultivate than battle-type ones, and their innate levels were generally not very high. When Ning Fengji awakened years ago, he was at innate level 8, hailed as a rare genius of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Now, watching the children lined up below, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Alas, these children all have low innate levels. I wonder if any of them will be able to cultivate to Soul Sage in the future. Heaven has always been fair. The Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda's support abilities were overwhelmingly powerful, yet this also meant it could never break through the shackles of titled Douluo. With Soul Sage being the highest achievable level in Soul Sage, was the minimum standard for succeeding as Sect Master. Don't worry, Fengji. It's not over yet, look, it's Rongrong's turn. Sword Douluo suddenly gripped his sword hilt, his voice barely containing his excitement. Bone Douluo also widened his eyes, his gaze locked firmly on the center of the awakening platform. The two titled Douluo had no children of their own, and carried great authority. Sect disciples both respected and feared them. Only Ning Rongrong treated them as family, constantly pestering the two grandfathers to play with her. To them, this little girl was like their own granddaughter. Anyone who upset her would be sliced into chips by these two protective old men in an instant. Thus, under the boundless indulgence of these two powerhouses, Ning Rongrong had been thoroughly spoiled into a little devil, leaving even Ning Fengji often at his wit's end. Fortunately, she was merely willful, not malicious at heart, so Ning Fengji thought to gradually temper her character. Hee hee, Grandpa-ing, I don't want them to awaken me. Can you help me awaken instead? You're so powerful, you can definitely help me awaken the strongest Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Ning Rongrong hugged Yin Yang's arm and acted coquettishly. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, she naturally felt her awakening ceremony couldn't be the same as ordinary disciples. Great soul masters, soul elders, and soul kings weren't impressive enough. It had to be at least a soul Douluo. For anyone else, such a demand would be impertinent, but Yin Yang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he nodded with a smile. All right, I'll personally awaken our little princess. Indeed, this soul Douluo was also a granddaughter devotee. One grandpa from Ning Rongrong was enough to make him willingly submit. Yin Yang led her to the center of the formation and waved at the spirit master who had been conducting the awakenings. You may step down. I'll personally handle the little princess's awakening. Yes, elder. The man bowed respectfully and quickly retreated to the side. Come, Rongrong, stand in the center of the formation and focus your mind. Yin Yang reminded her softly. Soul Douluo level soul power surged into the formation, and the light instantly intensified. In the blinding radiance, a seven-colored flowing pagoda slowly materialized in Ning Rongrong's palm, still the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Immediately after, the crystal ball's brightness broke through the scale innate soul power, level 9. This was almost the highest innate soul power ever recorded for a support-type martial soul. Level 9. Worthy of being my precious Rongrong. When has a support-type martial soul ever produced such astonishing innate soul power? Sword Douluo beamed with joy, his voice half an octave higher than usual. He didn't know that a food-type soul master with full innate soul power had already appeared in the world, though the news hadn't yet spread. Innate level 9. Ning Fengji clenched his fists, his gaze burning with intensity. If it's Rongrong, perhaps she can fulfill the wish I've never been able to complete in my lifetime, breaking through our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's martial soul limitations. The greatest dream of any Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect master was to see the birth of a true direct line titled Douluo within the sect. Today, he finally saw hope, and that hope was his daughter, Ning Rongrong. Wow, as expected of young Miss Rongrong. She's broken the highest record for innate soul power among support-type martial souls, almost reaching full innate soul power. Someone in the courtyard couldn't help but exclaim, then lowered their voice with a change of tone. She truly is the future hope of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, though her personality. They sighed. Ning Rongrong stood at the center of the spirit formation, seven-colored light radiating from her palms, like a newborn swan proudly lifting her neck. Grandpa Eagle, I'm amazing, aren't I? She turned around, her eyes sparkling like crystals. Yin Yang reached out to ruffle her hair, his voice full of affection. Of course. You're the most talented support-type soul master I've ever seen. In the future, the title of #1 on the continent will surely belong to our little princess. Hearing this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but step forward. Uncle Eagle, don't spoil her too much. At this rate, I'm afraid she'll become too proud. Bone Douluo raised an eyebrow and immediately retorted. What are you saying? Our Rongrong is so outstanding. What's wrong with old Eagle praising her? Sword Douluo stroked his beard in agreement. Old Bone, this time I'm on your side. I completely agree. Ning Fengji was utterly helpless every time he tried to discipline his daughter. These two elders would counter him with 10 arguments. As a father, his authority over Rongrong was practically zero. But as the sect master, some things still had to be said. Rongrong, talent doesn't equal strength. High innate soul power doesn't guarantee future power. The more exceptional your talent, the harder you must work. Don't waste this gift. Yes, I understand, Father. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly, then looked at all three elders in turn. And Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Eagle, I won't disappoint you. Though willful, the girl wasn't unreasonable. She understood her father's and the three grandfathers' love for her, so she secretly resolved to repay them with her achievements. Sword Duluo's eyes smiled as he lifted her up. Our Rongrong is so well behaved. Fengji, you should be content. Having a daughter like Rongrong is a treasure bestowed by heaven. Only then did Ning Fengji nod with satisfaction. Though usually a little devil, when she was truly sensible, she was obedient enough. This was why everyone doted on her. However, while stroking his daughter's hair, he still harbored concerns. During this awakening ceremony for the affiliated family disciples, no promising battle soul masters had emerged. No matter how outstanding Rongrong was, she remained a support type. Without powerful battle soul masters to protect her, leaving the sect would be dangerous. Sword Duluo saw through his thoughts and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, we old folks can live at least another 100 or 80 years. Ensuring Rongrong grows up safely won't be a problem. I refuse to believe that with so much time, we can't find successors. I hope so. Ning Fengji smiled bitterly. Battle soul masters with titled Douluo potential weren't so easy to find. In these past decades, he hadn't seen a single one among the sect's younger generation. Report. The courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open, and a figure rushed in. It was Tianyu, who had been responsible for the awakening ceremony earlier. Reporting to the sect master and three elders, this subordinate has urgent matters to report. In his haste, he had even forgotten to dismiss his martial soul possession. Tianyu, how dare you show such disrespect before the sect master? Withdraw your martial soul immediately. How many times have I told you that intelligence operatives must remain calm and composed at all times? Otherwise, how can you ensure accurate information gathering? Yin Yang scolded in a low, stern voice, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Yes. Tianyu immediately recalled the white bird martial soul with flickering feathers back into his body, his shoulders drooping slightly. Only then did Yin Yang nod, his voice softening. Speak then. What has you in such a rush? I remember you went to Seven Treasure Village to awaken martial souls for the children. Did you discover some promising talent? Tianyu took a deep breath and delivered his report in one go. Elder, it's far more than just promising talent. This year, Seven Treasure Village produced 2 children with innate soul power, both with the makings of battle soul masters. One of them even possesses a top-tier sword martial soul with full innate soul power. The moment he finished speaking, for shocked roars erupted simultaneously in the great hall. What did you say? Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, along with the 3 elders Eagle Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo stood up at once, their robes billowing as they completely lost their usual composure. Startled, Tianyu shrank back and mechanically repeated, top-tier sword martial soul with full innate soul power. In the next instant, lightning seemed to flash through the hall doors as sword energy surged. 2 figures Eagle Douluo and Sword Douluo shot skyward in the blink of an eye, heading straight for Seven Treasure Village. Ning Fengji looked toward the now empty doorway and rubbed his forehead helplessly. Sigh. Uncle Eagle was just teaching others about staying calm, and now he's the first to lose his mind. And Uncle Sword is just as impatient. Bone Douluo laughed heartily, his sleeves fluttering. Can't help it. Seven Treasure Village is Old Eagle's hometown. Of course, he'd be excited about a world-shaking genius appearing there. As for Old Sword, the moment he heard top-tier sword martial soul, he couldn't sit still. Ning Fengji sighed softly, though he couldn't hide the fervor in his eyes. Since the 2 seniors have already gone, we'll wait here to meet this peerless genius. Just moments ago, I was lamenting our lack of titled Douluo material, and now one is delivered to our doorstep. If my every sigh came true like this, I'd probably sigh myself into depression. Meanwhile, at Seven Treasure Village, Tian Lin pushed open his family's courtyard gate, sunlight slanting across the young man's fair face. Father, mother, I successfully awakened my martial soul. When he announced, top-tier sword martial soul with full innate soul power, Jun Tianhai and Imo Lan both gasped simultaneously, nearly choking on their breath. Jun Tianhai laughed heartily as he lifted his son high into the air, his rough voice trembling with emotion. A sword martial soul. It must have inherited from my bloodline, and it even underwent beneficial mutation into a top-tier martial soul with full innate soul power. Huh. Tears of joy streamed down his weathered cheeks. Every father dreams of his son's success, especially when that son turns out to be a peerless genius. Seeing her husband's overwhelming excitement, Imo Lan took Tian Lin back with an amused shake of her head, planting a kiss on her son's small face. We must celebrate properly today. Tian Lin just finished awakening and must be exhausted. Sweetheart, mother will make your favorite dishes. Go rest in your room first. All right. Tian Lin nodded obediently and ran back to his small room. He indeed needed solitude. There were more important matters to confirm. Closing his door, the young man extended his left hand and whispered softly, "Come forth, my other martial soul." Gentle light bloomed from his palm as a crystal-clear pearl slowly materialized. The pearl's surface shimmered with flowing radiance, seemingly containing infinite vitality. Tianlin gazed at it for a moment, understanding dawning in his heart. This clearly inherited from his maternal bloodline, but had undergone another mutation under the influence of the immortal sword world's elements. The Holy Spirit Pearl, the ancestral treasure of the Nuwa clan, the resting place of sacred souls throughout generations, possessing both boundless magical power and surging life, forced the most important and powerful spirit pearl in the immortal sword system. Its essence leaned toward support, yet it wasn't without combat capability. The Holy Spirit Pearl could summon war gods and unleash devastating attacks. If the demon sword was a super martial soul, then the Holy Spirit Pearl was a god-tier martial soul of an even higher level. Of course, unlike the native six-winged angel of Douluo Continent, the six-winged angel was a god-bestowed martial soul where the latter 10 of its innate 20 levels were divine gifts. The Holy Spirit Pearl, not being a product of local deities, lacked god-bestowed attributes and could only reach the maximum innate level of 10. However, in terms of growth potential, it was definitely more powerful than the six-winged angel. Tianlin carefully examined his two martial souls and discovered they were far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. He had no system, no mystical old mentor following him around, yet these golden fingers were incredibly valuable. First was the demon sword. It was a long blade as black as night, with blood-red lightning patterns etched across its surface, its cold gleams seeming to ripple through the air. It fully inherited the powerful settings from Chinese Paladin 3, complete with an innate soul skill shadow sword. When activated, sword energy transformed into hundreds or thousands of phantoms, like a raging storm, with greater power as the sword's shadows multiplied. More importantly, the demon sword could absorb different elemental forces and unlock corresponding demon sword techniques. Tianlin had played Chinese Paladin 3 until he knew it inside and out, memorizing which attributes corresponded to which moves. In the Douluo Continent system, this meant absorbing soul rings with corresponding attributes to gradually stack the demon sword's terrifying power. With his martial soul awakening, the dusty pages deep in his mind finally began to turn the Shushan treasure record. The pages glowed with dark golden light that flickered like flames, recording the Shushan immortal sword art, along with techniques for phantom movement and lightness skills, the immortal wind cloud body technique, and the drunken immortal moon-gazing steps. These were all pure killing techniques that felt like sharp blade edges cutting through his consciousness, each line filling him with rising battle intent. His second martial soul, the Holy Spirit Pearl, was smooth and lustrous throughout, like captured moonlight, slowly rotating before his brow. Its innate soul skill was called Holy Breath Barrier. Once the barrier opened, light screens covered all directions, causing allied soul power to flow back like a spring while enemies felt pressed down by an invisible giant hand, their soul power circulation sluggish. When used for cultivation, the Holy Breath Barrier could double training speed, practically a living cheat. Simultaneously, the Holy Spirit Pearl granted him another cultivation method, the Nuwa Emperor meditation technique. Compared to the killing aura of the Shushan immortal sword art, this meditation technique clearly focused on cultivation, the two complementing each other perfectly in motion and stillness. Unfortunately, what currently appeared was only the tip of the iceberg. Both techniques seemed bound by invisible chains, with remaining chapters only to be revealed as Tianlin's level increased. He wasn't unfamiliar with this. Meditation techniques had levels, and the basic meditation methods distributed by ordinary academies couldn't compare to the top-tier versions refined by great clans through generations of titled Douluo. For example, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's meditation technique was known for its dominance, producing thick and powerful soul power, or Tang San's mysterious heaven technique, which followed the Taoist path of endless renewal, with extremely fast soul power recovery that perfectly matched the Blue Silver Emperor's spring wind blows and grows again characteristics. Tianlin firmly believed the Nuwa Emperor meditation technique must stand above all these top-tier methods. Confidence was one thing, but actually practicing it left him completely stumped. The book described using intent to guide energy, circulating soul power through the extraordinary meridians, nourishing the 5 organs and 6 bowels, gathering in the dantian. But he couldn't even roughly locate the extraordinary meridians. The distribution of organs and acupoint coordinates were complete blanks to him. It wasn't that he couldn't read, but that he had never learned how to circulate soul power along meridian pathways. The pain point was instantly exposed. What he lacked wasn't techniques, but a good teacher who could provide hands-on guidance. Even the Shushan immortal sword art required a solid foundation in swordsmanship to execute. As he was now, holding the demon sword, he could at most swing and chop randomly. Forget about Shadow Sword. Even his most basic slashes and thrusts couldn't be called exquisite. Who should he seek out? The image of Grandmaster flashed through Tianlin's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Never mind though Grandmaster was a theoretical expert. He simply wasn't suitable for him. Moreover, he disagreed with many of Yu Shaojing's teachings, most notably the famous saying, "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters," which he found particularly objectionable. Though this wasn't part of the 10 theories, but merely a slogan, the path of soul masters had always depended on talent. Master Yu Shaojing himself was a living example if his words were true. Why had he remained stuck at the great soul master level his entire life, instead of advancing to titled Douluo? Furthermore, this statement was practically an insult to his own father. His father had fought hard to secure the position of weapons warehouse manager in their village to aid his cultivation. The Douluo Continent was fraught with danger, so every village maintained an armory to help residents defend themselves when evil soul beasts appeared. His father's martial soul was a sword, and spending years among rows of swords and halberds in the warehouse, where sword intent resonated, indeed helped his soul power grow. Even so, his chances of breaking through to level 30 remained slim. For such a dedicated person to be labeled as worthless simply because of the phrase, "only useless soul masters," was something Tianlin could never accept. "Little Tian, come out quickly. 2 soul master lords are here to see you." His father's slightly trembling voice called from outside. Tianlin pushed open the door and immediately understood his father's nervousness. 2 important figures stood in their courtyard. He recognized one of them, Soul Douluo Yang, who had never forgotten his hometown after achieving Soul Douluo status. He regularly returned with gold soul coins and provisions to help the villagers and assist with the village's defensive improvements. It was perfectly natural for his father to be nervous when such a person came calling. The other man appeared middle-aged, handsome, but with completely white hair, radiating sharp energy as he moved. He walked ahead of Yin Yang, clearly holding higher status. Having awakened a sword-type martial soul, Tianlin was particularly sensitive to sword intent, and in his eyes, this man seemed to transform into a divine sword capable of cutting through anything. Sword Douluo Chen Zeno one else could possess such overwhelming presence. Tianlin's eyes immediately brightened. The most suitable teacher for him had arrived. "Are you Tianlin, the child who awakened a sword martial soul with innate full soul power?" Chun Xian's gaze was sharp as a blade, making skin sting when it swept over. "Yes, I am Tianlin, honored to meet Senior Yin and His Excellency, Sword Douluo." Tianlin clasped his fists respectfully. "Oh, you actually recognize me?" Chun Xian raised an eyebrow. "Just a deduction," Tianlin explained calmly. "You walk ahead of Senior Yin Yang, indicating your strength and status are no less than his. Combined with my awakened sword martial soul allowing me to sense the powerful sword intent emanating from you. The process of elimination naturally leaves only you." His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, displaying both intelligence and propriety. Chen Xian was amused and laughed heartily. "Interesting. Only 6 years old, yet blessed with exceptional talent and such keen perception. Would you be willing to return with me to the 7-treasure glazed tile clan?" Though he didn't state it explicitly, his intention to take a disciple was clear. "I would be honored," Tianlin replied without hesitation. "The 7-treasure glazed tile clan has protected our village for many years, and all villagers remember this kindness. If I could join the clan, I would be even better able to repay this great debt." "Haha, excellent." Yin Yang stepped forward and patted Tianlin's shoulder, his tone warm. "Little Tian, I'm your grandpa Yin Yang, and you know me too. In the future at the clan, if you need anything, just come find me." Seeing another genius emerge from his hometown with the potential to surpass him and reach titled Douluo, and naturally earned his full support. "Thank you, Grandpa Yin Yang," Tianlin said sincerely. "Old Eagle." Chen Xian looked toward Yin Yang with caring concern. "Come pick him up tomorrow morning. Let the child have a proper farewell with his parents tonight. He'll need to focus on cultivation for a long time ahead, and opportunities to meet will be rare." Chen Xian's thoughtfulness immediately increased Tianlin's favorable impression of him. "Xiaodian, are you really going to the 7-treasure glazed tile clan? I think it would be wonderful if you just stayed in the village, worked as a warehouse manager, and married a wife. The income would be stable and safe." Mullen held her son with tears welling up in her eyes. Sword Douluo had just mentioned that once Tianlin left, the couple would see their child much less frequently, which was hard for a mother who treasured her son above all else to accept. "Oh, what does a woman like you understand?" Although Jun Tianhai felt the same heartache, he still shook his head firmly. "If Tianlin goes to the 7-treasure glazed tile clan, he'll receive the sect's full cultivation and might very well achieve Soul Douluo status like Lord Yin Yang, or even become a titled Douluo." Since their marriage, he had always doted on his wife and yielded to her in everything. But today, for his son's future, he had to assert his authority as head of the household. "My son will go to the 7-treasure glazed tile clan. I've agreed to it, and that's final. No arguments." Seeing his father's resolute attitude, Tianlin quickly stepped forward and grasped his mother's hand. Yes, mother, going to the seven treasure glazed tile clan is my own decision. My dream is to become a great soul master. You'll support me, won't you? The young man's eyes were bright and full of hope. Faced with this father and son duo, Molan let out a long sigh. Jun Tianhai was her weakness, and wasn't Tianlin the same? She finally nodded. Fine, since you want to go so badly, mother agrees. But you must take care of yourself. Soul masters have to hunt soul beasts, which is extremely dangerous. Your father was seriously injured doing that years ago. If something happens to you, mother won't be able to go on living. Mom, don't worry. I want to become a soul master to protect the people important to me. Before that, I'll protect myself first, so nothing will happen to me. Tianlin's tone was resolute. The thoughtful child filled the couple with both comfort and emotion. They finally reached a consensus, allowing Tianlin to embark on his journey to the seven treasure glazed tile clan. As night fell, Tianlin returned to his room and once again summoned his martial soul, that dark red demonic sword. Longkue, are you there? Blue Longkue? Red Longkue? Either one is fine, just answer if you're there. Only the weak flickering of candlelight filled the room, with no response. The demonic sword's power hadn't diminished, but there was no familiar sword spirit dwelling within it. The young man's excitement instantly turned to disappointment. It seemed his favorite adorable girl from his previous life hadn't come with him. With some melancholy and even more anticipation, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Tianlin stood on the empty stone path at the village entrance with his pack ready, waiting quietly. He didn't want his parents to see him off, so he had left home early by himself. Before long, a Tuzhanglong blue flying sword came cutting through the wind from the horizon, its blade reflecting the morning light like a falling meteor. Sword Douluo Continent leaped gracefully down from the sword's edge, his cloak billowing. You're up quite early. Did you say goodbye to your parents? Tianlin nodded. Yes, but farewells are too sad, so I told them not to see me off. Silly child, without the bitterness of parting, how can there be the joy of reunion? Working hard in your cultivation and becoming more outstanding before returning to see them, that's the greatest filial piety. As Chun Xian spoke, he scooped up Tianlin and placed him steadily on the flying sword. All right, we're about to depart. Are you ready? I'm going to take off. I'm all ready. Very well. With a graceful flick of his fingers, Chun Xian's sword lifted both him and Tianlin into the air, soaring toward the seven treasure glazed tile sect. The rushing wind struck their faces as mountains and forests swept rapidly past below. This was Tianlin's first true experience of sword flight, and far from feeling any fear, his blood boiled with excitement. The Shushan Immortal Sword Manual also contained methods of sword riding, though they differed from Chun Xian's soul skill approach. Chun Xian's third soul ring had been glowing continuously since takeoff third soul skill, swift as sword wings. While titled Douluo could naturally fly, Chun Xian pursued ultimate speed. With his soul skill activated, he was twice as fast, and the soul power consumption was negligible to him. In comparison, Tianlin's sword riding was a self-created soul skill of higher caliber, similar to Tang San's purple demon eye, though he had yet to truly demonstrate it. Through the rushing wind, in mere moments, they reached the massive city built against the mountainside seven treasure glazed tile city. The city walls were adorned with glazed radiance, appearing from afar like a jeweled pagoda atop the peaks, magnificent and imposing. I'll take you to the main hall to meet the sect master first. Chun Xian retracted his sword as they landed before pristine jade steps. That place is only open to elders and direct disciples. Outer disciples can't enter. Like that fellow townsman I met yesterday? Tianlin asked as they walked. You mean the child with innate soul power level 4? Yes, someone will fetch him today too, but he can only cultivate in the outer sect. Your differentiary, someone the sect will focus on nurturing. Chun Xian's tone was calm, yet carried absolute certainty. Passing through corridors decorated with carved dragons and painted phoenixes, they entered a magnificent hall. Seven-colored glazed lamps hung high within, their gentle light illuminating 3 elevated throne seats that gleamed brilliantly. On the central main seat sat a handsome middle-aged man, naturally commanding, without anger sect master Ning Fengji. On the left throne, a tall but gaunt elder sat with eyes closed in meditation, sparse white hair clinging to his scalp. Though he appeared withered, he concealed a terrifying presence bone, Douluo Gurong. As for the right seat that should belong to Chun Xian, a little girl with twin buns sat there instead. To dare sit casually in Sword Douluo's position, in the entire seven treasure glazed tile sect, only that little devil mentioned in the original story would have such audacity. Tianlin immediately identified her, Ning Rongrong. Indeed, upon seeing Chun Xian, the little girl immediately jumped down from the chair and threw herself into his arms, sweetly acting spoiled. Grandpa's sword. You're finally back. Rongrong was so bored with no one to play with. Despite her young age, her every gesture delighted the two titled Douluo. Chun Xian gently stroked her hair, his smile warm. Good Rongrong, Grandpa will play with you in a bit. First, meet a new friend. Ning Rongrong blinked her bright eyes, carefully examining Tianlin. Is this him? The person Grandpa specially went to fetch? He looks about my age. Is he really amazing? Chun Xine smiled, but before he could answer, Ning Fengji rose from the main seat, his voice gentle yet authoritative. Of course he's amazing. Innate full soul power, a battle soul master with a top-tier weapon martial soul is even more outstanding than you. Rongrong. Only a father could make such direct comparisons. The two elders naturally wouldn't provoke the little devil. Tianlin stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Tianlin pays respects to sect master Ning. He understood clearly that this sect master was his true future superior. No need for servile groveling, but proper etiquette could not be neglected in the slightest. Well, child, there's no need to be so formal. We're family now, and if you'd like, you can call me Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji spoke with a gentle smile, his voice warm and welcoming. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Tianlin accepted without hesitation. His politeness, tinged with warmth, the simple form of address was often the quickest way to bridge the distance between people. Ning Fengji had always been the most capable sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Internally, he balanced authority with compassion. Externally, he maintained a spring-like smile. Since taking over leadership, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's reputation in the Soul Master world had soared, securing its position as the second most powerful sect. Perhaps his smile was 7 parts genuine and 3 parts calculated, carrying hints of a false gentleman. But if someone could maintain the facade of a false gentleman their entire life without slipping, what difference was there between them and a saint? Then I'll call you Little Tian from now on. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, then raised his hand as the golden lamps in the great hall flickered. His gaze settled on Tianlin with anticipation in his voice. Come, Little Tian, step forward into the hall and let us see your martial soul. Tianlin knew exactly what the sect master wanted to verify. No matter how detailed the reports from outer disciples were, nothing compared to seeing with one's own eyes. He stepped forward, steadied his breathing, extended his right hand, and with a focused thought, a pitch-black longsword materialized in his palm, the demon-suppressing sword. In an instant, the air grew tense, and countless sword shadows seemed to materialize around the great hall, layer upon layer, their murderous intent pressing against everyone present as if ready to pierce through enemies with 10,000 blades. What a terrifying martial soul! Dust Heart exclaimed in a low voice. With the sword Douluo's discerning eye, he immediately understood. This overwhelming sword intent didn't originate from Tianlin himself, but from the sword itself. Grandpa Sword, I'm scared. Ning Rongrong, caught in the sword intense lock, turned pale instantly. Her lips trembled as tears welled up in her eyes, and she quickly buried her head in Dust Heart's embrace. Don't be afraid, Rongrong. Grandpa is here. Dust Heart gently patted her back and casually waved his sleeve, releasing the 7-kill sword intent purer and sharper, instantly suppressing and shattering all the sword shadows emanating from the demon-suppressing sword. Truly worthy of being the sword Douluo in terms of sword mastery, no one on the entire continent could surpass him. Tianlin sighed inwardly while maintaining his composure outwardly. After dismissing his sword, he cupped his hands respectfully. Uncle Ning, your excellencies, this is my martial soul, the demon-suppressing sword. The sword intent you just witnessed is my martial soul's innate soul skill, Phantom Sword. One sword becomes 10,000 swords, slaying all enemies. An innate soul skill truly extraordinary. Bone Douluo Rong clicked his tongue in amazement, then turned to Dust Heart. Old Sword Man, this seems quite similar to your 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords return to origin. Dust Heart nodded slightly. Indeed, and it's even stronger. Phantom Sword will grow alongside Tianlin's level advancement. Perhaps it could rival certain title Douluo's 9th soul skills in the future. Uncle Sword, I think this child has quite a connection with you. Why not take him as your disciple? Haven't you always lacked a successor? Ning Fengji seized the opportunity to speak. This was Tianlin's greatest objective for this visit. He immediately bowed deeply to Dust Heart, his eyes filled with expectation. After a moment of contemplation, Dust Heart said, I can allow him to call me teacher for now, and I'll take responsibility for guiding his cultivation. But teacher and master are fundamentally different. Schools are full of teachers, but one can only have one master. When I choose disciples, I always consider talent, perseverance, character, and moral conduct. Upon hearing this, Tianlin nodded solemnly with determined eyes. At this moment, he felt even more confident about the future and prepared himself for the sword Douluo's trials. However, Tianlin had gained an opportunity. Qinshin didn't refuse outright, but rather gave Tianlin a probationary period. Only if he proved satisfactory would Qinshin formally accept him as a disciple. Thank you, master. This disciple will certainly cultivate diligently and strive to earn your recognition as soon as possible. Tianlin stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful bow with his back perfectly straight. Qinshin nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on the youth's upright figure for a moment. Tianlin had understood every nuance of his implied meaning. This perceptiveness and talent made the old sword Dawn nod inwardly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he truly gained a direct disciple. You're called Tianlin, right? I'm Rongrong, the eldest daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. A pink blur bounced out from Qinshin's embrace. It was Ning Rongrong. Tears still clung to the corners of her eyes, clearly still upset about the earlier scolding. Since you're joining the sect, you'll listen to me from now on. Be my little brother. I can protect you, but I won't be anyone's little brother. Tianlin's tone was calm, yet his refusal was decisive. Sword Grandpa, look at him. Ning Rongrong raised her voice to complain. Enough, Rongrong. Ning Fengji raised his hand to signal his daughter to be quiet. It's sufficient that Tianlin has agreed to protect you. If you want to be friends with him, you cannot use your position to pressure others. As a support-type soul master, he deeply understood the importance of teammates. Tianlin's talent made him exactly the kind of person he hoped his daughter could entrust her back to. Qinshin added, Rongrong, Tianlin's martial soul is a sword. A true swordsman never bows to anyone. Only by pressing forward relentlessly can one reach the pinnacle of the sword path. None of you are helping me. Rongrong hates you all. The little girl stamped her feet and wiped her tears, then ran out of the great hall without even saying goodbye. Sigh, this child. Ning Fengji sighed softly, then turned to Tianlin. I apologize for that. Please go rest now. Tomorrow morning, Uncle Sword will take you to the soul hunting forest to obtain your first soul ring. It's no problem, Uncle Ning. I'll take my leave now. Tianlin bowed once more and slowly withdrew. Outside the hall, a disciple was already waiting to escort him to his quarters. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's wealth was truly astounding. A newly admitted youth was given his own private courtyard. The room's furnishings were exquisite, the bed soft, and the desk made of fine sandalwood. Thinking of how the sect viewed him as a future titled Douluo, Tianlin was no longer surprised. He didn't rest immediately, but instead sat at the writing desk, spreading out paper and grinding ink to carefully plan his soul ring progression. What the demon sword required wasn't sharpness or hardness, but elemental power: water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. These 5 elements could combine with each other to create dozens of different soul skills. From these dozens of possibilities, Tianlin needed to select the 9 strongest and most practical ones to become his soul skills. Tianlin had been writing and sketching continuously until noon, so absorbed in his work that he forgot to go out for lunch. It wasn't until Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo pushed open the door that he finally stopped. Tianlin, what are you working on? Ning Fengji glanced at the desk. Thick stacks of paper covered with formulas like fire, thunder, sword, chi, burning thunder, and earth, fire, moon summoning. The handwriting was messy, yet the logic was crystal clear. Uncle Ning, this is my martial soul development plan. Tianlin explained straightforwardly. For my sword to grow stronger, I need to add different attributes to each future soul ring. So I'm listing out all the possible combinations to prepare in advance. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow, and Qin Xian leaned in closer, his interest piqued. However, Qin Xian frowned first. While dedication to cultivation is admirable, you can't skip meals. You're still growing, and nutrition is crucial. Don't let this happen again. Yes, but teacher, even if I occasionally miss a meal or two, it's fine. Because before he could finish, Tianlin opened his left palm, and a crystalline Holy Spirit pearl quietly rose up, radiating brilliant light. During the morning, when Ning Rongrong was present, he had deliberately concealed his second martial soul. Now, with only Ning Fengji and Qin Xian in the room, he decided to hide it no longer. Twin martial souls. Ning Fengji was so shocked his eyes nearly bulged out. Immediately realizing the gravity of the situation, he called out urgently, Uncle Jian. Sword Douluo swept his hand, and all windows and doors slammed shut. Cold light flashed as the 7-kill sword hovered in the air. 7-kill domain activate. Invisible sword chi filled the room, severing even sound and light, isolating them from all prying eyes. As the second most powerful sect in the world, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could never be too cautious. After confirming absolute security, Tianlin solemnly introduced, this is my second martial soul, the Holy Spirit Pearl. It can provide support or launch powerful attacks. It comes with an innate soul skill called Sacred Breath Barrier. Within the barrier, allies' soul power continuously recovers. When I use it during regular cultivation, it also accelerates my training efficiency. An innate soul skill with domain-like effects. Ning Fengji gasped. Ordinary top-tier martial souls can only manifest their true forms at level 70, and barely touch upon domains when reaching title Douluo at level 90. Yet this pearl possesses such abilities right upon awakening. Could this be a legendary god-tier martial soul? The more he thought about it, the more astounded he became, and his assessment of Tianlin's potential soared even higher. Seeing this, Qin Xian nodded approvingly to himself, not wasting a single moment thinking about ways to grow stronger, while also understanding the importance of secrecy and prudence. His future prospects are limitless. Tianlin reflected inwardly. Everyone says Grandmaster's theoretical knowledge is unparalleled, but Uncle Ning is clearly no less impressive. Perhaps even superior after all. Generations of seven treasure, glazed tile sect masters have probably mastered every theoretical aspect in their quest to evolve the seven treasure, glazed tile pagoda. The unmistakable aura this is a god-level martial soul. My father once fought against the seraphim, the god-level martial soul of the spirit hall. According to him, god-level martial souls suppress top-tier ones. I can sense it me 7 kill sword trembles when it encounters this pearl. Chun Xian's voice carried unprecedented excitement and reverence. Ning Fengji's chest rose and fell as he forced his voice to remain steady. Apart from the Spirit Hall and the legendary Sea God Island, no god-level martial soul has appeared on the continent. Now the third one has fallen to our 7 treasure, glazed tile, clan. What extraordinary fortune. He took a deep breath and turned to Tian Lin with solemn instructions. Xiao Tian, regarding your twin martial souls, I'll inform Uncle Bone Shortlie can be trusted. But aside from us three, you must not reveal this to a fourth person, including Elder Yin Yang, Rong Rong, or even your parents. Keep it completely hidden, understood? Yes, I understand. Tianlin nodded seriously. Furthermore, Ning Fengji added, before you become a titled Douluo, focus solely on cultivating that sword. Never add any soul rings to that pearl. His plan aligned perfectly with the Grandmasters and Tang Hao's Vigianto create an ultimate monster with all 10th Sandier soul rings. Tianlin understood his good intentions and agreed to everything. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, his heart still churning like turbulent waves. Needing a moment to calm himself, he excused himself and left the room. In the corridor, Chen Xian spoke quietly. Fengji, Xiao Tian's talent is remarkable, but twin martial souls have drawbacks. I understand. If he were in another sect, they might not unlock his full potential, but he happens to be in the 7 treasure, glazed tile clan. Ning Fengji was brimming with confidence. In terms of theory, aside from the Spirit Hall, no one can match us. I'm confident I can resolve the drawbacks of twin martial souls. When Xiao Tian matures, he'll be the pillar that holds up the heavens and the beam that spans the seas for our sect. That afternoon, Chen Xian appeared again, this time bringing systematic meditation techniques. Once mastered, meditation could replace sleep. Soul masters seeking the pinnacle must endure rigorous training. The master's guidance enlightened Tian Lin, and he quickly entered a meditative state. Though his soul power remained at level 10, Tian Lin knew the cultivated soul power hadn't dissipated, it was merely sealed away. Once he obtained a soul ring, it would all burst forth. So on his first night, he didn't slack for a moment, meditating throughout. The next morning, he was refreshed, and energetic meditation's restorative effects were no less than sleep. Chun Xian entered to find him in excellent condition and smiled with satisfaction. Come, this old man will take you to the soul hunting forest to obtain your first soul ring. With that, he swept Tianlin up with one hand and soared through the air on his sword. The first soul ring only required a 10-year or 100-year soul beast no need to venture to the Star Do Great Forest or Sunset Forest. The soul hunting forest would suffice. Sword Douluo moved like a rainbow, reaching the forest entrance in less than 2 incense sticks time. The soul hunting forest wasn't natural, but a preserve maintained by the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires, where soul beasts were kept for low-level soul masters to hunt soul rings. It contained mostly 10-year to 100-year soul beasts, fewer 1,000-year ones, and virtually no 10th Sandier beasts. Soldiers stood guard in formation at the main gate. Chun Xian approached and raised a golden token, the Heaven Do 6 Emperor's badge. This was the Spirit Hall's highest grade token, with only 3 existing in the outside world, held by the 3 titled Douluo of the upper 3 sects. Upon seeing this token, the soldiers immediately opened the gate without daring to ask a single question. Anyone who could produce such a token was undoubtedly a figure of great importance far beyond their station to question. Entering the soul hunting forest, Chen Xian asked, Xiao Tian, you mentioned that your martial soul needs to absorb attribute-based soul rings to grow. Have you decided what your first attribute should be? Tian Lin followed closely beside Chun Xian and answered with firm conviction. Yes, teacher. After a full day of deliberation yesterday, I've determined my growth path. For my first attribute, I choose water. Chen Xian was clearly surprised by this answer. He stopped in his tracks and turned to question him. Why? Among all the attributes you listed before, water has the weakest attack power. Fire can explode and burn. Lightning can pierce and paralyze. Wind excels in speed and cutting. Earth is heavy and powerful. Any of these would be more suitable than water. Even if you want water later, you could wait until you get a 10th Sandier soul ring. Teacher, I understand. Tian Lin replied with unwavering determination. But in my overall plan, the water attribute is the core foundation. I must obtain it as soon as possible. Chun Xian pondered for a moment before finally nodding. In that case, let's head straight to the lake area. I know of a soul beast that might be perfect for you. The two accelerated toward the lake region deep within the forest. While the soul hunting forest was fraught with danger for ordinary soul masters, under the overwhelming presence of the tidal Da, Sword Douluo, The soul beasts along their path, even those at the thousand-year level, only dared to observe from afar, not even approaching. This journey was safer for Tianlin than strolling through a botanical garden, and he silently praised the benefits of having such powerful backing. The lake suddenly opened before them, its surface shimmering with ripples. Dark shadows moved beneath the water, and various aquatic soul beasts were everywhere. Tianlin's gaze swept across the scene and suddenly pointed to a jellyfish covered in blue patterns not far away. Teacher, how about that jellyfish? It has very concentrated water-type energy. Chen Xian glanced at it and shook his head. That's a poison jellyfish, just over 200 years old based on its size. The age is too low, it won't do. When I hunt soul rings for you, I won't let you settle for anything subpar. Don't worry, the target I have in mind is far superior. The two continued searching along the lakeshore. Soon, a cleaver-shaped, silver-bright blade fish darted across the water. Chen Xian nodded slightly. A blade fish could breed, but it's only just over 300 years old. Still too young. Just as he finished speaking, a ghostly blue light suddenly flashed past the blade fish. With a pop, its body was instantly pierced through. The attacking soul beast moved with astonishing speed, leaving only ripples on the water's surface. Tianlin couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Teacher, what was that just now? To pierce through the blade fish in one strike, that attack power and speed are simply perfect. Tianlin's eyes lit up with excitement. Chen Xian's lips curved slightly. This is exactly what I was looking for. Xiao Tian, your first soul ring is within reach. With that, he raised his hand and released a sharp sword chi that skimmed across the lake's surface, causing the water to explode thunderously. Chen Xian waved his hand and sent out a sword chi that exploded on the lake's surface. Suddenly, a bizarre-looking fish was struck out of the water. The creature's nose and mouth were fused together, forming what looked like a sharp steel needle, while its tail was split into 4 segments arranged in a spiral propeller-like formation. It had just used the high-speed rotation of these 4 tail fins to build momentum before piercing the swordfish with its needle-like snout in one decisive strike. Haha, it's indeed a spiral tail lancetfish. Chen Xian's eyes flashed with excitement as his overwhelming soul power wrapped around the prey like invisible ropes, dragging it before him. Xiao Tian, this is exactly what we've been looking for. He lightly touched the lancetfish with his fingertip. The age of a spiral tail lancetfish is determined by both its size and the number of tail fins. Each time it grows a size larger, all its tail fins fall off and regrow. This one is medium-sized with 4 tail fins, which normally indicates about 400 years of cultivation, perfect for you. I've already immobilized it, so strike while it can't fight back. Got it. Shadow sword, go. Tianlin responded immediately, and his demon sword instantly split into 4 shadow swords. Cold light crisscrossed as they shredded the spiral tail lancetfish on the spot. Following the method Chen Xian had taught him yesterday, Tianlin sat cross-legged and waited for the soul ring to form. The next moment, a deep yellow soul ring floated out from the lancetfish's corpse, but its color was darker and denser than that of a typical 400-year soul beast. Something's wrong. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. He turned over the corpse for a closer look and discovered that while only 4 tail fins remained on the surface, there should have been 6. 2 had been severed in the earlier battle with the swordfish. So it was 6 fins. 2 fins were cut off. This is a 600-year soul beast. The soul ring had already begun merging, and there was no way to stop it now. Chen Xian's expression grew grave. Tianlin, hold on. Overwhelming resentment poured in with the soul ring, and Tianlin felt as if hundreds of steel needles were piercing through his entire body. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Any ordinary 6-year-old child would have fainted from the excruciating pain, but with an adult soul hidden within his body, he gritted his teeth and endured. Damn it, this hurts so much. Time crawled by inch. After half an hour, his consciousness began to blur. After all, this body hadn't truly practiced the Shushan sect's body tempering techniques, and he was nearing his breaking point. At that critical moment, his left hand suddenly blazed with light, and a Holy Spirit pearl emerged on its own. Pure white radiance expanded into a sacred barrier that enveloped him completely. The martial soul is protecting its master. Chen Xian was both shocked and relieved. A god-level martial soul truly possesses extraordinary spirituality. The sacred barrier continuously channeled gentle energy, healing Tianlin's soul power, spiritual strength, and internal injuries all at once. After another half hour, the pain subsided, leaving only surging power flowing into his limbs and bones. Excellent. The most dangerous phase has passed. Chen Xian breathed a long sigh of relief, secretly grateful that he hadn't personally destroyed the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's peerless prodigy. Finally, the soul ring stabilized completely. Tianlin opened his eyes, his aura climbing steadily upward. His soul power alone had transcended the 11th level. He slowly stood up, clenching his fist to feel the surging strength within. Chen Xian looked apologetic. It's finally done. I'm sorry, Tianlin. My carelessness nearly caused your body to explode. Tianlin smiled and shook his head. It's all right, teacher. Who could have predicted that this lancetfish would be so old? But it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I got such an excellent soul ring because of it. The soul ring is good, but don't get too excited yet. Sit down, and I'll teach you the chi circulation and origin return technique. Dustheart's tone was stern. The soul ring just now was too violent, and its soul power has impacted your internal organs. If not properly regulated in time, it could leave hidden injuries. Yes, teacher. Upon hearing this, Tianlin immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Dustheart slowly recited the incantation. Focus your mind and calm your chi. Concentrate on your martial soul. Circulate chi back to origin. Focus intent on the dantian. Let chi flow through the governing vessels. Following the clear rhythm, Tianlin guided his soul power to flow through his meridians. After about an hour, the fierce soul power became gentle and warm, thoroughly nourishing his flesh and meridians. His whole body felt light and indescribably comfortable. More importantly, the regulated soul power now flowed freely, as if he could command it with just a gesture. Dustheart concluded the session. Memorize this incantation well and practice it frequently in the future. It may slow down your cultivation speed, but the benefits are greater. Soul power needs not only quantity, but also purity. Among soul masters of the same level, excluding differences in martial souls, soul rings, and soul bones, those with purer soul power can completely suppress their opponents. If you wish to impact the title Douluo level in the future, or even Super Douluo, pure soul power is crucial. I understand and will never slack off. Having read countless martial arts classics in his previous life, Tianlin knew that the purer one's internal energy, the easier it was to break through realms, so he felt very confident. Dustheart nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Tell me, what is your first soul skill? Teacher, my first soul skill is called condensing cold snow. It has two casting methods. First, a status type that covers the blade with ice power, making every strike carry cold intent. Second, gathering all ice energy into one point and releasing it in one breath, which can serve as a ranged attack. Dustheart raised an eyebrow. Ice, actually? The water attribute was absorbed by your sword and transformed into ice, quite an unexpected delight. Ice has considerable attack power and possesses two forms, truly excellent. This harvest is quite good. Then teacher, shall we return to the sect immediately? Tianlin asked. Dustheart shook his head. No rush. We hurried here to help you break through quickly, but there's no need to rush back. We'll take our time, and I'll use this period to teach you basic swordsmanship. After returning to the sect, there will be many affairs to handle, and I may not have time to guide you. Tianlin secretly grumbled. How busy could a guardian Douluo be? Most likely he's afraid of being pestered by Ning Rongrong when he returns. But this works out well. It's his first time leaving 7 Treasure City and 7 Treasure Village, so he can take this opportunity to see the outside world. The master and disciple set out on their return journey, heading toward the exit of the soul-hunting forest. While passing through the jungle, vegetation suddenly rustled, and heavy crawling sounds mixed with hissing came toward them. Immediately after, a panicked shout reached their ears. Xiao-san, run quickly. A middle-aged man's voice calling a boy Xiao-san. Tianlin's heart jolted. This is a scene from the original story? The Grandmaster Yu Xiaojing is bringing Tang San to hunt for his first soul ring. They happen to encounter a 400-year-old mandala snake, and the master's 29th level soul power was no match for it at all. He could only drag Tang San along while dropping miscellaneous items and fleeing in panic. Teacher, there are people in danger over there. Let's go help them. Tianlin spotted 2 figures being forced to retreat by the giant snake from afar, his eyes immediately lighting up. Perfect chance to test my first soul skill and meet the original story's protagonist. Chen Xian nodded slightly. It's not my style to ignore those in mortal danger. With permission granted, Tianlin drew his long sword, leaped into action, and transformed into a streak of cold light cutting through the air. At that moment, Tang San was continuously hurling hidden weapons behind him. Sleeve arrows, more sleeve arrows, each one precisely hitting the mandala snake's eyes, forcibly slowing its charge. A dark shadow suddenly landed in front of Tang San. Standing straight back at it was Tianlin. First soul skill, condensing frost snow. As the sword swept down, bone-chilling cold spread along the ground, instantly freezing flowers and grass in a straight line of ice. The cold touched the mandala snake's massive body, frost sealing its scales inch by inch. Then, sharp sword energy accompanied another flash of cold light slash. The 400-year soul beast was brutally split in two. After absorbing the fused spiral tail shuttle soul ring, the magic sword's sharpness had improved significantly. This was the result of Chen Xian's careful selection. Tianlin secretly felt fortunate. If left to his own devices, he might have simply targeted any jellyfish-type soul beast with matching attributes. It seemed he'd need to study soul beast knowledge thoroughly after returning, understanding not just attributes, but also their characteristics to hunt the most suitable soul rings. What kind of martial soul is that sword? To instantly kill a 400-year mandala snake with just one ring, that power is absolutely ridiculous. The master was still shaken, but his mind had already turned to research. Indeed, the theory fanatic lived up to his reputation for staying calm. Tianlin couldn't be bothered with him and turned to shout at Tang San. Hey, weren't you planning to absorb the mandala snake's soul ring? Get moving. Tang San stared blankly at the snake's severed body. Get moving? It's been cut in half. Snake-type soul beasts don't die immediately when severed, especially when frozen like this. Death comes even slower. Hurry up, there's still time. Reminded of this common knowledge, Tang San immediately understood. Got it, thank you. He approached the snake's head, channeled his mysterious heaven technique, and pummeled the ice layer with his fists until the head shattered and the soul beast's aura completely disappeared. Only then did he sit cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. Master, this young man just saved us. Tang San's voice carried gratitude. Only then did the master withdraw his amazement and turn to Tianlin. Thank you for saving our lives. Could you let me study your martial soul? I've never seen such a powerful sword-type martial soul. Before Yu Xiaojing finished speaking, a sharp sword intent silently descended. Yu Xiaojing, investigating someone else's martial soul upon first meeting. This how everyone in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family behaves so rudely. Chun Xin appeared soundlessly behind the master, using his title Douluo presence to effortlessly dominate the entire scene. Had he not chosen to reveal himself, the master would never have detected him. You are Sword Douluo Chun Xin? I pay my respects, Your Excellency. The master quickly bowed, his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family background allowing him to recognize the other immediately. Teacher. Tianlin also bowed respectfully. The master suddenly understood. This young man was Sword Douluo's discipline. No wonder his attack power was so astonishing. After all, Sword Douluo was renowned as the continent's #1 offensive title Douluo, so it would be abnormal if his disciple lacked such capability. My apologies, Your Excellency. I was discourteous just now. The master bowed respectfully with sincere tone, then retreated to his disciple's side and deployed his soul power to protect him. Probing another's martial soul was taboo. Intelligence was the sharpest weapon, and once weaknesses were exposed, enemies could strike with precision, instantly reversing the situation. Master, what did you think of that strike just now? After the master had moved away, Tianlin turned to ask Qinshin for his assessment. Qinshin stroked his chin, generous with praise. Excellent power. The soul skill from a 600-year soul ring can already match the full force strike of an ordinary great soul master. However, such tremendous force must have cost you considerably, didn't it? Indeed, that sword drained 30% of my soul power. Tianlin recalled the ice blue sword light. But if I condensed the cold energy at the blade's edge for close combat output, the consumption would be much less, allowing for sustained battle. To Qinshin, Tianlin held nothing back. Only by letting his mentor understand completely could he receive the most precise guidance. Qinshin nodded upon hearing this. My thoughts exactly. From now on, you should focus more on sword techniques. Condensing energy at the blade is the standard approach. That kind of full power release should be reserved as a finishing move. Remember that. He was already weighing things mentally. The demon-suppressing sword was naturally fierce, and aggressive. Learning defensive sword techniques would be wasteful. After a moment's consideration, he had made up his mind. This boy's style perfectly aligned with his own 7 kills sword, as if destined for it. After their conversation, the two walked toward Tang San, who was absorbing his soul ring. Qinshin was immediately drawn to that blue-silver grass, utterly ordinary, yet glowing brilliantly in the hands of a boy around 10 years old. This is blue-silver grass. With the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's theoretical knowledge, Qinshin understood well that innate soul power was proportional to martial soul quality. If this boy had reached level 10, his innate soul power must be at least level 9, possibly even full soul power. But how could blue-silver grass have such high quality? He observed carefully for a long time, but saw no signs of mutation. I'll need to ask Fengji when we return. Qinshin decided privately. When it came to theory, the sect master was the true expert. Tianlin also watched Tang San intently. Before his second awakening, Tang San appeared quite ordinary, completely different from his own handsome features. But he had already made his assessment. This person was worth befriending, as they had no direct conflicts of interest. Having read the original story, Tianlin knew of the Spirit Hall's boundless ambitions. Their move against the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was only a matter of time. Tang San, because of his parents and Xiaowu, was also destined to fight the Spirit Hall to the death. The enemy of one's enemy should become a friend. As for Tang San's occasionally hypocritical nature, Tianlin didn't mind himself, only cared about those close to him. In his eyes, the Spirit Hall's good or evil was irrelevant to him. But once they touched someone important to him, they would become mortal enemies. But if the Spirit Hall dared harm anyone important to him, then they would be his enemy. After all, he had never received any favor from the Spirit Hall. His martial spirit was awakened at the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and his hometown village was built and protected with the sect's funding. His wonderful childhood and his parents' happiness in the village could all be attributed to the sect's generosity. Because of this, joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect now made perfect sense both emotionally and practically. All his future cultivation resources would be provided by the sect, and he wouldn't need to ask the Spirit Hall for a single gold spirit coin. Even his father had never received any subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Should he truly oppose the Spirit Hall in the future, he would bear no moral burden. What mattered most to Tianlin was always family. Whether the Douluo Continent would be unified or divided in the future didn't concern him. This limited perspective was undoubtedly a flaw, but his gratitude and loyalty were his strengths. He understood this clearly and had no intention of changing. However, one of the continent's greatest opportunities, the ice and fire Yin-Yang well, might still require Tang San's assistance. Tianlin knew the location of that paradise, but couldn't identify the immortal herbs. Each herb had strict requirements for harvesting, preservation, and consumption. The slightest mistake could ruin everything or even cause a backlash. Tang San was therefore kept as a backup option. As for the primary plan, he pinned his hopes on the alchemy section of the Shushan treasure record. Unfortunately, that section remained sealed. Insufficient soul power meant the pages stayed locked like iron. He estimated that advancing a few more levels might unlock it, but if it required reaching levels 60 or 70, it would be too late. Given these considerations, it was necessary to build some goodwill with Tang San beforehand. For instance, when he rescued Tang San and his master earlier, he deliberately spared the mandala snake's life both as a gesture of friendship and to leave himself an escape route. Of course, he still needed to remain vigilant toward Tang San. A mere 400-year spirit ring's blue-silver entanglement was harmless enough, but if left unchecked, Tang San's other opportunities could pose a real threat. Tianlin was already secretly planning some sabotage. Moments later, a gentle wave of soul power rippled outward as Tang San slowly awakened. Teacher, I succeeded. What's the spirit skill? How strong is it? The Grand Master stepped forward, his eyes burning with intensity. His theories had remained on paper for too long. Today he finally had a chance to prove them. Tang San smiled and raised his hand to release his blue-silver grass. The slender vines instantly extended, wrapping around a thick tree dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Teacher, look within 50 meters, I can attack at any time, he said. The spirit skill is called entanglement, the signature ability of control-type spirit masters. The Grandmaster couldn't contain his excitement. Excellent toughness. If I'm not mistaken, it also carries some of the mandala snake's toxin. Tang San nodded in confirmation. The toxin isn't strong, it only has a paralyzing effect, not lethal. That's enough. The Grandmaster raised his arms, his voice low but excited. Entanglement plus paralysis unless the enemy has 2 more spirit rings than you. They won't be able to break free instantly. Xiao San, we've succeeded. Really? A casual, questioning voice interrupted their celebration. Tianlin approached and casually swung his magic sword, cutting through a section of the blue-silver grass without even using soul power. It's not as impressive as you claim. Even with the mandala snake's toughness, blue-silver grass is still blue-silver grass. Ahem. The Grandmaster coughed to cover his embarrassment. I was referring to most situations. Top-tier martial spirits are exceptions. Before he could say more, he hurriedly bid farewell to Chen Xian. One sentence from Tianlin was enough to humiliate him. He really couldn't stay any longer. Chen Xian watched the Grandmaster leave, then turned to Tianlin. Xiao Tian, let's go too. We need to hurry, I'll teach you swordsmanship along the way. After leaving the soul-hunting forest, Chen Xian walked back to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect with Tianlin. The two traveled extremely slowly. Chen Xian taught swordsmanship while walking, stopping every dozen steps to demonstrate. Little Tian, all swordsmanship in the world consists of nothing more than 7 techniques: hooking, hanging, pointing, lifting, thrusting, sweeping, and cleaving. He raised his long sword and demonstrated slowly once again. The essence of my 7 kills sword technique also lies in these. If you truly wish to inherit it, first master these 7 techniques to perfection. Chen Xian had not yet taught any sophisticated moves, only arranging the most basic introductory swordsmanship for Tianlin. Daytime rigorous practice of fundamentals, with Chen Xian watching closely without any relaxation. Evening hurrying along the road. Night meditation instead of sleep to restore energy. Thus, Tianlin had hardly a moment of leisure. Despite this, he never complained. Chen Xian secretly assessed that if the current Tianlin faced himself from 3 days ago, he could easily take on 3 opponents. His crude swordsmanship had improved from 0.1 points to 10 points, a 100-fold increase that greatly satisfied his master. On another morning, after finishing meditation, Tianlin began his morning practice as instructed by his master. During his 3rd repetition, his mind suddenly stirred. The basic sword techniques of the Shu Mountain sect flashed through his mind. Following his heart's guidance, his movements naturally deviated from Chen Xian's routine, flowing with graceful sword momentum and unhurried steps, like an immortal dancing with a sword. Chun Xian immediately noticed the difference from afar. Though it was still introductory swordsmanship, this set was clearly more sophisticated than what he had taught. Little Tion's swordsmanship? He squinted for a closer look, becoming more amazed the longer he watched. Stop for a moment. Shin Xian raised his hand to halt him. The swordsmanship you just displayed, who taught it to you? Tianlin sheathed his sword and clasped his fists, his expression respectful, yet composed. Master, I was simply practicing and felt inspired. No one else instructed me. The techniques of Shu Mountain and the Nuwa lineage were Tianlin's greatest secret, even more concealed than his twin martial souls. While basic sword techniques could be shown to others, advanced swordsmanship would be impossible to explain, so how could he rashly expose them? Who would believe that a novice could create techniques like 10,000 swords art, sword god, or heavenly sword? He was determined to wait until he became stronger before selectively revealing some sword techniques. No one taught you, yet you comprehended this yourself? Chun Xian's heart surged with excitement. This child not only possessed astonishing soul power talent, but was equally monstrous in sword comprehension. Had the seven treasure glazed tile sect perhaps found a treasure? Seeing his master's silence, Tianlin asked anxiously, Master, are you angry because I took the liberty of modifying the swordsmanship you taught me? I won't do this again. Chun Xian shook his head and laughed heartily. No, your master is not angry, quite the opposite. I'm extremely pleased. Remember this: if anyone tells you that practicing swordsmanship requires only following rules without adaptation, don't waste words arguing. Just strike them down with your sword, because that person is definitely trying to harm you. There are no two identical people in this world, and likewise, no two identical swords. Even though my 7-kill sword technique was taught by my father, when it's in my hands, it has already become vastly different from what my father wielded. I hope you will be the same. What I can pass on to you is merely the swordsmanship itself. The sword intent and sword heart that belong uniquely to you must be comprehended by yourself. A sword intent and sword heart that belong uniquely to me? I understand, master. I will definitely forge my own path. Tianlin stood with sword in hand, his eyes blazing with determination. Though he only vaguely grasped the deeper meaning in Qinshin's words, he understood this was his master's greatest expectation for him. Qinshin was truly a good teacher who genuinely cared for his disciple. Master, what score would you give my swordsmanship just now? He asked eagerly. Qinshin raised his hand, forming a 6 gesture, his tone calm, yet certain. 60 points. 60 points, not high, but it meant basically passing. Tianlin felt relieved and broke into a broad smile. 20 days later, the two finally returned to Seven Treasure City. What should have been a journey of several days had been stretched into over half a month due to continuous sparring, combat practice, and cultivation along the way. As they crossed the sect's mountain gate, Qinshin sheathed his sword and said, Little Tian, you must be tired from all the traveling. Rest for today. Go back to your room. I need to see Fengji and report on our gains from this trip. Yes, master. I take my leave. Tianlin jogged back to his spotlessly clean room. Disciples cleaned here daily, so even after being away for over half a month, it remained dust-free. Tossing his luggage onto the bed, he eagerly grabbed the soul power testing crystal ball from the corner, pressed both hands against it, and channeled his soul power. The crystal ball instantly blazed with brilliant white light. Level 15. Even Tianlin was shocked. After absorbing the 600-year soul ring, he had estimated his soul power would surely break through level 13. Now it seemed he had reached at least level 14 and a half at that time. Combined with the intensive training over the past half-month, he had finally stepped into level 15. He took a deep breath, his clenched fist trembling slightly. If he could maintain this pace, perhaps he truly could face that future crisis. The greatest threat to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would be the Spirit Hall's soul hunting operation against the sect in 14 or 15 years. By then, he would be about 20 years old. Time was tight, but not without hope. His talent, combined with the Holy Spirit Pearl's assistance, filled him with confidence. He had tested it during the return journey. Within the Holy Breath Barrier, Qinshin's cultivation efficiency improved by 10%, while his own increased by a full 30%. Not to mention his other trump card, the Nuwa meditation method. Previously, fearing detection by Qinshin, he had only practiced the sect's techniques. Now, back in his private room, it was the perfect time to switch methods. He sat cross-legged, focused his mind, and quickly entered deep meditation. Qinshin told him to rest. He had no time for that. Only by surviving the future catastrophe would he earn the right to peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, Qinshin had taken his seat and was giving Ning Fengji a detailed report of everything they had encountered. A 600-year soul ringto, think Tianlin successfully absorbed it. It's truly miraculous. After hearing the full account, Ning Fengji was both surprised and delighted, but also felt lingering fear. The slightest mistake could have meant death by explosion. We nearly lost the sect's future title Douluo. As his words faded, he seemed to think of something, and a flash of insight suddenly gleamed in his eyes. Uncle Sword, are you saying that Xiaotian was about to reach his limit? but his second martial soul forcibly activated a barrier to protect him, which saved him. Shin Xian nodded, his voice deep and resolute. Exactly. That's his sacred breath barrier. It doesn't just restore soul power like Xiaodian himself believes. In reality, it heals injuries and even restores spiritual power simultaneously. It's just that he's always activated it while at full strength before, so even he hasn't noticed this additional effect. As his words fell, Ning Fengji's eyes suddenly lit up with brilliance. He looked up at the two titled Douluo, as if already seeing the sect's soaring future. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, have you ever heard of an auxiliary soul skill that can take effect during soul ring absorption? Chun Xian and Gu Rong exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. During soul ring absorption, soul masters instinctively reject all external interference. Even the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda, acclaimed as the strongest auxiliary martial soul, cannot break this iron law. Otherwise, if a 40th level soul elder could forcibly elevate their body, soul power, and spiritual power to soul ancestor level under the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda's full enhancement, then absorb higher year soul rings, wouldn't everyone be able to exceed their limits? But that's exactly the point. Ning Fengji's gaze became fervent. Why can Xiaoyan's soul skill affect soul masters who are absorbing soul rings? This question made both titled Douluo instantly realize the crucial detail they had overlooked. Precisely. Ning Fengji struck his palm with his fist. That orb, truly worthy of being a god-level martial soul, has already broken conventional rules. As long as Xiaodian is present, our sect's talented disciples can enter his barrier while absorbing soul rings. We could cultivate powerful soul masters whose soul rings all exceed the normal year limits. Chun Xian instinctively continued, secretly marveling at his sect master's keen insight. Gu Rong was even more excited, clenching his fists tightly. Born a beggar, he had been taken in by the seven treasure glazed tile sect during his most helpless moment. The sect's strength mattered more to him than his own life. In that case, within 40 years, our seven treasure glazed tile sect will surely rise above any sect on the entire continent. Even Spirit Hall would. Wait. Ning Fengji suddenly shook his head. Not 40 years, but 80 years. Why so long? Gu Rong was stunned. Ning Fengji lowered his voice, his gaze profound. Before Xiaodian achieves titled Douluo status, I absolutely will not let this ability be exposed. The tallest tree catches the most wind is too weak now. Once this leaks out, Spirit Hall, other sects, even the two great empires would stop at nothing to hunt him down. No one wants to see an overly powerful sect rise. But once he steps into titled Douluo realm, none under heaven will be his match. By then, his sacred breath barrier will surely evolve into a domain, and its effects will only be more terrifying. He gestured toward the sky, his gaze seeming to transcend time and space. Years ago, Tang Hao reached titled Douluo at 44, breaking the continental record. I'm giving Xiaodian 40 years, and that's being conservative. With his talent, he might not need that Longha could even break the record again. A mere 40 years our seven treasure glazed tile sect can afford to wait. Ning Fengji spoke with high spirits. He didn't care about momentary gains and losses. His eyes were set on a much more distant future. Of course, he had no idea about the Spirit Hall's future soul hunting plan. Otherwise he might not have spoken so casually. Haha, you're absolutely right. But when that time comes, the crown of the most successful sect master of the seven treasure glazed tile clan will most likely fall to Rongrong. Ning Fengji waved his hand lightly, unable to hide the pride in his voice. Qinshin smiled knowingly, his teacup gleaming softly in the lamplight. 40 years from now, you'll surely have stepped down. By then, among those qualified to succeed as sect master, there will be no one but Ning Rongrong. At that time, the seven treasure glazed tile clan might truly reach its peak under her leadership. Hundreds of years later, when future generations look back, they'll only remember that most glorious sect master. As for me, Ning Fengji shrugged. I'm afraid I'll leave no impression beyond a few words. Ning Rongrong's father, former sect master. Just empty titles, he smiled faintly. Whether Rongrong gains them or I do makes no difference to the sect. In Qinshin and Gu Rong's eyes, Ning Fengji was not only an outstanding sect master, but also a far-sighted father had long ago paved a bright path for young Ning Rongrong. As the topic came to an end, Qinshin set down his teacup, shifted his posture, and began recounting his earlier encounter with Tang San and the Grandmaster. The peculiar combination of blue-silver grass and innate full soul power remained unforgettable to him. Hearing this, Ning Fengji frowned slightly, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. I never expected that just as we found a prodigy like Xiaodian, the Clear Sky Clan would also move swiftly. Clear Sky Clan. Gu Rong was stunned, confused by Ning Fengji's leap in logic. How does a blue-silver grass connect to the Clear Sky Clan? Ning Fengji organized his thoughts and slowly raised 3 fingers. From the intelligence Uncle Sword provided, I've deduced 3 points. First, the child is named Tang San, and his martial soul should not be ordinary blue-silver grass, but rather the blue-silver emperor recorded in our sect's ancient texts. Second, there's a 70% chance he possesses twin martial souls. Third, he's very likely the son of the clear sky Douluo, Tang Hao. As his words fell, both Qinshin and Gu Rong's eyes widened simultaneously. If Yi Tianlin had been present, he would surely have exclaimed, "Uncle Ning, are you holding a script?" But Qinshin only mentioned a name and a blue-silver grass. Could the information really be that rich? Gu Rong still found it hard to believe. Ning Fengji continued his explanation. Let's discuss the first point. While not all of the Grandmaster's theories have been proven, martial soul quality is proportional to innate soul power, is practically an iron law. Ordinary blue-silver grass cannot support innate full soul power, so it must be the higher-tier blue-silver emperor. As for the second point, why do I judge him to have twin martial souls? I'm putting myself in the Grandmaster's shoes. Twin martial souls require both spirits to be of similar quality. The Grandmaster lacks sufficient strength to sense a martial soul's life essence, unaware of the principle that dragons don't dwell with serpents. When he saw Tang San, he must have thought, blue-silver grass isn't enough to match full soul power, so the child must have another powerful martial soul. That's why he took Tang San as his disciple. Of course, I can't rule out that he wants to use facts to prove the truth that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, and truly intends to cultivate a pure blue-silver grass soul master. That's why I only claim 70% certainty. Gu Rong remained unconvinced, but a blue-silver emperor alone would be enough to explain innate full soul power. How common are twin martial souls? Ning Fengji spread his hands. It's just theoretical deduction, but you should understand my reasoning. Qinshin and Gu Rong exchanged glances, secretly marveling at Ning Fengji's almost terrifying deductive abilities. Ning Fengji was theoretically formidable to a frightening degree. If there were a god of wisdom position in the divine realm, he would certainly be qualified to attempt inheriting it. Within the grand hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, silence fell like a heavy curtain. The two titled Douluo were both impressed by Ning Fengji's wisdom and shocked by the information about Tang San. The quiet stretched on until boundless Gu Rong lifted his head, his deep voice cutting through the stillness. Fengji, what makes you so certain that Tang San is Tang Hao's son? Just because they share the surname Tang? Of course it's not that simple. Ning Fengji shook his head, his gaze growing distant as his tone softened, as if drawing everyone back to 6 years ago. This goes back to a very famous incident in the Soul Master world. 6 years ago, the former Pope of Spirit Hall led two titled Douluo to hunt a spirit beast. But not only did they fail, they were severely wounded by the clear sky Douluo, and the Pope died from her injuries. This is common knowledge. Sword Douluo Chen Xian and Bone Douluo Gu Rong exchanged glances and nodded silently. I've been thinking about it ever since, Ning Fengji continued. What kind of spirit beast would require 3 titled Douluo to hunt personally? More importantly, why did that hunt end in such disaster? The rumors say Tang Hao defeated them and stole their prey, achieving his title in one stroke. But the sequence doesn't add up. At that time, Tang Hao only had 8 spirit rings. No matter how strong he was, he was still just a soul Douluo and absolutely couldn't defeat 3 titled Douluo. So the real sequence must have been first use that spirit beast to achieve titled Douluo status, then counterattack Spirit Hall. Bone Douluo interjected gruffly. But how could a soul Douluo steal prey from 3 titled Douluo? There's only one possibility. Ning Fengji lightly tapped the armrest of his chair as he offered his conclusion. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Chen Xian and Gu Rong exclaimed almost simultaneously. Exactly. Ning Fengji's tone was certain. Only if a spirit beast voluntarily sacrificed itself could a soul Douluo instantly advance and unleash power sufficient to defeat 3 titled Douluo. I've investigated. Tang Hao married a woman whose martial soul was blue-silver grass. That happened right during the critical period when he was attempting to break through to titled Douluo. At the time, I laughed at him for being bewitched by beauty, but now it seems that woman was very likely a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor in human form. Ning Fengji raised his hand to count off the clues. Tang San bears the Tang surname, is 6 years old, has the same blue-silver grass martial soul, and possesses innate full soul power. When all these coincidences come together, they can no longer be called coincidences. Bone Douluo clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking as his expression grew grave. If that's the case, shouldn't we nip this child in the bud? Twin martial souls and innate full soul power once he matures. I'm afraid, even old sword, and I won't be his match. Ning Fengji raised his hand to stop him. That's unnecessary. Though the upper 3 sects have their conflicts, we share common bonds. The clear sky Douluo is formidably powerful. There's no need for us to make enemies unnecessarily. His gaze turned to Bone Douluo. Uncle Bone, have you forgotten? Tang Hao has Tang San, but we have Xiao Dian. Only then did Gu Rong relax slightly, his brow unfurrowing. You're right. Xiao Yan's 2 martial souls, 1 orb, 1 sword. That sword alone probably isn't weaker than the clear sky hammer. Chen Xian, always sparing with words, rarely added a comment. It surpasses it. His words were full of confidence. While the three powerhouses were discussing, the young man they placed such high hopes in was sitting quietly in his room, concentrating on practicing the meditation method he had just learned. The room's window was partially closed, and a faint golden aura flickered around him. After his soul power completed one full circulation through his meridians, Tianlian slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his chest rising and falling gently. The Nuwa Empress meditation method is truly remarkable. He raised his hand to sense the soul power within his body, unable to hide his excitement. My cultivation speed has increased by nearly half, and it automatically purifies my power, saving me enormous amounts of time that would otherwise be spent refining chaotic soul power. He rose and walked to the window, pushing it open just a crack to let fresh air wash over his face. After a moment of contemplation, Tianlian lightly clenched his fist. With the Nuwa Empress meditation method, plus the cultivation enhancement from the Sacred Spirit Orb, at my current pace, 14 years of training will be equivalent to more than 27 years for an ordinary soul master with innate full soul power. This instantly boosted his confidence tremendously, as what he lacked most right now was time. Pushing open the wooden door, a cool breeze hit his face. The oil lamps in the corridor had already been lit, and outside the window, the night was pitch black. Darkness had fallen without him noticing. Only then did Tianlin realize he had been meditating for an entire afternoon. Checking the time, dinner had long ended and the cafeteria was surely closed. With his stomach growling, he had no choice but to head to the orchard behind the mountain to find something to fill his belly. The moment he left his room, several small figures quietly emerged from the end of the corridor, crouching low as they followed him. In the orchard, moonlight filtered through the branches and leaves, with ripe fruits hanging heavy on the trees. Tianlin picked a bright red fruit and was about to wash it by the stream when a sudden whooshing sound cut through the air. His instincts screamed danger as he pushed off with his toes and dodged to the side, but the fruit in his hand still fell from his grasp. In the next instant, another cold gleam swept through the air with a thud, pinning the fruit to a branch. By the moonlight, he could see it was actually a piece of grayish-white bone. "Who's there? Show yourself," Tianlin called out sternly. The branches rustled as several figures pushed through the bushes and emerged, led by Ning Rongrong. The girl crossed her arms, her tone haughty. "Humph, here I am. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Little witch, what do you want? Bullying a fellow disciple for no reason." Tianlin teased with a smile. "How dare you call me a little witch?" Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in anger, then glanced back at her companions. Several boys immediately formed a semicircle around him, planning to gang up on me. Tianlin surveyed the group. Ning Rongrong snorted. "Scared now? I've been waiting for this chance for a long time. As long as you agree to be my little follower and obey my orders from now on, I'll let you off the hook." She clearly still held a grudge from being scolded by Sword Grandpa that day. Tianlin shook his head. "Sorry, but as I said before, I don't have the habit of being anyone's lackey." "Damn it. Teach him a lesson." Ning Rongrong finally lost her temper. "Brother, don't blame us." A boy of 11 or 12 stepped forward from the group, his tone reluctant. "Who told you to provoke Miss Rongrong?" As he spoke, a bone-white light flashed in his palm, and the bone that had been thrown earlier flew back to his hand. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Tianlin stared at him. "You were the one who threw that bone?" "That's right. I'm Gu Ran, Martial Soul Skeletal War Horse, 22nd level power attacks Soul Grandmaster." Gu Ran. Tianlin raised an eyebrow. "I remember Douluo has no sons." He wondered if he should hold back. Gu Ran immediately explained. "I have no blood relation to Douluo. I'm just an orphan adopted by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. After awakening my skeleton-type martial soul, his lordship took me as a nominal disciple, and I joined the guard hall." After finishing, he added persuasively, "Little brother, you're still young and couldn't possibly be my match. Just agree to Mrs. Terms and save everyone the trouble." But Ning Rongrong had already lost patience. "Gu Ran, enough talk. Beat him up." Tianlin sighed softly. "I appreciate your kindness, but my martial soul is a sword, and my sword heart won't allow me to bow down." As his words fell, 2 pale yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and the pitch-black demon suppressing sword materialized in his palm with a cold gleam. "Tianlin, Martial Soul Demon Suppressing Sword, 15th level power attack Soul Master. Please enlighten me." With the Tianlin demon sword in hand, his aura surged dramatically, nearly matching that of Gu Ran despite the latter having 2 soul rings. "You, what level did you say you were?" Gu Ran asked in bewilderment. "Level 15, a wandering soul master." Tianlin held up a single finger, emphasizing once more. Not only Gu Ran, but everyone present was stunned. They all knew clearly that Tianlin had only obtained his first soul ring half a month ago. While soul rings could indeed boost soul power, most people would only surge to around level 11. Gu Ran had originally used a 350-year soul beast for his first soul ring and only reached level 12 and a half, which Gu Rong had praised as genius level talent. Yet this monster before them had shot straight to level 15. The difference was like heaven and earth. Gu Ran clicked his tongue inwardly, but remained stubborn. Genius or not, soul power alone isn't enough. Let me teach you how to fight. In his view, Tianlin only looked impressive on paper and must have zero combat experience. Beast martial soul possession. First soul skill bone spikes. As his soul ring flashed, the phantom of a skeletal war horse enveloped Gu Ran. Snow-white bone spikes shot forth from all directions with piercing shrieks, covering several yards. For a first soul skill, this was quite vicious. Shushan sword technique. Third form Xiaoxiang water clouds. Tianlin chuckled softly, sweeping his long sword as the blade light spread like a water curtain before him. With a series of ringing sounds, he intercepted every bone spike. Sixth form moon shooting the cold river. His figure spun slightly as his sword tip transformed into a cold moon, like moonlight scattered across a lake, thrusting directly at Gu Ran, elegant, yet deadly. Such beautiful swordplay. Ning Rongrong stared in fascination, blinking her large eyes. But soon she shook her head. Stupid me, what am I thinking? He's a big villain, I can't be charmed. With his first soul skill proving ineffective, Gu Ran's expression darkened. Second soul skill skeletal enhancement. A ghostly light flashed as his bones crackled throughout his body. His legs especially swelled by 30% in muscle mass, while the rest of his body strengthened by 20%. This was his strongest trump card. Sword edge met enhanced leg in midair, sparks flying. Tianlin was forced back 7 steps, while Gu Ran also retreated 3 steps. Though the swordplay was exquisite, one ring ultimately couldn't match the pure power of 2 rings. Yet Gu Ran was even more shocked. This guy was only forced back a few steps? Is he really just 1 ring? Seeing Gu Ran unable to gain the upper hand after prolonged attacks, Ning Rongrong shouted, "Hey, what are you all waiting for? Attack together." The other 3 exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. In their hearts, they truly didn't want to bully someone younger and gang up on a single opponent. But the little princess's orders couldn't be disobeyed. They reluctantly stepped forward, announcing their names in turn. Su Ting, Martial Soul Flying Swallow, Level 18 Agility Attack Soul Master. Zhang Hao, Martial Soul Blade, Level 18 Power Attack Soul Master. Chun Tao, Martial Soul Chain, Level 19 Control Type Soul Master. The remaining 2 boys and 1 girl were all around 10 or 11 years old, yet each possessed soul power approaching level 20. One of Shrek Academy's admission requirements is reaching level 21 before the age of 12, and almost all of these students had the potential to achieve that. While they weren't as extraordinarily talented as the original Shrek 7 devils who were all above level 25, their levels of 22 or 23 were still enough to earn them the title of genius elsewhere, especially since they were all disciples carefully cultivated by the 7 treasure Glazed Tile clan. All of you, come at me together. Tianlin raised his sword and pointed it forward. First soul skill condensing frost. His fingertip traced along the magic sword, and the blade instantly became covered with a layer of crystalline frost as the surrounding temperature plummeted. Dancing butterfly petals. He shifted his stance, combining the Shushan sect's basic movement technique with swordplay. His steps and sword shadows became ethereal and unpredictable, as if he were gliding through a battlefield of multiple opponents. First soul skill butcher's cleave. Zhang Hao swung his large blade down in a frontal strike, but only cut through cold air. Tianlin's figure flickered continuously before his eyes, causing every attack to miss. Su Ting, who had the clearest view from midair, shouted urgently, "Chun Tao, use your chains to bind him, or we'll never catch him." Chun Tao nodded and instantly whipped out his chains. First soul skill binding lock. Misty waters of Xiaoxiang. Tianlin deflected with a backhand motion, his defensive technique covering all angles of the chain's attack. Due to the low temperature from condensing frost, the front end of the chain instantly froze, with thick frost enveloping the iron rings. Damn it, he's too strong. The 4 exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously, preparing to forcibly suppress him. Excellent, Tianlin shouted deeply. Condensing frost seal. This time the cold air surged like a tide, spreading instantly and freezing all 4 opponents along with the dust beneath their feet in place. 4 against 1, and they all had higher soul power than him, yet they still lost. Ning Rongrong couldn't believe it. Just as she stood there stunned, she saw Tianlin walking toward her with a smile, and her heart tightened. What do you want? I'm warning you. If you dare hit me, you'll be in big trouble. This young lady advises you to release them immediately, and I might let this matter slide for now. Though her words were tough, her voice couldn't help but tremble. Tianlin waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, they're fine. I didn't use my full strength. The ice will melt when the sun comes up tomorrow morning. Let them freeze for 1 night as a small lesson. As soul masters, they won't catch a cold from this. After speaking, his gaze returned to Ning Rongrong. As for you, you need a different form of punishment. You two-faced fox, this young lady won't play with you anymore. Sensing trouble, Ning Rongrong turned and ran. Whoosh. Tianlin caught up in one step and tucked her under his arm. Ning Rongrong looked down and saw her position. What a fine little waist drum, Tianlin chuckled. Your too mischievous a spanking is necessary. He raised his palm high. Hey, what are you doing? You're not going to spank my bottom, are you? I'm telling you, men and women shouldn't have physical contact. This is improper. You're being a rogue. Tianlin paused and lowered his palm. Worthy of a young lady indeed, knowing about proper conduct between men and women at such a young age. You're right. I can't be improper with you. Ning Rongrong sighed in relief and was about to speak when blue light flashed in Tianlin's hand as he summoned his magic sword again. How are you not thinking of using the sword, are you? Stop it, someone could die. Don't worry, I'll only use the flat of the blade. Tianlin smiled serenely. Well, that's bet like hell it is. Ning Rongrong struggled desperately, but her small frame, without even one soul ring, had virtually no strength against Tianlin. She could only watch helplessly as the sword's flat side descended. The first strike is for your mischievousness. The second strike is for your willfulness. The third strike is for my fruit that got knocked down. The fourth strike is because I'm getting addicted to this. The flat of the sword repeatedly struck the soft little bottom. The crisp smacking sounds particularly clear in the night wind. The opportunity to openly discipline the little princess was rare indeed, and Tianlin became more enthusiastic with each strike. Stop hitting me, it hurts. I was wrong. If you must, please use your hand instead. I'm still a child. So there's no issue with improper contact. That sword hurts way too much. Ning Rongrong's pleas echoed through the cold night, but Tianlin was already immersed in the joy of education and couldn't hear her at all. Thus, in the small grove late at night, 6-year-old Ning Rongrong experienced the first great humiliation of her life. On a moonlit night with sparse stars, in the small grove of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect's orchard, Tianlin brushed off his sleeves and emerged from the woods with a cheerful expression, looking refreshed and invigorated. That felt good. Even though I missed dinner, I'm in great spirits. Time to head back and continue meditating. He hummed a light tune and walked briskly, soon disappearing into the moonlight. Deep in the woods, Ning Rongrong lay face down among the fallen leaves, tears streaking her face as she clutched her swollen bottom with both hands, her teeth nearly grinding to pieces. Damn it! What utter humiliation! I will definitely get my revenge, she sobbed and whispered furiously. Not far away, for ice-frozen boys stood rigid, only able to communicate with their eyes. The three looked in unison at Gu Ran, their gazes conveying an obvious message. Boss, the little princess got bullied. What do we do? Gu Ran returned a helpless look. What do you mean? What do we do? What can we do? Can't you see I'm also frozen solid and can't move? He cursed inwardly and couldn't help but sneeze. Heaven knows when the sun would rise and melt this ice away. The next morning, Tianlin awakened from his meditation and was immediately escorted by a disciple to the sect's main hall. Upon opening his eyes, in the great hall, Ning Fengji sat solemnly on the sect master's throne, his expression grave and silent. Ning Rongrong and the 4 disciples from last night knelt properly in the center of the hall. The 4 boys hung their heads in shame and silence, while Ning Rongrong held her neck stiff, looking both aggrieved and defiant. Tianlin was completely puzzled and bowed respectfully as he asked, Uncle Ning, what's going on with them? Ning Fengji spoke in a heavy tone. Little Tian, I've learned everything about last night's incident. I've spoiled Rongrong too much, and I apologize to you. Ning Fengji knows? Tianlin wondered to himself, his gaze drifting to Ning Rongrong. Could this little fool have actually gone to tattle on herself? If so, he'd have to reassess the girl's intelligence. In fact, while Ning Fengji and the 2 elder Douluo doted on Ning Rongrong, they absolutely would not tolerate her committing fundamental errors. Having several 10-year-old boys gang up on a 6-year-old fellow disciple was simply outrageous. What made Ning Fengji even more furious was that Ning Rongrong had actually come crying to him about it, which was practically like turning herself in. Under the pressure of the 2 Douluo, the 4 boys dared not hide anything and confessed everything. 4 against 1, and they still lost. Then came to complain. The more Ning Fengji thought about it, the more his head ached. He prided himself on his wisdom. So how did he end up with such a brainless daughter? Uncle Ning, Rongrong is still young, and it's natural for her to be immature. Please don't be angry. I already educated her last night. Tianlin spoke calmly, didn't want Ning Rongrong to face another punishment, as the girl would definitely blame him for it later, which would be troublesome. Ning Fengji tapped his sect master's staff, still seething with anger. Humph, once isn't nearly enough. Little Tian, Uncle Ning would like to ask you a favor from now on. Would you be willing to discipline Rongrong? Well, what? Me? Tianlin's eyes widened like saucers. He'd been keeping a low profile precisely to avoid trouble, yet Ning Fengji was dumping the biggest headache directly on him. Ning Fengji sighed. As you can see, in the entire 7 Treasure glazed tile sect, no one else can control her except you. The elders spoil her endlessly, and the younger generation doesn't dare oppose her. Only you treat her identity as completely irrelevant. No way, Daddy, he'll spank me. Ning Rongrong's face went pale with terror, her voice trembling. Just thinking about last night's experience made her bottom ache again. At this point, Ning Fengji was truly angry and completely ignored her, leaving Ning Rongrong no choice but to continue seeking help from the two grandfathers who doted on her the most. Seeing the little girl looking up pitifully, Gu Rong's heart melted completely. He quickly pulled out an exquisite crystal bottle from his robes and handed it over. Rongrong, if Fengji won't spoil you, Grandpa will. Take this. After Xiaotian spanks you, just apply some yourself, it reduces swelling quickly. Ning Rongrong held the medicine. Her mouth twitching. This was what he called caring? This was clearly an imperial decree for ready to strike at any time. She could even picture the horrifying scene of sword dipped in iodine, disinfecting while beating, and quickly turned her pleading eyes to sword Grandpa Qinshin. Qinshin was in meditation. Hearing the commotion, he only spoke indifferently. I am one with my sword, human and blade united. As his words fell, his entire being transformed into a sharp sword, the blade suspended in air with light isolating all outside sounds. Rongrong darling, what are you saying? Grandpa can't hear you. If I can't hear, I can't help. This was Sword Douluo's way of expressing his stance through action, playing deaf. Ning Fengji's gaze swept over everyone, his tone brooking no argument. All right, it's decided. Pass down the order. From now on, sect disciples will only follow Rongrong's commands provided they have Xiaotian's approval. Without Xiaotian's signature, no one may accept orders. This single sentence placed heavy shackles on Ning Rongrong's willfulness. Refusal was no longer possible. Tianlin could only bow. Uncle Ning, since it's come to this, please entrust Rongrong to me. I will take good care of her. With that, he led the fuming, puff-cheeked Ning Rongrong away from the great hall. The other troublemaking disciples were also sent to clean the outer disciples' quarters as a minor punishment and major warning. Only then did Qinshin return from his sword form, sighing softly. Fengji, I hope Rongrong and Xiaotian can understand your good intentions. Ning Fengji nodded. Tianlin was his chosen future guardian de law of the sect, while Ning Rongrong was the successor sect master. Their relationship had to be good enough to entrust their backs to each other. Even marriage wouldn't be out of the question. In his view, the current friction was merely children's quarreling, and feelings could be cultivated slowly. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo refrained from interfering precisely because they saw through this point. Otherwise, given how the two elders spoiled Ning Rongrong, how could they bear to let their granddaughter suffer even the slightest grievance? Meanwhile, Tianlin led Ning Rongrong into his courtyard, pointing to the adjacent room. That room will be yours from now on. Ning Rongrong pouted. Hey, what are we supposed to do now? Mornings I practice sword work. You practice the 7-treasure, glazed tile family secret technique, divided mind control. Afternoons we study soul master theory. Evenings we meditate. Same routine, every day. Tianlin recited the schedule fluently. Oh my god, that takes up my entire day? I want to go out and play right now. Ning Rongrong stamped her feet. Tianlin crossed his arms. No. Uncle Ning entrusted you to me, so I must be responsible. If you don't behave, I'll have to. He paused meaningfully, his gaze falling on her backside. No, no, no. Ning Rongrong covered her bottom and backed away repeatedly. Yesterday's beating still hurts. You meanie? Fine, I won't play. She huffily sat down in a corner, clearly conveying, I won't cultivate, and there's nothing you can do about it. Tianlin thought for a moment, then crouched in front of her. How about this? We both compromise. Let's implement a vacation system. Out of every 7 days, work hard for 5, then take 2 days off. In truth, he never intended to put a 6-year-old through the same hellish training as himself. Balancing work and rest was reasonable. It was a case of asking for the sky to settle for the ground, first show the stick, then offer the carrot. Sure enough, the innocent Ning Rongrong was tempted. Really? Really? How about we pinky promise? Tianlin extended his little finger. But let's be clear, only daytime off. Evening meditation can't be interrupted. Soul power is the foundation of everything. Deal. Ning Rongrong beamed like a flower, her small hand hooking his fingertip. This was the beginning of the bond between the future 2 deities of the 7-treasure, glazed tile sect. A month had passed since the last incident, and Ning Rongrong had basically adapted to her new life. During this month, Tianlin had completely mastered the rhythm. Initially, when the habitually lazy Ning Rongrong saw no one watching, she would curl up on the soft couch playing with her jewelry. Tianlin immediately announced a punishment system. For every quarter hour of skipped cultivation due to laziness, her leisure time would be reduced by an equal amount. As a result, Ning Rongrong's precious eating, drinking, and playing time was gradually stripped away, leaving her little mouth pouting so much you could hang an oil bottle from it. To preserve what little free time she had left, she had no choice but to meditate obediently. Once good habits began to form, Tianlin suddenly switched to a reward system. 1. Serious cultivation for the day earned extra dishes at dinner and permission to go out. 2. Outstanding cultivation results allowed early dismissal in the afternoon. 3. Several consecutive days without slacking earned an extra day off that week. The alternation between rewards and punishments, along with their variety, kept Ning Rongrong constantly engaged. Gradually, her habitual annoying pest was replaced with sword brother. Despite Tianlin's repeated protests, Ning Rongrong would always counter with a sweet smile. The sword-wielding sword Douluo is sword grandpa, and since you use a sword, naturally you're sword brother. Am I wrong? Seeing him unable to refute, she felt thoroughly satisfied. The little witch's first rule: the more others dislike something, the more you should do it. The little witch certainly wouldn't forget old grudges just because of a few kind words and rewards. This was merely her little revenge. A month of diligent meditation allowed Ning Rongrong's soul power to break through level 10, and after obtaining her first soul ring, she was approaching level 12. Her first soul skill remained consistent with the original story power amplification. During this period, Ning Fengji secretly visited several times, discovering that not only had the two children stopped bickering, but their relationship was steadily warming. Especially seeing his usually lazy daughter become so diligent, he secretly congratulated himself on the wisdom of his earlier decision. One evening, after washing up, Tianlin sat cross-legged in his room early, his soul power circulating steadily. The door was pushed open with a bang as Ning Rongrong bounced in. Sword brother, I've finally mastered the first level of divided attention. Control the three apertures imperial heart. Where's my reward? Tianlin remained motionless with closed eyes, having entered deep meditation. TCH, cultivating so early? Ning Rongrong felt like cold water had been poured over her. She sat down beside him, tilting her head to observe. Humph, though you're an annoying pest, you really are good looking. This young lady will be magnanimous today and accompany you in cultivation. With that, she also sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and entered meditation. At dawn with the rising sun, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes first, stunned by the surging soul power within her body. One night's gains far exceeded her usual progress. Tianlin awakened shortly after, seeing her bright gaze and asking puzzledly, Rongrong, why did you come to my room so early today? I didn't come early. I've been here since last night. Ning Rongrong smiled with pursed lips, her eyes shining like freshly polished crystals. Sword brother, are you hiding something from me? Why does my soul power cultivation speed increase so much when I'm near you? Ning Rongrong stared intently at Tianlin, as if trying to see right through him. Tianlin's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. Uncle Ning had repeatedly warned him never to reveal anything about the sacred breath barrier, yet he had let his guard down within the sect, not even noticing when Ning Rongrong had approached. If he were outside, he would never have fallen into such deep meditation. Meeting those bright, sparkling eyes, Tianlin scrambled to come up with an excuse. But Ning Rongrong had grown much sharper during her time by his side, and she immediately put her hands on her hips, pouting as she said, Sword brother, don't you dare lie to me. Your eyes are darting around. I know you're thinking up excuses. Tianlin was stunned. When had this little one become so clever? But he absolutely couldn't mention his twin martial souls. If Ning Rongrong, with her love of showing off, found out, she would definitely brag everywhere. My sword brother has twin martial souls. He's a super genius, and he loves me the most. Anyone who dares bully me gets beaten up by him. Within 3 days, the entire 7 treasure glazed tile sect would know, and soon after, the whole Tiando Empire would hear the news. After weighing his options, Tianlin had no choice but to change his approach, revealing a half-true secret. Actually, I have a gem-type soul bone that Uncle Ning gave me. It has no offensive power, but it can create a barrier that specifically accelerates the cultivation of other gem-type martial souls. Soul bones were incredibly rare, and Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up immediately. She believed him instantly. Tianlin emphasized that this soul bone was extremely sensitive and must never be shared with others, especially since it could enhance others' cultivation speed. If word got out, it would surely trigger a mad scramble for it. I promise, I won't tell anyone. Ning Rongrong immediately raised her hand in oath. She hadn't planned to tell anyone anyway if such a great benefit spread around. Wouldn't a bunch of people come to mooch off the barrier? Keeping it to herself was much better. So that very evening, the little girl moved all her clothes and bedding into Tianlin's room, declaring matter-of-factly, from now on, this is my room too. She wasn't about to foolishly miss out on the temptation of dramatically increased cultivation speed. Tianlin looked at the bed arrangement with a bitter smile. Tang San had shared a bed with Xiao Wu as children and eventually won her heart. Who would have thought it would be his turn today? Moreover, Tang San's partner was a 100,000-year rabbit spirit who was old enough to be Tang San's great-great-great-great-grandmother. So who was really fooling whom was debatable. But in his case, this was a genuine little girl. If something happened, wouldn't it be 3 years minimum, death penalty maximum? Heave-a-ho. Ning Rongrong obediently made the bed, shaking out the blanket with a sweet smile. Suddenly, a thought popped into Tianlin's mind. 3 years would be a bargain, death penalty no loss. To seal any potential leaks, Tianlin later went to brief Ning Fengji to prevent any slip-ups if Ning Rongrong ever asked, Why did you only give sword brother a soul bone and not me? He had prepared an excuse. This soul bone could only enhance others and couldn't affect the user himself. So the sect master had specifically given it to Tianlin to help with Ning Rongrong's cultivation. This was the true expression of his love for his daughter. And so, one innocent little girl was thoroughly managed by the two men. However, Ning Fengji thought it was quite good. His daughter could enjoy the barrier's enhancement early, and as both sect master and father, he inevitably had some favoritism toward his own daughter. Time passes differently during cultivation, and before he knew it, another 9 months had gone by, including the initial month spent hunting for spirit rings and the month guiding Ning Rongrong. Tianlian had been staying at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect for nearly a full year. During this year, he devoted most of his attention to swordsmanship, with his spirit power only climbing from level 15 to 18, a mere 3-level increase. But don't forget, he was only 7 years old. An 18-level 7-year-old would absolutely be sensational news in the outside world. Even Tang San, the original protagonist, was only around level 15 at this point. Yet Tianlian, with his strong sense of crisis, still wasn't satisfied. Although his spirit power improvement was limited, the time wasn't wasted. His swordsmanship skills advanced by leaps and bounds, earning Chun Xian's complete recognition. 3 months ago, Chun Xian formally accepted him as a direct disciple. Since then, Tianlian no longer addressed him as teacher, but respectfully changed to calling him master. For Tianlian, master meant, once a teacher, forever a father. And Chun Xian had indeed become his closest elder in this world. At this moment in the training ground, morning light filtered through the high walls, illuminating the bluestone floor. Tianlian, dressed in practice clothes, was performing the basic Shushan sword techniques. His sword light flickered in and out of existence, tracing ethereal and elusive trajectories, having reached the realm where the heart follows intention. All right, Xiaodian, come here, Chun Xian said, sheathing his sword. Tianlian concluded his form, gently touching his sword tip to the ground before walking to his master. 3 months ago, your basic swordsmanship had already reached perfection, yet I still made you practice hard for 3 more months. Do you know why? I don't know, but I trust that you had my best interests at heart. The current me is indeed much stronger than 3 months ago. Chun Xian nodded. Correct, because you have now entered the third realm. The third realm? Tianlian asked, puzzled. I believe that learning anything involves 5 realms: knowing, proficiency, mastery, transcendence, and transformation. Learning the basics, becoming proficient, achieving mastery, reaching transcendence, and attaining transformation. Chun Xian's gaze was steady. Nowadays, many people are impatient and become complacent after barely entering the first realm. Since you've become my disciple, you absolutely cannot be like that. From now on, whenever I teach you new sword techniques, you must reach the third realm in the previous technique before I'll continue. This disciple understands. Tianlian clasped his fists, speaking respectfully. He didn't know that precisely because he would always follow these words in the future, he would reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and even earn the favor of a great figure. Only then did Chun Xian smile. Since that's the case, today I'll teach you my lifelong ultimate skill, the 7 kills sword technique. Tianlian's heart trembled. The ultimate technique he had long anticipated had finally arrived. The 7 kills sword technique was Chun Xian's trump card that made him famous throughout the world, ranking alongside the Clear Sky Sex Disorder Splitting Wind Hammer technique and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's Dragon Transformation secret method. The Disorder Splitting Wind Hammer technique emphasized layered force accumulation, requiring long preparation time. With the final strike as powerful as thunder, the 7 kills sword technique emphasized quick battles and swift resolution, needing no complicated preparation, with each sword containing shocking killing intent. It could be said that each had its own advantages compared to the Disorder Splitting Wind technique. Qinshin began explaining the sword techniques of the 7 kills sword art. This martial art consisted of 7 forms, spreading killing intent, heaven and earth's ruthlessness, blood flooding mountains and rivers, heaven collapsing and earth shattering, 10,000 tribulations beyond recovery, all living beings slaughtered, and 3 realms annihilated. Each of these 7 forms represented the most ferocious killing techniques, and they were the foundation of why the sword Douluo was hailed as the strongest offensive title Douluo. Qinshin instructed Tianlin to start with the first form, spreading killing intent, and strictly ordered, you must not attempt the next form until you've mastered the 3rd level of proficiency. Spreading killing intent was merely the opening stance. Though it appeared to be simple, slashing movements, it determined the accumulation of killing intent for the subsequent 6 forms. Tianlin understood well that, without a solid foundation, everything crumbles, and would never rush his progress. After the morning training ended, Tianlin sheathed his sword and returned to his small courtyard. Under the swing set, Ning Rongrong was swaying her little feet to pass the time, the very swing that Tianlin had built for her with his own hands. Seeing him enter, she immediately jumped down and hurried toward him with sparkling eyes. Brother Jian, you're finally back. I've been waiting forever. Compared to their first meeting, though Ning Rongrong still retained some of her little princess willfulness, she had learned to respect others. Even toward outer disciples of lower status, she no longer acted arrogantly. Her nickname had gradually changed from Little Demoness to the approachable young miss. In terms of cultivation, under the enhancement of Tianlin's barrier, she had reached the peak of level 14. Her training speed rivaled that of battle soul masters with innate full soul power, an almost miraculous leap for a support-type soul master. Tianlin had also taught her a footwork technique called Flying Flower Butterfly Dance, greatly improving her battlefield survivability. He promised that once she fully mastered it, he would teach her the more advanced, drunken immortal gazing at moon steps, which would essentially make her an agility-type support soul master. Rongrong, how's your divided attention control coming along? What Tianlin cared about most was still the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's inherited secret technique multitasking, which directly affected her future support capabilities. At this mention, Ning Rongrong immediately deflated, saying quietly, I'm still at the 3 apertures imperial heart level. I'm really trying hard, but divided attention control is both boring and difficult. Tianlin reached out to ruffle her soft long hair, smiling. It's okay, you're still young. It's normal that you can't handle it yet. When the time comes, just focus on supporting me alone. No one will dare touch you, and I can protect you. What Ning Rongrong loved most about Tianlin was that he always understood her little moods. As long as she didn't make fundamental mistakes, he could always tolerate her complaints and willfulness. Just then, a maid hurried over and bowed. Young Master Tianlin, young miss, the sect master summons you both. Please proceed to the 7 treasure hall immediately. Understood, you may withdraw. After watching the maid leave, Tianlin said to Ning Rongrong, Uncle Ning's sudden summons probably means something important has come up. Let's go. Fine. Ning Rongrong grumbled. Daddy is so annoying. I wanted to go out and play with you. Tianlin chuckled and gently tapped her cute little nose. He thought to himself, Ning Fengji's position in Ning Rongrong's heart seems to have dropped again. With 2 grandfathers and 1 brother Jian ahead of him, Ning Fengji could at best rank 4th. He truly felt sorry for that daughter-doting father-all that paternal love was ultimately misplaced. Tianlin and Ning Rongrong entered the 7 treasure hall, where 5 people were already present. Besides sect master Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Douluo Douluo, renowned as the world's greatest defense, and Eagle Douluo, famous for his incredible speed peak, Sol the Elder Inyang was also there. He had no seat and could only stand with his hands at his sides behind Ning Fengzi according to ancestral rules. Those who hadn't achieved the title of Douluo were not permitted seats in the Great Hall. This was both a mark of respect for titled Douluo and a symbol of the honor that only they could attain. However, what surprised Tianlin even more was the 5th person, a handsome young man, around 16 to 18 years old, sitting steadily beside Ning Fengji. To be seated here, there were only 2 possibilities, strength no less than a titled Douluo, or an incredibly powerful background. The former was clearly unreasonable, so the answer was obvious. Tianlin composed himself and followed Ning Rongrong forward to pay his respects. Uncle Ning, Master, Elderbone, Elder Eagle. He clasped his fists, his voice clear and resonant. Ning Rongrong had fewer formalities to observe and threw herself into Ning Fengji's arms. Hello, Daddy. Hello, 3 grandpas. Since there was no seat for her in the hall, she naturally settled onto Ning Fengji's lap. Ning Fengji gently patted his daughter's back and reminded her with a smile. Rongrong, mind your manners. We have a guest in the hall today. Then he beckoned to Tianlin. Little Tian, come here. Let me introduce you siblings to a friend. This is His Highness the new Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, and also my disciple Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe. Tianlin's eyes narrowed slightly. As someone with foreknowledge, he immediately thought of another identity, Qianren Xue. Based on the timeline, she had long since infiltrated the Heaven Do royal family, and by now, all the princes except the 4th prince Xue Bong had likely fallen victim to her schemes. However, this wasn't the right time to expose the truth. First, he had no evidence. Second, his strength was still insufficient to openly oppose the Spirit Hall. Third, an enemy in the shadows was more dangerous than one in the open, and rashly disrupting the course of events might lead to unknown consequences. Weighing the pros and cons, he maintained a calm expression and clasped his fists toward the other party. Tianlin, disciple of Sword Douluo, greets your highness the crown prince. As a titled Douluo's disciple, he need not kneel, only maintain proper courtesy. Ning Rongrong casually added, Hello, your highness the crown prince. She had met Xue Qinghe several times before and considered him an old acquaintance, so she wasn't formal. Xue Qinghe stood up and first nodded to Ning Rongrong with a smile. Sister Rongrong, it's been so long since we last met, and you've become even more lovely. Brother Qinghe visited teacher hastily today and didn't bring a suitable gift, but I'll definitely make up for it next time. Then he looked at Tianlin with a gentle expression. I've long heard that teacher and Sword Douluo are as close as brothers, and that he recently took in a new inner disciple. Seeing you today, You're indeed young and promising, with limitless prospects ahead. I'm also teacher's disciple and could barely be considered part of the seven treasure glazed tile sect. In terms of seniority, you would be my junior brother. At our first meeting, as your senior brother, I should give you a small gift. Would you be willing to accept it? Xue Qinghe spoke gently, and every gesture conveyed humility, without a trace of the authority befitting a crown prince. If Tianlin hadn't known beforehand that this gracious demeanor was pure pretense, he might have developed a favorable impression of him as well. I don't deserve rewards without merit, Your Highness. There's no need for such courtesy. Tianlin felt secretly apprehensive getting involved with this. Xue Qinghe was truly dangerous, yet he couldn't refuse the prince's generous offer. It's fine, it's nothing precious. Just take it. Xue Qinghe smiled, drawing from his chest a deep blue brocade pouch half an arm's length, embroidered with golden cloud patterns. Junior brother, this Rui treasure pouch was recently auctioned at the Tiando Grand Auction House. It can store living creatures, and there were only 3. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family bought one, Poison Dodugu acquired another, and the last fell to our Tiando royal family. Now I'm giving it to you. Rui treasure pouch? Tianlin's eyes lit up. In his previous life, he knew Tang San had relied on this very pouch to carry away the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin yang well. What a treasure! His heart sang with joy, though his face remained polite. Then, Your Highness, I shall respectfully accept your command. He consoled himself. The gift was from Qian Rinxue, big sister, not Xue Qinghe, barely avoiding hypocrisy. The moment he reached for the pouch and their fingertips touched, a mysterious tremor surged from the depths of his soul, flashing between them like sparks of lightning. Divine martial soul resonance. A precursor to martial soul fusion technique. Tianlin nearly cried out, quickly withdrawing his hand as alarm bells rang in his mind. Damn, both my Holy Spirit Pearl and Demon Sword are responding to her seraphim. Will she notice? He glanced up stealthily, seeing Xue Qinghe's expression unchanged, not even an eyelash trembling, steady as Mount Tai before collapse. Little did he know, beneath her disguise, Qian Rinxue was more shaken than Tianlin. He also possessed a divine martial soul. Martial souls capable of fusion techniques must be extremely similar in quality, like Dragon Duke and Snake Duchess's Dragon Snake Staff, or the Dai and Zhu family's Netherworld White Tiger. Even the Golden Iron Triangle's Sacred Giant Dragon followed this principle. Yu Xiaojing's Luo Sanpao had originally been mutating toward a golden sacred dragon, only failing and appearing in that pitiful form, yet the remaining sacred dragon bloodline could still fuse with the other 2. The outside world believed Tianlin's demon sword was merely a top-tier martial soul, but only he knew it was divine level, initially appearing weak due to its attributeless nature. Once all 5 elements, water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth, gathered within the blade, its true power would manifest. Fortunately, besides himself, no one knew both the Holy Spirit Pearl and Demon Sword reacted to the seraphim. If necessary, he could simply reveal the Demon Sword as explanation. Qian Rinxue would hardly suspect twin martial souls. After all, twin martial souls were as rare as divine ones. Combined, twin divine martial souls would require saving the continent several times to earn such fortune. With this thought, he secretly relaxed, unaware that Qian Rinxue had already made her decision. Shuekingeno, Qian Rinxue's gaze grew gentle yet determined. This child, she would claim him. Qinghe, you came to see me so suddenly today. Is there something on your mind? Ning Fengji inquired. Nothing urgent, really. It's just that I've recently assumed the position of crown prince, and I wanted to express my gratitude to you, teacher. Without your guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today, Xue Qinghe said respectfully. There's no need for such formality. This is all thanks to your own efforts. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. He had initially taken on this disciple merely due to interests tied to the Heaven Do royal family, but now he found himself increasingly satisfied the young man possessed exceptional cultivation talent and acted with prudence. With the other 2 outstanding princes of the Heaven Do Empire having died suddenly, and the 4th prince Xue Beng being nothing but a wastrel, as long as nothing went wrong, Xue Qinghe was practically guaranteed to be the next ruler. Xue Qinghe set down his teacup and shifted the conversation. There's another matter I need to inform you about, teacher. Recently, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has sent their most promising disciple of the younger generation, Yu Tianheng, to study at our Heaven Do Royal Academy. What are your thoughts on this? Ning Fengji was slightly taken aback. The relationship between sects and empires was deeply intertwined. This was undoubtedly a sensitive topic. But since Xue Qinghe had brought it up, it showed his trust in him. After pondering for a moment, Ning Fengji smiled and said, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is sending a clear signal. Among the top 3 sects, our 7 treasure glazed tile sect will always be Heaven Do's friend. The Clear Sky sect subtly supports Star Luo, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has always remained neutral. Now it seems they're also showing signs of choosing sides. You mean they intend to support Heaven Do, teacher? But in terms of royal strength and overall national power, the Star Luo Empire is superior. If they were to choose sides, shouldn't they lean toward Star Luo? Xue Qinghe asked with apparent confusion, though whether genuine or feigned was unclear. You're mistaken, Qinghe. Remember this. Offering help in times of need is better than adding flowers to brocade. For the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, supporting Heaven Do is the ideal choice. First, it earns them favor with His Majesty. Second, it maintains the balance of power between the two great empires, preventing Star Luo from becoming too dominant. Profiting from chaos, that's their clan's best survival strategy. Xue Qinghe nodded repeatedly, and Tianlian also agreed with Ning Fengji's analysis. However, he mentally added a third factor: Spirit Hall. Most likely, that old dragon Yu Yuanjin had already sensed that Spirit Hall's power was growing too strong and feared they might one day move against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. With only one titled Douluo in the family, they were no match for Spirit Hall and naturally needed to rely on the power of the two great empires for protection. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Xue Qinghe said with a bow. When he raised his head again, his eyes held a probing look. But aren't you worried, teacher, that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan might replace the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect in father's favor? I heard that on Yu Tianheng's first day at the academy, he fought against disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and won quite easily. They seem to be showing off their strength. As a steadfast ally of the Heaven Do Empire, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had naturally also sent disciples to study at the Royal Academy as a gesture of goodwill. Gu Ran and others who had once battled with Tianlian were now students at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Humph, that old dragon's got quite the imagination. If he thinks he can replace our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan's got a long way to go. Bone Douluo Gu Rong slammed his palm down on the rosewood armrest, his knuckles sending wood chips flying as fury etched itself into every wrinkle on his face. His disciple Gu Ran, who had just been beaten black and blue, was now cowering in a corner, dabbing at the blood on his lips. Both Gu Ran and Yu Tianheng were 12 years old, yet their soul power differed by a full 3 levels. Gu Ran at level 23, while Yu Tianheng had already reached level 26. Add to that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's reputation as the strongest among beast martial souls, and how could Gu Ran possibly stand a chance? Chun Exine stepped sideways to block Gu Rong's impulse to slam the chair again, speaking in soothing tones. Enough, old bones. What good will it do if you make yourself sick with anger? This generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has twin stars. You know better than anyone how formidable Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin are. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan's younger generation simply can't keep up. Just as Gu Rong was about to retort, a voice drifted in from outside. Xue Qinghe entered the hall, his robes fluttering without wind as he smiled and nodded to Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo, Your Excellency, that assessment seems rather hasty. I believe your disciple is far more outstanding than those two brothers. I have a proposal. Why not let junior brother Tianlin enroll at Heaven Do Royal Academy? With his natural talent, surpassing Yu Tianheng is merely a matter of time, and when that day comes, he'll surely bring glory to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. As the words settled, Tianlin's brow furrowed slightly. Qian Rinxue's calculations ran deep indeed in the surface. This was about the clan's reputation, but in reality, she was probably scheming after his martial soul. He grumbled inwardly. A holy maiden of Spirit Hall who wants to unify the continent, how could she genuinely care about the clan's interests? She's clearly after my body. Ning Fengji stroked his chin, a gleam flickering in his eyes. His thoughts ran deeper. Xue Qinghe clearly recognized Tianlin's potential and wanted to win over a future guardian Douluo. He himself had once enjoyed close friendship with Prince Shui Yi, and the benefits from that relationship had been countless. If Tianlin could forge bonds with the future emperor, it would bring nothing but advantages. But Tianlin grew increasingly anxious, his heart pounding. This Xue Qinghe wasn't interested in strengthening ties between empire and clan, clearly wanted to overthrow both empire and clan together. He gathered his composure and was about to speak up in protest. I agree. One resolute declaration cut off his thoughts. Chun Xian seemed to have suddenly seen the light, making the decision for Ning Fengji. We need to find a place to temper Tianlin's character anyway. The Royal Academy is full of decadent noble children. As a swordsman, he must learn to resist the temptations of luxury and indulgence. Prince Qinghe, I'm entrusting my disciple to you. If he shows even the slightest sign of corruption, send word immediately, and I'll personally break his legs. Ning Fengji went with the flow. Since Uncle Jian has decided, I naturally won't object. Take Tianlin with you tomorrow then. Tianlin felt as though storm clouds were gathering overhead. Master, Uncle Ning, you're pushing me into a pit of fire. Xue Qinghe was overjoyed, a flash of light in his eyes. The possessor of a god-level martial soul had finally fallen into his hands. He bowed solemnly. Please rest assured, teacher and Sword Douluo, Your Excellency, I will take good care of my junior brother. Wait, I don't agree. I don't want Sword Brother to leave. A shrill female voice rang out as Ning Rongrong rushed to Tianlin's side, tears welling in her eyes. Tianlin hadn't doted on this little junior sister for nothing in this critical moment. She was the first to stand up and plead for him. However, a slender arm could never outmuscle a thick thigh. As they say, those without power have no voice. When the three big shots of the clan had made a joint decision, there was simply no room for refusal. With Tianlin's arrangements confirmed, Xue Qinghe bid farewell to Ning Fengji, agreeing to return the next morning to pick up Tianlin before departing. Watching Xue Qinghe's figure disappear beyond the hall entrance, Tianlin seized the opportunity to speak. Uncle Ning, do you really want me to go to this Heaven Do Royal Academy? Yes. Ning Fengji set down his teacup, his gaze gentle yet resolute. Cultivation isn't about working behind closed doors. You've only been training with Rongrong, with too little contact with others, which isn't good for your growth. Uncle still hopes you'll go out and make more friends. Ning Fengji genuinely cared for Tianlin, but from Tianlin's perspective, this uncle's good intentions were somewhat misguided. Of course, Ning Fengji couldn't be blamed after all. He didn't know Xue Qinghe's true identity. Uncle Ning, I think that Xue Qinghe isn't a good person. Tianlin still wanted to make one last attempt at resistance. Before Ning Fengji could respond, Sword Douluo, standing nearby, showed some curiosity and fixed his gaze on Tianlin. Oh, Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Tianlin took a deep breath and organized his thoughts. Because he became the crown prince. I heard that originally, the Heaven Do Empire's second prince was brilliant and capable, with many supporters in court. The third prince had exceptional cultivation talent and was highly respected by the military officers. Now both the second and third princes have suddenly died. I suspect this matter is connected to Xue Qinghe, just because he became crown prince. Sword Douluo spoke in a low voice as a reminder. Little Tian, without evidence, you shouldn't speak carelessly. He worried that Tianlin might attract unnecessary enemies through loose talk. However, Ning Fengji raised his hand to stop Sword Douluo. It's fine. Let little Tian continue. I'd also like to hear his perspective. With permission granted, Tianlin continued. Though I have no direct evidence, I've always believed that when a murder occurs, the most suspicious person is often not the first to discover it, nor the one who seems to have the strongest motive, but rather the one who benefits most from it. Xue Qinghe gained the most by becoming crown prince, so I can't help but suspect him. Well said, extremely insightful. Ning Fengji beamed with joy. He had originally thought Tianlin was merely a cultivation prodigy, but hadn't expected this child to see through to the essence of things at just 7 years old. Thinking of how Tianlin could assist his daughter in the future, he felt much more at ease. Ning Fengji composed himself, his tone becoming serious. Little Tian, your suspicions are correct. Qinghe is indeed connected to the sudden deaths of the two princes. He paused, his gaze profound. But so what? There's no family affection in the imperial household. Using any means necessary to ascend to the throne is what makes one a true hero. When Emperor Xue Yi ascended the throne, he too went through a baptism of blood. In fact, it's not just you who can guess this. Many ministers, even His Majesty himself, can probably guess it. But as long as Qinghe is excellent enough, no one will bring this matter to the surface. These words served as a subtle lesson for Tianlin. Those in high positions need both a virtuous side and a hidden ruthless side. When your virtue shines brightly enough, the world will naturally overlook your cunning. Tianlin sighed softly with things said to this extent. It seemed he couldn't escape. If that was the case, then he'd make the best of it. After all, Qianren Xue couldn't possibly make a move against him now, so he might as well build a good relationship with the surface Xue Qinghe. Using his advantage of foresight and secret, he might actually be able to gather quite a bit of useful intelligence from her. The next morning, at the gates of Seven Treasure City, Ning Fengji brought Ning Rongrong and both Douluos to see Tianlin off. Quite an impressive send-off indeed. Sword brother, you must come back often. If you dare forget Rongrong, I'll bite you. Ning Rongrong nestled in Tianlin's embrace, tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms in the rain, her voice carrying the unique mix of coquettishness and threat that only a little girl could manage. Though Seven Treasure City was merely half a day's carriage ride from Heaven Do Royal Academy, to her it felt like a separation of life and death. Chun Exine stood nearby, his expression unchanged, yet his voice suddenly turned sharp as he spoke. Little Tian, train hard once you reach Heaven Do Royal Academy. When you return, I'll test your progress. If you show no improvement in either the 7-kill sword technique or your soul power, don't blame your master for letting you experience the 7-kill domain firsthand. Tianlin's heart tightened. Knew his master always kept his word. While Chun Xian was usually gentle and modest, when it came to training, he was stricter than anyone else. Don't worry, master, I won't slack off, he immediately promised, then turned to everyone. Master, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Bone, I'm leaving now. With that, he boarded the carriage with Xue Qinghe, watching Seven Treasure City, his home for the past year, gradually fade into the distance. The carriage swayed gently, but Tianlin felt a slight tension in his heart. Xue Qinghe smiled and spoke first. What's wrong, junior brother Tianlin? Can't bear to leave home. I'm worried about whether you're still okay. Tianlin grumbled inwardly, but simply nodded on the surface. Xue Qinghe didn't press further, instead recalling her own experience of leaving home for Heavendo City as Qian Rinxue, feeling a slight resonance. It's all right, little brother Tian. Big brother will take care of you from now on. Without realizing it, her way of addressing Tianlin had changed from junior brother to little brother. A boy whose martial soul could resonate with hers would surely become one of her own eventually. And being so young, he was perfect for satisfying her desire to play the role of an older sister. As for Shuebeng and Shueko, in Qian Rinxue's eyes, those two would eventually be eliminated anyway. There was no need to show them affection. Thank you, big brother Xue. Tianlin thanked him with apparent sincerity inside the carriage. This scheming woman and the smiling young fox seemed surprisingly compatible. Xueqing has suddenly remembered what concerned her most. By the way, little Tian, you should have felt it last night too. Me martial soul seems to have a connection with yours. I heard your martial soul is a sword. Could you show it to me? Of course. Tianlin didn't hesitate and summoned his demon sword. As the sword light appeared, a mysterious pull immediately rippled between them. Xueqing's eyes flashed with delight. That's right. It's this beautiful sword, a hidden god-level martial soul. Big brother Xue, my sword is a top-tier martial soul. Since it can resonate with your martial soul, could it be that you also possess a top-tier martial soul? Tianlin feigned curiosity. Qian Rinxue's mind raced. Tianlin clearly didn't know he possessed a god-level martial soul, which suited her perfectly and saved her from having to explain. She smiled and nodded. That's right. My swan martial soul is undergoing a positive mutation in me, gaining some sacred attributes, so it's become a top-tier martial soul. I see. Tianlin went along with it, then seemed to remember something. Big brother Xue, I heard that people whose martial souls can fuse together will train more efficiently if they practice together. Could I visit you at the palace in the future? Qian Rinxue was overjoyed to hear this. She had been worrying about finding opportunities to get close to Tianlin. She immediately took out an exquisitely carved token and handed it over. Of course you can. Here, this is my crown prince token. With it, you can freely enter and exit the palace. Tianlin gladly accepted the crown prince token, naturally understanding Qian Rinxue's intentions, though who would lead whom astray remained to be seen. Half a day later, the carriage arrived outside Tiando City, where the Tiando Royal Academy was built on a mountain beyond the city walls. As the crown prince, Xueqing needed no announcement. The academy guards spotted his golden cloak from afar and immediately stepped aside, not daring to breathe too loudly. Shouting on, I'll take you to meet the 3 education committee members of the Royal Academy first, Xueqing instructed as they walked. Be polite when you meet them 3 all soul Douluo above level 80. Got it, brother Xue. Tianlian craned his neck to gaze at the magnificent palace complex, his eyes sparkling like 2 gems. This place is so huge and luxurious, even more beautiful than our 7 treasure glazed tile sect. His exclamation wasn't mere flattery. Looking around, the academy's grounds could rival half of 7 treasure city, with layered eaves and flying pavilions stretching endlessly, stunningly extravagant. Of course it is. Xueqing's tone was casual, but when mentioning nobles, there was mockery between the lines. The students here are all nobles without exception. They simply can't bear hardship and cultivation. Legend had it that when the Tiando Emperor first established the academy, his intention was to cultivate strong warriors for the empire. Now the atmosphere had changed completely. Noble children lived in luxury, having long abandoned serious cultivation. Even when they managed to boost their levels by throwing resources at the problem, they remained pitifully weak on actual battlefields. Xueqing knew this perfectly well, but never intended to correct. Ich was a spirit hall spy, and the weaker the Tiando Empire became, the better it served her purposes. But you're different, he reminded in a low voice. Xiaotian, don't you dare learn from them. Sword Douluo specifically asked me to keep an eye on you. You wouldn't want him to break your legs and spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, would you? Remembering his master's terrifying appearance when angry, Tianlian nodded vigorously. Absolutely not. Watching his panicked yet adorable expression, Xueqing found him utterly endearing, which only strengthened her resolve to recruit him into Spirit Hall. Tianlian was only 7 years old with an unstable mindset. This was the perfect time to win him over. Once she maxed out his favorability, he would naturally follow her. Little did she know that within this childish body dwelt the soul of a young adult who wouldn't be easily deceived. Though Tianlian harbored no grand ambitions to save the world, he understood gratitude and had never considered betraying the 7 treasure glazed tile sect since joining them. Xueqing's schemes would ultimately prove futile. During their conversation, the two had reached the teaching office, the academy's highest level cultivation area and residence of the 3 education committee members. Upon hearing of the crown prince's arrival, all 3 quickly came out to greet them. The leftmost elder was thin as a bamboo pole, yet taller than a door pillar. The rightmost fat old man was round and rotund, short as a winter melon. Only the white-browed elder walking in the center appeared relatively normal. Your Highness, what brings you here today? The middle elder bowed with cupped hands. Education Committee member Meng Shenji, I brought my junior brother to enroll. Please take care of the arrangements. Shui Qinghe grasped Tianlian's arm and solemnly introduced him. Xiaotian, this is Chief Education Committee member Meng Shenji, Martial Soul Black Demon, Level 86 A-Tring Control Type Soul Douluo. Next is the Deputy Chief, Bai Bashan, Martial Soul Heavenly Star Furnace, Level 85 A-Tring Defense Type Soul Douluo. Finally, this is the third seat, Senior Jeline, with the Martial Soul Sky Blue Vine, an 83 level A-Tring Control Type Soul Douluo. After introducing the three committee members in turn, Shui Qinghe gently beckoned. Come, Xiaotian, greet the three seniors. Greetings to the three seniors. The little one bowed crisply with proper etiquette. The three committee members exchanged glances such a small child wanting to enter Tiando Royal Academy. Meng Shinji cleared his throat lightly, his tone rather troubled. Your Highness, while the academy indeed doesn't limit age and only considers status and level, your junior brother seems rather too young, doesn't he? Tiando Royal Academy isn't a nursery. The admission standards are, first, noble status, second, soul power above level 15 before age 12. This standard was already 5 levels more lenient than Shrek academies, yet even with the resources of major families, children barely reached it at 11 or 12 years old. This child before them looked only 6 or 7. Shui Qinghe remained unhurried, pulling Tianlin in front of him. Xiaotian, tell the three seniors your age and cultivation level. Tianlin stepped forward and answered clearly. Three seniors, I am 7 years old this year, currently at level 18, with the Martial Soul Demon Suppressing Sword, a wandering battle soul master of the assault type. 7 years old, level 18? Meng Shinji's eyes nearly popped out. He must have started cultivating in the womb. Shui Qinghe smiled faintly. My junior brother's level qualifies, doesn't it? As for status, he is the direct disciple of Sword Douluo. The title of a titled Douluo's disciple carried more weight than any hereditary noble. Qualified, absolutely qualified. Meng Shinji quickly approved. Tiando Royal Academy welcomes your enrollment. To refuse such a genius would truly be foolish. Shui Qinghe cupped his hands. Then I entrust him to the three seniors' care. I have pressing matters in the Eastern Palace and must take my leave. Xiaotian, if you encounter any trouble at the academy, come find me at the Imperial Palace anytime. The three committee members solemnly promised. Your Highness can rest assured, we will take good care of this child. After seeing Shui Qinghe off, the three led Tianlin into the committee's lounge and sent someone to fetch a teacher. Soon, a young female teacher around 27 or 28 pushed the door open, quite attractive. Greetings to the three committee members, you summoned me? Meng Shinji nodded. Yes, teacher Zhou Yan. A new student has arrived at the academy, and we've decided to place him in your class. Zhou Yan's gaze swept the room, seeing only the three committee members and a small child, and asked hesitantly, It's not this child, is it? The three committee members laughed heartily. Bai Baoshan explained, Don't underestimate him. He's 7 years old this year with soul power at level 18, a genius rarely seen in a century. You're at level 48, and the most outstanding among the Tianhuai teachers, which is why we're entrusting him to you. Seize this opportunity well. Zhou Yan was first stunned, then her eyes lit up as if discovering a priceless gem even years old at level 18, truly having the bearing of a future titled Douluo. If he truly became a titled Douluo, she would become a teacher who had instructed one, an achievement that would leave a brilliant mark on her teaching career. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan could barely contain her joy and said respectfully, Thank you for this opportunity, three committee members. I will certainly teach this child well. After bidding farewell to the three committee members, Zhou Yan left the academic affairs office with Tianlin. Teacher Zhou, where are we going now? Tianlin asked quietly. I'll take you to the dormitory first. You'll be living there from now on. Zhou Yan replied with a smile, her tone gentle. Today you can familiarize yourself with Heaven Do Royal Academy, and tomorrow you'll officially start attending classes. Given this child's extraordinary talent, she naturally wanted to show extra patience. The two walked along the corridor outside the academic building. Sunlight filtered through the eaves onto the stone pavement, casting two side-by-side shadows. Along the way, many male teachers spotted Zhou Yan from afar and greeted her enthusiastically. However, Zhou Yan's responses were quite restrained. She would simply nod in acknowledgement before hurrying past. At nearly 28 years old, her soul power was approaching Soul King level, making her significantly stronger than most of her peers. With her beautiful appearance and mature demeanor, she had naturally become one of the academy's most prominent female teachers. However, when she saw the young man approaching from ahead, her cold expression visibly brightened, and her pace quickened. Teacher Qin Ming, you're back from hunting soul beasts. Zhou Yan approached him proactively, her voice unusually filled with delight. The young man was several years younger than her, with handsome features and an upright bearing that exuded confidence. This was Qin Ming, a graduate of Shrek Academy who had not yet reached Soul Emperor level, though his talent was by no means lacking. Tianlin observed quietly. The man had probably just broken through to Soul King. Otherwise, he wouldn't be rushing back to school to report. Yes, Teacher Zhou Yin. Qin Ming nodded with a smile. I had good luck this time. I encountered a fire wolf of over 9,000 years right after entering the Stardow Forest. I'm now a Soul King and ready to register as a Heaven Tier teacher. A fifth soul ring of over 9,000 years, just one step away from 10,000 years. It could still be considered top grade. Tianlin felt slightly regretful. If he had risked another 1,000 years, his soul ring configuration would have been more perfect. However, for most soul masters, 9,000 years was already beyond their wildest dreams. 9,000 years. That's incredible, Zhou Yin exclaimed, unable to hide her joy. To become a Soul King at just 26, Soul 3 committee members say you're very likely to break through to Soul Emperor before 32, which would make you the second youngest Soul Emperor on the continent. To Zhou Yin, Qin Ming was undoubtedly a potential titled Douluo. No wonder she harbored such admiration. Qin Ming waved his hand modestly. The committee members are too kind. By the way, who is this child? Zhou Yin pushed Tianlin forward, her tone carrying a hint of pride. My new student, Jun Tianlin, 7 years old, 18th level Battle Soul Master. Impressive, isn't he? Quite the genius. She had a feeling that this boy might become the perfect bridge between herself and Qin Ming. If she could truly nurture a peerless prodigy, the distance between her and Qin Ming would naturally shrink. 7 years old, 18th level. Qin Ming looked at Tianlin in amazement. He had never encountered such monstrous talent even during his time studying at Shrek Academy. He said sincerely, Congratulations, Teacher Zhou, on acquiring such an outstanding student. I have some experience in teaching students. Perhaps we could exchange insights in the future. Qin Ming was thrilled at the prospect, influenced by Flinder and Zhao Wuji's passion for teaching. This guy really enjoyed being an instructor, which was why he had come to Heavendo Royal Academy. Great, wonderful. Zhou Yan's cheeks flushed red as she secretly rejoiced. Tianlin truly was her lucky star. On his very first day, he had already helped her get closer to this prince-like teacher Qin. This was the first time Qin Ming had actively asked her out. Well then, I still need to pay my respects to the 3 education committee members. I'll take my leave now. Qin Ming cupped his hands in farewell and strode away decisively. Watching her crush depart, Zhou Yin remained lost in a daze. Tianlin beside her teased. Teacher Zhou, you like Teacher Qin, don't you? The innocent child's playful comment didn't anger Zhou Yin at all. Instead, she nodded seriously. Yes, and you saw how interested Teacher Qin was in you. You'll have to help Teacher Zhou in the future. If I can win him over, I'll buy you candy every day. What? Buy me candy? Tianlin's mind was flooded with complaints. Zhou Yin really did treat him like a 7-year-old child, and she expected a kid to help her chase after a man? With such poor leadership setting a bad example, no wonder Heavendo Royal Academy had such a declining atmosphere. How could his master feel comfortable sending him here for character training without worrying he'd pick up bad habits? Before long, Zhou Yin led Tianlin to the dormitory area. The room was on the 3rd floor, 1 person per room, with decorations so luxurious they rivaled his quarters back at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Tianlin couldn't help but think of Tang San at this moment. Probably still living in an ordinary dormitory crammed with over a dozen people. The gap between ordinary junior academies and noble academies was crystal clear. However, Tang San had his little rabbit sharing his bed, which made Tianlin feel a twinge of envy. Zhou Yin took 2 books from the bookshelf and handed them to him. Little Tian, teacher is leaving now. Someone will deliver your student card later. These 2 books, one contains the school rules, the other is an academy introduction. Read them carefully today to familiarize yourself with the academy. All right, teacher. Tianlin obediently accepted them. The moment Zhou Yin left, he immediately tossed the thick rule book into a corner. School rules were nothing but cliches like, no fighting without permission. For spirit masters, arguing and fighting were the way to resolve issues. Reading them would be pointless. In contrast, he carefully studied the academy introduction. 1. Total student population, 557. 2. Classes were divided into 3 tiers based on spirit power levels. 1525 were Tianwei class, 2530 were Tianji class, and above level 30 was the highest Tiando class. 3. Teachers were similarly divided into 3 tiers. Levels 4050 were Tianwei, 5060 were Tianji, and above level 60 were Tiando. 4. The entire academy had 14 classes, 1 Tiando class, 3 Tianji classes, and the remaining 10 were Tianwei classes. 5. In other words, students above level 30 numbered only about 40, with 70% stuck at the Tianwei level. After finishing, he closed the book with a sneer. Getting ahead at this Heavendo Royal Academy would be a miracle. With that, he casually tossed the academy introduction aside as well and sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate. He had to work hard and definitely didn't want to end up as one of those losers. The next morning, Tianlin put on his Heavendo Royal Academy uniform, grabbed his student ID, and stepped out of his dormitory. The silver-blue uniform fit him perfectly, with silver threads outlining the academy emblem on his chest, making his handsome, yet still youthful face appear even more spirited. Along the way, the academy's white stone pathways gleamed softly in the morning light, while pale purple lily of the valley swayed gently in the flower beds. With such exquisite architecture and striking uniforms, the aesthetic here was truly flawless. As soon as he entered the academic district, several older female students were drawn to him, their voices drifting into his ears without any attempt at discretion. "Oh my, look at that little guy. He's so adorable. Is he also a student at our academy? He must be. Look, he's wearing our academy uniform. But isn't he a bit too young? Has he even been weaned yet? You can't say that. Maybe he's actually quite old, just a dwarf." These noble-born girls couldn't even be bothered to lower their voices. Tianlin could only grumble inwardly. Noble etiquette? Huh. Too lazy to pay them any mind. He continued walking without pause, heading straight for his classroom. According to his student ID, he had been assigned to Tianwei Class 3, the same class as Zhou Yin. There was still some time before class began, and about 10 students in the classroom were chasing each other around and laughing, with no one sitting down to cultivate. Classes were organized by soul power level rather than age, so 17 or 18-year-old tall teenagers mixed with 11 or 12-year-old scrawny kids, creating quite a chaotic scene. When Tianlin pushed open the door, he instantly drew everyone's attention. "Little brother, are you here looking for someone?" a female student asked curiously as she approached him. "No, I'm here to study." "Sister, look, this is my student ID." Tianlin handed over his identification. Everyone looked at it, and, after a moment of stunned silence, burst into roaring laughter. Before the laughter died down, a mature-looking boy pushed through the crowd and walked up to Tianlin with a stern expression. "Where did this little brat come from? Don't tell me you had someone make you a fake student ID and think you can sneak into Heavendo Royal Academy? Get lost." Faced with this questioning, Tianlin couldn't be bothered to argue and simply looked up calmly. "This is real. It was issued to me by direct order of Chief Mingshinji himself. If you have doubts, go confirm it with the chief." Chief Mingshinji. The boy instinctively paused. Heavendo Royal Academy was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers many people you simply couldn't afford to offend, and he naturally understood this. But he still wasn't willing to give up, so he tried a different angle. "Hey, kid, who are your parents? What level are they?" If Tianlin claimed to be Mingshinji's illegitimate son, or that his parents were soul sage level experts, he would immediately shut his mouth. "However, my father is the village warehouse manager, a great soul master in his 20s. My mother is just an ordinary rural woman with no soul power." Tianlin answered honestly. The boy relaxed after hearing this, his arrogant expression returning. A commoner background? That made things easy. The student ID had to be fake after all. He remembered clearly that Heavendo Academy had another admission requirement. Only those from noble families were eligible. Anger surged through him immediately. "You little brat, just a commoner. How dare you mess with me? And what's this nonsense about Chief Ming Shinji personally issuing your student ID? Do you know who I am? I'm Aldo, the leader of this class, son of the Grand Duke of the Balik Kingdom. Even someone of my status doesn't have the privilege of a personal audience with Chief Ming Shinji. Who do you think you are?" The classroom fell silent instantly, all eyes focused on this arrogant young man. The observing students understood clearly that the Balik Kingdom was one of the vassal states of the Heavendo Empire, always renowned for its military might. Aldo's assignment here for exchange was, frankly speaking, about building connections not much different from Yu Tianheng and Tianlin's original situation. With his background, becoming the class leader wasn't surprising. Tianlin leaned against a desk, never caring about backgrounds, only valuing strength. He raised his eyelids, his tone calm yet blunt. "May I ask how old you are, and what level?" 18 years old, 24th level power attack, Great Spirit Master." "How about that? Scared now, kid?" Aldo crossed his arms, looking smug. Tianlin shook his head. The other's pride was worthless in his eyes. "Only 24th level at 18? No wonder you can't meet the chiefs." With that, he walked straight to the back row, picked an empty desk, and sat down, too lazy to bother with him anymore. His contempt hit Aldo like a slap to the face. Aldo's chest heaved violently, unable to contain himself any longer. "Damn brat. What did you say? I'm going to teach you a proper lesson today." As his roar fell, his martial spirit instantly manifested. A brilliant golden sunflower opened its petals, seeming gilded under the classroom lights. The sunflower was the hereditary martial spirit of a noble family in the Balik Kingdom, considered high-grade among plant types, but unfortunately wasted in Aldo's hands. First spirit skill, Flying Petals. 100-year spirit ring lit up as he waved his hand, sending several sharp petals whistling through the air straight at Tianlin. 100-year spirit skill? Tianlin's lips curved slightly. He didn't even stand, merely raised his right hand, using his finger as a sword. Shushan, sword technique Xiaoxiang water clouds. His fingertip moved lightly, cold light, flashing repeatedly. Each strike precisely hit the petals' pressure points with crisp sounds. In the blink of an eye, all petals fell to the ground in pieces. Tianlin taunted coolly. That's it? Got anything more impressive? Show me. Aldo's face turned ashen, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Second spirit skill, Flower Storm. Instantly, several times more petals than before gathered into a whirlwind, howling toward Tianlin, their sharp friction leaving white marks on the walls. Tianlin's expression remained calm as he flipped his right hand, revealing a dark purple demon sword. Still not using any spirit skills or the 7-kill sword technique, he again employed the defensive move Xiaoxiang Water Clouds. Clang, clang, clang. The demon sword collided with petals, sparking as sword light wove an impenetrable net, cutting all petals in the whirlwind to pieces. The wind stopped. Countless petal fragments fell like faded paper scraps, while Aldo remained frozen in his spirit skill stance, unable to react in time. Tianlin suddenly rose, tapping the ground with his toe, his form becoming a straight line, moonshot over cold river. A flash of cold light, and the demon sword's tip stopped less than a centimeter from Aldo's throat, the icy sword energy making his hair stand on end. Tianlin sheathed his sword, indifferently brushing his sleeves. With your meager skills, I can't even be bothered to use spirit skills against you. Gasps echoed around the classroom. Some students whispered, defeating the class's strongest without using a single spirit skill, is this even human? Simply a monster. Suddenly, no one dared question that legendary student ID personally issued by Chief Meng Shinji. However, Aldo's face flushed red with embarrassment. Unable to accept defeat, he gritted his teeth and stepped back, his gaze sweeping over his lackeys, clearly planning to call for backup in a group fight. Just then, an angry shout came from the doorway. Enough! What are you doing? Zhou Yan entered the classroom with a dark expression, his sharp gaze sweeping over Aldo and the mess of petals on the floor. Aldo, if you want to fight, go to the spirit fighting arena. Don't you know fighting in class is forbidden? Using 2 spirit skills against a new junior, how impressive of you. Without giving Aldo a chance to defend himself, he announced directly, I'll be reporting this to your parents. After class, run 10 laps around the academy as punishment. Zhou Yan, admiring Qin Ming, had learned his teaching methods well. Running laps was one of Shrek Academy's classic punishments. Aldo's expression instantly turned ashen. The Heavendo Royal Academy's grounds were enormous. 10 laps would probably break his legs, not to mention the terrifying prospect of facing his parents' combined wrath. Thinking of this, Aldo glared viciously at Tianlin. It was all this guy's fault. All right, everyone, take your seats. Class is about to begin. Before we start, let me introduce this young new student to you all. I'm sure after witnessing that battle just now, you've all gotten a sense of his capabilities. Zhou Yan finished speaking and turned his gaze to the boy standing below the podium. Come on, Xiao Tian, step forward and introduce yourself. Jun Tianlin nodded, took 2 steps forward, and positioned himself at the center of all his classmates' attention. His voice rang out clear and confident. Hello everyone, my name is Jun Tianlin. I'm 7 years old, my martial soul is the demon subduing sword, and I'm an 18th level assault type battle soul master. That single sentence struck like thunder, sending ripples through the crowd as whispered discussions immediately erupted. In the back row, Aoldo straightened up abruptly, knew all too well what being level 18 at age 7 meant. He himself had only reached level 18 at 14, while this boy was merely 7. No wonder the headmaster had personally made an exception to allow a commoner direct entry into the Royal Academy. Yet Aoldo's arrogance remained undiminished. He sneered inwardly. What good is talent? A commoner's resources can never compare to those of nobility. No matter how monstrous this boy's abilities, he'll be lucky to reach Soul Emperor at best. So what if he can't beat him in a fight? With his family's influence, he could still make this kid's life miserable. At this thought, his eyes narrowed, a flash of malicious intent flickering through them. After completing his introduction, Tianlin returned to his seat. This class consisted of both control type and assault type students, so it was staffed with 2 instructors. 1. Homeroom teacher Zhou Yan, martial soul butterfly, control type battle soul ancestor, whose every gesture radiated gentle elegance. 2. Assault type instructor Yi Ping, a middle-aged man with martial soul wolf dog, also a battle soul ancestor, but his rough face always wore a sleazy smile. Standing beside Zhou Yan, the stark contrast instinctively repulsed Tianlin. The morning curriculum was entirely theoretical. Types of soul beasts suitable for hunting by control type and assault type soul masters respectively. Different combinations of soul skills. Tactical deployments during team cooperation. The Soul Master Academy was completely different from schools in Tianlin's previous life theory classes only occupied the morning, while afternoons were completely open for students' independent cultivation. Students could enter simulated cultivation environments to refine their soul power, practice soul skills in open areas, or head to the soul fighting arena for sparring matches. Although the education committee had entrusted Tianlin to Zhou Yan's care, it was actually the assault type instructor Yi Ping who provided his professional guidance. The man's perpetually squinting eyes filled Tianlin with disgust. but he could only suppress his emotions and endure the tedious theoretical explanations. After lunch, Tianlin wasted no time heading straight to the small grove behind the academy. This area, with its interwoven tree shadows, was perfect for his afternoon sword training. Whoosh! The low hum of the demon's sword cutting through air echoed through the forest. The current Tianlin was completely different from the well-behaved boy in the classroom. His eyes were sharp as blades, his robes billowed, and killing intent swirled around him like mist. He was practicing the 7 kills sword technique. Every move demanded speed, precision, and ruthlessness, especially the first technique, killing intent spreads, which required constantly accumulating one's murderous aura to explode at the moment of drawing the sword. Leaves rustled down as the sword light seemed to tear tiny rifts in the air. In just a few dozen breaths, the ground was covered with crisscrossing shallow marks. Not far away, behind a thick ancient tree, 3 sneaky figures were peering out. The leader was none other than Aoldo, flanked by his 2 lackeys. One of them whispered tremblingly, "Boss, that guy is really terrifying. Maybe we shouldn't mess with him? Wouldn't it be better if we just minded our own business?" As he spoke, cold sweat broke out all over his body. The killing intent emanating from Tianlin felt like icy wind drilling into his bones, making his skin crawl with goosebumps. Aoldo impatiently shook off his subordinate's hand, lowering his voice with sinister eyes. "Idiot, we're nobles. Now that we've been humiliated by a commoner, where would we put our faces if we don't get revenge?" Aldo roared angrily. "Don't worry, this time it's not just us few. I even spent a fortune to hire a student who has reached the heaven level. Dealing with a mere wandering soul master will be a piece of cake." "Humph, so what if he's talented? Tonight I'll cripple him and see if those committee members will still favor you." He gritted his teeth in a low voice, his eyes flashing with vicious coldness as he stared at Tianlin, who was practicing swordplay in the distance. At this moment, dusk was falling in the forest, and the evening breeze stirred up fallen leaves. Tianlin gripped the demon-suppressing sword, continuously practicing the fundamentals of Mount Shu's introductory swordsmanship and the 7 kills sword technique. The 2 sword styles contrasted sharply, one still and one moving, one gentle and one fierce. Compared to truly mastering the 7 kills sword technique, his sword momentum still appeared immature. His killing intent gathered slowly and dispersed easily. This was not only due to his short training time, but also because he had never truly taken a life. Sweat trickled down from his temples as Tianlin sheathed his sword and wiped it clean. "That's enough for today. I'll go back and focus on breaking through to the 20th level. Once I reach the 2nd ring, I can officially begin practicing sword control techniques." He planned silently. Mount Shu's way flows naturally, while the 7 kills way surges with murderous intent. If he could master both simultaneously, he could create an entirely new sword technique. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from deep in the forest. More than 10 students aged 17 or 18 quickly appeared, surrounding him completely, with Aldo leading them. "You again? How annoying." Tianlin raised an eyebrow. "Well then, what tricks do you want to play this time?" Aldo laughed arrogantly. "Of course, to teach you a harsh lesson. If it weren't for you showing off with your talent." Tianlin tapped his sword on the ground, his tone casual. "With your level of skill? Last time I handled your whole group by myself with ease. Don't humiliate yourself again." "Humph, I'm not the main character here." Aldo stepped aside and looked respectfully behind him. "Senior, please." The crowd parted, and a tall, slender young man emerged with his hands behind his back. "Little brat, Heavendo Royal Academy isn't a place for commoners like you. Be smart and get lost, or don't blame me for taking action." Tianlin's eyes showed wariness. His instincts told him this person far surpassed Aldo and was definitely not comparable to heaven-level opponents. But if he thought he could make him bow down, he was sorely mistaken. A blue light flashed as the demon-suppressing sword was unsheathed. Tianlin, 18th level Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul Demon-suppressing sword. He announced his name with firm resolve. The opponent sighed lightly. "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me." Chu Jia, 28th level Control Type Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul Bronze Ring. As his words fell, a bronze ring gleaming with metallic luster appeared in his palm, and 2 yellow soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, declaring his heaven-level strength. Tianlin was not unfamiliar with the bronze ring. Martial Soul. It had appeared in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, belonging to Heavendo Royal Academy's 2nd team. At that time, Chu Jia had been quickly defeated by the incredibly powerful Dai Mu Bai, but being able to represent the academy in competition already demonstrated his exceptional talent. Perfect. Today Tianlin can use him to test the newly learned 7 kills sword technique. "Humph, what an overconfident fool." Ordo chuckled with delight. With nearly a 10-level gap in soul power between them, this guy actually dared to fight. He could hardly wait to see Tianlin get beaten to a pulp. At the center of the arena, Tianlin touched his toes to the ground and drew his demon sword, cold light flashing instantly. Shushan sword technique, raging wind and thunder. This move was the most powerful killing technique among Shushan's basic sword forms. The blade cut through the wind like a violent storm, its momentum as fierce and overwhelming as thunder. Apart from his soul skill, condensed frost, this was Tianlin's most devastating offensive technique. Chu Jie's heart jumped in alarm, and he immediately activated his first soul skill, Ring Impact. The bronze ring in his palm instantly expanded, charging at Tianlin with violent soul power. Clang metal rang against metal. The demon sword clashed hard against the bronze ring. Tianlin was forced back 3 steps by the impact, while Chu Jie's ring was knocked flying into the air. The two had fought to a draw-in, this despite a 10-level difference in soul power, with the stronger opponent even using a soul skill. Onlookers couldn't help but speculate. If their soul power were equal, Chu Jie would surely be no match for Tianlin. Chu Jie's face darkened. Damn it! A mere wandering soul master's attack, is this strong? His mind racing, he suddenly raised his hand and activated his second soul skill, Ring Binding. The bronze ring rapidly expanded, transforming in midair into a light circle several meters in diameter that slammed down over Tianlin's head. Chain-like light patterns spread along the ring's edge, instantly tightening to trap Tianlin in place. Tianlin gritted his teeth and braced his sword, its tip touching the ground as he forcibly resisted the constricting force. Chu Jie called out triumphantly, "How about it? Ready to surrender? With your soul power, there's no way you can break free from my binding. Surrender? You must be joking." Tianlin snorted coldly, his arm's strength exploding as the demon sword hummed and trembled. First soul skill, Condensed Frost. His soul ring blazed to life, ice blue spiritual power shooting along the sword's edge, cold light like blades frantically cutting at the bronze ring's edges. Visible to the naked eye, the ring's surface rapidly filled with fine cracks. Damn it! What kind of weapon martial soul is this? Its attack power is ridiculously high. Chu Jie panicked, shouting repeatedly, "Why aren't you all attacking together? I can't hold him much longer." Tianlin's heart sank. He hadn't expected a heaven-tier student to be so despicable. Bullying the weak wasn't enough. Now they wanted to gang up on him. Below the stage, Ordo's eyes lit up. This was exactly the moment he'd been waiting for. Without hesitation, his soul ring blazed as he summoned a fist-sized golden sunflower and released his second soul skill, Flower Storm. Spinning petals formed a whirlwind, carrying razor-sharp leaves that instantly engulfed the bound Tianlin. In the raging wind, sharp petals carved wound after wound across Tianlin's body. At the same time, Ordo's lackeys all struck their martial souls, wolves, dogs, or whips, with fangs, claws, and lashing shadows raining down on Tianlin without pause. Blood splattered across the arena in a brutal spectacle that made Ordo throw back his head in laughter. "Ha! This is what happens when you cross me." Agony consumed his nerves like flames. Tianlin's fury surged as he forcibly drew a third of his soul power and pushed Condensed Frost to its absolute limit. With a thunderous crash, the ring shattered completely, ice fragments scattering everywhere. His feet touched the ground as cold mist rose around him, and the demon's sword, sensing its master's rage, emanated an eerie blue glow. 7 kills, sword technique spreading killing intent. Tianlin roared. His murderous aura surged like a tidal wave, transforming into tangible cold currents that swept in all directions. The air temperature plummeted instantly, and thin frost formed on the ground. The attacking group felt their hair stand on end, goosebumps rising instantly as their bodies instinctively trembled, as if they might be frozen into ice sculptures at any moment. "Kill!" Tianlin spat out a single word and charged straight into the crowd. His sword gleamed coldly under the moonlight as it swept through the air, instantly sending several blocking students flying. Their chests split open with narrow, bloody gashes. Since these were merely accomplices, Tianlin had held back his strength, but when facing the true culprits Chu Jie and Ordo, he had no intention of showing mercy. First was Chu Jie. The heaven-tier student, his soul power ring had just been brutally shattered by Tianlin, and the backlash left him unable to even lift his arms. Tianlin flashed forward and struck with a diagonal slash, his icy blade slicing off half of Chu Jie's ear. Blood sprayed as Chu Jie rolled on the ground, screaming in agony. Next came Ordo's turn. The previously arrogant young nobleman was now trembling with fear from the killing intent, his legs giving out as he dropped to his knees, stammering pleas for mercy. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. It's all my fault. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again." However, Tianlin's murderous intent was set, and he remained unmoved, pointing his sword directly at Ordo's head. Just as the blade was about to fall, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly rang out from the forest. "9 heart begonia." Pale pink petals began drifting down from the sky, dissolving into tiny points of light as they touched everyone's bodies. A healing warmth quickly spread, and Tianlin's old and new wounds visibly healed at an incredible pace. The chest wounds of the injured students stopped bleeding and rapidly scabbed over. Only Chu Jie's severed ear could not regenerate. "Stop. Right now this is just a brawl, and they're in the wrong. But once you kill someone, everything changes completely. The female voice was calm yet firm. The sword edge shifted slightly. Tianlin took a deep breath and redirected his devastating strike, just enough to avoid a fatal blow, though it still cut viciously across Ordo's head. Like Chu Jie, Ordo was left with only one intact ear. The killing intent subsided, but the humiliation and punishment remained complete. "Sai, why are you so impulsive?" the girl said softly, stepping from the tree shadows into the moonlight. Her silver short hair reflected the cold radiance, and her delicate features were perfectly refined. She held a half-bloomed begonia at her fingertips, with 2 yellow soul rings slowly rotating beneath her feet. Great soul master cultivation, and the legendary top-tier healing martial soul passed down through a single lineage. 9-heart begonia. Legend had it that this martial soul possessed only one group healing soul skill, with stronger healing power as more soul rings were added. There was even a saying that death becomes impossible. Looking at her, Tianlin already knew the answer. "You are Yi Lingling?" The girl nodded, unsurprised. After all, within the academy, she was both one of the campus beauties and an extremely rare 9-heart begonia wielder. She said nothing more, simply activating her soul rings as petals of light enveloped the entire scene. In mere moments, all of Tianlin's wounds were completely healed, leaving only some soul power depletion and torn clothing. He sighed inwardly. The world's greatest healing system truly lived up to its reputation. "For the sake of Senior Lingling here, I'll spare you all today. Now get lost." Tianlin raised his sword, pointing it at the group of noble young masters. These self-proclaimed aristocrats were already scared out of their wits and didn't dare utter a single harsh word. They clumsily lifted the unconscious Chu Jie and dragged the one-eared Ordo away, fleeing into the night in disgrace. As the petals scattered and faded, Yi Lingling withdrew her 9-heart begonia and offered a calm reminder. "They won't let today's matter rest. They'll likely mobilize their family forces, so you need to be careful. Thank you for the warning, Senior." Tianlin gave her a sincere smile, thinking to himself, "This senior is truly kind-hearted." Watching the girl's retreating figure, he silently tightened his grip on his sword hilt. It seemed that Heaven-Do Royal Academy wasn't entirely filled with trash after all. There were still some genuine talents here. At dawn, Tianlin awakened from his meditation, exhaling a breath of murky air, the impure remnants of his soul power. Through the Nuwa meditation technique, he could cultivate while simultaneously purifying his energy, ensuring that what remained was the most refined soul power. "Ah, that feels wonderful." He stretched lazily, sensing the surging soul power within his body. Though last night's fierce battle had drained him completely, it had also triggered a breakthrough. His soul power had now reached level 19. One more step, and he could hunt for his second soul ring. What excited him even more was that he had finally mastered the basics of the 7 kills sword technique. The moment he had resolved to take his opponent's life last night, killing intent had surged through his entire being like a tide. When he executed killing aura spread, it flowed 100 times more smoothly than during regular practice, with significantly enhanced power. It turned out that comprehending sword intent didn't necessarily require actually killing someone. Harboring murderous thoughts was sufficient. Those bastards from yesterday weren't entirely worthless after all. With this thought lifting his spirits, he stepped forward to push open the door. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocking echoed from outside. Tianlin opened the door to find his homeroom teacher Zhou Yin standing there, looking anxious. "Teacher Zhou, looking for me so early? It's not even class time yet." "Don't worry, I won't be late." "What class? You've caused a huge disaster." Zhou Yin lowered her voice. "Did you cut off both Chu Jie and Ordo's ears last night?" They notified their families overnight. Now both major families have stormed the academic affairs office. "So that's what this is about." Tianlin's expression remained unchanged. "They provoked me first. At Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Surely they wouldn't dare cause too much trouble?" Zhou Yin shook her head. "Chu Jie is manageable. His father is just a small city lord with Soul King level power. But Ordo's grandfather, Ulf, is one of the Balak Kingdom's most formidable experts and 81st level Soul Douluo, and head of the OL family. I heard he dotes on this grandson the most, and he happens to be visiting Heaven-Do City these days. How could he let this slide?" She didn't know Tianlin's true background, treating him merely as a student with exceptional potential, which made her deeply worried. Today, only Bai Baoshan remains among the Academy's 3 great teaching committee members. The other 2 went to the palace for an audience with His Majesty. Though committee member Bai is highly respected and virtuous, he's a gentle soul. I fear he can't suppress Ulf. "Don't worry, Teacher Zhou," Tianlin replied calmly. "Since they want to come after me, I'll go meet them." Seeing his fearless demeanor, Zhou Yin had no choice but to concede. "Very well, since this has already happened, tell me everything about last night from beginning to end. And leave out a single detail. We need to seize upon any information that works in your favor." "Understood." As they walked toward the academic affairs office, Tianlin recounted the previous night's events in detail. Chu Jie and the others' provocation, their attack, his self-defense, the severed ears. Zhou Yin listened while quickly organizing the key points from the sequence of events, It was clear the other party had struck first, making Tianlin's actions excessive self-defense at worst. With proper maneuvering, perhaps he would only face a major disciplinary action. Soon, they arrived at the academic affairs office. Before they could even cross the threshold, an aged and furious roar erupted from within. By Baoshan, I entrusted my grandson to Heaven Do Royal Academy's care, and this is how you look after him? He's lost an ear. Mr. Ao, please calm down, Bai Baoshan said in a deep voice, trying to soothe him. Though naturally good-natured, he was now forced to lower his tone. Let's wait for Tianlin to arrive. Then we can go through the details of what happened. The 3 committee members in the academic affairs office were all quite capable, but unfortunately too kind-hearted by nature. Tianlin had long complained privately that any one of these officials was stronger than this man surnamed Ao, yet they still had to treat him with courtesy. Humph, when that little beast arrives. Before Ao or Few could finish his words, the door was violently pushed open. Hey old man, I'm here. What do you want? Tianlin strode in boldly, his voice arrogant. The room instantly filled with tension. Besides Bai Baoshan and Ao or Few, there were 2 others in the office. The victim, Duo, with one ear wrapped in bandages, hiding behind his grandfather with a sinister smile, and Tianlin's teacher Yiping. For pairs of eyes immediately locked onto Tianlin. Zhou Yan hurried in from the doorway, startled by the scene. She quickly bowed. I apologize, Mr. Ao. The child doesn't know better and has been disrespectful to you. Please forgive him. But Tianlin directly confronted him. Teacher Zhou, don't apologize for me. Even if I knelt before him, he wouldn't let me go, would you, old man? He glanced sideways at Ao or Few with a cold smile. This remark actually calmed the furious Ao or Few down. The composure of a great family patriarch was fully displayed as he sneered. Boy, you're right. Today I never intended to let you go. So tell me, how do you want to die? As his words fell, soul power surged violently. A golden sunflower bloomed in his palm, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings, 8 soul rings blazing in the air like a dazzling chain of light. Ao or Few made no attempt to hide his killing intent. A mere commoner had somehow infiltrated Heaven Do Royal Academy, which only accepted nobles. What harm could there be in killing him? Would the royal family really turn against a duke over a dead man? Ao or Duo stood smugly behind him, his eyes clearly saying, this is what happens when you mess with me. He had originally only planned to cripple Tianlin, but since the boy didn't know his place, he might as well pay with his life. Stop this. Zhou Yan suddenly stepped in front of Tianlin. Her soul power erupted as 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple soul rings slowly rose, while a pair of magnificent butterfly wings spread behind her, stirring the air. Ao or Few sneered disdainfully. A mere soul ancestor dares to block me? He raised his hand, using only his soul power pressure to make the air suddenly heavy, forcing Zhou Yan's chest to heave. To deal with a soul ancestor, he didn't even need to use soul skills. Teacher Zhou Yan, don't be rash. Yiping, who had been watching from the sidelines, became anxious. He clearly cared about Zhou Yan. That little beast brought this on himself. It's not worth getting hurt for him. Zhou Yan's voice was clear but unyielding. Teacher Yiping, Tianlin is not a little beast. He's my student. There are still too many suspicious points about last night's incident. How can we place all the blame on him based solely on Mr. Ao or Few's one-sided account? Despite her inferior strength, she refused to yield an inch. Yiping grabbed her arm and whispered urgently. Mr. Ao or Few is a soul dueled. He falsely accused a child? Stay out of this and come over to my side. His subtext was all too clear. On one side was a soul Douluo, on the other a commoner with barely over 10 levels of soul power. Did right and wrong matter? Taking sides was what counted. The atmosphere in the academic affairs office grew increasingly tense. Seeing that Zhou Yan refused to see reason, Orf flew into a rage. Humph, since you want to die alongside your student, this old man will grant your wish. Enough. At that moment, a celestial star furnace blocked the path between Tianlin and Zhou Yan. Bai Baoshan had finally made his move. No matter how good-natured he couldn't stand by and watch his academy's student and teacher being bullied like this. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black soul rings pulsed around his body, 8 in total. In terms of soul ring configuration, he was actually slightly inferior to Orf. Despite having higher soul power, his chances of victory in a real fight weren't guaranteed to be 100%. Seeing Bai Baoshan intervene, Orf also withdrew his sunflower. After all, Bai Baoshan's celestial star furnace had incredibly high defensive power, comparable to a titled Douluo. In a fight, Orf wouldn't be able to gain an advantage quickly. Bai Baoshan turned around and said, Tianlin, just now Ordo claimed that he sought you out for a fair sparring match last night. He says that even though he had already admitted defeat, you remained relentless and forcibly cut off his ear. Is this true? Of course it's false. Yesterday, he brought a group of people to gang up on me, including even heaven-level students. With 2 fists against many hands, I had no choice but to fight with full force to protect myself. In the end, I couldn't hold back and cut off their ears. Senior Yi Lingling can testify to this. Although Tianlin wasn't afraid of them, He wouldn't allow himself to be falsely accused. Oh, is that so? Then teacher Zhou Yin, please go and bring Yi Lingling here. Hearing what Tianlin said, Bai Baoshan became much more resolute. Orf, until the truth is clarified, I absolutely will not allow you to lay a finger on Tianlin. Zhou Yin immediately left the academic affairs office upon hearing this. At that moment, high in the sky, a white-haired man's lips curved into a slight smile. He had been waiting there for quite some time, yet even the two soul Douluo in the academic affairs office couldn't detect his presence. This showed just how terrifyingly high his cultivation level had reached. Before long, Zhou Yin returned, accompanied by Yi Lingling and Qin Ming. Qin Ming had been promoted to heaven-level instructor, and the class he taught happened to be the one Yi Lingling was in. Lingling, you're here. Did you witness what happened in the grove last night? Could you please explain in detail? Bai Baoshan spoke as gently as possible, knowing that Yi Lingling was only an 11-year-old girl and fearing she might be nervous. Yes, last night. Yi Lingling was about to give an honest account when suddenly Orf interrupted. Wait, student Yi Lingling. I hope you can carefully recall what happened last night before you speak. I've heard that your 9-heart begonia lineage has only single inheritance and your family's influence isn't great. If you truthfully testify for my grandson, I can promise on behalf of the Orf family of the Balak Kingdom to provide support to your family. Orf's words were both a threat and an enticement. He was subtly telling Yi Lingling that today's choice of sides would determine her family's survival. What do you mean? Are you intimidating my student? Qin Ming was immediately displeased. His blazing wolf possessed him as he glared fiercely at Orf. Humph, Qin Ming, don't judge a gentleman's heart with a petty person's mind. Which ear of yours heard Lord Orf threatening Yi Lingling? His lordship is requesting that Lingling speak the most truthful account, so that young Master Ordo's grievances won't be suffered in vain. Yi Ping was completely a lackey, but his bootlicking greatly satisfied Orf. This teacher truly understands righteousness. This is the kind of moral character the Royal Academy should have. If teacher Yi ever visits my Balak Kingdom in the future, I will certainly treat him well. Yi Ping had been looking dejected, but upon hearing this olive branch, his face immediately lit up with joy. Serving as an official in the kingdom was far better than being a mere teacher at the academy. He hastily bowed and said, "Thank you, my lord." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Zhou Yin, his expression as naked and greedy as an oil-licked wolf. Teacher Zhou, Qin Ming is just a commoner with limited future prospects. Why not come with me instead? I guarantee good food, good drink, and excellent treatment. Humph, you truly disgust me. Zhou Yin sneered coldly, retorting without mercy. I like Qin Ming not only because his talent surpasses yours, but because he fears no authority and has justice in his heart. As for you, like your martial soul, you're nothing but a pathetic bootlicker. Her full-force verbal assault left the scene in stunned silence. Tianlin raised an eyebrow, secretly admiring her. This teacher Zhou certainly knew how to deliver a cutting rebuke, and moreover she seemed completely unaware that she had just confessed her feelings in public. Qin Ming, already a lone wolf, turned red to his ears upon being publicly declared to, and the blazing wolf phantom behind him burned even brighter. Bai Baoshan narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Poaching right in front of him, the Weisstein? That was one thing, but trying to use academy students as stepping stones for advancement that crossed his bottom line. At this moment, Yi Lingling stepped forward, her tone calm, yet every word crystal clear. My family's future is already determined and requires no concern from you, senior. Last night, it was Aoldo who led others to gang up on student Tianlin, even attempting to cripple his soul power. Tianlin was forced to fight back in self-defense and accidentally injured Aoldo. Her account matched Tianlin's perfectly, instantly establishing the truth. Bai Baoshan's fury reached its peak. Aolfu, what else do you have to say? Tianlin is only 7 years old, yet Aoldo, a grown man, led others to gang up on a child and wouldn't allow him to defend himself. Aolfu's face turned ashen as he realized he could gain no advantage before Bai Baoshan. In just a few breaths, his gaze swept back and forth between Tianlin and Yi Lingling like a crushing weight, cold enough to drip ice. Very well. You'd better stay hidden in the academy forever. The tallest tree catches the most wind, and there's no one to protect you out there. Especially you, little girl. Compared to Tianlin, he harbored even more hatred for Yi Lingling, this ungrateful, 9-heart begonia, and had already secretly decided, as soon as he returned home, he would mobilize his family's power to completely exterminate this bloodline. Lingling's safety is not for a soul Douluo to worry about. The doors were pushed open as 6 youths aged 11 or 12 filed in. 5 boys and 1 girl, walking in perfect formation. The youth at the front had a cold, stern face and a tall, slender build, wearing not only the Royal Academy's emblem on his chest, but also the family crest of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I am Yu Tianheng, great-grandson of Yu Engine. I offer my respects to you, senior. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul girl also stepped forward, adding coolly, my name is Dugu Yan, Lingling's close friend. I also convey greetings from my grandfather Dugu Bo to you, senior. Yu Engine, patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, powerhouse of the upper three sects, a 95th level titled Douluo. Bo, the poison master who dominated the world though only 91st level. He could poison an entire city with a single thought. The simultaneous appearance of these two names made Alpha break out in a cold sweat couldn't afford to provoke either one. So Yi Lingling was connected to both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Poison Douluo. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare make a move. Tianlin curiously observed these 6 people. Together with Yi Lingling, they formed the prototype of the Imperial fighting team from the original story. Currently they were still young, all around level 25, still only heaven-rank students. But it appeared they had already become very close friends. Since this is all a misunderstanding, let's call it a day. Instructor by Baoshan, sorry for the disturbance. Orf ultimately chose to back down facing 2 titled Douluo. He simply couldn't afford to provoke them. Grandpa, are we just going to let this slide? That commoner bastard won't pay any price at all. His grandson Ordo growled unwillingly. He could temporarily accept the matter with Yi Lingling, but regarding Tianlin, he demanded an explanation no matter what. Orf patted Ordo's head, his tone both doting and sinister. Don't worry, I'll get your justice back sooner or later. Boy, his gaze fell on Tianlin. Consider yourself lucky today. Be more careful when you're out and about in the future. Threatening by Baoshan's student in public made by Baoshan's face turn ashen, but as an instructor, if he struck first, it would mean declaring war on the AO family. He could only suppress his rage. However, someone else found it even more intolerable. Boom. A killing intent powerful enough to freeze the air descended from above, followed by an furious roar. Orf, you may be done here, but I'm not. The killing intent was overwhelming. Ordo, Orf, and Yi Ping were the first to be crushed by the pressure, spitting blood. The weakest, Orf, had his bones creaking throughout his body, nearly fracturing. Strangely, everyone else remained unharmed. The newcomer's control over killing intent had reached perfection. Such terrifying killing intent, and such precise control. Bai Baoshan was shocked to his core. 3 names flashed through Tianlin's mind. Bibi Dong, Tang Hao, the only 2 possessors of the killing god domain in the world, and Sword Douluo Chen Xian, whose 7-kill domain was equally formidable. Master, is that you? Tianlin looked up and shouted. The next instant, a sharp sword light flashed across the roof of the administrative office, slicing through the entire rooftop like tofu. Chen Xian stood on his sword, suspended in midair. Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Orf's voice trembled like never before. Rumors said Chen Xian's cultivation had reached Super Douluo level, and with Ning Fengji's amplification, he alone could face 3 or 4 ordinary titled Douluo. Wait, what did that commoner boy just call him? Master. Boy, are you really Sword Douluo's disciple? Orf asked desperately for confirmation. Tianlin looked up calmly and spoke just 4 words, direct disciple. In an instant, Ordo's face turned paler than paper. You. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tianlin shrugged. You never asked. From start to finish, you only asked who my parents were, and didn't I answer honestly? You didn't have to be so honest. Ordo was nearly in tears, knowing he had kicked an iron plate, and that even his grandfather might not be able to protect him this time. Chen Xian descended slowly on his sword, his gaze cold as frost. Orf, I heard everything crystal clear. It was clearly your grandson's fault, yet you kept pushing blame onto my disciple. Bullying the weak with your strength. Do you think I'm dead? He spoke calmly, but anyone could hear the chilling menace woven through his words. Chen Xian's strictness toward Tianlin was genuine, but so was his love for the boy. As a master, he was duty-bound to protect his disciple, and as long as he drew breath, he would never allow anyone to harm Tianlin. Your Excellency, this entire incident is my fault. I should never have attempted to harm your disciple. Please forgive me, and the Balak Kingdom will surely repay your mercy. Alpha bowed low, his voice tinged with despair. Moments ago, he had been flaunting his power arrogantly, but now before Chen Xian, he didn't even dare lift his head. I can forgive you, but there must be a price. Chen Xian raised his hand, and the 7-kill sword sliced through the air. The blade flashed, and an ear fell silently to the ground as blood splattered across the stone pavement, quickly spreading. Thank you for your mercy, Your Excellency. The searing pain caused cold sweat to pour down Alpha's forehead, yet he dared not reach up to cover the wound. Only gritting his teeth to endure it. Losing an ear was far better than losing his life. Bai Baoshan clicked his tongue inwardly. Truly master and disciple were of one mind. Even their methods of punishment were strikingly similar. Chen Xian sheathed his sword and waved dismissively. All right, get lost. Just as the words left his lips, he seemed to remember something. Oh, and I accidentally tore off the roof of the administrative office earlier. Since you're the cause, remember to pay for the repairs. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect wasn't short on money, but training a soul master was extremely costly, so Chen Xian preferred to save when possible. Alfu raged inwardly. If you knew it was wasteful, why didn't you use the door? But his anger could only be swallowed. He bowed respectfully. I understand. Farewell. He grabbed his grandson and vanished in a flash, moving with the speed of an agility-type soul Douluo. Chen Xian's gaze fell upon Yiping. I almost forgot about you. As a teacher, you falsely accused my disciple without bothering to learn the facts. Yiping knelt where he was, not daring to breathe, hoping Chen Xian would treat him as invisible, but he was still singled out. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, I was wrong. From now on, I'll take good care of young Master Tianlin and ensure he never makes any mistakes. Yiping hastily declared his position, essentially choosing sides regardless of right or wrong. He would always favor Tianlin. Chen Xian's brow furrowed slightly. I finally managed to teach my disciple properly, and you want to corrupt him right in front of me? Originally, I only planned to spare your life, but it seems killing you would be cleaner. The 7-kill sword trembled lightly, radiating cold menace. Just as the sword's momentum was building, Bai Baoshan struck first, landing a palm on Yiping's back and scattering all his soul power. Your Excellency, I have destroyed this man's soul power and will expel him from the academy. Please calm your anger. Bai Baoshan was ultimately kind-hearted. Though he also despised Yiping, he wouldn't go so far as to have him killed. Chen Xian sheathed his sword and nodded. Bai Baoshan, you're a good man. In consideration of how you protected my disciple, I'll give you this face. Thank you, Your Excellency. Bai Baoshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the matter concluded, Tianlin finally stepped forward. Master, when did you arrive? I've been here all along. Ever since you left the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, I've never strayed far from you. Chen Xian replied. So you've been watching me this whole time, Master? Tianlin silently complained to himself. Qinshi nodded without any hesitation. That's right. He turned to survey the vast training grounds of Heaven Do Royal Academy, his tone cold and filled with undisguised contempt. The academy's facilities are indeed impressive, but the quality of students is abysmal. I had to see whether being in such a place would corrupt you, make you chase after power and wealth, and cause you to lose a swordsman's dignity. This blunt statement made Bai Baoshan's mouth twitch. He knew his students weren't exceptional, but he hadn't expected Qinshin to be so harsh. He wanted to get angry but was wary of the man's status, so he could only suppress his anger. Qinshin continued summarizing his observations from the past 2 days. You never stopped cultivating, your soul power broke through, and you've already mastered the basics of the 7 kills sword technique. When facing the powerful, you showed neither servility nor arrogance, without a trace of fear. This is what it means to be my disciple. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng stepped forward and bowed respectfully. As the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he dared not show disrespect to the guardian Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile clan. Your Majesty Qinshin, your dedication to your disciple is truly admirable. Qinshin's gaze fell upon him, speaking indifferently. So you're Yu Tianheng? You're the one who beat up Old Bones' disciple Guren, aren't you? Your Majesty jests. Yu Tianheng had prepared his response. Guren and I were just having a normal soul duel. My Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul is too domineering, and I couldn't hold back in time. Fortunately, his skeletal warhorse has remarkable defense, so I'm sure he's fine. Titled Douluo also had their pride, and he knew Qinshin wouldn't make a big deal out of such a small matter. Qinshin nodded slightly. Guren indeed only had superficial injuries, and Yu Tianheng had clearly held back the young man, didn't want to provoke the 7-treasure glazed tile clan. He didn't spare his praise. Old Dragon King is fortunate to have a grandson like you. Such praise from the typically stern Qinshin was extremely rare. Yu Tianheng had just begun to show a proud expression when he heard Qinshin continue. However, I'm even more fortunate than your grandfather. My disciple will soon surpass you. He's the true genius. Tianlin was secretly surprised that his master would actually praise him in front of outsiders. Yu Tianheng's smile faded as he raised his head in response. Your Majesty's disciple is naturally excellent, but he's still young, and surpassing me would require years of hard training. I won't be standing still these next few years either. Qinshin suddenly laughed heartily. Is that so? Then when my disciple breaks through to the 20th level and obtains his 2nd soul ring, I'll have him challenge you. When that time comes, don't run away. Agreed. Yu Tianheng will be waiting any time. The young man's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Qinshin nodded, sheathing his sword. I have nothing else to attend to. Xiaodian, your master really must return to the 7-treasure glazed tile clan this time. Remember one thing, never forget your original intention. As his words fell, he soared away on his sword, his figure instantly merging into the high clouds, as graceful as an immortal. With the titled Douluo's oppressive presence gone, everyone simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if even the air had become lighter. Sister Yi, thank you so much for your help this time. And Brother Yu, Sister Dugu, thank you both for your support as well. Tianlin didn't forget to express his gratitude to the 3 of them. With Sword Douluo here, you'd be fine even without our help. Besides, Lingling was the only witness, so if you want to thank someone, thank her. Yu Tianheng clasped his hands behind his back, his tone calm, yet clearly deflecting credit to others. Tianlin shook his head slightly, his dark eyes clear and bright. One thing is one thing. My master can only protect me, but cannot clear my name of suspicion. Therefore, I must thank you all. He understood perfectly well Yu Lingling dared to step forward not only because of personal courage, but also because she had Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan backing her up. Without that support, she might not have been able to ignore family pressure and speak the truth. Tianlin had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Since they showed genuine goodwill, there was no need for him to maintain an aloof attitude. Ning Fengji had once warned him that he couldn't walk alone forever. You're too kind. Yu Tianheng laughed heartily, his appreciation for Tianlin growing stronger. Then we'll take our leave first. Junior, I wish you an early breakthrough to level 20. I look forward to battling you. The future Imperial fighting team turned and left, their retreating figures decisive and confident. Tianlin watched them disappear at the end of the corridor, thinking to himself, Imperial fighting team, sounds good. Perhaps I should find a team. Although the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament wouldn't begin for several years, even the strongest individual couldn't make it to the end alone. The Imperial Fighting Seven's talents were only half a step behind the Shrek Seven Devils before they consumed the immortal herbs. Joining forces with them, he was confident about competing for the future championship. In Tianlin's eyes, Tang Sanside was the protagonist team, while the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation was the final boss. Joining either side would guarantee an easy victory, but that would be utterly boring. His goal was to crush both sides completely. After leaving the Academic Affairs office, Tianlin followed Zhou Yin back to their classroom. Along the way, the girl seemed to want to say something but hesitated, stealing glances at him from time to time. Earlier, she had only regarded Tianlin as a talented junior, but now she realized his background was unimaginably deep. What was worse, she had been so worried about him that she spoke without thinking, practically confessing to her crush Qin Ming in that situation. At this thought, Zhou Yan's cheeks flushed red. How would she face teacher Qin in the future? Meanwhile, at the eastern palace of the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. At his desk, Xue Qinghe quietly listened to his subordinate's report. To recruit Tianlin, he had been secretly paying attention for some time. Today's commotion when Sword Douluo leveled the Academic Affairs office with one sword had shaken the entire city, and his informants had already delivered the complete details to him. Good, what a fine AO family of the Balak Kingdom. Xue Qinghe's lips curved with cold intent as he looked up toward the shadows. Uncle Shi, are you there? A middle-aged man silently emerged from the corner, his aura deep as an abyss. Present. What are your orders, young master? Help me eliminate someone. And while you're at it, cut off Aolfu's other ear. Xue Qinghe's voice was like cold steel. Just cut the ear? Should I take his life? Uncle Shi's gaze was indifferent, clearly not considering the soul Dalalavel Aolfu a threat himself was a title Dala. Killing would make too big a commotion. Xue Qinghe shook his head. The Balak Kingdom would thoroughly investigate. If we only cut off an ear, the AO family will naturally assume the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan struck back. Since they're in the wrong, they'll swallow their anger. As for what to say, you understand. This subordinate understands. Uncle Shi's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Xue Qinghe looked toward another patch of darkness. Uncle Ci, make a trip to Spirit Hall and tell that woman the news. The Balak Kingdom's military strength is considerable. With such a good opportunity, she'll definitely be happy to take over. Another figure appeared from the shadows, also at title Dala level, respectfully accepting the order. Xue Qinghe closed the intelligence scroll, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Truly worthy of being the Pope's daughter, with such powerful guardians around her and such deep schemes. Using this incident, she wants both to sow discord between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan and the Balak Kingdom, and to take the opportunity to absorb the latter. This is definitely not simply about venting anger for Tianlin. 3 full days had passed since the Orph incident. During these 3 days, Tianlin continued attending classes as usual. Though his status had changed, the 7 words Sword Doa's direct disciple had spread throughout the school, and no one dared provoke him without cause anymore. Free from the harassment of those spoiled brats, he found peace and devoted almost all his energy to the 7 members of the future royal fighting team. Nearly every day, he would voluntarily seek them out for challenges, and they gladly accepted. They too disdained associating with wastrels, so their original group of 7 expanded to 8. Soon, Gu Ran recovered from his injuries and rejoined the team, bringing their number to 9. Gu Ran had already acknowledged Tianlin as his boss back at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. After all, Tianlin had even managed to subdue Ning Rongrong. Though his talent was slightly inferior to the 7 members of the royal fighting team, the gap wasn't significant, and everyone was happy to accept him. What surprised Tianlin even more was that Gu Ran harbored no resentment toward Yu Tianheng, who had injured him, but instead admired him. Having been defeated in fair combat left no room for excuses, and he accepted it naturally. He understood the weight of the word team. Only by following the strong could one reach higher ceilings. Otherwise one would remain mediocre. Tianlin was in need of someone with such a clear mindset, so he naturally appreciated him. After several days of interaction, Tianlin came to understand that Yu Tianheng was actually a decent fellow. He was strong and loyal, arrogant, but with the credentials to back it up, and never put on airs with peers of his level, otherwise the other members of the royal fighting team wouldn't have chosen him as their leader. Most remarkably, this dragon prince was surprisingly devoted, had set his sights on Douluo Yin from his very first day at school. With his status, women would line up around the school gates for him. But he rejected them all. Even though Douluo Yin hadn't yet given in, he hadn't strayed in the slightest. Dragons were lustful by nature? At least this golden dragon was an exception. Tianlin suspected that poisoned Douluo behind Douluo Yin was also a factor. Yu Tianheng wanted to gain that title Douluo's support. However, it was clear he genuinely liked Douluo Yin, not merely calculating, completely different from that irresponsible lecherous tiger at Shrek Academy. Douluo Yin was the only woman in the original story who never gave Tang Sen a pleasant face from beginning to end, and now in the royal fighting team, she was like an iceberg, speaking the least. Privately, Tianlin favored Yu Tianheng's chances, believing this iceberg would eventually be conquered. The Shi Mo and Shi Mo brothers were currently Tianlin's closest companions. Both were honest and straightforward, believing that although Tianlin was a genius, he was still young, so as senior schoolmates, it was natural for them to look after their junior in Tianlin's previous life's terms. Such people were called good guys. Yi Lingling needed no mention. She had saved Tianlin and had a gentle, mature personality. Strangely, despite Tianlin being nearly 30 years old counting both lives, whenever he spoke with her, he inexplicably felt like a younger brother being cared for by an older sister. The remaining two agility-type soul masters, Yu Feng and Osro, had completely different personalities. Yu Feng was calm and taciturn with an extremely low presence. Osro, however, was flamboyant, spending considerable time each day grooming his lustrous hair that shone like a mirror. These were the 7 members of the future royal fighting team. Now with the addition of Tianlin and Gu Ran, bringing their numbers to 9, they had already made a private pact. They would participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament together and claim the championship. They warmly welcomed Tianlin and Guren's arrival, as both possessed exceptional talent and could address the team's weaknesses. Initially, Yu Tianheng was the only remaining power attack soul master on the team, but now with Tianlin and Guren as 2 trump cards, the overall configuration became much more flexible and their offensive firepower doubled. Even the Shrek Academy team had prepared 4 substitutes for the competition. A standard 7-member lineup was already stretched thin, let alone having to face the upcoming academy tournaments and continental exchange matches. When the morning theory class ended, Tianlin packed his books and prepared to leave. But as soon as he stood up, his classmates reacted as if struck by lightning, staring at him in terror while quietly backing away, as if ghostly flames might burst from his body at any moment. Tianlin looked puzzled. What's going on? After leaving the classroom, whether in the corridors, courtyards, or on the stone steps, any student who caught sight of him from afar immediately dodged aside, as if encountering the king of hell. It wasn't until he reached the training ground that the familiar royal fighting team finally broke through this eerie barrier. The Shi brothers, Shimo and Shimo, strode forward with anxious expressions. Little Tian, your 7-treasure glazed tile clan really went too far this time. Shimo lowered his voice. Too far. Tianlin was even more confused. Brother Shi, what are you talking about? You don't know yet? Yi Lingling frowned as she explained. 2 days ago, Orf and Ordo submitted their withdrawal applications and left. On their way back, they were ambushed by mysterious attackers. Ordo was severely injured, and Orf had his remaining ear cut off. Everyone's saying it was the 7-treasure glazed tile clan's revenge. Tianlin immediately shook his head. Impossible. Our 7-treasure glazed tile clan always settles scores on the spot. We would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Yu Tianheng added his analysis. I think so too. Although both were severely injured, they're both still alive, and the attacker deliberately left behind the ear cutting as a warning. Clearly the perpetrator didn't want to escalate this to all-out war. The AO family was in the wrong to begin with, and without evidence that the second attack came from your clan, even the Ballarak royal family can only turn a blind eye. However, the seeds of hatred and suspicion have already been planted, right? Tianlin continued, his expression darkening. In everyone's eyes, the only force with both motive and capability to cut off Orf's ear is our 7-treasure glazed tile clan. Even jumping into the ocean wouldn't wash us clean. His mind rapidly sifted through potential suspects. This incident occurred shortly after the academy conflict, and the perpetrator was able to obtain information immediately and pursue the AO brothers. Meeting these criteria, besides the 7-treasure glazed tile clan, only the 3 committee members, Douluo and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family remained. However, the committee had no intention of provoking conflict between the clan and Ballarak. Douluo and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon were too proud to meddle in such personal grudges. After eliminating possibilities, his focus locked onto Xue Qinghe, or rather, Qianren Xue. She had both motive and capability, and her move could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. 1. Drive a wedge between the seven treasure glazed tile clan and the Ballarat kingdom. 2. Leave a negative impression in Emperor Shui's mind of the seven treasure glazed tile clan as vindictive. 3. Make the academy students fear Tianlin and isolate him. If his deduction was correct, she would inevitably appear next as the only one who still cared about Tianlin. In what seemed like a helpless situation to ordinary people, such concern would be enough to make a 7-year-old child grateful beyond words. Unfortunately, Tianlin had the psychological maturity of a 27-year-old and was well aware of such tactics. Going further, he also considered the possibility of Spirit Hall taking action against the Ao family of Ballarat Kingdom in the future. In the original story, after the Spirit Empire was established, Ballarat was indeed the first kingdom it absorbed. To so easily shake a nation's military power required not only Spirit Hall's own strength, but likely inside help as well. If that was the case, perhaps he could make some moves of his own in the future after all. Although the Ao family was powerful, they were merely dukes, not the kingdom's royal family, and this distinction gave Tianlin many opportunities for counterattack. You, my two stone brothers, Yu Feng, and sister Lingling, sister Yanzi, I won't be training with you all today. I believe there's a guest waiting for me in my room. Tianlin dismissed his martial soul, waved to everyone, and stepped out of the training ground with a light stride. Aesilo was about to fix his hair when he noticed Tianlin hadn't mentioned him at all, immediately frowning. Wait, why did little Tian say goodbye to all of you, but completely ignored me? Shimo crossed his arms and gave him a sideways glance. Obviously, with that flashy attitude of yours, little Tian probably wants to punch you just looking at you. Come on, what do you mean flashy? I'm maintaining my handsome man image. Aesilo pulled out a palm-sized silver mirror and carefully arranged his bangs. Could it be that my hairstyle is messy today, so little Tian won't acknowledge me? Yi Lingling's cold voice drifted over. You'd better not say that to his face. I'm worried he'll draw the demon-suppressing sword and strike you down, and I'm not joking. Aesilo felt a chill down his spine and immediately deflated. On the training ground, the atmosphere among the seven remained lively, but everyone knew this narcissistic guy was always the least likable one. Leaving his companions behind, Tianlin walked along the bluestone path back to his dormitory. The main door was slightly ajar, with the hinges still slowly rebounding, clearly indicating someone had just entered. Pushing the door open, he saw a neat row of books, and the figure by the desk was particularly conspicuous. Shui Qinghe was looking down at his thick notebook. Good thing it wasn't a diary, or all his secrets would be exposed. Tianlin thought self-mockingly. What decent person keeps a diary anyway? He approached quietly with light steps, speaking with a smile still in his voice. Brother Shui, what brings you here? Shui Qinghe closed the notebook with a gentle smile. I came to see you. I heard about the Orph incident. Such a big trouble, and you didn't come to me? If I had intervened, the seven treasure glazed tile sect and the Balak kingdom wouldn't be in such a standoff now. Tianlin showed apologetic expression on his face, but inwardly grumbled. Isn't the tense relationship exactly what you wanted to see? He still replied respectfully. I understand, Brother Shui. I was impulsive this time. From now on, I'll definitely seek your help first thing when something happens. That's right. Shui Qinghe nodded with satisfaction, a flash of desire for control flickering in his eyes. Once Tianlin became dependent on him, even if he resumed his identity as Qian Rinxua, the other might choose to follow him and betray the seven treasure glazed tile sect. This was the result he had been planning for a long time. The only thing that displeased him was that he had originally arranged for Tianlin to attend Tiando Royal Academy, partly to facilitate his own supervision, and partly hoping he would clash with Yu Tianhenge if the future guardian de law of the seven treasure glazed tile sect and the heir of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family were truly at odds. The relationship between the two sects would inevitably suffer. However, Yi Lingling unexpectedly became a bridge, and instead of becoming enemies, the two quickly became friends, making his scheme backfire completely. Disobedient children still need proper discipline. A trace of malice surfaced in his heart. Tianlin suddenly shivered, feeling as if some danger was quietly targeting him. Shui Qinghe casually flipped to a page in the notebook, tapping his fingertip on the densely packed records. By the way, little Tian, you've been researching soul beasts with elemental powers. This observation was meticulous and accurate. Just from these records, he could discern his research direction, truly perceptive indeed. Tianlin had no intention of hiding it and nodded. Yes, for my sword to grow, it needs to absorb soul rings of various attributes. I see. So the sword currently only contains the water attribute. No wonder it can't unleash the true power of a god-level martial soul. Shui Qinghe suddenly understood. No wonder Tianlin cared so much about attribute soul beasts. If he wanted to complete the martial soul fusion as soon as possible, he, as the external support, obviously needed to contribute. After returning, he planned to immediately instruct Uncle Shi to go to the Spirit Hall and bring back that most comprehensive soul beast information on the continent, to avoid wasting time on information gathering. Brother Shui, do you have anything else? Tianlin tentatively asked, sincerely hoping Xue Qinghe would leave soon. Being around this crown prince put considerable psychological pressure on him. There's one more thing. Come, follow me to the bed. Xue Qinghe suddenly stood up and strode toward the bed. Tianlin instantly froze. Could Qian Renxue be planning to use force? He was only 7 years old. His equipment hadn't even developed yet. This was way too hasty. It wasn't until Xue Qinghe sat cross-legged on the bed with soul power surging through his body that he realized it was for joint cultivation. Come, little Tian, sit in front of me and place your palms against mine. I feel our martial souls have extremely high compatibility. Perhaps we can not only fuse, but also assist each other in cultivation. Xue Qinghe's tone was serious. Tianlin naturally understood the benefits similar to the future cultivation mode of Huiyuhao and Wang Dong borrowing the Haodong power. So he sat across from Xue Qinghe without hesitation, pressing their palms together. The next moment, their two streams of soul power flowed together like pre-connected rivers, merging without any obstruction. Xue Qinghe was overjoyed and immediately activated the family's angel meditation method, while Tianlin instinctively started the Nuwa meditation method. The two supreme meditation methods, combined with the boost from their martial soul fusion power, resulted in an astonishing rate of soul power growth. 2 hours later, both awakened one after another. Tianlin clearly felt his soul power had increased dramatically at this rate. After a few more joint cultivation sessions with Xue Qinghe, he would soon break through to level 20. In comparison, Xue Qinghe's improvement wasn't as dramatic. His soul power was already far higher than Tianlin's, and given the huge gap, he could only provide one-way assistance. However, what delighted him was that thanks to the joint operation of the Nuwa meditation method, his soul power had been further purified for someone about to inherit a divine position. This was more precious than simply increasing the total amount. Such wonderful fusion power, able to purify soul power while cultivating. Little Tian, you're truly my lucky star. Xue Qinghe couldn't help but reach out and pull Tianlin into his embrace. Tianlin only felt the chest area was completely flat. Was this Qian Renxue undeveloped? Or when transforming into Xue Qinghe, did she compress even this detail to the extreme? Little Tian, why don't you stop living in the dormitory and come live with Brother Xue in the Eastern Palace? You felt it too, didn't you? How strong our fusion power is. Although we can't perform martial soul fusion techniques yet, if we persist, we'll achieve it someday. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That's not necessary, Brother Xue. I'll stay in the dormitory. My friends are all there, and I don't want to be separated from them. Tianlin quickly declined. Living with Xue Qinghe? His little secrets would probably be completely exposed within days. Xue Qinghe's brows furrowed slightly, almost blurting out, you don't need friends, having me is enough. But he was ultimately a wise crown prince, not a willful spirit hall young lady, so he adjusted his wording. All right then, but you must promise me to come to the Eastern Palace every few days. This fusion power is greatly beneficial to both of us. We can't waste it. Tianlin understood this was the other party's bottom line. If he refused again, the other party would probably really send a titled Douluo to invite him. So he immediately nodded in agreement, which finally satisfied Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe stayed in Tianlin's room until dusk before reluctantly preparing to leave. The feeling of cultivating together with Tianlin was simply intoxicating. If not for her current identity as the wise crown prince, she would have loved nothing more than to drag Tianlin back to the Eastern Palace. By the way, Xiaotian, let's give our fusion power a name, Xue Qinghe suddenly suggested. A name? Tianlin nodded eagerly. Sure. How about using characters from our names? My Tian, and your he, we could call it Tianhe power. What do you think? No, let's call it Tianxue power, Xue Qinghe immediately corrected. Between Qinghe, I prefer the character Xue. She smiled brilliantly. To others, this would seem perfectly natural. Xue was the imperial surname of the Heaven Do Empire, and it was only fitting for a crown prince to take pride in the royal name. However, only Xue Qinghe herself knew the true significance of that character, Xue. It was part of the name her father had personally chosen for her. For the entire following month, Tianlin kept his promise, visiting the Eastern Palace every few days to cultivate the Tianxue power, together with Xue Qinghe. The efficiency was remarkable, significantly superior to relying solely on the sacred breath barrier without attached spirit rings. For Tianlin, who was most pressed for time, this was practically a shortcut. What was originally expected to take at least 2 to 3 months to achieve, his spirit power broke through the 20th level in just over a month. At the moment of breakthrough, he nearly couldn't resist throwing back his head and laughing triumphantly. Finally, he could hunt for his second spirit ring. That very day, he rushed to the training ground commonly used by Yu Tianheng and the others, dropping the news of his breakthrough like a bombshell. Everyone's jaws dropped. Over 20 levels at just 7 years old, it was like having cheat codes. Osro circled around him, poking his cheek one moment and lifting his arm the next. Xiaotian, are you really human? You're not some spirit beast in disguise, are you? When I was 7, I was barely around level 10. Level 20 is just ridiculous. Osro, reincarnated spirit beasts all have beast martial souls. Don't you know my martial soul is a sword? And if you touch me one more time, don't blame me for being merciless with my blade. Tianlin barely restrained his urge to draw his sword. I've said it before, Xiaoyan has wanted to cut you down for more than just a day or two. Yi Lingling, who had always been quiet, spoke coolly. Her tone was even colder than her healing soul skill, yet it struck precisely at Osro's weak spot. Yu Tianhing burst into hearty laughter and patted Tianlin's shoulder. Xiao Tian, congratulations. It looks like our agreement will be fulfilled soon. I'm waiting for you to return with your second spirit ring. The agreement he referred to was the promised duel between Chun Xian and Tianlin's Tianlin obtained his second spirit ring. The two would face off. At that moment, Qin Ming and Zhou Yan approached side by side. The two were now officially a couple. Qin Ming held high hopes for this group of children and planned to pour all his efforts into nurturing them so that they could soar to great heights in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament in a few years. Years ago, he had been unable to participate due to Shrek Academy's irregular status, a regret that lingered to this day. If he could now personally train a championship team, it would serve as compensation. Qin Ming's gaze settled on Tianlin, his tone both solemn and expectant. Xiao Tian, for your second spirit ring, do you need me to help you hunt for it? Zhou Yan said, my soul skills are perfect for hunting soul beasts. Once you obtain your soul ring and return, Qin Ming mentioned, he can arrange combat training for you all. Hearing this invitation, Tianlin casually agreed, but his gaze fell upon Zhou Yan's gently trembling butterfly wings. Zhou Yan's martial soul was a colorful butterfly, which by conventional logic should follow an agility attack or agility support path, yet she had chosen an unconventional control route. Tianlin had been curious about this and finally couldn't resist asking. Zhou Yan fluttered her transparent wings and explained playfully, my soul skills can scatter various powders, poison powder, paralysis powder, sleep powder, you name it. I can put soul beasts to sleep, and even the weakest teammates can easily finish them off. That's why I'm the perfect support for hunting low-level soul beasts. Tianlin nodded in admiration, but still shook his head. No, thank you. My master instructed me that once I break through level 20, I must return to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. He will personally select a soul beast for May cannot hunt randomly. Zhou Yan and Qin Ming exchanged knowing smiles without pressing further. They naturally understood the requirements at the titled Douluo level. After all, the more outstanding Tianlin's performance, the more cautious his teacher became about any potential mistakes in his cultivation. Only Dust Heart and Tianlin knew the real reason Tianlin possessed twin martial souls. If he went hunting with Tiando Royal Academy, he couldn't use his sacred breath barrier to conceal this secret, limiting his second soul ring to around 700 years at most. For Tianlin, whose first soul ring was already 600 years old, this would be too wasteful. Dust Heart was meticulous and determined that his disciple's second soul ring should be at least 900 years old. Don't underestimate those mere 200 years. The soul power amplification and soul skill potency would be vastly different, and he absolutely wouldn't allow his disciple to suffer such a loss. With everything explained, Tianlin bid farewell to everyone and set off for home. The distance wasn't far, and with his speed, half a day of travel would suffice. 3 hours later, 7 Treasure Mountain appeared on the horizon, but he first detoured to the small courtyard in town to visit his parents. Pushing open the door, he found Mo Lan tidying the courtyard. Seeing her son's sudden appearance, she was so delighted she nearly dropped the cloth in her hands. Jun Tianhai followed closely behind, his expression more serious than his wife's. Tianlin, I heard from sect disciples that you went to Tiando Royal Academy. Why are you back so soon? You didn't skip school, did you? What are you saying? My son is so well behaved. Mo Lan disagreed, glaring at her husband and protectively positioning herself in front of Tianlin. If not for her constant worry about her son, she wouldn't have been willing to let him go to Tiando at all. Tianlin quickly explained, Father, Mother, my soul power has broken through level 20. I've returned home to ask my teacher to take me hunting for my second soul ring. This statement struck like thunder. Jun Tianhai nearly dropped his teacup. Level 20? He had cultivated for most of his life and was only level 23. Was this child really his own? Calculating the time, it wouldn't be long before his son would be giving him reverse education, threatening his paternal authority. He coughed awkwardly, secretly regretting not working harder in his youth. Ahem. Good, good. Having ability is a good thing. Tianlin noticed his father's embarrassment, but didn't mention his hidden cards. The Shushan sword technique, 7 kills sword technique, plus the gap in martial soul quality meant he could already easily overpower his father. However, considering their blood relationship, he decided to restrain himself to avoid making his father feel too dejected. Actually, he really wanted to tell Jun Tianhai, you can't beat me anymore. But considering that Jun Tianhai was his father after all, Tianlin decided not to provoke him. 3 days later, at the Stardow Forest, Chun Xian and Tianlin had arrived at the edge of this soul beast gathering ground. Along the way, The scent of damp earth and the occasional roars of wild beasts reminded them of the dangers ahead. Chun Xian looked up at the dense canopy, his expression showing both excitement and concern. His mind drifted back to 3 days ago when Tianlin had just returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The young man had casually mentioned breaking through to level 20 as if it were nothing special, leaving Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and all the elders present, along with Tianlin's parents, stunned in place. It had been just over a month since Chun Xian's return from Heaven Do Royal Academy, yet his disciple had already crossed another bottleneck. This speed made everyone suspect he might have used some forbidden technique that forced rapid advancement. Chun Xian immediately arranged for testing to carefully verify the quality of Tianlin's soul power. The results proved that Tianlin's soul power was not only pure, but exceptionally dense, clearly the result of solid cultivation. With all doubts swept away, Chun Xian's pride was practically overflowing. Though this cultivation speed seemed impossibly fast for an ordinary human, it somehow felt perfectly natural when it came to Tianlin. Thus, in front of Gu Rong's face, which looked as sour as if he'd drunk an entire jar of aged vinegar, Chun Xian proudly announced he would take Tianlin to hunt for his second soul ring. One could imagine that Gu Ran would inevitably face another harsh training session from Gu Rong, having been suppressed by Chun Xian his entire life, and now seeing even his disciple overshadowed by Chun Xian's student, how could he accept it? However, what worried Chun Xian at this moment was something else entirely. Tianlin's courage was simply too great. Little Tian, are you really planning to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Chun Xian lowered his voice, confirming once more. With your current spiritual power and physical condition, plus the assistance of the sacred breath barrier, a soul beast around 900 years would be the safest choice. I can almost guarantee a 100% success rate. But once we step into the 1,000-year range, the success rate drops to less than 60%. Tianlin smiled calmly, yet his eyes held unwavering determination. 60% is already more than half. Soul masters walk on the blade's edge by nature without challenges. Where would the rewards come from? His confidence came not only from courage, but also from the supreme meditation technique he had switched to the Nuwa Empress meditation method. Since practicing this technique, his soul power quality had dramatically increased, with one level of his soul power equivalent to 1.5 to 2 levels of an ordinary soul master. In other words, though he appeared to be at level 20, his true combat ability could already match that of a high-level great soul master at level 27 or 28. If he successfully absorbed his second soul ring, he might even have the capability to face off against a soul elder who had just reached level 30. Challenges bring rewards, indeed. Chun Xian patted Tianlin's shoulder, his gaze gentle. Your master won't try to dissuade you anymore. But no matter what happens, you must hold on until the very end. Chun Xian had no children of his own. Tianlin was his only disciple, and the heir to whom he planned to pass on everything he knew. Don't worry, master. Tianlin nodded, then shifted the topic to their target soul beast. This time I want to hunt for a fire tribute soul ring. I've considered the Flame Lord, Blazing Arrow Divine Eagle, Volcano Gorilla, and Earth King. What do you think? Chun Xian pondered for a moment, then rejected them all. If it were only 900 years, these would indeed be suitable choices. But since you're set on a 1,000-year beast, they're too aggressive. The more aggressive a soul beast, the more violent its soul ring becomes. While this makes the soul skill more ferocious, it also multiplies the risk. Though he had agreed to let his disciple challenge a 1,000-year soul ring, he still wanted to minimize the risks as much as possible. Therefore, for this expedition, he preferred to choose soul beasts that were gentle in nature with lower aggression, but possessed fire attributes after all. Tianlin only needed the attribute, not the ferocity. Chun Xian suddenly remembered something, raising an eyebrow as he looked toward the depths of the forest. Speaking of which, that fellow might be quite suitable. As the guardian de law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, Chun Xian might not have been particularly fond of studying soul beasts, but under Ning Fengji's constant influence, he knew far more than the average person. Soon enough, he thought of a suitable candidate. With a flick of his fingers, he grasped Tianlin's arm and lifted him up, soaring through the air on his sword straight toward the depths of the Star Do forest. As their altitude decreased, the surrounding air temperature rapidly climbed, with scorching heat hitting them head-on. This was the most active territory for fire tribute soul beasts. Master, what soul beast are you taking me to find? Tianlin asked, suspended in midair. Purple fire, golden-eyed beast. Chun Xian replied with just 4 words. Purple fire? Is it purple because of extremely high temperature, or does the flame itself have special abilities? Tianlin caught the key point. If it was purely due to temperature over 7,000 degrees, then it meant the opponent's fire tribute energy was terrifyingly powerful. If it was the latter, there was something else at play. Chun Xian shook his head gently. If it were truly high temperature causing the color, we wouldn't bother targeting it. He added, the purple fire golden-eyed beast's flames are a type of poison fire not lethal, but capable of sealing soul power. In other words, this soul beast's attack power wasn't outstanding, making it perfect for Tianlin's current level. Chen Xin continued his warning. Xiaodian, you must be extremely careful later. While the purple fire golden-eyed beast's combat ability is weak, it has two major advantages: high intelligence and exceptional alertness. Those golden eyes of theirs can spot how many legs a mosquito has from several kilometers away. With these eyes, they're often revered as strategists by groups that are all brawn and no brains, like those volcano gorillas you mentioned earlier. Tianlin immediately understood. So to hunt it, we'd have to face an entire pack. Exactly. Chen Xian nodded. Purple fire golden-eyed beasts are naturally cunning and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Several massive beast tides in the Douluo forest have had Tinthasandier purple fire golden-eyed beasts pulling the strings behind the scenes. Fortunately, this time we're only targeting one with thousand-year cultivation. Its intelligence hasn't developed to that level yet. With that, he sheathed his sword and landed. Its greatest assets are its intelligence and eyes. Aerial targets are too conspicuous. We'll go on foot. The two entered the forest. This area was on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where the surrounding soul beasts generally had low cultivation levels, mostly 10-year and 100-year beasts, with the occasional newly advanced Tinthasandier creature. The sword Douluo's aura swept across the area, and even the most ferocious soul beasts dared not bare their claws and fangs at them. After walking for a while, Tianlin frowned slightly. Master, isn't the number of soul beasts a bit too high? When we went to the soul hunting forest before, even weak soul beasts didn't dare approach us, but now they're everywhere. A hint of approval appeared at the corner of Chen Xian's mouth. Exactly. Rather than saying they fear me, it's more accurate to say they're surrounding without attacking. He looked up, scanning the countless shadowy figures layered throughout the dense forest, then sighed quietly. It seems we've already been discovered by the purple fire golden-eyed beast. The two came to a halt, realizing they had unknowingly fallen into the purple fire golden-eyed beast trap. The century-old and millennium-old soul beasts that had been scattered around began silently converging, tightening their encirclement bit by bit as the roles of hunter and prey reversed without a sound. Facing the menacing gazes of the beast pack, Chen Xian's lips curved into a slight smile. Tianlin, let Master teach you another lesson. Toting the face of absolute power, all schemes are futile. As his words fell, the 7-kill sword suddenly materialized with a flash of cold light. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black shot up from beneath his feet, like 9 burning stars in orbit. A bone-chilling killing intent spread outward, sharp as a blade against the throat, yet he controlled it with precision, not letting a trace reach Tianlin. In the shadows, a pair of golden vertical pupils trembled and contracted. The purple fire golden-eyed beast hadn't expected to encounter a tidal Douluo. This was a terrifying existence capable of matching 100,000-year soul beasts. Even thousands upon thousands of ordinary century and millennium soul beasts would struggle against such power. The purple fire golden-eyed beast instinctively wanted to retreat, but the moment it moved, space seemed to tear apart as Chen Xian instantly appeared behind it, his voice calm. Want to leave? Too late. You are indeed clever, but without reaching 10,000 years, it's merely petty cunning. If you hadn't made your move just now, I would have had trouble finding you among the beast horde. Under the moonlight, this soul beast resembled both wolf and hound, with golden fur pressed close to its body and deep purple flames burning in the depths of its eyes. With a single glance, Chen Xian determined it had just broken through the 1,000-year mark, perfect for Tianlin's needs. His mind made up, the sword's edge pressed down suddenly, causing even the air to freeze. Roar! The purple fire golden-eyed beast let out a thunderous howl, a command summoning all soul beasts. Rustling sounds erupted throughout the dense forest, but instead of having its companions rescue it, the beast ordered them to charge at Tianlin together, attempting to save itself by attacking elsewhere. Chen Xian's expression remained indifferent as he flicked his wrist. Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. The 7-kill sword shot through the air, positioning itself before Tianlin as sword chi instantly formed a hemispherical protective barrier. The beast tide crashed against it with the sound of clashing metal, all blocked from entry. The trapped purple fire golden-eyed beast's eyes blazed with intensified purple light as a searing beam of fire shot forth soul skill, sealing spirit purple fire. Purple flames instantly enveloped Chen Xian, partially sealing his martial soul and soul power. Seeing this, the beast's heart filled with wild joy. With the tidal Douluo disarmed and weakened, if the beast horde swarmed him, they might actually achieve a reversal. The soul beasts, receiving their orders, all turned toward him as claws and fangs tore through the wind. From the center of the flames, however, came Chen Xian's cold voice. Even without my sword in hand, my edge will not diminish by half, because I am the sword. The firelight was forcibly torn apart as a forest of killing intent surged like a tide, so sharp it made the air shriek. Chen Xian stepped forward, his murderous aura spreading with each movement, causing the soul beasts to retreat in terror wherever he passed. Tianlin, Watch closely, this is the true 7-kill sword technique. Killing intent spreads. Qinshin used his arm as a sword, and with casual movements, unleashed countless sharp sword chi. Each blade of energy contained intense killing intent, and the murderous aura alone was enough to crush one's fighting spirit. The blazing flames were torn apart by the sword chi, and nearby soul beasts were wounded, roaring as they retreated. Sword Douluo was showing mercy after a life he truly intended to slaughter. Nothing would remain alive in this area. But his target today was only the purple fire golden-eyed beast. Soul beasts faced difficult growth, and he had always refrained from killing unnecessarily except when hunting soul rings for cultivation, which was why he possessed few soul bones. This detached nature was precisely why he had always surpassed Bone Douluo, who was more driven by self-interest. Xiaotian, come over. This purple fire golden-eyed beast has lost its will to fight. Now is the perfect time to absorb its soul ring. Qinshin's voice was calm, yet filled with concern. Ever since accepting Tianlin's absorption of thousand-year soul rings, he had been looking out for his disciple at every turn. Today, he had been continuously releasing killing intent to crush the purple fire golden-eyed beast's will. The higher the intelligence, the greater the fear. This thousand-year soul beast was now completely afraid to resist. Tianlin felt warmth in his heart. Though his master was strict, he always protected him. Master, rest assured, I will definitely succeed in absorbing this soul ring. He responded solemnly, summoned his pitch-black demon sword, and stepped toward the giant beast with purple scales and crimson eyes. The purple fire golden-eyed beast lay on the ground, seemingly having given up on life. Just as Tianlin stepped within 10 feet, it suddenly raised its head, purple light blazing in its eyes as a beam of purple fire shot out. Bang! Even blocking with his demon sword, he was still knocked back. The poisonous flames invaded his meridians, and his soul power felt as if it had been shattered by a heavy hammer, instantly dropping from level 18 to around level 12. If it had been someone else, they might have been suppressed below level 10. Unable to even activate soul ring skills, the beast had been feigning death for this final strike. Qinshin's gaze sharpened. Xiaotian, you were careless. Remember, until your enemy is truly down, never assume victory just because you have a slight advantage. Such moments are the most deadly. Sweat ran down Tianlin's cheeks as he acknowledged his oversight with a solemn nod. I won't give you a second chance. Raising his demon sword high, he shouted. First soul skill condensing snow. Cold energy exploded, and frost instantly engulfed the purple fire golden-eyed beast. Ice crystals rapidly spread along its scales, completely sealing the massive body. In the next moment, sword chi slashed down, the ice crystals shattered, and the thousand-year soul beast crashed to the ground, lifeless. Having lost their strategist, the surrounding soul beasts no longer dared to linger and fled in panic. The forest returned to silence. Tianlin took a deep breath and approached the purple fire golden-eyed beast's corpse. Guiding with his soul power, a purple soul ring slowly rose and hovered steadily before him. Come then, my second soul ring. A purple halo descended above Tianlin's head, giving him no chance to react. The thousand-year soul ring suddenly contracted, clamping around his body like an iron hoop, as if trying to crush him to pieces. The dominance of a thousand-year soul ring far exceeded that of a 100-year one. The blazing fire attribute power instantly plunged him into a sea of flames. His flesh, meridians, and even his soul were being scorched by the inferno. His internal organs felt as if they were ignited. Every inch of flesh and blood within his body was churning and exploding. The sacred breath barrier was forced to activate, its pale golden light membrane clinging to his skin and rapidly repairing the torn tissues. Xiaotian, fire attribute soul rings are more vicious than other attributes. No matter how fierce the impact, you must stay conscious. Once you pass out, you'll never wake up again. Chen Xian warned in a grave voice. Since becoming a titled Douluo, few things in the world could move him, but watching his disciple struggle in the flames, he still couldn't hide his worry. The excruciating pain continued, yet it was gradually changing. Tianlin's first soul ring was water attribute. The demon sword and sacred spirit pearl simultaneously released cold air, ice blue mist enveloping his entire body, forcibly diluting the flames. Tianlin sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into his body. His spiritual sea remained as calm as a deep lake. No matter how the external flames raged, they couldn't shake it in the slightest. Seeing his disciple's face change from flush to calm, Chen Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most dangerous phase had passed, and this little rascal had actually managed to absorb a thousand-year soul ring beyond his level. Roar! Suddenly, an angry beast's roar invaded Tianlin's spiritual world. The purple fire golden-eyed beast's pair of golden vertical pupils silently appeared, sharp beams of light tearing through the spiritual space and piercing directly toward Tianlin's eyes. Ah! A stabbing pain caused Tianlin to fall backward, losing consciousness on the spot. Xiaotian. Chen Xian's heart tightened. The absorption had clearly succeeded, so why did he suddenly faint? He quickly assessed that only Ning Fengji might know the answer. The 7-kill sword emerged with a cold gleam. His third soul skill, sword wings like flight, activated. He gathered Tianlin in his arms and transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the 7-treasure, glazed tile sect. 3 days later, within the 7-treasure, glazed tile sect, Tianlin lay on a spacious bed, breathing steadily but showing no signs of awakening. Beside the bed, Ning Fengji and the 2 guardian Douluo wore grave expressions. Ning Rongrong was sprawled at the bedside, her eyes red with tears. Sword brother, please wake up. Rongrong will never make you angry again. Bon Douluo held his granddaughter in his arms, gently patting her shoulder. Good girl, don't cry. Your sword brother just overtrained himself. He'll be fine after sleeping for a few days. Chun Xin paced back and forth, restless with anxiety. Fengji, you examined him a few days ago and said Xiao Tian's body and soul were both healthy. But it's been 3 days now, why hasn't he woken up? Ning Fengji shook his head with a sigh. According to Uncle Sword's account, he had indeed completed the absorption at that time. But to suddenly lose consciousness afterward, I never heard of such a situation. In truth, Tianlin's soul had suffered a mysterious impact the moment the absorption was completed. That force hadn't caused harm, but it had caused his spiritual sea to expand rapidly. For 3 days, his consciousness had been stationed within, organizing the surging spiritual power. Phew, finally got it sorted out. In his spiritual sea, Tianlin let out a long breath. He didn't understand why the purple fire golden-eyed beast's eyes had suddenly appeared in his spiritual sea, but the benefits he gained were undoubtedly immense. His spiritual power, baptized by those demonic pupils, felt as if it had been refined by an extremely sharp sword, clear and solid. His entire spiritual sea was now several times more stable than before. He was certain that if he were to cast the sacred breath barrier now, its effect would be far stronger than before. However, these still weren't his greatest gains. What truly made his heart surge with excitement was that the Shushan treasure record in his mind had quietly turned to its second page. The second section, Yuheng Herbal Classic, came from the hand of Cao, one of the 7 sages of Shushan. It recorded herbs of every description, rare velvet heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, narcissus, jade muscle bone, and all the precious immortal herbs mentioned in the original work. The pages not only detailed their effects but also included specific methods for harvesting, preserving, and consuming them. Even more valuable was the pill refinement section, which proposed using immortal herbs as catalysts combined with common herbs to create pills that could multiply their medicinal effects several times over. With such profound knowledge, Tianlin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Shushan's research on immortal herbs was probably 10 times superior to Tang San's mysterious heaven treasure record. With this manual, he no longer needed to curry favor with Tang San or borrow his materials. He could even sweep through the immortal herbs in the Star Do forest before Tang San encountered Dugabo. As for Tang San, since he wasn't an enemy, they could be friends, but there was no need for deep friendship. After all, preparing to intercept someone's opportunities while calling them brother would be rather unseemly. With this thought, he devoted himself entirely to the Yuheng Herbal Classic. Time flew by amid the interplay of scholarly fragrance and spiritual light. A day and night passed, and while the outside world had seen the cycle of day and night, for people had been keeping vigil outside his door. Inside the room, Ning Rongrong was gently wringing out a towel, wiping away the fine perspiration from the unconscious Tianlin's forehead. If the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect saw this, their jaws would drop. The usually pampered little devil was now acting like a careful little maid. Outside in the corridor, Ning Fengji stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the tightly closed door and sighing softly. Thanks to little Tian, Rongrong has become much more sensible than before. Sigh. I hope he wakes up soon. This doting father of a sect master couldn't bear to see his daughter washing her face with tears daily, and he firmly believed that their future guardian Do wouldn't fall to a mere 1,000-year soul ring. Inside the quiet room, the girl's gentle voice echoed in the air. Sword brother, my soul power has reached level 15. Although I can't catch up to you, Dad says I'm the fastest cultivating auxiliary type soul master. When you wake up, I'll be your dedicated support from behind, okay? Her soft words were like gentle hands trying to knock on Tianlin's consciousness. Indeed, in the depths of his spiritual sea, he heard that familiar call Rongrong. Damn it. I got so absorbed in studying pill refinement that I completely forgot about the person who cares about me. Tianlin suddenly felt remorseful, and his consciousness quickly returned to reality. The moment he opened his eyes, he first saw Ning Rongrong's pretty face, filled with worry yet tinged with surprise. So he smiled slightly, his voice hoarse but gentle. Rongrong, I'm back. I'm sorry for worrying you. The girl's eyes immediately reddened, but she didn't dare linger. She almost flew to the door and called out loudly. Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, Dad, come quickly. Sword brother is awake. Sword brother is awake. Xiaotian, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body? In the room, Ning Fengji once again checked Tianlin's pulse, examined his soul power fluctuations, and even carefully inspected his spiritual power. The results surprised him whether in terms of physical constitution or spirit. Tianlin was remarkably robust, showing no signs of problems whatsoever. However, Qinshin remained worried and asked several more times. Master, please don't worry. I'm truly fine. Tianlin smiled reassuringly. These past few days, I wasn't unconscious, I was simply staying within my own spiritual sea. He put everyone's minds at ease and honestly explained how his spiritual sea had expanded dramatically. Only then did Ning Fengji and Qinshin understand Tianlin had spent these days organizing his suddenly surging spiritual power. Spiritual sea. Xiao Tian can actually directly observe his own spiritual sea. Ning Fengji marveled silently. This was something only many spiritual-type soul masters could achieve, nearly impossible for sword-type martial souls. It seemed Tianlin's second martial soul was likely related to spiritual power as well. However, he still had doubts. A mere soul ring that had just passed 1,000 years could expand Tianlin's spiritual sea to such an extent this was impossible under normal circumstances. Although the purple fire golden-eyed beast could launch attacks with its eyes and could barely be considered a spiritual-type soul beast, its 1,000-year level was ultimately limited. Xiao Tian, can you tell me the complete process of absorbing the soul ring? Ning Fengji couldn't help but be curious. Since everyone here was trustworthy, Tianlin simply recounted his experiences in the spiritual sea, only omitting the Shushan treasure record while hiding nothing else. After the story ended, Ning Fengji's face lit up with joy. I understand now. So that's how it is, no wonder your spiritual power surged. Xiao Tian, you've struck it rich this time. Fengji, stop being mysterious and speak up. Qinshin hated it most when clever people spoke in riddles, keeping him in suspense without explaining. Ning Fengji chuckled softly. Uncle Jian, don't be impatient. If I'm not mistaken, what attacked Tianlin in his spiritual sea should be a soul bone, specifically one from the purple fire golden-eyed beast. The flame golden eyes. Soul bone. Everyone in the room gasped simultaneously. Soul bones were priceless treasures in the soul master world. Whenever one appeared, it would inevitably trigger fierce battles and competition. Even though the seven treasure glazed tile sect was wealthy and powerful, they could only store a few pieces. Wait, that's not right. Bone Douluo frowned. Aren't soul bones limited to 6 parts? Head, torso, and 4 limbs? Which part would the eyes count as? Unless. Before he could finish, Ning Fengji continued, his voice trembling with excitement. Uncle Gu, it's exactly what you're thinking. What Xiao Tian absorbed is an external soul bone. The value of external soul bones far exceeded that of ordinary soul bones. If ordinary soul bones had an appearance rate of 1 in 1,000, then external soul bones had less than 1 in 10,000. In the Soul Master world, there was a special ranking for rare treasures, the Soul Master Dream List. External soul bones had always held the second position on the Dream List, second only to the first ranked, nearly impossible 100,000-year soul rings. The most unique aspect of external soul bones is their ability to evolve alongside their owner's soul power growth, making early absorption far more beneficial. In the original story, Tang San absorbed his external soul bone at level 30, while Tianlin completed the fusion several levels earlier, a truly exceptional advantage. Once they confirmed it was indeed an external soul bone, everyone understood why it possessed such tremendous power. Tianlin finally grasped the true nature of his extraordinary opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his soul power into his eyes. His black pupils were swiftly replaced by crimson red, with tiny flames seemingly dancing within. The air in the room warped from the heat as temperatures soared. Ning Fengji, Qinshin, and Bone Douluo observed clearly as Tianlin activated the external soul bone, equally curious about the true capabilities of these flame golden eyes. Tianlin approached the window and gazed downward intently. Everything in his vision appeared to slow down. He could even count the wing beats of a mosquito several kilometers away within a single second. After confirming his newfound power, he turned to report to Ning Fengji and the 2 Douluos. Uncle Ning, Master, Elder, I've discovered that activating the external soul bone enhances all my attributes, particularly my spiritual power and perception, which have been strengthened to a terrifying degree. Indeed, just as I expected, Ning Fengji nodded. I-type external soul bones naturally enhance spiritual power and perception. What about soul skills? Do you have any active abilities? Yes. Tianlin raised his hand as crimson light flashed in his eyes. It's called Golden Flame Soul Burn, a spiritual attack soul skill. When activated, it makes the opponent's spirit feel as though it's being scorched by flames, capable of delivering fatal strikes. However, it consumes nearly half my spiritual power in a single use. Ning Fengji showed no concern. The high consumption is due to the soul bone's current low age. As your strength grows, it will evolve too. The soul skill will become more powerful while requiring relatively less energy. Spiritual attacks are extremely rare. You must make good use of this advantage. Qinshin agreed. Young Tian's demon-suppressing sword already surpasses my 7-kill sword, and the Clear Sky Sect's Clear Sky Hammer in physical attack power. Now with such terrifying soul attacks added, it seems the title of the continent's strongest attack Douluo will soon change hands. I'd be delighted to be replaced by my own disciple. Ning Rongrong's eyes widen nearby. Wow, another soul bone. Brother Jian now has 2 soul bones, doesn't he? Rongrong doesn't have even one. Her voice was soft, but filled with envy. She still believed Tianlin possessed a gem-type soul bone within his body, completely unaware it was merely a lie Tianlin had fabricated to conceal his twin martial souls. One could imagine that when the truth eventually emerged, the little girl would surely sink her small fangs deep into Tianlin's shoulder. Watching their increasingly close relationship, Ning Fengji smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Tian, you're the most outstanding soul master I've ever encountered. I believe your future extends far beyond title Duo. Perhaps even the human limit of level 99 won't contain you. When that day comes, the responsibility of protecting Rongrong and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect will rest in your hands. Don't worry, Uncle Ning. No matter where I go, I'll never forget that I'm a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Tianlin promised. He could speak these words without hesitation because he had never considered betraying them. The next day, Tianlian and Sword Doa Qinshin stood facing each other on the training grounds of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. This wasn't meant to be a true soul duel. Among peers of his level, Tianlian had virtually no opponents, but Qinshin was a level 96 super duo. The gap in raw power remained staggeringly vast. Today's purpose was simply for Qinshin to test his disciple's newly acquired second soul skill, a 1000-year soul skill that, by all rights, shouldn't disappoint his master. This test should have taken place yesterday, but Ning Rongrong had clung tightly to Tianlian, refusing to let go. Having finally waited for her sword brother to wake up, how could she bear to let him fight immediately? What if something went wrong again? The little princess of the 7 treasured glazed tile sect threw such a tantrum that everyone had to agree to let Tianlian rest for another day. Master, are you ready? I'm going to attack now, Tianlian said softly. You little brat, do I need to prepare to block an attack from a mere great soul master? Come at me. Qinshin replied, hands clasped behind his back, his tone casual. Very well, then please receive my attack, master. As his words fell, a purple soul ring blazed beneath Tianlian's feet, his first and second soul rings resonating with each other. After fusing with the purple fire golden-eyed beast's soul ring, his sword now carried fire attributes. This time, he merged water into the fire, unleashing his second soul skill Ice, Fire God Seal. Circulating his soul power throughout his body, Tianlian struck twice in succession, one strike azure blue, the other crimson red. Where the blue sword energy passed, the ground instantly crystallized with ice. Where the red sword energy swept, earth and stone turned black and cracked. The fierce twin sword energies moved so fast they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Qinshin's heart Skippy actually sensed danger from his disciple's attack. He raised his palm, condensing soul power into an invisible barrier before him. However, when the 2 sword energies struck the shield, they immediately carved spiderweb cracks across the pale golden barrier. What? I put in nearly 20 levels worth of soul power, yet I can't block it. Qinshin thought in alarm. He was a titled Deluhi's soul power quality far exceeded that of an ordinary great soul master. 20 levels of output should theoretically match a level 40 soul ancestor. If 20 levels won't work, then 25, 30. He continued pouring in soul power. Only when he reached 30 levels of intensity did the barrier finally stabilize, completely consuming the ice and fire sword energies at its outer layer. Bone Douluo, watching from afar, burst into laughter. Haha, old sword, how embarrassing. Against a mere great soul master, you actually had to use soul elder level soul power. But Qinshin seemed not to hear, only gazing down at the fine frost and scorch marks in his palm, silent. Alright, you've all seen Sword Brother's soul skill. The rest of his time belongs to Rongrong now. Ning Rongrong had already rushed forward, hugging Tianlian's arm. Sword Brother, come play with Rongrong. You'll have to return to the academy soon enough. Tianlian also treasured every moment they had together, gently ruffling her hair. Alright, let's go. I'll stay with you until I return to the academy. With that, he bowed to Ning Fengji, Qinshin, and Bone Douluo. Uncle Ning, Master, Elder Bone, I take my leave. The 2 gradually walked away, the girl's bell-like laughter and the young man's gentle responses fading at the far end of the training grounds. Only Ning Fengji remained in the field, examining the ground where ice crystals and flames coexisted, the massive crack carved by the sword energy striking and ominous. Such terrifying attack power it rivals that of a soul ancestor, and possesses both ice and fire elements simultaneously. I've never seen such a powerful weapon martial soul. Ning Fengji sighed with emotion. Indeed, fortunately he belongs to our 7 treasure glazed tile clan. Bone Douluo Rome also breathed a sigh of relief, though he couldn't help feeling envious deep down such an extraordinary successor had fallen into the hands of his old rival Chinexen. Thinking of his own disappointing clan member Gu Ran, his heart felt heavy with frustration, so he simply vented his irritation on Chen Xian. Hey, old sword man, how long do you plan to keep staring at your palm? Gu Rong urged with a stern expression. Chen Xian didn't look up, instead asking calmly. Old bones, if you only used level 30 soul power, could an ordinary soul king injure you? Gu Rong was stunned. Of course not. I'm a level 95 titled Douluo. How could a mere level 30 be compared to an ordinary soul elder? Forget a soul king's 5th soul skill. Even at full power, they might not break through my defense. This wasn't boasting, but simple fact. Then take a look at this. Chen Xian finally opened his palm. 2 sword marks cut deep to the bone across his palm, with ice blue and crimson gold soul power stubbornly lingering like 2 small venomous snakes biting into the wound. Only by channeling his sword chi could he dispel the dual ice and fire forces. You're injured? How is that possible? Gu Rong's eyes widened. Had clearly seen Chen Xian block Tianlin's attack heat-in just moments ago. Chen Xian smiled bitterly, yet couldn't hide his satisfaction. Not only injured, but my soul power has been sealed by nearly half a level. Tianlin's sword chi has clearly inherited the purple fire golden-eyed beast's soul-sealing characteristics ice, fire god seal, truly living up to its name. He looked up, his eyes filled with amazement. If facing a soul master of equal level, they'd probably be sealed by 7 or 8 levels instantly, perhaps even more. The admiration in his tone piqued Ning Fengji's interest. Chen Xian continued. Fengji, we were all wrong before. The sharpest aspect of Tianlin's martial soul isn't its attack power, but its dominancia dominance that ignores all rules. Not just the sword, but that orb as well. Dominance. Ning Fengji suddenly understood, and as a theoretical master, he quickly analyzed the situation. Yes, when soul masters absorb soul rings, no external force can interfere, yet Tianlin's orb can forcibly intervene. His sword is even more outrageous, ignoring level differences as long as it hits. It deals real, solid damage. In other words, even against a god, he could break through their defenses. True damage. To think such a martial soul actually exists. Gu Rong swallowed hard, his spine tingling with cold. If Tianlin reached level 60 or 70 and his attack power surged again, with this true damage ability, he might actually be able to slay a titled Douluo on the spot. Even more terrifying was that many titled Douluo, confident in their superior cultivation, would likely meet the same fate as Chen Xian today if they underestimated their opponent and tried to block directly. They might not even understand how they were defeated. Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes and looked up at the 7-treasure glazed tile plaque hanging high in the Great Hall, his voice resolute. Spirit Hall, Clear Sky Clan. In 30 years at the shortest, 40 at the longest, you will no longer be able to stand above our 7-treasure glazed tile clan. Sensing the tremendous power of Tianlin's martial soul, he felt boundless confidence in his sect's future. 3 days later, Tianlin bid farewell to Rongrong, Qinxin, and the others, returning once again to Heaven Do Royal Academy. According to the original plan, he should have departed 2 days earlier, but Ning Rongrong had clung to him desperately, crying and refusing to let him leave, so he had stayed with her for 2 more full days. Upon returning to Heaven Do City, he didn't go straight to the academy but first made a detour to the Imperial Palace. He had to inform Xue Qinghe of his return immediately. This prince, disguised in male attire, was extremely sensitive and could harbor grievances over the smallest slights for days. If he didn't report to her first, he'd surely face complaints later. With the prince's token, Tianlin could enter the Eastern Palace without going through layers of announcements. It was noon, and though the Imperial kitchen's silver bells had already chimed, Xue Qinghe was still bent over her desk reviewing memorials. Her diligent image was her greatest asset in winning over court officials. Now only she and Xue Beng remained among the princes, and by comparison, most previously neutral ministers had sided with her. Tianlin understood all of this perfectly. Your Highness, young Master Tianlin has arrived. A maid whispered softly in Xue Qinghe's ear. Everyone in the Eastern Palace recognized this frequent visitor, knowing he was both the prince's fellow disciple and close friend. Shouty on your back. Xue Qinghe immediately set down her vermilion brush, her eyes bright with genuine joy. Yes, Brother Xue. I've successfully obtained my 2nd spirit ring and just returned today. I came specially to pay my respects. Tianlin replied with proper courtesy, his voice gentle. His excessive politeness made Xue Qinghe frown slightly. Shouty on. How many times have I told you not to be so formal when you're here? She gestured with her hand. All of you withdraw. I wish to catch up with my junior brother. The palace maids quietly retreated, leaving only the 2 of them in the hall. Xue Qinghe assumed Tianlin was only putting on this formal act in front of others, unaware that he genuinely wanted to maintain distance from her. After several days of interaction, he knew her charm was overwhelming. If she ever resumed her identity as Qian Renxue, she would likely be even more captivating. But they were ultimately enemies. Getting too close might make it impossible for him to strike when the time came. Keeping some distance would prevent emotions from swaying his position. The current arrangement was perfect. She used the heaven snow power to accelerate his cultivation, while he used the Nuwa Emperor meditation method to purify her spirit power. Neither owed the other anything. If they truly had to cross swords in the future, each could act according to their duty without betraying the other. By the way, Xiaodian, let Brother Xue see your second spirit ring. Xue Qinghe moved to his side, her tone eager. What she cared about most was Tianlin's cultivation level. The stronger he became, the more powerful the heaven snow power feedback would be. Once Tianlin's cultivation matched hers, their training speed would multiply exponentially. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she could return to Spirit Hall and seize the Pope's position from that woman. Very well, Tianlin nodded. He could hide his second martial spirit and external spirit bone when possible, but spirit rings couldn't be concealed, they had to be used in battle. With a thought, the demon's sword appeared in his palm, its blade emanating a ghostly light as two spirit rings, one yellow and one purple, slowly rose at his feet. Purply 1,000-year spirit ring. Xue Qinghe was utterly shocked. Hunting a 1,000-year soul beast for a second soul ring was something even she wouldn't dare attempt. Yes, Brother Xue, my second soul ring came from a 1,000-year purple-fired golden-eyed beast, Tianlin answered honestly. That's absolutely reckless. How could Sword Douluo allow you to do something so dangerous? Xue Qinghe scolded angrily. Unaware of Tianlin's second martial soul, she was filled with dread at the thought of a mere 10-year-old hunting a 1,000-year soul beast. He was slightly stunned. Is she concerned about me? Xue Qinghe's anger wasn't accusatory, but worried. Could it be that in her heart, he was more than just a cultivation tool? Brother Xue, I'm fine, don't worry. Since awakening my martial soul, my body has grown stronger each day. Absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring wasn't that painful. Tianlin instinctively began to comfort her. The two stood in the eastern palace corridor, one after the other. A 7- or 8-year-old boy looked up consolingly, while the 17- or 18-year-old crown prince listened quietly, making it seem like the younger brother was comforting the older one. Xue Qinghe sighed, her lips curving into a helpless smile. Fine, as long as you're safe. Little Tian, promise your big brother you'll never do anything this dangerous again. You were lucky this time. The soul ring's color was light, barely past 1,000 years, and the purple-fire golden-eyed beast's attacks weren't too strong. Multiple factors allowed you to get through safely. You might not have such luck next time, understand? Don't worry, I promise I won't do it again. Tianlin solemnly vowed, though he knew in his heart that to grow stronger, absorbing soul rings beyond his level remained the fastest path. Seeing him relent, Xue Qinghe finally calmed her anger. After having Tianlin stay for lunch at the Eastern Palace, they cultivated together using their heaven snow power for 2 hours. During their practice, Xue Qinghe keenly noticed Tianlin's soul power had reached the peak of level 22 and could break through to level 23 at any moment. Worthy of a 1,000-year soul ring, the enhancement is truly massive. At this rate, little Tian will catch up to me sooner or later. When that time comes, how powerful will our martial soul fusion technique be with 2 god-level martial souls? She watched Tianlin's departing figure, anticipation floating on her lips. At dusk, Tianlin returned to Heaven Do Royal Academy. The setting sun painted the training grounds in golden red. Most noble students found training tedious and had left early to enjoy their nightlife. But his group of companions still practiced diligently. Their thirst for power kept them training until sunset. Sure enough, as soon as Tianlin entered the training area, he saw teacher Qin Ming organizing combat practice. In the center of the field, the Shi brothers faced off against Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin, the couple duo. First soul skill Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng's palms crackled with blue-purple lightning as he struck towards Shi Mo, the elder of the Shi brothers. First soul skill Black Tortoise Shield. Shi Mo's black-yellow soul ring flickered as his thick turtle shell formed a curved light shield. The blue lightning tyrant dragon's fierce lightning struck the shield surface, only creating sparks while the defense remained unmoved. Yu Tianheng was knocked back several steps instead. On the other side, Dugu Yin spat out her jade phosphor serpent's poisonous mist, trying to break the deadlock with deadly toxins. But younger brother Shi Mo's soul ring flashed, and his turtle shell seemed to be covered with a layer of pale green flowing light, completely isolating the poisonous mist. His shell's defense was slightly weaker but could resist various abnormal conditions, complementing his brother perfectly. Unexpectedly, after this round of exchanges, it was the Shi brothers with lower soul power who held the advantage. Tianheng, your attack power definitely won't lose to Shimo's defense, but your lightning attacks are too scattered. You need to learn to concentrate your power and break through his defense with focused strikes. Qin Ming commented while his sharp gaze swept across the training ground. Yinzi, your poison is vicious enough, but it lacks impact. When facing a defensive soul master like Shimo who has poison resistance, you need to change tactics. You should have used your snake tail to pull Tianheng over immediately, letting his lightning break through the defense, or simply turn to attack Shimo, who has no resistance. Remember, You're a control type, soul master, the brain of the team. When the brain stops working, the limbs can only stand there helplessly. His serious tone was completely different from his usual gentle manner, this sharpness resembling the old Shrek traditions. Senior brothers and sisters, you're all working so hard. A young but clear voice rang out as Tianlin walked forward holding his sword, wearing a bright smile. Everyone immediately withdrew their martial souls, and the scattered soul rings turned into streams of light that merged back into their bodies. Aosalu moved the fastest, appearing beside Tianlin in the blink of an eye and proudly leaning his head over. Hey, our little Tian is back. How do you like my new hairstyle? He sported a standing mohawk on top of his head, with hair gel gleaming brightly. Senior Aosalu, I think you look more handsome bald. If you don't mind, I can help. Yumi's sword is very sharp, guaranteed to leave nothing behind in one stroke. Tianlin squinted his eyes, his tone gentle but his words carrying a chill. Let's forget about that. What if your hand slips and you cut off my head? Aosalu quickly retreated several steps, hiding behind the Sure brothers' wall of muscle before breathing a sigh of relief. Qin Ming watched these two troublemakers, one big and one small, and couldn't help shaking his head. Tianlin wasn't even 8 years old, while Aosalu was 12, yet they fooled around like children every day. Though their strength was formidable, having their brains offline was still worrying. What if this agility attack soul master decided not to target the backline during team battles and instead went head-to-head with the enemy's assault-type fighters? That would be trouble. The Sure brothers moved aside, and Yu Tianheng walked up to Tianlin. You obtained your second soul ring? Yes. Tianheng, our agreement still stands, right? When shall we have our match? Tianlin looked up expectantly, wanting to witness the might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon firsthand. Now that he also had his second soul ring, though his level was slightly lower, he was confident he wouldn't lose. Yu Tianheng pondered briefly, then nodded. I've consumed quite a bit of soul power today. How about tomorrow at noon? At the Royal Academy's soul fighting arena, you representing the 7 treasure glazed tile clan, and I representing the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. We'll have an honorable duel. Time, place, and rules were settled in one go, and Tianlin gladly accepted. Qin Ming didn't interfere. He trusted that these two geniuses knew their limits. This was just a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Many true friendships were forged and strengthened through repeated clashes of fists, feet, and soul skills. After finishing their business, Tianlin turned to look at Dugu Yin, who was standing beside Yu Tianheng. By the way, Sister Yin, I feel like your eyes seem a bit greener than before I left. Dugu Yin touched the corner of her eyes and smiled faintly. There's nothing to worry about. It runs in our family. My grandfather and my late father both had eyes this green. Tianlin didn't respond, only frowning inwardly. Green eyes were a sign of increasingly active toxins. In the original story, Dugu Yan's father had died from this very backlash. It seemed Dugu Bo was probably afraid of worrying his granddaughter and had never told her the truth. He immediately resolved to study the detoxification section of the Jade Balance Herbal Classic as soon as possible. With this in mind, Tianlin returned to his room and closed his eyes, sinking into his spiritual sea. There, everything was crystal clear, with thoughts flowing like lightning, allowing even the most complex medicinal principles to be quickly analyzed. The Jade Balance Herbal Classic not only listed methods to counter hundreds of deadly poisons, but also contained handwritten notes by Chao Guan of the 7 Sages of Mount Shu, who had spent his life practicing medicine and healing the world, specializing in treating cultivators suffering from poison technique backlash. Chao Gu's usual method was to simply dissolve all toxins from the patient's body. Once the poison techniques were destroyed, it both saved lives and protected the world. But for soul masters, losing their abilities would be tantamount to cutting off their future path, something Dugu Yin would never accept. Fortunately, Chao Gu also understood the principle that techniques have no inherent good or evil. It all depends on the person. In his annotations, he left another approach, channeling all bodily toxins into a medium to fundamentally prevent backlash. This was remarkably similar to the method Tang Xin had once used for Dugu Bo. The difference was that in the world of Chinese paladin, the medium was a magical artifact that became like flesh and blood once it chose its master, while in Douluo Continent, there were no such artifacts. Only soul bones could serve as substitutes. Tianlin searched through all the texts and confirmed this was the most reliable solution available. However, completely transferring the toxins wasn't as simple as reciting a formula or two. It required an entire system of guidance techniques, supplemented by specially prepared medicinal solutions. Both the mysterious Heaven Treasure Record and the Jade Balance Herbal Classic contained such methods. He set himself a deadline, 6 months. Within half a year, he would master this entire chapter completely, and then he could detoxify both Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin, saving lives while also earning legitimate justification for obtaining the immortal herbs. Robbery? He had considered it. If he asked Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to work together, Dugu Bo wouldn't stand a chance. Titled Douluo could take whatever they wanted with ease. But since the immortal herbs were said to belong to those with virtue, If he relied on theft and plunder, Tianlin would never feel at peace. Besides, Dugu Yin was already a friend, and a person had to have some principles. At worst, he could simply leave a share of the immortal herbs for Dugu Yin and Dugu Bo. The betting is open. The betting is open. Outside the training grounds of Heaven Do Royal Academy, voices buzzed with excitement as students crowded together for the highly anticipated dueling Tianlin, heir to the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, versus Yu Tianheng, young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. These two future leaders from the second and third most powerful sects in the world naturally drew attention wherever their names were mentioned together, and once word spread throughout the academy, the entire campus was set ablaze with anticipation. Ao Siluo and Yufeng had simply set up a booth on the sidelines, their table stacked with betting slips and thick money pouches, attracting crowds of onlookers. Hey, Ao Siluo, what are the odds for each of them? Inquired a noble youth in luxurious school uniform, leaning forward curiously. Most students at Heaven Do Royal Academy weren't short on money, but they were particularly enthusiastic about gambling after all. Gold soul coins earned through skill felt far more satisfying than those simply handed over from home. Ao Siluo adjusted the crystal lenses on his nose bridge, speaking in a measured tone. Both are touring great soul masters with top-tier martial souls, but there's a clear level gap between them. Tianlin is at level 22, while Yu Tianheng is at level 26, a 4-level difference. After my professional assessment, Tianlin pays 2 to 1, Tianheng pays 1 to 1. The crowd murmured among themselves, most agreeing with his judgment. Ao Siluo sparred regularly with both protagonists and knew their capabilities best, making these odds quite fair. I'm betting on you Tianheng, 1,000 gold soul coins. The first bet was like a stone dropped in water, immediately followed by a chorus of "count me in" calls. In contrast, those supporting Tianlin were few and far between, with a 4-level gap plus advantages in age and experience. Yu Tianheng seemed to have victory in the bag. Meanwhile, Tianlin and several companions observed this lively scene from a distance. Those two guys are actually running a betting pool on my duel with Tianheng. Tianlin chuckled and shook his head. I can understand Ao Siluo, but Yufeng is joining in the fun too. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed, and he suddenly turned to Yi Lingling. Senior Lingling, interested in taking advantage of them? Yi Lingling was usually quiet, but at the mention of taking advantage, she immediately perked up, very interested. How do we do it? Tianlin pulled out a Soul Guidance Bank card with golden patterns, its metallic surface gleaming slightly in the sunlight. Before leaving the sect, Uncle Ning gave me this for living expenses, about 100,000 gold soul coins. Take it and bet everything on me winning. When we succeed, we'll split the 200,000 winnings 50-50. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan is truly rolling in wealth. Yi Lingling took the card but still cautioned, are you that confident? Tianheng isn't easy to deal with, don't lose everything. Relax, my boss is unbeatable among peers. A cheerful voice interjected as Gu Ran patted Tianlin's shoulder, showing even more confidence than the man himself. Sister Lingling, this is the card my master gave me. About 30,000 gold soul coins, bet it all on boss too, and we'll split the winnings half and half. Deal. Yi Lingling agreed readily, and turned to push through the crowded masses. Ao Siluo was busy registering bet amounts when suddenly a pale hand slammed 2 bank cards onto the table. Total of 130,000 gold soul coins, betting on little Tian. Holy crap, Lingling, where did you get so much money? Ao Siluo's eyes widened in shock, completely unprepared for the usually low-key and reserved Yi Lingling to be such a hidden wealthy woman. Don't worry about it, just place the bet for me. Yi Lingling tossed out the words and strode away confidently. The crowd turned to stare and whispered among themselves, pushing the atmosphere to a new peak of excitement. After placing the 2 cards, Yi Lingling left directly. Only she could place the bet. If Tianlin and Gu Ran went instead, they would definitely suspect that Tianlin had some surefire winning strategy. And then how could they trap them? Time flew by, and noon arrived in the blink of an eye. The duel appointment caused a sensation throughout the academy. Not only did all the students who had placed bets gather, but even those who hadn't bet crowded around the battle platform. Even the teachers from various departments and the 3 committee members were present. They wanted to witness the true strength of these 2 geniuses, and more importantly, they feared things might get out of hand if the fight became too intense. If the future hopes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan were lost here, either that old dragon or that swordbone duo could tear the entire academy to ruins. Little Tian, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Yu Tianheng raised his hand, his voice thundering. Today, I will prove that our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is in no way inferior to your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Before his words finished, a thunder dragon phantom over 10 feet long emerged along his body, lightning crackling and radiating overwhelming dominance. Is this the world's #1 beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Someone in the audience swallowed nervously. In contrast, when Tianlin's martial soul appeared, There were no earth-shaking phenomena, just a long sword quietly taking form. However, the yellow and purple soul rings that followed immediately after caused the entire venue to erupt. This, the second soul ring, is actually a thousand-year ring? Am I seeing things? Bai Baoshan rubbed his eyes vigorously. Could it be that I've gotten fatter recently, and the fat is pressing on my retinas? No mistake, that's what I see too. Meng Xinji couldn't hide his excitement. I've taught tens of thousands of students, but a second soul ring being directly from a thousand-year soul beast is unheard of. Tiando Royal Academy has finally produced a genius who breaks all conventions. On the other side of the crowd, Ao Siluo's face turned pale. Lingling tricked me. She must have known all along. That's why she dared to bet so much. The four-level gap has been bridged by the thousand-year soul ring. Now the outcome is truly uncertain. Yu Tianheng's heart also suddenly tensed. No wonder Sword Douluo had such high praise for Tianlin back then. At this moment, he no longer regarded Tianlin as a junior, but as a peer-level powerhouse. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. He opened with his most skilled claw attack, lightning wrapping around his fingers, both enhancing attack power and adding piercing effects, violent and fierce. Tianlin smiled slightly, raising his sword tip. Excellent, this is how it should be. First soul skill, Condensing Cold Snow. Ice blue aura instantly covered the blade, similarly boosting attack, while adding a terrifying freezing effect. Tianheng, here I come. Moonshot over Cold River. Tianlin leaped up, his sword light like a cold moon, striking directly at his opponent. Well done. Thunder Dragon Breaking Wind. Yu Tianheng raised his claws to meet the attack. In an instant, sword and claw clashed, sparks flying, the ice breath torn apart by lightning. In this round of collision, he held a slight advantage. Seizing the momentum, his figure moved like lightning, unleashing 6 more claw strikes in succession, fast, precise, and ruthless, each one forcing the air to explode. Fortunately, Tianlin had practiced the movement techniques of the Shushan sect and barely managed to dodge the attacks, but his chest clothing was still torn with 5 claw marks by Yu Tianheng. Tianlin glanced at the torn fabric on his chest and sighed. What incredible claw technique! Is this one of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's signature soul skills? Exactly. Coiling Dragon 7 Claws. Yu Tianheng retracted his lightning crackling dragon claws, a smirk playing at his lips. I can tell you were only using basic swordsmanship, just know it's nowhere near enough to block my family's inherited soul skill. What's the matter? Still not going to use the 7-kill sword technique? Fine, then take this Killing Intent spreads. Killing Intent pressed down on Tianlin like spilled ink, the air suddenly growing heavy, as even the watching students felt their hair stand on end. Yu Tianheng knew that when people faced overwhelming killing intent, fear would often arise, and once fear suppressed fighting spirit, combatability would plummet. So he chose an even more aggressive advance. Thunder Dragon Claw. Thunder Dragon Breaks Wind. Blazing blue lightning crackled between his dragon claws as claw shadows tore through the air. At the same time, Tianlin's feet sank slightly as his sword swept upward. 7-kill sword technique advance without retreat. Rather than dodge, he charged straight forward. Both fighters unleashed their ultimate moves under the enhancement of their first soul skills, erupting with momentum that could rival Soul Elders. Sword tip met dragon claw in an instant, cold gleam intertwining with electric arcs as ice and lightning clashed repeatedly in the air, making the spectators' blood boil with excitement. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng changed tactics, closing his 5 fingers to transform claw into fist. Boom! Even thicker electrical currents coiled around his fist as he condensed his first soul skills enhancement into a tangible attack in mere moments. Take this! Yu Tianheng threw his punch, lightning condensing into a roaring dragon head that lunged toward Tianlin with gaping jaws. Tianlin raised his sword with both arms, blade slashing downward. Condensing Cold Snow Go. Bone-chilling sword energy howled down as extreme cold instantly froze the Thunder Dragon's electric arcs. Ice and thunder devoured each other in midair, exploding into countless snow-white and azure light fragments. The two remained evenly matched. Meng Xinji on the sidelines couldn't help but marvel. This scene is just like Sword Douluo facing Thunder Douluo in their youth. They're only great soul masters, yet their strength rivals soul elders. Yu Tianheng wiped away the lingering electric glow, his gaze blazing. Xiaodian, you're truly strong. But this next move, how do you plan to block it? Second soul skill, 10,000 Thunder Strike. As his words fell, several lightning pillars danced like silver serpents before finally converging into a barrel-thick bolt of lightning at his fist, carrying terrifying energy as it swept forward with power several times greater than Thunder Dragon Claw. Tianlin raised an eyebrow, simultaneously mobilizing the ice and fire power within him. I have a second soul skill, 2 Ice Fire God Seal. His sword momentum split in two as red and blue sword energy shot forth, colliding heated with the raging thunder. Between heaven and earth, it was as if a crimson-blue spinning sun and a rampaging thunder dragon had appeared, the two forces locked in stalemate at the center of the arena. In this strike, Tianlin only used 60% of his power, while Yu Tianheng went all out. The two soul powers drained the elements from the air, creating visible shock waves. Excellent. My blue lightning tyrant dragon has never met its match in attack power. Though you're using a 1,000-year soul skill against my 100-year one, you can still take pride in this. Yu Tianheng's voice carried through the thunder. By now, the battle had evolved into a direct clash of soul power. With a 4-level gap in cultivation, even with a 1,000-year soul skill, the total energy difference remained vast. Everyone could clearly see Tianlin's ice and fire power being gradually compressed by the lightning, flames dimming, and cold energy shattering. Tianheng's advantage is growing. Many who had bet on Yu Tianheng's victory cheered excitedly. But Tianlin suddenly chuckled softly. Hee, looks like that's about enough. However, victory doesn't lie in this single strike. With that, he actually withdrew his ice and fire power voluntarily. The unobstructed 10,000 thunder strike immediately surged forward like a bursting dam, carrying destructive force as it rushed toward him. This terrified Yu Tianheng, who hadn't expected Tianlin to suddenly withdraw his power. He called out anxiously, "Shouty on, dodge quickly. I can't stop my soul skill." The thunderous attack was incredibly powerful. A direct hit would either kill Tianlin or leave him severely injured. Lightning cascaded like a waterfall, carving scorched marks across the ground. At the critical moment, Tianlin instantly activated his first soul skill, condensing frost snow. An ice blue barrier formed a semicircular shield before him. The thunder crashed against it, sparking brilliant electric flames, but was completely blocked. Hee, Tianheng, you won't get another chance. Tianlin stomped down, using the recoil to launch himself forward with a horizontal sword slash. Yu Tianheng raised his dragon-scaled claws to block, but the tremendous force from the blade still sent him flying halfway across the arena. While still airborne, Tianlin pressed his advantage with fluid sword techniques, Gale Thunder Strike. This was the most fierce move among Shushan's basic sword forms, lightning fast, and aimed at vital points. Tianlin had no intention of delivering a killing blow. As his sword tip approached, he slightly adjusted the angle, redirecting what would have been a heart-piercing thrust toward the shoulder instead. Thunder Dragon Protection. Yu Tianheng roared, instantly activating the second form of the coiling dragon's 7 claws. Lightning condensed into thick electric armor around his hands as he grabbed the sword blade. Stop struggling. You can't block my sword. Tianlin's wrist strength surged, and the black blade cut through the electric armor, sliding from Yu Tianheng's palm and leaving a bloody gash on his shoulder. Cold energy immediately invaded, freezing the blood before it could flow, causing sharp pain throughout Yu Tianheng's arm. Discussions erupted from the audience below. Du Guyan asked anxiously in confusion, how did the situation suddenly reverse? Meng Xinji's eyes were sharp as he whispered to Bai Baoshan and Jilin. It's not that Tianlin became stronger, but that Tianheng was weakened. That second soul skill likely has a ceiling effect. Both Soul Douluo nodded simultaneously, approval flashing in their eyes. On the arena, Yu Tianheng looked down at his hands, his expression finally changing. Something's wrong. Where's my soul power? Part of it won't move. He could clearly feel abundant soul power within his body, yet 7 full levels seemed locked away, leaving only level 19 available. His attack power and speed plummeted accordingly. You've noticed, haven't you? Tianlin raised his sword with a smile. When you clashed Hedon with my thunderous strike, I sealed at least 7 levels of your soul power. Give up, you can't withstand my second soul skill now. As his words fell, his second soul ring lit up again, the intertwining red and blue light of Ice Fire God Seal. Yu Tianheng was stubborn by nature. Suppressing his inner shock, he activated his second soul ring as well. But the ring before his eyes was no longer bright yellow. Instead, it appeared dull gray. His soul skill had been completely nullified. What? After my soul power dropped to soul master level, even my second soul ring is sealed. Yu Tianheng felt a chill in his heart, realizing Tianlin's technique was domineering to the extreme. The audience below erupted in amazement. Even Tianlin himself was momentarily stunned. So it can seal soul rings too? After a brief silence, Yu Tianheng sighed deeply and withdrew his martial soul. Fine, Xiaodian, I surrender. With both soul power and soul rings sealed, continuing would only result in pointless injury. The observers silently reflected. Tianlin's demon sword ignored defenses, only meeting attack with attack could counter it. Having lost his offensive capability, Yu Tianheng was temporarily rendered powerless. Hearing this, Tianlin also withdrew his martial soul. This was merely a sparring match, stopping at the right moment was sufficient. When Yu Tianheng conceded defeat, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had expected Tianlin to defeat the 26-level Yu Tianheng with his mere 22-level soul power, leaving everyone utterly shocked. The spectators around the arena stood stunned for several seconds before bursting into hushed discussions. A child not even 8 years old had just defeated the acknowledged strongest fighter in his tier. Was this genius, or something beyond human comprehension? Those who witnessed this battle found their earlier fear of Tianlin, stemming from the Ordo family incident, quickly replaced by respect. The young fighter not only possessed incredible strength, but had shown restraint throughout the match, letting his sword energy merely graze his opponent without ever truly injuring him clearly. He was no bloodthirsty killer, but a kind-hearted child. His handsome features, gentle temperament, and graceful swordsmanship instantly captivated the female students. Wow, I never noticed before this underclassman is both powerful and adorable, and he has such a good personality too. I'm totally smitten. Previously, everyone had avoided him out of fear, never discovering his admirable qualities. Some regretted their missed opportunity. I should have taken him home while everyone else was avoiding him. Once he becomes a titled Douluo, wouldn't he be exclusively mine? Some bold ones even entertained thoughts of claiming Tianlin as their future husband. Though Tianlin's victory cost many people their gold soul coins, most students from noble families didn't mind a few hundred or thousand gold coins meant little to them. However, for certain individuals, this was nothing short of catastrophic. Tianheng, how could you surrender? Osro rushed to the arena's edge, wailing in despair. I bet my entire fortune on you. Yu Tianheng looked bewildered. I couldn't beat Xiao Tian, so what was I supposed to do, stand there and get beaten up? He knew perfectly well that Tianlin's sword energy had deliberately missed him. Aside from his torn robes, he hadn't even drawn blood. Since his opponent had shown such restraint, he understood when to retreat gracefully. At worst, he'd train twice as hard and win next time. Osro grasped at his last straw. How about trying again? Xiao Tian used so many soul skills consecutively, must be nearly out of soul power. You might still have a chance. Yu Tianheng crushed this delusion without hesitation. Don't be ridiculous. He may have depleted his soul power, but my soul rings are sealed. I'm only at soul master level now, I'd definitely lose. Before he could finish speaking, a pale, delicate hand landed on Osro's shoulder. He turned to face Yi Lingling's ice-cold expression. Osro, I won, she said, her voice calm yet piercing. Tianlin had 2 to odds. I bet 130,000. So besides returning my stake, you owe me another 260,000, that's 390,000 total. Since we'll be teammates in the future, I'll round it off for you, make it 400,000. You call that rounding off? That's rounding up. Osro wailed, trying to drag Yufeng down with him. Yufeng, you were part of running this operation, to say something. Yufeng immediately summoned his martial soul, the wind bellbird. I was just helping you set up the booth. I'm not the bookmaker, so don't look at me. With that, Yufeng flew off and disappeared without a trace, truly a master at abandoning his teammates. Only Osluo remained on the field, and Yi Lingling immediately crossed her arms and approached him menacingly, her voice showing no mercy. Osluo, pay up now. If you keep stalling, next time you break a bone in training, I won't bother using my 9-heart begonia to heal you. According to her prior agreement with Tianlin and Gurin, the winnings from the bet would be split 50-50. After the 130,000 gold soul coins used as stakes were returned in full, the remaining 130,000 should go to her, the auxiliary soul master. For auxiliary types who consumed massive resources, this was enough cultivation funding to last quite a while. Osluo's face turned ashen as he pressed his palms together pleadingly. Big sister, could I write an IOU? How about installment payments? My family may be nobility, but we don't have the kind of wealth the 7-treasure glazed tile clan possesses. 400,000 gold soul coins is enough to cover my family's expenses for several years. Yi Lingling nodded. Fine. She hadn't really intended to push her teammate to the brink anyway, since they all still had to fight side by side. At this point, Yu Qianheng finally understood what had happened. Osluo had actually used his match against Tianlin as a betting stake, and because Yi Lingling had wagered such a huge sum, he ended up losing everything. Teacher Qin Ming has always said that gambling leads to inevitable losses, but you wouldn't listen. Yu Tianheng patted Osluo's shoulder with schadenfreude, took Duge Yan's hand, and started walking away. I'm going to meditate and recover my soul power, and let Yin Yin take care of me. Walking off with his girlfriend, his face was written with relief. Seeing this, Tianlin delivered the finishing blow without mercy. Senior Lingling, when Osluo pays you back later, take what you're owed first. Your cultivation burns through money, so Gurin and I can just split whatever's left. You two are working together to scam me. Osluo felt betrayed by the entire world. Tianlin blinked innocently, his youthful face looking nothing like a schemer. I didn't scam you at all, I just had confidence in my own abilities. Gurin immediately followed suit. I just had confidence in my boss. With that, he trotted after Tianlin like a loyal dog. The perfect picture of following the boss means getting fed. Yi Lingling handed over the paper she had prepared. Osluo, I've written up the IOU. Now put your thumbprint on it. Osluo sighed toward the heavens, extending his finger to be manipulated, wailing internally. A world of suffering has finally emerged. This battle made Tianlin's reputation soar. Though Yu Tianheng was defeated, his impressive performance saved him from mockery. Qin Ming keenly recognized the benefits of using soul duels to showcase strength, and decided to have all 9 members take turns in the arena to quickly build the team's reputation, so the academy would allocate more cultivation resources to them. On the first day, the Shi brothers' dual defense team faced off against Oslo and Yu Feng's agility attack group. On the second day, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling formed the goddess team against Tianlin and Guren's 7 treasure glaze tile team. On the third day, the Shi brothers joined forces with Yi Lingling, using the strongest defense plus strongest recovery in an iron fortress formation against the dual powerhouse team of Tianlin and Yu Tianning. With the 9-heart begonia healing all real injuries, the 2 assault-type fighters battled for most of the day before barely breaking through the defense line and achieving a hard-fought victory. In just a few days, the 9-person group's name had spread throughout Tiando Royal Academy. The 3 committee members realized Qin Ming's intention was building the strongest combination with the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament as his goal. After deliberation, Meng Shinji waved his hand decisively, and the Academy's resources were heavily tilted toward the 9 members. The team name was also officially decided, the Imperial Fighting Team, exactly the same as in the original story. Tianlin swore that with his addition, this time the Imperial Fighting Team would absolutely not lose to Shrek Academy or Spirit Hall Academy again. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a full year had passed. Under the Royal Fighting Team's relentless daily training, everyone's abilities had made tremendous progress. During this year, Jun Tianlin, barely 8 years old, had practically buried himself in the Jade Balance Herbal Compendium. To study that medicinal tome, he devoted enormous amounts of time to herb classification, comparing medicinal properties, and conducting refinement experiments, yet, even so, his cultivation speed remained impressive. His soul power climbed from level 22 to level 26, a full 4-level increase. His 7-kill sword technique also progressed through morning practice and sparring, as he successively mastered the 2nd and 3rd forms, polishing both to proficiency. When Chun Xian learned of his progress, he was already quite satisfied. Had he known that Tianlin was dedicating more than half his energy to studying pill refinement, he would have been utterly stunned. In fact, Tianlin had already mastered detoxification methods half a year ago. In the following 6 months, he threw himself into pill refinement. Chaogu's notes made it clear some immortal herbs were most effective when consumed directly, while others, when refined into pills, could have their medicinal power pushed to the limit, potentially yielding multiple pills from a single immortal herb. This was true profit maximization. Because of this, he often lingered by the pill furnace, staying up late to record temperature control and changes in medicinal properties, achieving his current results. His ability to balance both medicine and cultivation was thanks to that purple fire golden eye beast soul ring and external soul bone. The purple fire golden eye beast was inherently an intelligence-type soul beast, and after the soul ring and soul bone merged, Tianlin clearly felt both his memory and comprehension abilities soar. Most people's soul rings enhanced strength and defense, but this direct intelligence enhancement was unprecedented, likely an additional ability from the external soul bone. Meanwhile, the other 8 members of the Royal Fighting Team had also made rapid progress, all advancing to the Heaven level, with Yu Tianheng just half a step away from the Heaven Do level. Their detailed statistics were now as follows. 1. Yu Tianheng, 13 years old, Beast Spirit Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Power Attack Type, level 29. 2. Dugu Yin, 13 years old, Beast Spirit Jade Scaled Serpent, Control Type, level 28. 3. Shi Mo, 13 years old, Beast Spirit Black Tortoise, Defense Type, level 28. 4. Shi Mo, 13 years old, Beast Spirit Black Tortoise, Defense Type, level 28. 5. Oslo, 13 years old, Beast Spirit Ghost Leopard, Agility Attack Type, level 27. 6. Yu Feng, 13 years old, Beast Spirit Wind Bellbird, Agility Attack Type, level 27. 7. Yi Lingling, 12 years old, Tool Spirit 9-Heart Flowering Apple, Healing Type, level 26. 8. Gu Ran, 12 years old, Beast Spirit Skeleton War Horse, Power Attack Type, level 25. 9. Jun Tianlin, 8 years old, Tool Spirit Demon Suppressing Sword, Power Attack Type, level 26. In terms of talent, except for Jun Tianlin, they were overall slightly inferior to the original Shrek 7 Devils. After all, the Shrek members were all protagonists with exceptional gifts. Gu Ran had nearly been dropped from the team, but ever since acknowledging Tianlin as his leader, his luck had turned. Following Ning Rongrong, he became the second person to enjoy the Sacred Breath Barrier's enhancement, barely managing to keep pace with the team. The current Royal Fighting Team was so formidable that even some Soul Elder level teams might not guarantee victory against them. They were occasionally invited by the Heaven Do Royal Academy team as sparring partners, preparing for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament coming in 1 year. It should be noted that this tournament was not the same one Tang San's group would participate in from the original story. The Soul Master Tournament was held every 5 years. The last one was 4 years ago, and the next would be in 1 year. By then, neither Tang San's side nor Tianlin's side would be old enough to meet the participation requirements. Their true stage would be the tournament 6 years from now. Unfortunately, Tianlin had little confidence in this year's Heaven Do Royal Academy team. Their first team wasn't particularly strong: 3 low-level soul ancestors and 4 high-level soul elders. With such strength, how could they possibly contend with Spirit Hall? Tianlin secretly calculated that these senior students would struggle to withstand even one of his Icefire Divine Seals on a regular day. Once their 4th soul ring was sealed, the battle would immediately tip in his favor. In terms of level, they barely scraped together 40 ranks. In actual combat, they were as soft as freshly baked dough. Tianlin was certain in his heart that once he broke through to the 30th level, he could pin these so-called elites to the ground and thoroughly dominate them. On the stone arena of the soul fighting platform, another internal academy sparring session was taking place. Nominally, this was a friendly match between Heaven Do Royal Academy's first team and the Imperial fighting team, but in reality, the official team that would represent the academy in competition had become the sparring partners. Except for Gu Ran and Yu Feng, 2 members who hadn't yet entered the fray, the remaining 7 members of the Imperial fighting team were ready for action, their eyes blazing with intensity, seemingly completely unconcerned about their opponent's cultivation levels that averaged more than 10 ranks higher. In contrast, the 7 members of Heaven Do's first team were clutching their knees, gasping heavily, their faces written with resistance and exhaustion. Tianheng, these seniors are really disappointing. Let's give them some encouragement. Tianlin gripped his magic sword and spoke in a low voice. All right, Xiaodian, let's go. Use our combination technique directly. Yu Tianheng flashed a confident smile. He and Tianlin had developed perfect coordination. Although they didn't yet possess a true martial soul fusion technique, they had developed multiple sets of dual combination skills. Tianlin raised his sword, his deep red second soul ring glowing as flames roared along the blade's edge. Yu Tianheng stepped on lightning, his second soul ring flickering as he channeled all the electricity wrapping around his arms into the sword. Second soul skill thunder's mighty force. Blazing thunder and fire instantly converged. The blade turned crimson red, electric arcs danced, and violent energy roared along the sword's spine. Combination magic sword technique, sword, chi, burning thunder. Boom. The flaming sword, chi, carried thunder like a raging fire serpent, charging straight toward Heaven Do's first team's half of the field. The explosive sound was deafening, stone slabs shattered, and scorching red electrical patterns spread like a spider web of traces. The 7 senior students on the opposite side instinctively scattered and fled, but forgot that there was still a control-type soul master at the other end of the arena. Jade Scale Snake Poison. Duguyen flicked her snake tongue lightly, and jade green poisonous mist instantly spread like a giant net covering all escape routes. In the blink of an eye, poison mist and thunder fire arrived together. Bang! The shockwave kicked up thick dust. When the smoke cleared, Heaven Do's first team had been shaken until they were disheveled and gray-faced, their protective soul power teetering on the edge of collapse. If Tianlin hadn't withdrawn his sword and held back his power at the last moment, this group would likely have been seriously injured on the spot. Tianlin shouldered his magic sword and smiled brilliantly. Seniors, this won't do at all. I haven't even used my Icefire Divine Seal or 7 kills sword technique yet. Wait a moment. The first team captain stepped forward with a scorched face and bitter smile. Junior, please show mercy. We're getting older, our stamina can't compare to yours. Let us rest a bit, and we'll continue the remaining training another day, all right? Below the platform, Meng Xinji covered his face with both hands, feeling suffocated. A group of young people around 20 years old were being chased and beaten by 12 or 13-year-old children, and they were using age as an excuse. Where was their dignity? The second team members further away were equally dejected. Jeline, who served as vice dean, couldn't even be bothered to watch anymore. He simply left behind one sentence. This year's tournament, our Heaven Do Royal Academy, is finished. Just wait to be mocked by the people from Star Luo Royal Academy. Then he turned and left. Sigh, though Jeline's words were pessimistic, he wasn't wrong. Bai Baoshan shook his head, looking quite unwilling to accept defeat. However, Meng Xinji didn't share this sentiment. He patted Bai Baoshan's sturdy arm, his tone steady and composed. Even if we lose this Soul Master tournament, it doesn't mean Heaven Do Royal Academy has truly fallen. The real moment to bare our fangs will come in 6 years. Bai Baoshan's eyes lit up at these words, following Meng Xinji's gaze. Across the arena, that spirited young team, the 9 members of the royal fighting team, were organizing their equipment, sweat dripping from their gear like scattered diamonds on the ground. He suddenly realized that temporary victory or defeat meant nothing. These 9 were the Academy's true hope. Qin Ming strode over, his tall figure blocking the light behind him as he nodded with satisfaction. Everyone fought well today, especially Tianheng and Tianlin. Your coordination has become quite seamless, though it's a pity you still can't execute a martial soul fusion technique, or your strength would surely multiply. In truth, Qin Ming had been studying the fusion possibilities between the Demon Sword and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The Demon Sword could accommodate various attributes, while the blue lightning tyrant dragon's thunder was unmatched among martial souls. Theoretically, they were highly compatible. Unfortunately, despite his long efforts, he had only developed a few combination techniques, still far from achieving a true martial soul fusion. Tianlin stood quietly to the side, fingertips lightly touching his sword hilt, understanding the real reason. Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon was merely a top-tier martial soul, while his demon sword was a hidden god-tier martial soul. Unless the blue lightning tyrant dragon underwent a fundamental transformation, they would almost never achieve true fusion. As that day's training ended and the lights were extinguished one by one, everyone walked down the stone steps from the arena. Just then, Dugu Yan's steps faltered as a wave of dizziness struck her. Strange, could it be overuse of my martial soul? She raised her hand to her forehead, her voice weak. Yanzi, what's wrong? Yu Tianheng reacted quickly, catching her in his arms. I'm just a bit dizzy. Dugu Yan didn't want to worry him and tried to stand straight, but she collapsed as if drained of strength, slipping from his embrace and falling directly toward the ground. Sister Yanzi. Yanzi. Several royal fighting team members and Qin Ming cried out in alarm. Meng Xinji immediately knelt to examine her. Dugu Yin was not only the team's sole control-type soul master, but also poisoned Dugu Bo's only granddaughter. Any accident would have serious consequences. Old bye. Qin Ming, and I will take her to the infirmary. Go immediately and bring the academy's best healing-type soul master. Meng Xinji commanded gravely. Though Yi Lingling's nine-heart begonia was indeed the strongest healing martial soul, her level was too low to unleash its full power. Without further questions, Bai Baoshan's massive figure instantly rushed out of the training hall, his speed forming a stark contrast to his size. About an hour later, in Heaven Do Royal Academy's infirmary, the scent of sandalwood medicinal balm mixed with disinfectant filled the air. A 70-plus level healing soul sage wielded an entirely emerald healing staff, gentle golden light flowing from its tip to envelop Dugu Yan. The staff belonged to the same type as Jiangzhu's martial soul from Blue Tyrant Academy, and as the light flowed, tiny electrical sparks created ripples in the air. All right, she's fine now. The soul sage withdrew his staff, his tone brooking no argument. It's just martial soul overuse. With future opponents all being soul elders above level 30, you great soul masters shouldn't push yourselves so hard. Know your limits. Phew, Qin Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yanzi, you must be more careful in the future. Everyone relaxed, and the air in the infirmary seemed to lighten. But Tianlin still frowned, his gaze fixed on Dugu Yan's slightly pale face. He knew things probably weren't that simple. Speaking of overusing martial souls, could Dugu Yan have used hers more than he and Yu Tianheng? Almost all the battle output fell on those two. Yet who had seen them collapse to such an extent? Tianlin silently reasoned. Dugu Yan's soul power had been severely depleted earlier, causing the toxins in her body to lose suppression and backfire. Fortunately, she was already a poison-type soul master, which allowed her to regain consciousness quickly. However, as her soul power increased, her toxicity would strengthen accordingly. Sooner or later, the poison's potency would exceed her body's tolerance limit, and without countermeasures, she would inevitably die from poison. The matter of detoxifying Dugu Yan needed to be put on the agenda immediately. The sooner, the better. Only by completely controlling the toxins within her body could she unleash her full strength. Yenner. A frantic, angry roar suddenly came from outside the infirmary, followed by the door being kicked open violently. An elderly man in emerald green robes rushed in. Not only were his clothes jade green, but even his hair and beard carried an eerie green tint, with a sickly sweet poisonous aura surrounding him. Grandfather. Dugu Yin called softly, confirming the visitor's identity for everyone. The contemporary title Douluo, Poison Dominates the World, Jade Scale de Ugabo, known as Poison Douluo. The Academy had immediately sent Sol Doajalin to notify him personally after Dugu Yan's collapse, prompting his urgent arrival. Qin Ming stepped forward respectfully. Your Majesty, please don't worry. Student Dugu Yan is fine now and will recover after a brief rest. Dugu Yan also pouted playfully. Grandfather, you're making too big a fuss. I just exhausted my soul power. There was no need for you to make this trip personally. She threw herself into Dugu Bo's embrace. Dugu Bo gently stroked her hair, his voice tender. As long as you're all right, you really scared grandfather. The poisoned Douluo, who usually killed without leaving bones, was now speaking softly in comfort, leaving everyone present stunned. However, Tianlin noticed the deep worry flashing in the old man's eyes was utterly genuine. Dugu Yan's father had been gradually killed by poison backlash. Dugu Bo dared not tell his granddaughter the cruel truth. She was still young. How could she bear the shadow of death? If it meant his granddaughter's safety, he would willingly give up his titled Douluo status. To let Dugu Yin rest quietly, everyone soon left the infirmary. In the corridor, Dugu Bo surveyed the students. So you're the Imperial fighting team? Yenner often mentions you at home. Yuri, all indeed excellent. Before a titled Douluo, no one dared act presumptuous, all responding humbly. Your Majesty is too kind. Douluo Bo's gaze focused particularly on three people: Tianlin, Yi Lingling, and Yu Tianheng. Tianlin was the youngest yet strongest, with talent so high that in his decades of traveling the continent, he had never encountered its equalate, even faintly surpassed the young Tang Hao. Yi Lingling possessed the nine-heart begonia, the world's premier healing martial soul with her by their side. Perhaps Douluo Yan's internal toxicity could be alleviated. As for Yu Tianheng's gaze instantly turned cold, killing intent surging. That brat who had stolen away his precious granddaughter deserved a dose of jade scale snake poison. Greetings, Senior Douluo. Yu Tianheng pays his respects. Facing the gaze of his beloved's grandfather, Yu Tianheng felt his chest tighten slightly, yet he still raised his head and bowed respectfully. As the heir to the continent's third greatest clan, he absolutely could not lose his composure. I hear you're the greatest genius of this generation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, even surpassing that boy Yu Tianxin by half a measure. But from what I can see, you're nothing special. Douluo Bo merely glanced at him coldly, his tone sharp as ice. You can't even defeat a child who isn't even 9 years old yet. As Douluo Bo's words fell, the air became deathly quiet. Yu Tianheng's face flushed with heat. Everything the man said was true. He had already been no match for Tianlin in that previous contest, and now that Tianlin's cultivation had advanced further, his chances were even slimmer. Tianheng's skills are inferior, making your excellency laugh at me. He took a deep breath and admitted frankly, compared to little Tian, I truly don't deserve the title of genius. In the future, I can only work twice as hard to catch up to the gap between us. This straightforward admission of defeat didn't disappoint Douluo Bo. Instead, it made him raise his eyebrows slightly. If this young man had dared to make excuses or glare angrily just now, he would have already been placed in the failing category. What right did a young person who couldn't even face failure directly have to become his granddaughter's husband? However, Yu Tianheng suppressed all his emotions, maintaining a calm expression while revealing an inner toughness and self-respect. With his outstanding family background and superior talent, even Douluo Bo couldn't find any flaws to criticize. Still, admitting it was one thing actually getting him to like this boy, that would take another 100 years. Douluo Bo snorted and turned to leave. Senior Douluo, please wait. A young but clear voice called out to him. Tianlin stepped forward quickly and looked up, saying, I have something important I'd like to discuss with you privately. Oh, what does a little brat have to say to me? Don't tell me Sword Douluo asked you to pass along a message. Knowing that Tianlin was Chun Xian's disciple, Douluo Bo could only think of this possibility. Tianlin pondered briefly, then went along with this assumption. Yes. My master instructed me if you came to the academy to visit Sister Yanzi, and I happened to meet you, I should privately relay an extremely confidential matter to you, which is why we need to speak alone. If he said it was his own business, Douluo Bo probably wouldn't believe him, so he could only borrow his master's name. Fine boy, come with me. Douluo Bo grabbed Tianlin's shoulder, and in a flash, they had disappeared from everyone's sight. The speed was so fast that Soul King Qin Ming, standing nearby, couldn't even react truly. The difference between a titled Douluo and a Soul King was like heaven and earth. Moments later, the two landed beside a quiet small lake outside the academy. Douluo Bo stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings to confirm no one was present. Speak. There's no one else here. Yes, senior. Tianlin looked directly at him. May I ask you, on rainy days, do your ribs itch unbearably, and are the symptoms continuously worsening? Before he finished speaking, Douluo Bo's eyes turned sharp. What did you say? He stepped forward and gripped Tianlin's neck with fingers like iron clamps. Shut up, you little brat. This was his greatest secret, which absolutely no one could know. If his enemies learned the timing of his attacks and struck when he was vulnerable, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Senior, you don't need to be angry. Since my master had me relay this to you so openly, he naturally has no intention of harming you. Tianlin showed no trace of fear. He knew perfectly well that Douluo Bo wouldn't dare kill him. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan stood firmly behind him, and Douluo Bo had always valued his own life above all else. Besides, from Douluo Bo's perspective, killing Tianlin would accomplish nothing. He believed Chun Xian had discovered everything first and merely sent Tianlin as a messenger. If he really cut down Tianlin with a single strike and provoked Chun Xian's wrath, even if Chun Xian didn't act personally, simply spreading word of Douluo Bo's poisoning would leave him unable to escape the pursuit of his numerous enemies. Moreover, as Tianlin had pointed out, since the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan knew his secret, yet approached him immediately rather than attacking during his poison flare-ups, they clearly harbored no ill intent if they truly wanted his life. Striking when the poison erupted would be child's play. Douluo Bo released his grip on Tianlin's collar, a cold gleam flashing through his dark green eyes. Speak. What does your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan want from me in exchange for keeping this secret? Senior, I do have a request, but before that, please give me a chance to remove the poison from your body. Tianlin's tone remained steady. He wanted to save the man first. then discuss compensation only. This way could he take the immortal herbs with a clear conscience. What did you say? You? Don't joke with me, boy. Douluo snorted coldly, his voice tinged with disbelief. Something even your master might not accomplish. And you claim you can? My master indeed cannot, but I can. Tianlin met his gaze directly. As long as Senior agrees to keep this confidential, I'll prove it to you immediately. To make Douluo believe him, he had to demonstrate real ability. Tianlin's composure and confidence piqued Douluo's curiosity. The latter smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Very well. If you can truly do this, tonight's events will forever remain between just the two of us. Tianlin nodded, trusting Douluo's reputation. Though the man's name was tarnished, he was known throughout the continent for keeping his word. Holy Spirit Pearl, Sacred Breath Barrier. A crystalline pearl materialized in his palm, and a pale white barrier instantly spread outward, enveloping them both. This was Tianlin's first time revealing his second martial spirit before a fourth person. A pearl? This child's martial spirit isn't a sword. Could it be twin martial spirits? Douluo's expression changed dramatically. This brat before him was only 8 years old, yet possessed astonishing soul power and twin martial spirits to boot. What kind of prodigy had the 7-treasure glazed tile clan found? The barrier illuminated the cave dwelling like daylight. Douluo suddenly sensed the churning poison within him being pressed down by an invisible hand, slowly receding, as a long-forgotten lightness spread through his meridians. Senior, please sit cross-legged and guide your soul power according to my incantation. Tianlin seized the moment to give instructions, his voice low but carrying unquestionable certainty. He closed his eyes and began chanting a secret technique created by Senior Chao Gu and recorded in the Jade Balance herbal scripture, capable of temporarily suppressing internal poisons. The profound incantation flowed like a gentle stream into Douluo's consciousness. The latter's acute sensitivity to poison arts allowed him to instantly perceive its mysteries. Without need for further words, he immediately sat cross-legged, sinking his soul power into his meridians. Under the dual effect of the sacred breath barrier and the incantation, the dark green toxins seemed bound by countless chains. Color visibly returned to Douluo's pallid face. That sensation of lightness, almost forgotten, rapidly magnified within his body for him. This was an unprecedented experience. Phew. After half an hour, Douluo let out a long breath. Standing up, he stared at his hands in disbelief. It was suppressed, truly suppressed. The bone-piercing agony that had tormented him night after night for years now seemed caged. He could clearly sense that the toxins wouldn't flare up again for at least the next month or two. His chest heaved violently as he nearly burst into laughter. Senior, how do you feel? This is a poison suppression technique I created myself. Please share your thoughts, Tianlin said, withdrawing his hand seals with a calm tone. What did you say? You created this yourself? Shen Xian didn't teach it to you. Douluo's head snapped up, his voice losing control. Such an exquisite incantation came from the hands of an 80-year-old child. Yes, I found a book when I was young that contained many detoxification methods. I referenced the techniques within to devise this incantation. Even my master doesn't know about it. Tianlin repeated the excuse he had prepared long ago. The excuse was indeed full of holes, but he was certain Douluo wouldn't probe deeper. Every soul master had secrets they couldn't reveal to others. Sure enough, Douluo quickly seized on a new point of doubt. Wait, if your master doesn't know, then how did you learn about my condition? Tianlin cupped his fists with a bitter smile. Please forgive me, Senior. The truth is my master knows nothing about your situation. Currently, I'm the only person on the entire continent who knows about this. If I hadn't borrowed my master's name, first, you wouldn't have believed me, and second, I probably would have been silenced before I could finish speaking. Douluo's pupils contracted slightly. Then he burst into hearty laughter. Good boy, your scheming runs too deep for an 80-year-old. What a little monster. He made no attempt to hide that he had considered killing earlier, but now completely withdrew that murderous aura. The sacred breath barrier and incantation had shown him hope. Even if he couldn't completely eliminate the poison in the short term, reducing the pain was enough for him to regard Tianlin as a priceless treasure. Anyone who tried to harm this child would face his desperate resistance. Very well, little monster. As long as you can completely detoxify both my granddaughter and me, this old man promises you 3 favors that don't violate my bottom line and principles. Poison Douluo swept his sleeve and formally made the same promise as before. Tianlin's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this monster originally used to address Tang San? But he couldn't be bothered to quibble, quickly cupping his hands. Thank you, Senior. However, detoxifying you won't happen overnight. It will take at least half a year. If we continue staying at Heavendo Royal Academy, word will inevitably spread that the mighty Poison Douluo is severely poisoned, which would be bad for both your reputation and safety. We should find a secure location instead. He secretly hoped, almost wanting to grab Douluo's sleeve and head straight for the ice and fire Yin Yang well. After pondering for a moment, Douluo nodded. You make sense. My poison flare-ups absolutely cannot be leaked. Then let's go to my dwelling place. First, there are abundant medicinal herbs there, convenient for your use. Second, it's close to Do Royal Academy, so you can return anytime you wish. What do you think? Dugu Bo treated Tianlin far better than he had treated Tang San, neither restricting his freedom nor forcing him to consume any poison pills. This arrangement suited Tianlin perfectly, and he naturally had no objections. Next, he and Dugu Bo first returned to Do Royal Academy. 1. In the academic building, Tianlin personally submitted his application for a 6-month leave to Meng Shinji. 2. Then, he wrote a letter and entrusted Gu Ran to deliver it back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. 3. Finally, he went alone to the Imperial Palace to meet with Xue Qinghe. Tianlin knew that without a reasonable excuse, the two titled Douluo under Xue Qinghe's command might directly attack Dugu Bo's hideout. Therefore, he frankly explained that he wanted to spend 6 months learning the arts of poison and antidotes from Dugu Bo. Hidden attacks were hard to guard against, and even with high cultivation in the future, once poisoned, it would be difficult to escape. 6 months wasn't long, and he promised to return to the palace once a month to cultivate the heaven snow power together with Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe reluctantly nodded, and this departure was thus settled. The next morning, at the mountain path entrance, the Imperial fighting team, Qin Ming, Gu Ran, and others gathered to see him off. Remember to cultivate diligently while you're away and return soon. You're the sharpest weapon of the Imperial fighting team. Qin Ming patted Tianlin's shoulder. Yu Tianheng forced a bitter smile. Until you return, I'll have to handle the assault position alone. Aren't I still here? Gu Ran pointed to himself. Your attack power isn't even enough to be Xiaoyan's substitute. Everyone teased in unison. Gu Ran instantly deflated. Even if the truth was heartbreaking, did they have to say it so bluntly? Tianlin laughed heartily and raised his hand in comfort. Don't worry, you all know my improvement speed. Maybe when I return, my level will have already surpassed yours. Duguyan crossed her arms and replied, dream on. If we seniors get completely surpassed by a junior, how could we show our faces? Right, Gu Ran? Gu Ran looked confused. Big sister, if you want to say something, just say it. Why drag me into this? Amid everyone's laughter, the heaviness of parting was considerably lightened. Dugu Bo gestured for them to leave. Tianlin turned back and waved his hand, his figure quickly disappearing with Dugu Bo at the end of the mountain path. Half a day later, with Dugu Bo traveling at full speed, they arrived at the core of the sunset-forced a strange valley embraced by extreme cold and heat, which was Dugu Bo's residence. The ice and fire yin yang well. It really is the ice and fire yin yang well. Tianlin's toes touched the boundary between yin and yang as he spread his arms wide, feeling scorching heat like flames on his left side and bone-chilling cold like frost and snow on his right. The water and fire elemental energies in his sword sheath were stirred to unusual activity, and he clearly sensed that cultivating here would be no less effective than any mimetic cultivation ground, perhaps even comparable to the heaven snow power. Dugu Bo was startled upon hearing this. Ice and fire yin yang well? Boy, what are you talking about? It turned out that although he had made this his home, he had never known the true name and value of this treasure land. Tianlin suppressed his excitement and explained in detail. Senior, this place is one of the 3 great treasure troves of medicine. Ordinary plants cannot survive in this extreme climate, but rare medicinal herbs can grow here at 10 times the normal speed. For example, a lingji mushroom that would grow for 10 years in the outside world can achieve 100 years worth of medicinal effects in the same time if cultivated in the ice and fire yin yang well. Simply put, this place gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and is a cradle for all spiritual plants under heaven. No wonder the medicinal properties of the herbs here are frighteningly strong. Dugu Bo suddenly understood, smiling bitterly as he touched his nose. I don't dare to consume these herbs carelessly. They could easily kill someone with their potency. Senior, with the power of this ice and fire yin yang well, I'm completely confident I can cure your deadly poison. You mentioned earlier that you could grant me 3 conditions, so my first request is whether you'd allow me to freely select herbs from here, to take with me or consume as needed, Tianlin said. Dugu Bo raised his eyes and swept a glance around the mist-shrouded medicinal garden, his voice still cold and hoarse. That's possible, but the medicinal properties of these herbs are extremely potent. Remember, don't consume them carelessly. If something happens to you here, I won't know how to explain it to that old fellow Qinshin. He certainly didn't want to arrive here one day only to be greeted by Tianlin's corpse. At that point, the old madman Qinshin would definitely kill him. As the peculiar representative among titled Douluo, who never won an unknown fight but never backed down from group battles, Dugu Bo knew well that facing Qinshin alone would bring him nothing but trouble. Tianlin nodded gently, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the medicinal garden. Don't worry, my understanding of these herbs is no less than yours. By the way, Senior, could I trouble you to go to the city and buy 3 pill refining furnaces, plus some common medicinal materials? I'd like to refine pills while treating your poison to save time. That's a small matter. Douluo stepped forward to leave, then suddenly turned back. Oh, I've set up poison formations throughout this area. Outsiders and soul beasts can't enter. It's very safe. But don't wander around carelessly. The soul beasts outside the poison formations are at least 10th sandier level. Understood, senior, don't worry. Tianlin readily agreed. Little monster, stop calling me senior. I have no interest in such formal titles. If you can cure the poison in me and my granddaughter, then we'll be friends. If not senior, then what should I call you? Should I just call you old monster, like how you call me little monster? Tianlin half-joked. Unexpectedly, Douluo slapped his thigh. That's a great idea. I'm the old monster, you're the little monster, one old, one young. What a perfect match. With that, he disappeared into the moonlight with hearty laughter. After Douluo left, only the churning spring mist and medicinal fragrance remained by the ice and fire yin-yang well. Tianlin sighed inwardly. No wonder Tang San always called him that. In the original story, Douluo was surprisingly informal with people he acknowledged. He took a deep breath of the air mixed with ice and fire essence and began preparing for the detoxification. His gaze locked onto the center of the extreme cold spring side, where a medicinal herb as white as frost and snow caught his eye. At the top of the herb was what looked like an 8-petaled large white flower, with petals edged in cold light and a center that seemed to contain ice crystal-like stamens. It had no fragrance but emanated a bone-chilling coldness. Tianlin didn't dare be careless. He waved his magic sword with his right hand and stepped out with his left foot using the drunken immortal gazing at moon step, instantly retreating more than 10 meters. The sword's cold gleam flashed, and the 8-petaled white flower was severed, falling into the medicinal garden. A piercing cold immediately spread in all directions, and nearby medicinal leaves were instantly coated with a thin layer of frost. This herb was precisely the 8-angled mysterious ice grass that Tang San had consumed in the original story, a legendary immortal-grade herb that contained deadly poison. Direct consumption would cause cold poison to attack the heart, resulting in instant death. Only when consumed together with another specific herb could it unleash amazing effects. Tianlin collected the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and shifted his gaze toward the center of the fire spring. There, a plant that was entirely fiery red and seemed to be burning swayed gently with the heat waves, the infernal precious apricot. It was the complete opposite of the 8-angled mysterious ice grass, being a fire tribute poisonous immortal-grade herb. This time, Tianlin didn't use his magic sword, because according to the records in the Jade Balance Herbal Compendium, harvesting this type of medicinal herb required the use of jade weapons. Well prepared, he retrieved a jade dagger as smooth as mutton fat from his Rui treasure pouch. Clearly, he had meticulously planned every detail for his journey to the ice and fire yin-yang well. The dagger flashed with cold light as it cleanly severed the stem of the infernal delicate apricot. Simultaneously, Tianlin released his soul power to gather the nearby octagonal mysterious ice grass, allowing both immortal herbs to separate from their root systems, while ensuring his skin never made direct contact, couldn't yet withstand the fire and ice toxins that would trigger upon touch. The moment the two herbs hit the ground, the blazing heat and knife-like cold that should have emanated from them suddenly dissipated, as if they neutralized each other and achieved balance. Knowing he couldn't miss this opportunity, Tianlin bent down, grabbed the herbs, and swallowed them in one gulp. The immortal-grade herbs dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, filling his taste buds with sweet fragrance. Immediately after, red and blue lights burst forth from his body. He quickly tore off his outer garments, walked to the center of the ice and fire spring, sat cross-legged, and channeled his meditation technique with full force, guiding the medicinal power to flow through his meridians. Due to their compatible attributes, these two immortal herbs provided far greater enhancement to Tianlin than they had to Tang San. His magic sword already possessed both water and fire properties, so the medicinal power not only infused his physical body, but was also greedily absorbed by the sword itself. Therefore, Tianlin didn't experience the excruciating pain that Tang San had endured. Instead, his entire body felt comfortable, as if being alternately cleansed by two streams of warm and cool spring water. When the medicinal power reached its peak circulation, he leaped into the ice and fire yin-yang well, using the spring water to help him refine the last remnants of power. Before long, Douluo returned to the valley carrying his Rui treasure pouch filled with ordinary medicinal materials and an alchemy furnace. Looking around and seeing no sign of Tianlin, he furrowed his brow and shouted anxiously, little monster, where are you? Damn it, did he run off somewhere? Children have no sense of restraint. What if something happened to him? No, this old man must hurry and find him." Before he could finish speaking, the spring suddenly began to boil, and a figure burst forth from the water. Tianlin wiped away the water droplets and laughed heartily. "Old monster, you don't need to look for me. I'm right here. How can you be in the spring water? And completely unharmed? You should know that even this old man wouldn't dare touch that spring water carelessly." Douluo's eyes widened in shock. It's nothing. Tianlin shook his hair dry. I just ate 2 of the herbs from your place and cultivated an invulnerable golden body immune to water and fire. My sword also seems to have grown considerably stronger. Douluo Bo's chest heaved, his tone unusually sharp with a hint of anger. I specifically warned you before leaving that the herbs here couldn't be eaten carelessly, and you went ahead and swallowed 2 at once. Thank goodness nothing happened to you. Tianlin smiled nonchalantly. Once you see what I've gained, you'll understand why I dared to take the risk. Come, fourth demon-suppressing sword. As he spoke, he summoned his martial soul. The sword blade still flickered with intertwining red and blue halos, as if it hadn't completely digested the medicinal power yet. The surging soul power within Tianlin's body made Douluo Bo gasp in shock. Level 29. How is that possible? The poisoned Douluo exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, his greatest gain wasn't even these 2 benefits. Old monster, now I'm going to show you my greatest achievement. Let me know what you think. Before his words had even finished, Tianlin's second soul ring lit up, with dark blue and crimson gold soul power intertwining second soul skill. Ice and fire divine seal. Oh, a 1,000-year ring for your second soul ring? You truly live up to your reputation as a little monster. Douluo Bo was slightly surprised, though he didn't take it seriously. As a titled Douluo, no matter how novel a great soul master's attack might be, it could hardly shake him. However, in the next second, Tianlin's sword slashed down, and the dual attribute, sword energy transformed into ice blue and crimson flame crescents that tore through the air with sharp whistling sounds. Douluo Bo suddenly felt his heart tighten as a deadly crisis rushed toward him. Almost instinctively, he activated his 5th soul skill Serpent Tiangang shield. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor instantly coiled into a circular shield, its emerald scales layered upon each other, serpentine eyes gleaming with cold light. As his only defensive soul skill, this shield had almost never been used against great soul master-level enemies, yet now it was forced to block the attack. The sword energy of extreme cold and heat crashed violently against the Tiangang shield, erupting in white mist and crimson flames. Logically, the power of 2 rings shouldn't be able to break through a 5th soul skill, but Douluo Bo quickly noticed something unusual. Even after the sword energy dissipated, the shield's surface was still being consumed by frost and flame patterns, with the stubborn erosion of cold and heat gnawing at his soul power. If he were to dismiss the shield now, even he, a titled Douluo, would have to endure the ice and fire damage. This attack is already approaching soul ancestor level, but what's truly terrifying isn't the power, but the attributes. Douluo Bo's expression changed slightly as a certain possibility occurred to him. Little monster, your ice and fire power. Has it already reached ultimate ice and ultimate fire? Exactly. Tianlin sheathed his sword and stood calmly, nodding lightly. From now on, any soul master with ice or fire attributes had better not think of opposing me. A wave of shock swept through Douluo Bo's heart. Ultimate attributes were already 1 in 10,000, and once possessed, they dramatically increased combat power. Yet this young man before him could simultaneously wield 2 mutually exclusive ultimate attributes. If he were to become a titled Douluo in the future, he might very well disrupt the entire continent's balance of power. His thoughts raced, but he was interrupted by Tianlin's shout. Old monster, you can't afford to be distracted. My attack isn't finished yet. Golden flames soul burn. Tianlin's eyes blazed with golden light as his external soul bone instantly activated, transforming soul fire into crimson gold flames that pierced through space. The Serpent Tiangang shield could only block physical attacks, and was useless against spiritual assaults. Ugh! Douluo Bo suddenly clutched his head and staggered backward, his spiritual sea feeling as if it had been thrown into a furnace, burning with excruciating pain. But he was ultimately a titled Douluo, with spiritual foundations far exceeding Tianlin's. After a brief moment of agony, he suppressed the pain and looked up angrily. Little monster, you. Those eyes, could they be an external soul bone? Precisely. Tianlin wiped away the lingering flames from the corner of his eyes and smiled with high spirits. Thanks to those 2 immortal herbs, I've completely fused with this external soul bone, and even my soul fire has advanced to ultimate fire. How was that? Pretty impressive spiritual attack, wasn't it? Tianlin said with a laugh. Douluo Bo had nothing more to say. The shocks this young man brought came in waves, each more overwhelming than the last. Twin martial souls, ultimate attributes, external soul bones, all those dreams that soul masters could only yearn for were now concentrated in a single person. He could only sigh inwardly compared to this. All other geniuses had become mere supporting characters. Not bad indeed. Douluo Bo looked at Tianlin, raising his hand to stroke his long hair. However, little monster, don't get too cocky. Ultimate attributes are a double-edged sword. They possess immense power but are extremely difficult to cultivate. Before level 30, progress is average. From 30 to 70, it's like a turtle crawling. Only after 70 does cultivation speed soar. So your real bottleneck lies at level 70. Cross that threshold, and becoming a titled Douluo will be as easy as reaching into a bag. He finished with a raised eyebrow, emphasizing his warning. Tianlin was approaching level 30 and about to enter that notorious slow period. Yet he remained relaxed, shaking the verdant bead in his hand. Old monster, you needn't worry. Ultimate attributes do slow cultivation, but I have this, the Holy Spirit Pearl. Holy Breath Barrier, activate. A pale golden radiance instantly spread out, enveloping them both like a transparent dome. Tianlin gestured for Douluo to sit cross-legged on the ground. Try meditating within my barrier. All this mystical nonsense. Douluo complained, but still closed his eyes and circulated his power as instructed. Moments later, he nearly jumped up. The efficiency of his soul power circulation had increased by several fold. Little monster, your second martial soul's innate barrier can directly enhance cultivation speed. Exactly. Tianlin smiled faintly, the Holy Spirit Pearl gleaming in his palm. With this, I can compensate for the drawbacks of an ultimate martial soul. I may not reach my previous terrifying speed, but after level 30, I'll still be no slower than ordinary soul masters with innate full soul power. He walked up to Douluo, his tone sincere and direct. So, old monster, will you join my 7 treasures glazed tile clan? With my help, I can guarantee you'll reach at least level 95 and become a super Douluo. Revealing these secrets to Douluo wasn't impulsive. Tianlin knew that once he gained this poisoned Douluo's recognition, the man would be trustworthy. More importantly, he wanted to bring Douluo into the clan. While Douluo might fall short against top-tier powerhouses in single combat, in group battles, his poison was practically a nightmare for low-level soul masters. With the poisoned Douluo on the 7 treasures glazed tile clan side, any human wave tactics would become meaningless. Honestly, Douluo was tempted. Tianlin's candor touched him deeply, sharing secrets as significant as twin martial souls without reservation. Moreover, the allure of level 95 was immense. He knew his age was catching up, his potential nearly exhausted, and without detoxification, he probably had few years left. Now, seeing hope of reaching higher realms, how could he remain completely unmoved? If Tianlin truly neutralized the poison in his body, it would be a life-saving grace, and Douluo had always been clear about repaying kindness and settling scores. Little monster, let me think about it. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. He yearned for power but equally treasured his freedom, reluctant to be easily bound by any clan. Tianlin nodded without pressing further. Fine. I'll be here for at least half a year, giving you plenty of time to consider. Remember, the 7 treasures glazed tile clan's doors will always be open to you. This is my promise as the future guardian Douluo of our clan. Thank you. A rare smile appeared at the corner of Douluo's lips. In his entire life, the times he'd uttered these 2 words could be counted on one hand. But today, he expressed his gratitude to Tianlin with genuine sincerity. About a month had passed since arriving at the Ice and Fire Yin Well. During this time, Tianlin had completed all preparations for detoxification. He had begun concocting the medicine to suppress the deadly poison, using his own blood as the catalyst, blood that had consumed both the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the infernal delicate apricot. Throughout this month, his golden body had become impervious to water, fire, and all poisons thanks to those 2 immortal herbs, making his blood the perfect medicinal catalyst. His detoxification plan followed the same principle Tang Sin once used, finding a vessel for the deadly poison. Fortunately, Douluo possessed a poison attribute, Medusa's skull, perfect for sealing all the toxins within his body. Every day, Tianlin would activate his holy breath barrier, administer his refined antidote, and combine it with the toxin-guiding techniques created by Chao Gu to extract the poison from Douluo. In just 1 month, the results were visible to the naked eye. His emerald green hair and beard were gradually fading to silver white, while his soul power silently climbed as the toxins weakened, unexpectedly breaking through to level 92, result that in the original story only came after Tang San's complete detoxification. What Tianlin had planned as a 6-month treatment now seemed achievable in just 3 or 4 months. Beside the Ice and Fire Yin Well, both the old man and young boy finished their cultivation simultaneously. Douluo took a deep breath of the air mixed with ice and fire essence, marveling at the surging soul power in his chest. Little monster, where on earth did you get this meditation technique? Don't tell me you created it yourself. Even titled Douluo couldn't devise such a powerful cultivation method. It's a secret. Can't tell you. Tianlin replied with a smile. Fine then. This old man doesn't care anyway. Douluo turned his head away with feigned indifference. He understood clearly that Tianlin had been open about his twin martial souls, ultimate attributes, and external soul bone, yet remained tight-lipped about this meditation technique alone. This spoke volumes about its importance to the young man. Pressing further would only show his lack of tact. In truth, what Douluo was practicing was a small portion of the Nuwa meditation technique, which Tianlin had reorganized after integrating Chao Gu's cultivation methods. As Nuwa had a human head and serpent body, This technique matched almost perfectly with Douluo's snake-type martial soul, allowing precise control over the deadly poison within while amplifying cultivation progress. Douluo firmly believed that reaching level 95 or higher with this technique was no empty dream. His advancement to level 92 within a month was the best proof. All right, old monster, today's treatment is finished. I need to go refine medicine. Tianlin stood up, brushed off his sleeves, and walked toward the fire spring source at the ice and fire yin yang well. There, suspended above, was an alchemy furnace. Using the extreme heat of the fire spring, Tianlin was in the process of refining medicinal pills. Since this was his first time refining pills, Tianlin didn't dare to use immortal-grade herbs directly. Instead, he chose two ninth-grade purple lingji mushrooms. These premium herbs, which would be worth a fortune outside, were merely common goods here at the ice and fire yin yang well. Unlike those unique immortal-grade herbs with only one specimen each, these were perfect for experimentation. Beside the deep pool where flames and cold mist intertwined, the pill furnace was enveloped by the yin-yang energies, its walls glowing with a faint purple light. Tianlin sat cross-legged, continuously channeling his spiritual power into the furnace. Under the constant tempering of scorching flames and freezing currents, the two ninth-grade purple lingji mushrooms released a fragrance that waxed and waned, making even the air seem sweetly scented. Little monster, what kind of pill are you refining? It's been nearly a month and you're still not done. Douluo, thoroughly bored, paced over and plopped down beside Tianlin, his gaze fixed intently on the pill furnace. Ninth-grade purple gold pills, Tianlin replied without losing focus, his voice clear. Made with ninth-grade purple lingji as the base, supplemented with other medicinal ingredients. These pills not only strengthen the foundation and cultivate vitality, boost energy and enhance power, but also extend lifespan and purify the soul power within the body, making future breakthroughs easier. He gestured in the air as he spoke. The refining process takes about a month. They should be ready in the next few days. According to the texts, two ninth-grade purple lingji can produce at most 6 pills. Douluo listened in stunned amazement. What kind of divine medicine is this? Increasing power, extending life, purifying soul power, assisting breakthroughs. The term immortal pill truly lives up to its name. Little monster, no way when these treasures are finished, you must give me one. Old monster, what would you need it for? I've already prepared something better for you. Tianlin raised his chin, pointing toward the center of the ice and fire yin-yang well, where a crystal-clear fruit lay quietly. That's a snake-scale fruit. Though not immortal grade, its effects are stronger than ninth-grade purple lingji, and it's especially compatible with snake-type martial souls like yours. I've placed it at the center of the yin-yang well to cultivate. In half a year, it will evolve into an ice-fire snake-scale fruit, with effects rivaling any immortal-grade herb. When you consume it, your martial soul might even evolve. Martial soul evolution. Douluo's breathing quickened, undisguised ecstasy flashing in his eyes. If this truly succeeded, it would be far more precious than purple gold pills. The pills only offered quantitative improvement, while the ice-fire snake-scale fruit promised qualitative transformation. But soon, he noticed the empty space around the fruit, his expression stiffening. Little monster, there seems to be only one ice-fire snake-scale fruit. Yes, only one, Tianlin explained truthfully. Snake-scale fruits grow on snake-shaped trees. Without this ice and fire yin-yang well, producing even one would take hundreds of years. After I picked this one, the next fruit would take decades to mature even with this treasure land's acceleration. Douluo fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and shook his head. Then this old man won't take it. Leave this one for Yanyanch needs it more. Compared to immortal medicine, he cared more about his granddaughter. Tianlin had originally planned to save the lovesick heartbreak red for Douluo, but considering its harsh consumption requirements, he hesitated and didn't mention it. Instead, he persuaded. In that case, old monster, you should still take one of my purple gold pills, and I'll prepare another gift for you. No need, little monster. You've already shown great kindness by curing my poison. This old man isn't greedy. Douluo waved his hand dismissively, but Tianlin insisted. No, perhaps you don't understand. Many of the herbs in your yin-yang well are more precious than life itself. Since you've allowed me to take freely, I should naturally give the master a return gift. The 7-treasure glazed tile clan never owes favors. Hearing this, Douluo raised an eyebrow, touched in his heart. Integrity was indeed the foundation upon which a power established itself. Looking at the young man before him, he seemed to glimpse the future glory of the 7-treasure glazed tile clan. Little monster, under your leadership, your sect will surely reach unprecedented heights. Thinking of his granddaughter, Douluo suddenly sighed softly. Sigh, Yanyan will eventually marry into the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and these old bones of mine should find a peaceful place. Little monster, if this old man came to the 7-treasure glazed tile clan, would you be willing to care for me in my old age? Tianlin answered without hesitation. Of course. If you're willing to come, I guarantee you'll want for nothing in your remaining years. Douluo swept his hand broadly, his hearty laughter piercing the night sky. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Through the night sky echoed Douluo's uncontainable laughter. After chatting with Douluo through half the night, Tianlin was roused awake by the old man's nudging at dawn the next morning. Hey, little monster, look at the alchemy furnace, Douluo whispered. At the mention of alchemy furnace, Tianlin snapped fully awake and sat up abruptly. The furnace's surface was flickering with layers of purple-gold radiance, as if tiny currents of electricity were racing through the metal patterns, a sign that the purple-gold pills were nearly complete. Old monster, help me pull the furnace over. His voice carried barely concealed excitement. Douluo immediately summoned his martial soul, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. The massive snake tail coiled steadily around the furnace and moved it in front of Tianlin. As soon as Tianlin lifted the lid, a rich medicinal fragrance, so thick it was almost visible, spread throughout the valley, with waves of heat carrying the herbal essence rushing toward them. Douluo took a deep breath and felt his soul power naturally gathering within him. He couldn't help but marvel. This medicinal fragrance alone can condense soul power just by inhaling it without a doubt. Little monster, you've succeeded. Tianlin carefully retrieved the pills one by one and counted them. There were 6 golden pills in total, 5 with flowing purple gold radiance and mysterious patterns, while only the last one appeared dull in color. He sighed. Only 5 succeeded. This last one lost too much medicinal potency. Its effects probably won't even match the original 9th grade purple mushroom. Douluo laughed and scolded. You little monster are far too greedy. The sun wanes after reaching its peak. The moon waxes and wanes. Even heaven and earth are imperfect. There's no need to pursue perfection. Knowing when to stop is hardly a criticism. Forcing things further would only lead to losses. Tianlin smiled with relief. The old monster is right. I was being too greedy. This alchemy session is already a great victory. 5 9th grade purple gold pills are enough to share with quite a few people. As he spoke, he handed over one successful purple gold pill along with the failed one. Old monster, these 2 are for you. Though the failed one has lost many of its miraculous properties, its medicinal power remains sufficient to immediately restore 30 to 40% of your soul power when depleted. Consider it a life-saving elixir. Thanks. Douluo accepted them without ceremony. Since he'd already decided to follow Tianlin, he felt no psychological burden taking some medicine. However, he didn't plan to use them immediately. Was still taking detox pills, and mixing different medicines might cause conflicts. He planned to wait until he was completely detoxified. With the purple gold pills completed, Tianlin didn't rest. His true goal was to use the Chiluo tulip as the main ingredient to create heaven-mending pills. These pills were magnificent and could absorb the essence of heaven and earth along with the radiance of sun and moon. Those who consumed them would not only see explosive growth in strength and aptitude, but could also remedy innate deficiencies, achieving a perfect and flawless constitution. According to the 100 Herbs Record, Alchemy Chapter, by Chao Gu, one Chiluo tulip could produce at most 3 heaven-mending pills. Originally, Tianlin had wanted to obtain all 3, but after Douluo's enlightenment, he decided to focus all his efforts on crafting 2 pills, leaving the third defy 2 would be sufficient to transform Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. However, the difficulty of creating heaven-mending pills far exceeded that of purple gold pills. Among the auxiliary ingredients alone, several superior spiritual medicines comparable to 9th grade purple mushrooms were required, and the refinement process needed a full 81 days. Fortunately, this was the ice and fire yin-yang well, where he could find everything he needed. Following the proportions recorded in the Grass Valley Manual, Tianlin added all the spiritual herbs and submerged the alchemy furnace into the fire spring. The spring's waters were far more effective than any flame, making this an ideal location for pill refinement. The transparent crimson waters enveloped the furnace as bubbles churned upward. The mingling fragrance of herbs and rising steam created a thin mist that bathed the entire cave in a red glow. 60 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Tianlin twice left to return to Heaven Do Royal Academy, meeting briefly with the royal fighting team members and Xue Qinghe to ease their concerns. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo and Xin also visited the cave once. Seeing Tianlin learning poison arts from Douluo, he raised no objections. Open attacks were easier to dodge than hidden arrows, and mastering poison techniques would provide an additional means of survival when venturing across the continent. However, Xin worried that this might cause Tianlin to neglect his cultivation, so he immediately tested his soul power. Sensing the vigorous aura of level 29, he nodded with satisfaction and departed. Now, after more than 3 months of secluded training, Tianlin had not only fully consolidated the 3 levels of soul power gained from the immortal herbs, but had also successfully reached level 30. At only 9 years old, he had achieved this breakthrough 3 full years earlier than Tang San, who had reached level 30 at 12 in the original story. The third soul ring was essential, and they chose Sunset Forest as their hunting ground second only to Douluo Forest on the Douluo Continent. Naturally, their guide was Douluo, the poisoned Douluo who had dominated Sunset Forest for decades. The nearly detoxified Douluo showed obvious changes. His once graying, disheveled hair had returned to normal gray-white with hints of black showing through. Though still at level 92, freed from the poison's constraints and no longer needing to use soul power to suppress the toxins within his body, his true combat strength had effectively doubled. Speak up, little monster. What kind of soul beast do you want? Douluo stood with hands clasped behind his back at the forest's edge, his emerald eyes gleaming with amusement. In this sunset forest, this old man knows every soul beast gathering spot like the back of his hand. Thank you in advance, old monster. Tianlin looked up at him directly. I want a wind attribute soul beast, preferably between 5 and 6,000 years old. Douluo paused mid-step, raising an eyebrow. Are you certain? The safe limit for a typical soul master's third soul ring is 1700 years series, jumping ahead by over 3,000 years. Tianlin's expression remained resolute. My second soul ring was already at the 1,000-year level, and combined with the powerful spiritual force from my external soul bone, my mental strength now rivals that of a soul ancestor. Having undergone the ice and fire alchemy body tempering, my physical strength has improved accordingly. I'm confident I can handle a 5 to 6,000 year soul ring. Excellent. Douluo laughed heartily, emerald light flickering in his palm. This old monster will accompany you, little monster, in this madness. But prepare yourself mentally. I'm not like your master, and I won't bother picking those harmless little darlings with weak attacks for you. He already had a target in mind: the canyon on Sunset Forest's western side, where fierce wind attribute soul beasts had dominated for years. It perfectly matched Tianlin's requirements, though the danger level far exceeded that of the purple fire golden-eyed beast. The two took to the air, forest winds howling as vegetation rushed past below. In a canyon on the western side of Sunset Forest lived a soul beast perfectly suited for Tianlin, though extremely ferocious. Absorbing such a soul ring would prove far more challenging than absorbing the purple fire golden-eyed beasts had been. In a steep canyon, fierce winds howled. Who would have thought such a place existed within Sunset Forest? Sharp mountain winds shuttled between the rock faces, stirring up gravel and dust that struck their robes with crackling sounds. Tianlin and Douluo walked against the wind, loose stones rolling beneath their feet, yet they remained steady as rocks. Douluo naturally feared no such wind, while Tianlin appeared equally composed. His current physique far surpassed that of ordinary people, and this fierce wind felt merely like a cool breeze against his face. Not bad, little monster. Your physical strength is even greater than I imagined. Douluo squinted as he observed him. Now I believe you can absorb a soul ring of over 5,000 years. You should know that even ordinary soul kings would struggle to traverse such a canyon, yet you walk as if on level ground. Old monster, spare me the flattery. Tianlin lowered his voice urgently. Where exactly is this soul beast you mentioned that's suitable for me? The soul elder stage was a lifelong watershed for many, so his eagerness was natural. Haha, so even you little monster have moments of anxiety. Douluo chuckled lightly. Before his words finished, he had already leaped up the cliff face like a streak of green shadow. He opened his storage pouch and pulled out a soft-bone rabbit. The rabbit's round eyes showed terror, its limbs slender and flexible. Being only about 10 years old, it naturally wasn't that soft-bone rabbit Xiao would just an ordinary soul beast. Douluo dropped back down beside Tianlin. Tianlin's gaze fell on the trembling rabbit. Old monster, what's with this soft-bone rabbit? I caught it specifically for you, of course. Douluo smiled. What I'm looking for is a gale golden-winged eagle, fierce in attack, incredible speed, constantly soaring high above. It's nearly impossible to catch one. You can only try to lure it down. He patted the rabbit in his arms. And soft-bone rabbits are precisely these eagles' favorite food. I caught one along the way. Tianlin suddenly understood. No wonder Xiao Wu's ultimate technique included rabbit kicks eagle. It was specifically designed to counter gale golden-winged eagles, preventing the soft-bone rabbit clan from becoming their prey. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry echoed from above. Douluo immediately pulled Tianlin behind a recessed section of rock wall. Eagles possessed extremely keen eyesight. If it spotted him, a titled Douluo, it would likely never appear again. In the sky, a massive eagle dove down. Its earth-yellow body contrasted with brilliant golden wings, the clash of gold and yellow seeming to forcibly tear apart nobility and simplicity. All its power was concentrated in those wings spanning over 5 meters, and as they beat, the canyon winds grew even fiercer. Old monster, is this the gale golden-winged eagle? Tianlin whispered. Exactly. Douluo's gaze was sharp as lightning. This canyon only has this one type of eagle soul beast. Their greatest strengths are their eagle eyes and wings that can whip up fierce winds with a single beat. Looking at this one's wingspan of about 5.5 meters total, it should be around 5,500 years old, perfect for you. His soul power quietly emanated, ready to strike at any moment. Though the Gale golden-winged eagle wasn't as intelligent as a purple fire golden-eyed beast, it was extremely cautious. It hovered in the air, and upon spotting the soft-bone rabbit, didn't immediately dive down. Instead, it used its sharp eagle eyes to survey the entire canyon. Unfortunately, being merely a thousand-year-soul beast, it lacked the ability to detect a fully concealed tidal Douluo. After scanning the area and finding nothing, it finally dove toward the soft-bone rabbit. Perfect. Now's the time. Third soul skill, Jade Scale, Bewildering Formation. Douluo roared as dark green poisonous mist spread outward like a tide, instantly forming the Jade Scale Bewildering Formation. The Jade Scale snake's venom was already potent, and this formation combined both control and confusion. Any enemy caught within would lose their sense of direction while being slowly corroded by the toxins. The sudden poisonous formation startled the Gale golden-winged eagle, which frantically beat its golden wings, whipping up fierce winds to try and disperse the toxic mist. However, no matter how violent the gale, it couldn't budge even a fraction of this formation created by a tidal Douluo's soul skill. The poisonous fog grew thicker and thicker, and the Gale golden-winged eagle's expression became increasingly fierce. Its beak turned purple-blue and its feathers trembled, clearly showing signs of poisoning. The Jade Scale Bewildering Formation's poison wasn't lethal, but it was enough to weaken its strength and reaction speed. A cold gleam flashed in Douluo's eyes as he seized the opportunity. Perfect chance. First soul skill, Python's Might. The next second, he transformed into a massive emerald python and burst through the mist. This soul skill wasn't poison-based, but pure physical enhancement, with the soul ring coming from a non-venomous giant python. His muscles and bones instantly expanded, making his serpentine tail even more robust. Boom! The Jade Scale Snake Emperor's tail struck the Gale golden-winged eagle's head viciously, making it see stars as it plummeted from the sky. Quick, little monster, strike now. The vital point is the eagle's eyes. Douluo urgently called out. No problem. Second soul skill, Ice-Fire Divine Seal. Tianlian had been ready and waiting. Ultimate ice and ultimate fire intertwined into two sharp sword energies that shot out like lightning, precisely piercing the Gale golden-winged eagle's eyes and instantly finishing off the fierce bird. As soon as the battle ended, Douluo leaped into the air, scooped up the soft-bone rabbit trembling at the cliff's edge, and gracefully descended to the valley floor. There you go, little one. Consider yourself lucky you didn't become that eagle's meal. Now hurry back to the forest. Watching this scene, Tianlian felt slightly surprised this old poisonous fellow actually remembered to release the spirit beast. Just like Qinxin, he didn't kill indiscriminately except when necessary for cultivation, which truly aligned with the seven treasure glazed tile sex principle of avoiding unnecessary killing. Little monster, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you absorbing the soul ring? Seeing Tianlian staring at him in a daze, Douluo urged again. Tianlian smiled. I never expected the poison Douluo, known for his toxic dominance, to have such a kind side. It seems that since your poison was cured, your temperament has been improving. With that, he sat cross-legged and began absorbing the third soul ring. Douluo watched him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His current transformation was entirely thanks to this little monster before him. In the past, tormented daily by his affliction and constantly worried about his granddaughter's potential death from the poison, his heart had been filled with resentment and violence, leading him to go on killing sprees at the slightest provocation. After spending time with Tianlian and gradually having his poison cured, he had experienced long-lost familial affection and friendship, unknowingly having his sharp edges smoothed away. Little monster, you saved my life and gave me spiritual medicines. This old man will be your guardian, helping you reach the pinnacle of this world. This low oath was carried away by the wind. Tianlian, fully focused on absorbing the soul ring, couldn't hear it, but he could sense the profound protective aura beside him. The soul ring of over 5,000 years was indeed domineering, with soul power surging violently through his limbs and body. However, for Tianlian, this impact brought no pain. Clearly, he had underestimated his own limits. 5 to 6,000 years was far from reaching his tolerance threshold. His choice had been too conservative. The dangerous period passed so quickly? This little monster absorbed the 5,500-year soul ring way too easily. Douluo stood guard beside Tianlian, noticing his steady breathing and restrained aura as his tense brow quickly relaxed, finally allowing his anxious heart to settle. Based on his and Tianlian's assessment, a soul ring of over 5,000 years was indeed too conservative for this little monster. After all, he didn't even need to activate the sacred breath barrier, meaning his true limit was at least 7,000 years or more, and his fourth soul ring could definitely aim directly for a 10,000-year one. Combined with the protection of that spiritual type external soul bone, the soul shock from ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts posed no threat to Tianlian whatsoever. At this moment, Tianlian remained seated in meditation. Though he had actually finished absorbing the soul ring long ago, and was now contemplating the form of his third soul skill with closed eyes. The third soul ring's primary attribute was wind, and if fused with the second ring's fire attribute, it could evolve into the single target attack skill Fire Dance Storm Cloud, which had a similar positioning to Ice Fire Divine Seal. The overlap was too high, so he rejected it outright. Another option was fusing water, fire, and wind attributes into the group attack skill Chaotic Shadow Demon Slaying Sword, which, while powerful, overlapped with the 4 attribute and 5 attribute skills he planned for the future. The final option was combining water and wind to create the support type soul skill, Wind-Water Circulation. After careful consideration, he abandoned the 3 attribute group attack and chose the support route. Every support skill added to the demon sword often proved more lethal in actual combat than pure attack skills. With his decision made, water attribute soul power slowly flowed into the third soul ring, merging with wind as the ring's radiance dimmed and a brand new demon sword technique was activated. Tianlin slowly rose to his feet, gazing intently at the demon sword surrounded by 3 glowing soul rings. Soul Elder had finally crossed the level 30 threshold that countless soul masters could never break through in their lifetimes. Even someone as talented as the Grandmaster had been trapped at this stage for most of his life, and without Tang San's gift of the 9-treasure purple mushroom, he probably would never have broken through. But now that the 9-treasure purple mushroom had been intercepted by Tianlin, the Grandmaster could only remain stuck at the Great Soul Master stage. However, while the breakthrough came easily, Tianlin immediately noticed the drawback of ultimate martial souls. Cultivation speed from level 30 to 70 would significantly slow down. From now on, he would need to train even more diligently to break through the level 70 bottleneck as soon as possible. Little monster, you're awake. It looks like the soul ring absorption went extremely smoothly, not a hint of pressure at all. Douluo approached with a smile. Indeed, it was effortless. The immortal herbs strengthened my body, and the external soul bone stabilized my spirit. I feel like my 4th soul ring can aim directly for a 10,000-year one. Tianlin made no attempt to hide his ambition. This time, not only did Douluo not object, but he nodded repeatedly. A monster should cultivate in a monster's way, and with Tianlin's current physique, it was definitely worth attempting. By the way, little monster, what's your 3rd soul skill? Douluo was incredibly curious about what kind of soul skill could emerge from such a high-level 3rd soul ring of over 5,000 years. Tianlin smiled faintly. Old monster, you want to know? Sure, but first show me your 1st soul skill. Douluo raised an eyebrow at these words and decided not to hesitate any longer. His soul power, massive as a mountain, suddenly surged skyward. My 1st soul skill? No problem at all. Serpent's Might. A gray-green snake-shaped martial soul instantly materialized behind him. As its scales rippled, violent power flooded through his limbs and body. His muscles visibly swelled, his frame grew taller, and his robes billowed and flapped from the expansion. Tianlin raised his hand and gripped, summoning forth a dark purple demonic sword with a whoosh. He planted his feet firmly and drove the sword's tip into the earth, his voice low and clear. Good. This is my 3rd soul skill, Feng Shui Circulation. With the demonic sword as the formation's core, pale golden patterns spread like a tide, weaving a hemispherical barrier in the blink of an eye that firmly enveloped both men. The moment the barrier touched Douluo, his swollen physique instantly contracted. The serpent's might was completely erased, and even the residual snake scales vanished entirely. Douluo stared down in shock at his hands, now returned to their original state, and couldn't help but click his tongue. This, little monster, your 3rd soul skill isn't an attack, but an auxiliary skill that removes enhancement states. His tone carried undisguised disappointment. Powerful though it was, it hardly seemed spectacular. Tianlin shook his head, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Old monster, how could my soul skill be so pathetic? Feng Shui Circulation removes all states except for true body martial souls. All states? You mean it can eliminate both positive and negative effects? Douluo stared at him in disbelief. If this were true, such a soul skill could completely overturn any battle. Exactly. Tianlin reached out to touch the barrier, causing the golden patterns to ripple gently. Within the formation's coverage, any enhancement becomes void. 7 treasure, glazed tile pagoda, golden scepter, and other amplification-type soul skills, or personal burst abilities and berserk states all become ineffective. The same applies to negative states. Charm, confusion, paralysis, hypnosis, poisoning all are removed. Even state-type martial soul fusion techniques like the Nether White Tiger of the Dai and Zhu families from the Star Luo Empire would be forcibly dispelled. As his words settled, massive waves surged in Douluo's heart. After a long moment, he finally recovered. Divine skill. Little monster, your soul skill is terrifying. In other words, anyone standing against you can't benefit from any enhancement unless they use their true body martial soul. Auxiliary-type soul masters would become completely meaningless in your presence. However, Tianlin lowered his head, worry creasing his brow. Though this technique is powerful, it has 2 obvious flaws. First, it consumes massive amounts of soul power. Soul power continuously drains while maintaining the barrier. Second, it's too domineering and doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. When the opponent's enhancements disappear, so do my teammates. In other words, this technique suits me fighting alone against a group, but not team battles. Douluo threw back his head and laughed heartily, his voice rough. What kind of flaws are those? The first is only because your current soul power is too low. Once you reach titled Douluo level, such consumption will be negligible. As for the second, his narrow eyes squinted slightly. You were born into the 7 treasure glaze tile sect. Surely, you haven't forgotten the sect's other supreme technique. Tianlin paused momentarily, then suddenly understood. Divided mind control. Once he mastered divided mind control, he could precisely guide feng shui circulation's coverage direction. When enemy enhancements appeared, he could lock the barrier onto opponents. When allies fell into abnormal states, he could redirect it toward teammates to remove negative effects. This way, feng shui circulation could be used at will, truly becoming a perfect divine skill. At this thought, Tianlin couldn't suppress his joy, his eyes bright as stars. Old monster, thank you. I'll ask Uncle Ning for the divided mind control cultivation method when I return to the sect. Let's head back now. With that, he turned and ran wildly, excited as a child, bouncing and jumping all the way. Watching Tianlin run back with such excited bouncing and jumping, Douluo smiled faintly behind him. Haha, he's still just a child after all. No matter how talented, he'll still show such a playful side. Little monster, what are you concocting now? Didn't you already finish that heaven-mending pill over a month ago? Beside the ice and fire yin-yang well, crimson and deep blue mist swirled between the rocky walls. Douluo walked up behind Tianlin with his hands clasped behind his back, peering over at the alchemy furnace. Since Tianlin had taken residence here, nearly half a year had passed. A month and a half ago, 90% of the deadly poison in Douluo's body had been purged, leaving only the final trace. That remaining toxin now coexisted with his body. Removing it entirely would actually be harmful, so keeping it was perfectly appropriate. The furnace lid opened, releasing the fragrance of pills. Tianlin used tongs to extract 2 golden orbs, their surfaces faintly displaying mystical turtle patterns. These are Xuanwu golden pills, immortal-grade elixirs refined using Panshur golden turtle as the primary ingredient. They're extremely effective for soul masters with turtle-type martial souls. The Panshur golden turtle, despite its name suggesting turtle, was actually an herb that resembled a tortoise and possessed water attributes. Douluo understood immediately. So these are for the Shur brothers from the Imperial fighting team, aren't they? Every pill Tianlin had refined during this time wasn't for himself. Each batch was meant for friends and family. In truth, Tianlin wasn't without plans for his own advancement. After consuming the octagonal mysterious ice grass and infernal precious apricot, his body had reached its limit for medicinal properties, making it inadvisable to consume other immortal herbs. Too much of a good thing could be harmful. Therefore, like Tang San in the original story, he had chosen the mild yearning heartbroken red, planning to use it to strengthen his external soul. Bonia's safe and reliable approach. Exactly, Tianlin nodded. This time, both the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan and the Imperial fighting team will see significant improvements in their strength. By the way, old monster, have you taken that purple gold pill? Long ago. Douluo laughed heartily, sweeping his wide sleeves. My soul power shot straight up to level 93, and after the pill's cleansing, my soul power condensation speed doubled. What delighted him even more was that after channeling his residual snake venom into the Medusa's soul bone, the toxin fused with the bone and evolved into the more domineering jade scale snake emperor poison. Thinking back to how he'd been overwhelmed by Spirit Hall's chrysanthemum Douluo, he now felt not a trace of fear. Old monster, do you remember? I promised you another great gift besides the purple gold pill. Today I'll fulfill that promise. But once I give you this gift, I'll have to leave. The mists from the ice and fire yin-yang well flowed around him as Tianlin gazed at this familiar landscape, a flash of reluctance crossing his eyes. After half a year together, he had long considered this place his second home. Douluo didn't seem concerned, reaching out to ruffle Tianlin's hair. Why are you being so sentimental, you little monster? My home will always be open to you. Whatever good thing you have, just bring it out. Don't keep this old man in suspense. In fact, he too would be leaving with Tianlin. After lengthy persuasion, combined with those 3 conditions, Douluo had finally agreed to join the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan as a guest elder, a position that would allow him plenty of leisure time. Hee, old monster, what I want to give you is this. Tianlin pulled out a snow-white immortal herb from his wishful treasure pouch. Each blade of grass appeared so lush and graceful that it seemed ready to drip with moisture, curving elegantly like a swan's neck. This was the snow swan kiss, one of the immortal herbs. Douluo held the herb, squinting as he examined it with fascination. Looks impressive. Little monster, how do you eat this thing? Eat. Tianlin nearly broke out in a cold sweat. Old monster, are you trying to get yourself killed? This herb amplifies the power of toxins. Your entire body is filled with poison. If you swallow it, you'll immediately suffer backlash from your own toxins. Wouldn't that make our 6 months of effort completely worthless? Holy crap. Douluo Bo reflexively threw the snow swan kiss far away. Why would you give me something so terrifying, little monster? What a waste of such a precious treasure. Tianlin carefully retrieved the herb, brushing off the dust with a pained expression. I never told you to eat it. I want you to use it as a weapon in battle. Think about it. What would happen if you channeled your poison through the snow swan kiss? Using the snow swan kiss as a medium, Douluo Bo's mind reeled, his breathing quickening. How many times would that multiply the toxicity? I might be able to destroy entire cities without even using my ninth soul skill. Precisely because it's so terrifying, what I'm giving you isn't the original version. Tianlin lowered his voice to explain. Over the past 6 months, I've cultivated it alongside several antidote herbs, significantly weakening its potency. Otherwise, even you might not be able to control it. He pointed to 3 parts of the herb. The petals, corona, and pistil each has different medicinal properties. Now the petals can triple your poison strength for regular attacks. The corona provides 5 times amplification for facing strong enemies, and the pistil offers 10 times enhancement, which should only be used in life or death situations. Douluo Bo nodded solemnly, snatching the herb as if afraid Tianlin might change his mind, cradling it lovingly in his palms. With this, forget about Chrysanthemum Delay, wouldn't fear even him and Ghost Delay working together. Watch me take on both of them. Tianlin smiled with satisfaction. Since he couldn't craft hidden weapons and couldn't give Douluo Bo the mother-child chasing soul life-taking crossbow, this even more terrifying snow swan kiss would serve as his trump card. Let's go, little monster. Douluo Bo laughed heartily. You can't stay cooped up here forever. The outside world is vast. You need to venture out to achieve the rank of titled Douluo. You're right. Tianlin looked up at the sky. Let me gather some more medicinal herbs, and in 3 days we'll return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect together. 3 days later, at the foot of 7 Treasure Mountain, an old man and a young boy stood side by side. Unlike Tang San's greed, Tianlin only took what he needed, leaving the remaining herbs to continue growing at the ice and fire yin yang well. As Douluo Bo had said, that place was now his home. Tianlin could return to harvest more whenever he wished. The two first returned to 7 Treasure Village. After being away for half a year, it was only proper for Tianlin to see his parents first. Jun Tianhai and Imolan wept tears of joy upon seeing their son's return, but when they saw Douluo Bo, a titled Douluo, they became so respectful they dared not speak in unnecessary words. Such figures were rarely encountered in a lifetime on the continent. Tianlin produced 9 grade purple gold pills, giving 1 to each parent. Jun Tianhai's limited talent would likely have prevented him from breaking through the 30th level, but the purple gold pill could push him to the 40th level threshold. Though Mo Lan had no soul power, the pill could extend her lifespan. Initially, she thought it wasteful, but upon hearing it could also preserve her youth, she nearly snatched away Tianlin's remaining 2 pills, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Having fulfilled his filial duties, Tianlin and Douluo Bo ascended the 7 Treasure Mountain range. Soon, they entered 7 Treasure City and arrived at the gates of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. At the gates of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the guards spotted 2 figures approaching on foot from a distance. These humble guards didn't recognize Douluo Bo, but they certainly knew Tianlin and immediately rushed forward to greet him respectfully. Young Master Tianlin, you've returned. Tianlin raised his hand in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping across the guards with a cheerful voice. It's been a while, everyone. Are Uncle Ning and my masters here? Yes. Sect Master Ning and the 3 elders are all in the main hall. The guard replied respectfully, then cast his eyes toward the elderly man beside Tianlin, who wore gray-green robes and emanated a chilling aura. Young Master, this gentleman is? Let me introduce him. Tianlin turned slightly, his tone becoming solemn. He will become the sect's 4th elder senior, Douluo Bo, the Poison Douluo. Greetings to your excellency, Poison Douluo, the guards chorused in unison. The reputation of a titled Douluo needed no explanation. This was the protocol Ning Fengji had repeatedly emphasized. The more quick-witted guards had already sprinted inside to report this momentous news of a titled Douluo's visit to the sect master. Especially since Tianlin's words suggested the man would be joining their ranks, they dared not delay. Douluo Bo merely nodded indifferently. Except when facing Tianlin, he remained the same proud and aloof Poison Douluo. The two proceeded deeper into the sect grounds. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect was the wealthiest in the world, with flying eaves and pavilions, floors paved with spiritual jade. Everything gleamed with golden splendor, no less magnificent than an imperial palace. How about it, old monster? Not bad here, right? Tianlin teased with a smile. Douluo Bo surveyed his surroundings and snorted softly. Indeed, not shabby. Little monster, can you really make the decision to let me be a hands-off guest elder? Freedom had always been his greatest concern. I can, came a warm, magnetic voice from ahead. Ning Fengji had already received word and come to greet them. followed by the two guardian Douluo and elder Yin Yang, a soul Douluo. At the same time, a little girl in a green dress came bouncing over and threw herself directly into Tianlin's arms. Brother Jian. Tianlin caught her steadily and ruffled her hair. Rong, long time no see. You've grown taller and even more beautiful. Brother Jian, I missed you so much. Now that you're back, you won't leave again, will you? Ning Rong looked up at him, her eyes full of hope. Over the past 6 months, though Tianlin had occasionally returned to the sect, his stays were always brief. Douluo Bo's dwelling place was too dangerous, and Ning Fengji absolutely forbade her from following, leaving her longing for his return. I won't leave. At most, I'll go back to Heavendo Royal Academy for classes, and you can visit me anytime. The academy was only half a day's carriage ride from Seven Treasure City with proper escort. It would be both safe and convenient. Ning Rong immediately beamed with joy. Wonderful. Ning Fengji approached Douluo Bo and bowed respectfully. Senior Douluo Bo, young Tian is the future guardian Douluo of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Any promise he has made to you, I, as sect master, fully endorse. If you are willing to join us, Ning Fengji would be deeply honored. At this moment, he showed no airs of a sect master. A titled Douluo known as the Poison Overlord, unmatched in group combat, how could he refuse to retain such a powerful ally? With him alone, they would gain the strength of 1,000 troops. Sect Master Ning, you're too kind. Xiao Tian promised me that after joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the sect would not only take care of my daily needs, but also wouldn't burden me with various affairs. Besides, my granddaughter has fallen for the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. This can be seen as a marriage alliance between two great sects, and you'll need to help prepare the dowry. His voice was deep and straightforward, carrying his usual domineering tone. Douluo Bo raised his hand to stroke his dark green hair, his eyes never leaving Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji nodded with a smile, completely unfazed by the other's outrageous demands. What the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect lacked least was gold and silver treasures. Supporting a grandfather and granddaughter would be effortless for him. Moreover, Douluo Bo was right. Once this marriage was settled, it would be equivalent to an official alliance between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. A union of the strong, bringing nothing but benefits. So he readily agreed. I'll take care of all the conditions. Good. Then for this little monster's sake, I'll register my name with your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Douluo Bo magnanimously patted Tianlin's shoulder. From one sect with 2 titled Douluo to one with 3, Ning Fengji's heart surged with excitement. The rise of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was now unstoppable. He immediately planned to hold a grand welcoming ceremony to announce it to the world. But Douluo Bo waved his hand in refusal. Don't rush for now. I still have an old score to settle. Wait until I return before holding the ceremony. As he turned to leave, Douluo suddenly stepped forward and said in his gruff voice, Wait, old poison. When you return victorious, we'll drink together. From now on, we're sect brothers. Good, old bones and old sword man. Have fine wine ready for me. Douluo Bo revealed a sinister smile, his green robe fluttering as his figure disappeared like a ghost beyond the hall doors. Everyone understood. That so-called old score was his decades-long grudge with Chrysanthemum Douluo. If Douluo Bo went to challenge him after officially joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, it would become the sect-provoking Spirit Hall. Therefore, no one tried to dissuade him, all believing he would give his all. Tianlin watched that figure disappear into the distance, the corners of his lips curving slightly. Go ahead, old monster, blow that chrysanthemum to pieces for me. You're sure to win. He was confident. In the original story, the level 92 Douluo Bo could suppress Chrysanthemum Douluo with just the yearning heartbroken red. Now that Douluo Bo had reached level 93, plus the snow-colored swan kiss enhancement, it would be hard not to beat Chrysanthemum Douluo into paralysis. Ning Fengji grew curious and turned to Tianlin. Xiao Tian, how did you persuade the old poison? Spirit Hall tried to recruit him so many times without success. I gave him an immortal herb. Tianlin answered frankly. He briefly described how, while studying poison techniques at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well, he accidentally discovered the wonderful properties of the snow-colored swan kiss. Out of appreciation, he gifted it to Douluo Bo. The two became friends despite their age difference, and Douluo Bo gave him 3 promises. Now he had used one of them to have Douluo Bo join the sect. Ning Fengji nodded thoughtfully. If the snow-colored swan kiss could truly multiply Douluo Bo's combat power several times over, that would indeed be enough to move him. Moreover, Douluo Bo was known throughout the continent for keeping his word. Everyone knew his promises were binding. Xiao Tian, recruiting a titled Douluo for the sect is a great achievement. Come, follow Uncle Ning to the main hall. I must reward you properly. Ning Fengji laughed heartily and gestured, having already decided that this reward must satisfy Tianlin. Rewarding merit is fundamental for any sect master. Tianlin returned to the Seven Treasure Hall alongside Ning Fengji and the others. Here, He could finally reveal certain things, as only trusted allies were permitted entry into this sacred space. The hall's domed ceiling soared overhead, its glazed tiles gleaming softly in the lamplight, while the polished bluestone floor beneath their feet reflected the warm glow. Outside the sect's inner sanctum, the seven treasure glazed tile sect's vast territory teemed with people from all walks of life, making it impossible to guarantee that spies from rival sects or the spirit hall weren't lurking about. But within this core hall, every inch was guarded by the sect's most trusted members, allowing Tianlin to finally lower his guard. Ning Fengji seemed to share an unspoken understanding with Tianlin. The moment he stepped into the hall, he raised his hand, signaling all attendants to withdraw, leaving only Tianlin, Ning Rongrong, and the three elders Qinshin, Bon Deluo, and Sword Deluo. The spacious hall fell silent, with only the six of them standing face to face. In truth, Ning Fengji's decision stemmed from the extraordinary value of the reward he planned to bestow. The fewer who knew about it, the better understood all too well the principle that an innocent man becomes guilty when he possesses a treasure. Qinshin spoke first, his tone gentle yet concerned. Little Tian, what's your current soul power level? Your last letter mentioned that with Dugu Bo's assistance, you successfully obtained your third soul ring. Yes, master, Tianlin replied respectfully. My third soul ring came from a 500-year-old Gale golden-winged eagle. It not only granted me an incredibly powerful third soul skill, but also caused my soul power to surge dramatically. I'm now at approximately level 32 peak. Level 32 peak. Ning Fengji's gaze seemed to materialize with intensity, first showing shock, then overflowing with joy. Looking across the entire continent, there has likely never been a soul elder of your age. Tianlin silently shook his head inwardly. The continent's greatest genius had actually appeared before Qian Renxua, born with innate level 20 soul power, who had undoubtedly broken through level 30 before age 9. Without himself and Tang San, she would be the undisputed prodigy of heaven. In terms of pure talent, even the original protagonist Tang San paled in comparison to her. With these thoughts, he merely smiled slightly without elaborating. Ning Fengji then retrieved an ornate box inlaid with gold and jade from his spatial soul tool, presenting it to Tianlin with both hands. Little Tian, this is the reward I've prepared for you. Open it, and see if it meets your approval. As Tianlin accepted the box and lifted the lid, a sharp wind essence immediately rushed toward him. Inside lay a spirit bone of deep emerald green, its patterns resembling wind blades. No wonder Ning Fengji had cleared the hall earlier. This treasure was enough to make any powerhouse lose their composure. Ning Fengji's smile widened as he provided detailed explanation. This is a right leg bone from a 60,000-year spirit beast, the Gale Demon Wolf, called the Howling Wind instant movement right leg. Since your third soul ring also possesses wind attributes, you two are a match made in heaven. A 60,000-year spirit bone. Tianlin's heart trembled as he quickly responded. Uncle Ning, isn't this far too precious? Even within the sect, there can't be many spirit bones of this caliber, right? Ning Fengji laughed heartily, waving dismissively. Indeed, spirit bones of this level are rare. Our 7 treasure, glazed tile, sect possesses only 4, with the other 3 belonging to myself, Uncle Bone, and Uncle Sword. However, spirit bones must be used to realize their value. Leaving them unused serves no purpose. Moreover, unlike soul rings, spirit bones can be recovered and passed down. To speak of unpleasant matters, when Sword Deluo, Bone Deluo, and I eventually return to dust, the spirit bones will return to the sect, so there's truly no loss. His words were forthright, displaying both a sect master's boldness and clarity about the underlying interests at stake. Seeing the atmosphere grow slightly tense, Qinshin intervened. Little Tian, if sect master Ning is giving it to you, accept it. Didn't you mention having a gift for the sect as well? Why not bring it out, and let us feast our eyes? Only then did Tianlin solemnly store away the spirit bone, gazing earnestly at the elders before reaching for his reciprocal gift. This present also gleamed brilliantly with profound aura, its rarity seemingly surpassing even that spirit bone. However, his return gift was equally precious, its value potentially exceeding even that spirit bone. Yes, master, what I've prepared for you is the same kind of immortal herbs I gave to that old monster, except yours are all consumable and can greatly enhance your soul power and innate talent. After Tianlin finished speaking, he swept his hand across the wishful treasure pouch at his wrist, and several glimmering spiritual lights fell before everyone. Various immortal herbs and supreme spiritual pills emanated an almost tangible fragrance, with spiritual energy surging through the hall, stirring everyone's hearts. He first picked up a pill the size of a baby's fist, radiating golden-purple brilliance, and respectfully handed it to Yin Yang. Grandpa Yin, this 9-grade purple gold pill is for you. Yin Yang was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Even I get a gift? Little Tian, how thoughtful of you. What does this pill do? It strengthens the foundation, purifies soul power, and breaks through bottlenecks. Tianlin spoke with certainty. Elder Yinyang, I heard you've been stuck at level 89 Soul Douluo for over 10 years. This pill might help you take that final step. His words carried weight, leaving Yinyang speechless with shock. Yuri saying this small pill can help me break through to the titled Douluo realm? Beside him, Qin Xian patted Yin Yang's arm, speaking rapidly. Old Eagle, what are you waiting for? I trust little Tian wouldn't deceive you. Your decade-long obsession can be shattered to didn't hesitate. Only then did Yin Yang come to his senses. He tilted his head back and swallowed the purple gold pill in one gulp, then sat cross-legged to circulate his soul power as the mysterious golden medicinal energy instantly flowed into his meridians. The air around him trembled with the surging medicinal power, clearly requiring time to digest. Tianlin turned and took out a fist-sized golden gourd fruit covered with dark gold dragon patterns. Bone Elder, this is the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, an Earth attribute immortal treasure. Your martial soul is the Bone Dragon, possessing both dark and earth elements. This gourd can greatly enhance your earth origin. Bone Douluo, renowned for his cunning attacks and rock-solid physique, saw this immortal treasure and his eyes blazed with fervor. Thanks, little Tian. Don't call me Bone Elder any more too formal. Like Rong, just call me Grandpa Bone. That already gaunt face looked even more fearsome under his smile, but Tianlin showed no fear and responded crisply. All right, Grandpa Bone. Bone Douluo nodded with satisfaction, walked aside, and tilted his head back to swallow the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. Immediately, his bones crackled throughout his body as dark and earth dual attribute soul power surged like molten lava. Moments later, Tianlin produced a pair of amber-clear pills and a herb radiating primordial energy. Uncle Ning, Rong, these are heaven-mending pills. Master, this is primordial immortal grass. The heaven-mending pills were refined from Chilua tulip as the base ingredient, known as the most precious supreme divine pills. Tianlin explained. They can compensate for innate deficiencies and create the most perfect constitution. I believe after Uncle Ning and Rong take them, the 7-treasure glazed tower will evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tower. Ning Fengji and Ning Rong exchanged glances, their eyes filled with both surprise and joy as they gently accepted the pills. Tianlin turned his gaze to Chun Xian, solemnly presenting the spiritually radiant primordial immortal grass. Master, it cannot purify soul power, add attributes, or evolve martial souls. Its only function is to maximally enhance your soul power. You once taught me that in soul master cultivation, no amount of technique can compare to fundamental soul power. After you consume this grass, I believe your level won't be lower than 98. These earth-shattering words stirred Chun Xian's heart like a tempest, yet he only gazed at the immortal grass, his fingertips trembling slightly, speechless for a long time. In just a few moments, the hall filled with an atmosphere where medicinal fragrance intertwined with amazement. Under the impact of the medicinal power, Yin Yang's soul rings manifested around him. Earth light surged around Bone Douluo. Ning Fengji and Ning Rong couldn't bear to part with their heaven-mending pills, and Chun Xian was too shocked by the primordial immortal grass to speak. Everyone was overwhelmed with surprise and joy, the atmosphere oscillating between silence and ecstasy. Ning Fengji was especially shaken. He had merely given Tianlin a tenth of sandier soul bone, yet Tianlin's return gift was so generous it defied measurement. He felt fortunate for agreeing to study pharmacology and poison use with Douluo back then. Otherwise, how could he witness such a miracle? Ning Fengji still thought Tianlin had learned all this from Douluo, when in fact Douluo knew far less than him. Now Ning Fengji even wanted to dig out the other tenth of sandier soul bone from his body to give to Tianlin, then ask him, are there more return gifts like this? Within the 7 Treasures Great Hall, everyone except Tianlin and Ning Rong sat cross-legged, absorbing the medicinal power. The spacious hall was empty and silent, with only the barely audible humming of circulating soul power. Though this place was extremely safe, someone still needed to stand guard not against assassination, but against any disturbance that might interrupt everyone's breakthrough. Ning Fengji hadn't immediately given his daughter the heaven-mending pill. It wasn't that he didn't trust Tianlin, but rather that the pill's medicinal power was too domineering. He worried that Ning Rong's tender body might be overwhelmed by its force, so he needed to test it first himself. The little girl wasn't particularly interested in improving her strength anyway. At this moment, she was nestled in Sword Grandpa Chinxin's arms, tilting her head to make funny faces far happier than sitting in meditation and cultivation. After about an incense stick and a half's time, Bone Douluo was the first to awaken. He had taken the immortal herb earliest, and had extremely high compatibility with the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, so his medicinal power circulated much faster than the others. Behind him appeared the phantom of a bone dragon, its massive skeleton becoming increasingly solid in the pale yellow radiance as earth element aura surged outward like a tide. Haha, this feels amazing. Gu Rong raised his hand and clenched his fist, his knuckles crackling. Level 96. I finally stepped into level 96. And my martial soul has evolved into the earthbone dragon. My defensive power has doubled. He joyfully cupped his hands toward Tianlin. Little Tian, thank you. I've been suppressed by that fellow Qinshin for years, but now I've finally caught up to him. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and giggled. Bone Grandpa, don't get too cocky too soon. Sword Grandpa is still absorbing, and when he wakes up, he'll leave you behind again. Gu Rong looked back and indeed saw that Ning Fengji and Qinshin were still sitting quietly in meditation amid the fragrant medicinal mist. He groaned inwardly. Since Tianlin had prepared a gift for him, he naturally wouldn't leave out his master Qinshin either. If Qinshin really broke through to level 97 in one go, he'd probably be suppressed for the rest of his life. Steadying his emotions, he turned to Tianlin. Little Tian, you should go absorb your soul bone too. Leave the guard duty to me. Tianlin shook his head in refusal. Bone Grandpa, the soul bone isn't urgent. I'm the person here who understands this batch of herbs and immortal pills best. If something goes wrong during their absorption, only I can solve it immediately. Gurong thought this made sense, so he said no more and sat cross-legged to wait quietly. After another half hour or so, Ning Fengji opened his eyes and immediately examined the soul power within his body, his heart racing wildly. Level 80. Gurong reminded him with a smile. Fengji, what are you standing there dazed for? Quickly summon your martial soul and take a look. Ning Fengji's heart was filled with both anticipation and anxiety. The shadow of countless failed attempts at advancement in the past lingered, but he took a deep breath and raised his right hand. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda materialized in the air, its flowing light more magnificent and brilliant than ever before. Like a child, he carefully counted the levels. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. 9 levels, 9 colors, the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. The next moment, tears streamed down Ning Fengji's face. The bottleneck that had plagued the 7 treasures glazed tile clan for thousands of years had finally been broken today. He rushed forward and embraced Tianlin tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Xiao Tian, thank you, truly thank you. You've fulfilled the lifelong wish of not only me, but all the past clan masters. The clan master Ning, who had always been wise and composed in everyone's hearts, now had tears flowing freely down his face. Tianlin had never imagined witnessing such a scene. Men don't cry easily unless deeply moved, and Ning Fengji's tears came from overwhelming excitement. From this day forward, the 7 treasures glazed tile clan would officially be renamed the 9 treasures glazed tile clan. Gu Rong patted Ning Fengji's shoulder and laughed heartily. Come now, Fengji, this is such joyous news. Why are you crying? When Old Sword and Old Eagle wake up, the 3 of us will hunt down the strongest 8th soul ring for you. You'd better start thinking about what you want. Ning Fengji nodded, his eyes burning with passion. Actually, I've already planned my 8th and 9th soul rings. I just don't know when Uncle Sword and Uncle Eagle will awaken. The 8th soul ring had never appeared in the 7 treasures glazed pagoda before, and its allure was immense. His tone couldn't hide his eagerness. Tianlin explained, Master and Grandpa Eagle still need some time. The primordial immortal herb that Master consumed is one of the most powerful immortal herbs, with overwhelming medicinal potency that requires considerable time to fully absorb. The purple gold pill that Grandpa Eagle took has relatively mild properties. He's already absorbed it completely, but wants to use the medicinal power to break through his bottleneck in one go. After speaking, Tianlin sat cross-legged beside Yin Yang and opened his sacred breath barrier to protect him. Yin Yang had long stood at the peak of level 89. Limited by his natural talent, he originally had no chance of reaching title Douluo. However, today, with the pill cleansing his meridians and marrow, combined with over a decade of accumulated cultivation, his chances of breaking through to title Douluo were unprecedented. He couldn't miss this opportunity. On the other side of the hall, Chen Xian was absorbing the primordial immortal herb piece by piece. Just a small fragment contained astonishing medicinal power. Overwhelming soul power surged from within him, sweeping through the great hall. Sensing this formidable force, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, both shocked. Level 97. Chen Xian had actually broken through to level 97 in one leap, and his soul power was still climbing. In the original story, Chen Xian had his breakthrough epiphany during an intense battle against 4 titled Douluos from Spirit Hall. While that epiphany certainly relied on his talent, it also proved he already possessed the foundation of peak level 96. Without sufficient foundation, no amount of enlightenment could cross such a chasm. Now, with the power of the primordial immortal herb, breaking through level 97 was effortless for him. The real suspense was how high he would ultimately reach. Outside the 7 treasures hall, surging soul power seeped through the doors, making the stationed and visiting soul masters' hearts tremble. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, not knowing what was happening inside. Among them were spies planted by Spirit Hall and other forces. They desperately wanted to rush in and investigate, but the 7 treasures hall had strict rules, unless summoned by the clan master. anyone who dared intrude except for the two guardian Douluos, Elder Yin Yang, Ning Rongrong, and Tian Lin would face certain death. With both guardian elders and Ning Fengji inside the hall, they naturally didn't have the courage. They could only find ways to investigate the cause later. Yin Yang and Chun Xian's cultivation lasted for a day and a night. On the morning of the third day, both awakened from their meditation simultaneously. It was the time when outer disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect were conducting their morning training. Morning mist rolled before the mountain gate, and the disciples' shouts rose and fell in waves. Suddenly, an invisible tremendous force pressed down, making everyone's hearts tighten. The sky seemed split open by a giant blade, with dark clouds pouring out from the wound, dividing the previously clear firmament in two. In the next moment, thunder rolled, and deep rumbling sounds seemed to explode right beside their ears, making it difficult for the disciples to even breathe. Inside the great hall, Ning Fengji and the others all looked up in unison, sensing that overwhelming pressure, their faces showing wild joy. Success! Both Uncle Sword and Uncle Eagle have broken through. Their voices carried irrepressible excitement, echoing back and forth in the spacious palace. Chun Xian was the first to open his eyes, his white hair moving without wind, his robes fluttering lightly, his entire being seeming to breathe in harmony with heaven and earth. In that instant, his aura became so profound it seemed bottomless, incomparably higher than before. Gurong stared at his old friend and couldn't help but ask, "Old swordsman, what exactly is your level now? I can't see through you at all." Level 98. Chun Xian announced the answer with disbelief even in his own voice, then turned to look at Tian Lin. "Little Tian, you said the mixed origin immortal grass could bring me to level 98, and that was indeed true. But I originally thought it would only be early level 98. Now I'm actually stable at mid-level 98, and my soul power is more refined than ever before." Tian Lin laughed heartily. "That's only natural. The mixed origin immortal grass isn't some inferior herb. The soul power it condenses is pure and without impurities. Master, this solid soul power now is enough to lay the foundation for your future assault on level 99. Mid-level 98. Gurong listened with his jaw agape. "Old sword, with this strength of yours, even Tang Hao might not be able to suppress you anymore. As for me," before he could finish, he felt both happy for his friend and unable to hide his melancholy. Originally, when he broke through to level 96, he thought he had finally caught up with this old friend, but now the gap was even wider. Chun Xian was in excellent spirits and patted Gurong's shoulder. "Old bones, don't belittle yourself. I can see signs of evolution in your martial soul, and your soul power has reached the peak of level 96. As long as you stabilize it, stepping into level 97 won't be difficult at all." Having reached level 98, Chun Xian's gaze was sharp as lightning, instantly seeing through Gurong's true condition. Once a soul master passes level 95, each level up represents a qualitative leap. This scene allowed half the boulder in Tian Lin's heart to fall. Ever since joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, he had constantly worried about the potential catastrophe that might befall them. For this reason, he cultivated desperately, vowing to protect everyone in the future. He had never thought of fleeing while he couldn't claim great benevolence and righteousness. He would never be an ungrateful person either. But he gradually discovered he had fallen into a misconception relying on individual strength alone. Trying to reverse the soul hunting operation in a short time was nearly impossible. Even if he pushed himself to the limit, when the soul hunting operation erupted, he would at most be a soul sage, having to fight desperately even against ordinary titled Douluo. Today, he finally understood the correct path. Not only must he strengthen himself, but he must make the entire sect stronger. The sect's true combat power lay in Ning Fengji, who had broken through level 80, Chun Xian the Sword Douluo at level 98, and Gurong the Bone Douluo, who was about to step into level 97. Ning Fengji's control and amplification, combined with Chun Xian's sharp killing power when the two joined forces, their might was enough to shake titled Douluo. Unless Qian Daolu or Bibi Dong descended personally, any number of ordinary titled Douluo would only be coming to their deaths. The sect belonged to everyone and needed everyone to work together to protect Ithis, was the principle Tian Lin comprehended today. At that moment, Yin Yang on the other side also opened his eyes. He stood up and transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing directly to Tianlin's side. "Little Tian, thank you. I succeeded. The bottleneck that has troubled me for nearly 20 years has finally been broken through today." The thunderous lightning had not yet fully dissipated when Yin Yang landed steadily on the ground, his chest heaving, his voice unable to conceal his wild joy. Becoming a titled Douluo had always been his greatest dream. "Haha, old eagle, congratulations." Gurong was the first to pat Yin Yang's shoulder, his bony palm conveying genuine strength. "Yesterday, Fengji also successfully broke through to the 80th level. When we get back, I'll accompany you both to hunt suitable soul beasts. This way, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will have 3 Douluo in one sect. No wait, adding the old poison who will return soon." That makes 4 Douluo in one sect. Even the spirit hall currently only had 3 Douluo in one hall on the surface. Gu Rong's words made everyone instantly feel the weight of their sect's sudden surge in power. However, Tianlin frowned slightly, his tone calm, yet meaningful. Uncle Ning, I have a suggestion. The news of your breakthrough to the 8th ring, along with Bone Grandpa and Sword Grandpa's breakthroughs, should not be spread for now. The tallest tree catches the most wind. Keeping a low profile will help us survive better. My goal is to properly scheme against the spirit hall in the future. Ning Fengji's heart stirred, and he nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same thing. The sect can be strong, but not so strong that all forces fear use, including the Heaven Do Empire that we've always supported. Once you and Rongrong truly mature, it won't be too late to show our full strength. However, Ning Fengji looked toward the sky outside the hall. The phenomenon just now cannot be hidden. Fortunately, Uncle Ing and Uncle Jin's breakthroughs were completed almost simultaneously. We can tell the outside world that it was Uncle Ing stepping into the titled Douluo realm that caused the heavenly anomaly. Yin Yang's Thunder Feather Golden Eagle naturally carries lightning attributes, which perfectly matches the phenomenon. No one will suspect anything. This way, they could hide most of their cards while showing the outside world fangs that were acceptable. 3 Douluo in one sect was enough to deter petty threats. After settling on their strategy, Ning Fengji walked side by side with the 3 elders, while Tianlin held Ning Rongrong's small hand. The group of 6 pushed open the vermilion doors of the 7 treasure hall. Outside the hall, outer disciples had already gathered in droves. The thunder clouds and golden light from earlier had alarmed the entire sect, leaving them both curious and uneasy. Ning Fengji had to give them, as well as the spies from various forces lurking among them, a reasonable and sufficient explanation. However, just as he stepped out of the hall, Ning Fengji's face suddenly twitched. He really couldn't suppress the surging joy, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upward. As the sect master, he had always presented himself with dignified warmth and composed propriety. Even his smiles were usually just shallow and restrained. But now, he was almost about to burst out laughing. Gu Rong turned his head and transmitted his voice to Chen Xian. Old sword, what's wrong with Fengji? Chen Xian replied inconspicuously. Too happy, can't hold it in. Ahem. Ning Fengji quickly raised his hand, pretending to clear his throat, using the cough to ease his embarrassment while repeatedly warning himself. I am the aloof master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. I cannot break character. I must hold it in. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the disciples' faces, his voice steady and clear. Fellow disciples, you must be very curious about where that phenomenon came from just now. Now let me announce a great joyous occasion for our sect just moments ago. Our sect's 3rd elder Yin Yang, witnessed by myself, Uncle Jian, and Uncle Gu, successfully broke through to the 90th level and officially entered the realm of titled Douluo. What did the sect master just say? In the vast sect plaza, a disciple stood stunned for a moment, then suddenly reached down and pinched his waist hard, gasping from the pain. Ouch! This isn't a dream. The person beside him frowned. Just pinch yourself, don't go grabbing others. After the brief commotion, all the disciples simultaneously realized an astounding fact: this wasn't a hallucination. Their 7 treasure glazed tile sect was truly about to have 3 titled Douluo in one sect. On the elevated platform, Ning Fengji gazed down at the crowd, capturing every shocked yet excited face, feeling exceptionally pleased. If even his own disciples were rendered speechless, the news would surely cause an even greater sensation among other sects across the continent. At this thought, he chuckled softly. Let them spread the word, the faster the better. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect's reputation should resound throughout the entire continent. With Ning Fengji's shrewd nature, he had long recognized many lurking spies, but never exposed them. Once eliminated, Spirit Hall would simply send replacements, so it was better to use them to his advantage. Once word spread of Yin Yang's breakthrough to titled Douluo, the continent's attention would be firmly fixed on Yin Yang, leaving no time to notice other changes within the sect. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo had already made tremendous progress under Ning Fengji's amplifying support, their strength even more formidable than Yin Yang's. Should anyone dare attack the 7 treasure glazed tile sect out of fear in the future, these 3 working in coordination would surely catch their opponents completely off guard with thunderous methods. Tomorrow at dawn, I will accompany Elder Yin Yang to the Star Do Forest along with Uncle Bone to hunt for his 9th spirit ring. Ning Fengji gathered his thoughts and announced loudly. During this time, 2 new chairs must be prepared in the 7 treasure hall for the future Guardian Da to occupy. Why 2 chairs? Only Elder Yin Yang is breaking through. Someone below couldn't help but ask. A quick-witted disciple immediately responded. Fool. The sect master values symmetry above all. If you only place 1 chair, it would be unbalanced. Besides, the extra chair serves as motivation. The other elders can't keep staring at an empty spot forever, right? Does our sect lack the money for this? Everyone suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Ning Fengji listened with secret amusement, but offered no further explanation. The other chair was actually reserved for Douluo Bo. After settling old grudges with Chrysanthemum Douluo, he would reveal the truth. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo escorted Yin Yang away from the sect, while Sword Douluo remained behind. This journey would not only help Yin Yang achieve his titled Douluo status, but also allow Ning Fengji to seek his own eighth spirit, ring, killing two birds with one stone. Meanwhile, in the sect's back courtyard, Tianlin sat cross-legged in meditation. With everyone except Ning Rongrong having fully absorbed their medicinal power, he could finally focus on absorbing the 60,000-year spirit bone. Vast life energy surged through the room as he clearly felt all his attributes steadily rising. As for Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji had temporarily withheld the heaven-mending pill. After personally experiencing its effects, he was certain the medicine was too potent and worried his daughter's current body couldn't handle it, deciding to wait until she broke through to Spirit Elder before administering it. Tianlin, Sword Douluo, and Bon Douluo all agreed with this decision. The little girl herself was completely unconcerned. She remained a carefree child who had not yet shouldered the heavy responsibilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. After all, she was still young and innocent, without the burden of the sect's responsibilities weighing on her, and her pursuit of strength wasn't particularly intense. In her heart, she knew that with her father, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Eagle, and Brother Sword protecting her, no one would dare bully her. At this moment, Ning Rongrong sat quietly beside Tianlin, her hands folded on her lap, watching him without blinking. Purple and black soul power fluctuations flickered faintly around Tianlin as the soul bone gradually merged into his flesh and blood. Ning Rongrong knew that even the slightest sound could distract Tianlin's concentration at this critical moment, so she simply held her breath, sitting so still that she didn't move even a finger. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of Sunset Forest, within a barren poisonous woodland where not a blade of grass grew, twisted dead trees formed ghostly claws, and the ground was shrouded in eerie green toxic mist. Douluo Bo walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his sleeves billowing in the forest wind. Several days ago, he had issued a challenge to Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan of Spirit Hall, and today was the day of their duel. After all these years, old poison, have you finally accepted your fate? Actually coming here to seek death. A charming yet cold male voice echoed through the forest. It was Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, one of the titled Douluos that Spirit Hall used to intimidate the world. Oomph. Years ago you and that old ghost hunted me to the brink of death. Today I've come to settle the score. Douluo Bo waved his hand, and pale green poisonous mist immediately spread from his sleeve, his voice filled with years of pent-up hatred. Yuguan casually twirled a golden chrysanthemum petal between his fingers, his smile dripping with contempt. Settle the score? Haha. When have you ever fought me without being beaten to a pulp? That most dangerous time, if Prince Xuexing hadn't happened to pass by with his patrol troops, forcing me and the old ghost to retreat with the might of the Heaven Do Empire's military, you would have long since become a rotting corpse. His sore spot struck, Douluo Bo's expression grew fiercer. That was because my fate hadn't run out. Chrysanthemum Pass, today I'll show you what I'm made of. Old poison. This time, there's no Prince Xuexing to save your life. Yuguan gently flicked his cloak as soul power surged violently within him. With taunts exchanged, both titled Douluos simultaneously channeled their soul power. Yuguan, with his superior soul power, completed his mobilization first. His fifth black soul ring suddenly lit up fifth soul skill, gathering of cold blossoms. In an instant, countless chrysanthemum petals spun through the air, their edges gleaming with cold light as they transformed into a dense barrage of flying blades whistling toward Douluo Bo. In battles between experts, one slow step meant falling behind at every turn. Douluo Bo didn't dare take the attack heat-in. His figure flickered between the dead trees while poisonous mist swept past tree trunks, leaving behind corroded black marks. The flower blades pursued relentlessly, forcing him to temporarily abandon offense and rely on the terrain to maneuver. Damn it, these cursed flying blades will only keep draining my stamina. I need to find a way to get close to Chrysanthemum Pass. Calculating in his mind, Douluo Bo suddenly stomped the ground as a green soul ring appeared. Third soul skill, Jade Scale Confusion Formation. Pale green poisonous mist instantly spread out, obscuring a large area. Yuguan's vision was blocked by the toxic fog, forcing him to recall his flower blades to protect himself. Disappeared. For the first time, his expression turned serious during this brief opening. The next moment, a cyan shadow burst through the poisonous mist. Douluo Bo appeared instantly behind Yuguan, his fist wrapped in toxic energy smashing down. Yuguan hastily raised his arm to block, but was still forced back several steps by the tremendous force, the dead branches beneath his feet shattering inch by inch. Having gained the upper hand, Douluo Bo pressed his advantage without giving any breathing room. He closed in again, his palms and fingers alternating between fists and palm strikes, each move connecting with almost zero gap. The situation instantly reversed. With Chrysanthemum Douluo now being chased and beaten, Yuguan was inwardly alarmed. Such speed. Has this old poison lost his mind? The deadly toxins in his body haven't been resolved. If he erupts like this without reserving soul power to suppress them, isn't he afraid of dying from the backlash? He had always looked down on Douluo precisely because he knew Douluo couldn't fight at full strength. Yet today's Douluo had completely unleashed the true might of a titled Douluo, which he found highly abnormal. Yeah, what's wrong, Chrysanthemum Pass? Is this all you've got? Douluo circled in the air, watching as his poisonous mist forced his opponent back, his tone dripping with mockery. Damn you, old poison master. Don't get too cocky. I haven't even gotten serious yet. Third soul skill. Breath barrier. Yuguan shouted coldly as his odd velvet sky chrysanthemum instantly bloomed, its massive petals transforming into a curtain of light that enveloped Douluo layer by layer. Cold light flickered along the petal edges, seemingly intent on sealing every inch of space around Douluo's body. For a titled Douluo of Douluo's caliber, this crowd control effect wasn't lethal, but it was enough to hold him for even half a breath. In that instant, Yuguan's figure retreated, steadily opening up distance between them. Chrysanthemum Douluo was never skilled at close combat to begin with. With his soul power approaching level 95, long-range suppression was his optimal choice. Chrysanthemum Pass, you're resorting to such petty tricks against me? Are you out of options? Douluo's voice was low but showed no trace of panic. Originally, he had been merely level 92, while Yuguan was as high as level 94 to 95, a gap of nearly 3 levels that inevitably led to his suppression. But now, having consumed the purple gold pill and refined his soul power for half a year within the Tianlin sacred breath barrier, he had reached the late stage of level 93. The gap between them was now less than 2 levels. Combined with the even more vicious Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor poison, he was confident he could face Yuguan Heaton. Chrysanthemum Pass, prepare to die. 7th Soul Skill Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor Avatar. Emerald light exploded as Douluo's form stretched and twisted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a massive poisonous serpent of brilliant green. His scales gleamed with an eerie light, and wherever he slithered, all vegetation withered completely. Black spots spread rapidly, the poison's dominance so terrifying it made one's scalp tingle. Martial Soul Avatar? I have one too. 7th Soul Skill. Yuguan spread his arms wide as his tool Martial Soul merged with his body. His physical form remained unchanged, but the odd velvet sky chrysanthemum above his head swelled dramatically. In an instant, a gigantic chrysanthemum that blotted out the sky unfurled its petals in midair, like a golden sea of clouds overturning the forest. 6th Soul Skill Golden Stamen Flowing Sunset. From the flower's center, molten gold-like streams of light poured down, the air waves shaking the earth. If this attack were to hit the ground, an area spanning several miles would likely be reduced to nothing in an instant. Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor Poison. Douluo hissed, and terrifying emerald poisonous mist rose up to collide Heaton with the golden light stream. The two extreme forces entangled and tore at each other in midair, their explosive roars like thunder, making it impossible to determine a victor for the moment. Old Poison Master, you've indeed grown stronger, but my level still surpasses your stake this. Yuguan roared angrily, pouring his soul power endlessly into his martial soul. The golden stamen's light grew increasingly intense, gradually beginning to suppress the emerald poisonous mist. But Douluo remained silent, a cold gleam appearing in his eyes. Though he seemed to be struggling desperately, he was actually confident in his strategy. How can this old poison master still remain so calm? Wait, something's wrong. After several breaths, Yuguan suddenly noticed something amiss. Though the golden light held the advantage, it never seemed to actually harm his opponent. Instead, the edges of the giant chrysanthemum's petals were slowly being invaded by a layer of dark green, showing visible signs of decay. My martial soul is actually being corroded by the poison? How is this possible? Yuguan said in disbelief. Finally figured it out. Have you, Chrysanthemum Pass? Your soul power may indeed surpass mine, but you've overlooked something crucial: martial soul suppression. We poison masters naturally counter many plant-type soul masters. Surely you knew this. Douluo sneered coldly. Yuguan's face turned ashen as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, roaring, impossible. That only applies to ordinary plant-type martial souls. My strange velvet sky chrysanthemum is an immortal grade, naturally powerful and poison-resistant. Indeed, the strange velvet sky chrysanthemum not only possessed magnificent soul skills, but also came with extremely high poison resistance. It was precisely this advantage that had allowed him to suppress Douluo all along. However, poison resistance didn't mean immunity. Once that threshold was breached, the natural suppression of poison masters over plant masters would fully manifest. The toxins would corrode the martial soul, forcing it to gradually decay until all combat effectiveness was lost. Douluo sneered inwardly. Ever since channeling his toxins into the Medusa's soul bone and fusing with it, His jade phosphor serpent emperor poison had already reached new heights. Combined with the purple gold pill's purification of his soul power, every gesture now carried the purest, most lethal venom. To ensure continuous toxin penetration, he had deliberately drawn the battle into a stalemate of clashing soul skills, where their soul powers collided, and the strange velvet sky chrysanthemum was gradually devoured through violent trembling. The radiance on the golden petals trembled fragilely as Yuguan finally realized what was happening, roaring, "You old poisonous wretch! You actually set a trap for me, how despicable! All's fair in war." Douluo Bo increased his soul power output as the jade phosphor serpent emperor's phantom howled wildly, green poisonous mist flowing downward, devouring that golden light inch by inch. Chrysanthemum Pass, today marks your death. Just as the golden light was almost completely forced back into his body, and Yuguan neared death boom, a pitch-black, ghostly hand suddenly appeared between them. Its fingers curved into a fist, striking hard at the point where their soul powers met. The powerful impact sent both titled Douluo staggering back several zhang. Douluo Bo steadied himself by touching his toes to the ground, snorting coldly. Only a ghost shadow visible, no soul rings showing. Humph, old ghost, didn't expect you to come too. The dark, ghostly shadow gradually solidified into physical form, landing silently beside Yuguan. Old ghost, you came too. Joy flashed in Chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes, his tone carrying unexpected tenderness. Their perfect coordination spoke volumes about their relationship. Ghost Douluo glanced at him with mockery. Chrysanthemum Pass, you're really losing your touch, can't even handle an old poisonous wretch. Douluo Bo narrowed his eyes, sensing from Ghost Douluo's casual, teasing an aura even stronger than Yuguan's. Yuguan flushed red. This old poisonous wretch's martial soul counters mine. Otherwise, with my soul power, I would have killed him long ago. His poison may counter you, but it can't counter me. Ghost Douluo extended his hand, lightly caressing the void as his vast soul power instantly condensed into a dark flame. With a faint smile, his form flashed as he transformed into an afterimage lunging toward Douluo Bo. I'll handle him, we can drink and feast after I finish him off. His speed was several times more fierce than the assault-type Yuguan. His movement technique was as mysterious and dark as shadows. Douluo Bo found himself surrounded by ghostly images, unable to release his poisonous mist as his opponent tore through the air from left and right, forcing him into frantic defense. Damn it, this old ghost is truly troublesome. Douluo Bo gritted his teeth secretly. If this drags on and Chrysanthemum Pass recovers, I'll face a siege from two titled Douluo. At this rate, my life is forfeit. In that case, this old man has no choice but to. Old Poison Master, your toxins might work on me, but they're far too weak to handle old ghost. Seeing his close friend Gui Mei gaining the upper hand, Yuguan simply sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating his soul power to expel the poison while mercilessly taunting his opponent. Douluo Bo's face turned ashen, yet he had to acknowledge the truth. Ghost Douluo's movements were too elusive, and his jade phosphor serpent emperor poison simply couldn't lock onto its target. If he switched to wide area poisoning, the toxicity would be too dispersed to truly threaten a titled Douluo. Old ghost, Chrysanthemum Pass, if I had faced both of you simultaneously in the past, I would have had no choice but to surrender, Douluo Bo growled, his hands trembling slightly from exertion. But now, I have a treasure that little monster gave me. As his words fell, he flipped both hands and drew from his storage pouch a peculiar flower that was pure white throughout, with petals like jade. The moment the flower's center trembled, milky white radiance wrapped around the jade phosphor, serpent emperor poison, and spread in all directions. That's a snow-colored swan's kiss. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer. Abandoning his meditation to expel the poison, he urgently warned, Old ghost, retreat. That thing is too dangerous. Few in the world could recognize this flower. Apart from Tian Lin and Tang San, only two others could. One was Yang Wudi, patriarch of the Breaking Clan, who was obsessed with alchemy and knew rare herbs like the back of his hand. The other was Yuguan himself, whose martial soul originated from immortal herbs, and who had collected information on various immortal plants since childhood. What? Gui Mei, having cooperated with his partner for many years, didn't doubt him for a second and flashed away from the poisonous mist. Only then did he notice that although the poison mist had spread out, it was far more concentrated than the previous targeted poisoning. With Douluo Bo as the center, nothing could survive within a 100-meter radius, and the ground cracked into a spider web pattern. Had he not retreated in time, he would have been severely poisoned. Old Poison Master, how do you possess a snow-colored swan's kiss? Yuguan's voice was tense. Such an immortal herb would only have ornamental value in anyone else's hands, but combined with Douluo Bo's deadly poison, its power rivaled that of a divine artifact. Chrysanthemum Pass, are you afraid? Today I'll settle both new grudges and old scores. Douluo Bo laughed maniacally and suddenly raised his hand. Ninth Soul Skill Jade Phosphor Divine Light. The snow-colored swan's kiss transformed into a natural focusing lens, gathering the jade-green poisonous light for a devastating release. This technique could already massacre an entire city on ordinary days, but now, amplified by the immortal herb, its killing intent approached world-destroying levels. This was precisely why he had chosen this desolate wasteland, devoid of both people and soul beasts, as the battlefield, to prevent the poisonous light from causing mass casualties. Had Tian Lin not recultivated the snow-colored swan's kiss and greatly reduced its potency, Douluo Bo wouldn't have dared to use such a thing. Even so, Douluo Bo hadn't unleashed the full power of the snow swan's kiss. He had merely infused his poison into the moderately potent flower crown, amplifying his toxic strength by about fivefold. There was no other choice. This thing was too terrifying. If he were to utilize its full potency, even Douluo Bo himself wouldn't escape unscathed, and this entire sunset forest would transform into a forbidden land where no living creature could survive. The fivefold potency merged with his jade phosphor divine light, as dark green poisonous mist erupted from his palm, corroding the air with violent hissing sounds. Yu Guan's heart sank, and he shouted decisively, "Old ghost, we must combine our attacks, or we'll never block this strike." As his words fell, all 9 soul rings around him blazed brilliantly, and his final black soul ring suddenly burst with golden radiance. 9th soul skill. Chrysanthemums wither, the ground grieves, petals fall, and hearts break. Simultaneously, Guei Mei raised his hand, activating his 9th soul ring, as well hell's phantoms. Countless vengeful spirits gathered around him, shrieking as they charged toward Douluo Bo with self-destructive, berserk energy. The two titled Douluo's ultimate killing moves converged in midair. On one side, a tornado formed from countless golden petals. On the other, an overwhelming tide of wailing ghostly shadows. Yet when both attacks collided with the jade phosphor divine light, they were like waves crashing against a reef, suppressed and forced back by the emerald toxic radiance within mere moments. Yu Guan was shocked and couldn't help but roar. "Yu Guan, what in the world is that flower? The jade phosphor divine light definitely doesn't possess such power." Guei Mei's face was twisted with strain as he questioned. Yu Guan gritted his teeth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "There's no time to explain, old ghost. Increase your soul power output, or we'll both die here today." However, the old wounds from his spirit's previous corrosion hadn't healed. Forcibly activating his 9th soul skill again caused his internal soul power to fall into chaos instantly. The strange velvet sky chrysanthemum's golden glow rapidly dimmed, its petals gnawed away by the jade phosphor divine light until they appeared mottled and green, like withered, rotting flowers. Douluo Bo perceived his opponent's weakness and sneered as he concentrated the poisonous mist toward Yu Guan. "Chrysanthemum Pass's martial spirit can no longer withstand my deadly poison. Why don't I eliminate him first?" As the toxic mist invaded, Yu Guan's strange velvet sky chrysanthemum shriveled once more. Its life force drained away. The entire martial spirit seemed ready to crumble to dust at any moment. Despair flashed through Yu Guan's eyes, yet he still shouted fiercely, "Old ghost, I can't hold on. Run quickly. That old poison monster has the snow swan's kiss. We absolutely no match for him." As he spoke, his martial spirit began to disintegrate. He only wanted to leave his best comrade a slim chance of survival. But Guei Mei suddenly raised his head and spoke hoarsely, "Don't talk nonsense. We still have one final move." He actively withdrew his attack, allowing the jade phosphor divine light to surge toward him. In that split second between life and death, a total of 18 soul rings from both their bodies suddenly detached and arranged themselves in formation in the air, transforming into a barrier of light and shadow that completely isolated the poisonous mist. Even the toxins that had already penetrated the barrier seemed frozen, suspended motionless in midair. "Is this the spirit fusion skill, bipolar static domain?" Douluo Bo's eyes sharpened, then he scoffed. "This technique is indeed formidable, but unfortunately, it's merely a restrictive soul skill without any offensive capability. It can only block my deadly poison temporarily. Let's see how long you can endure." With that, he pressed his palms together again, soul power surging wildly as the jade phosphor divine light intensified. Inside the barrier, both Yu Guan and Guei Mei were deathly pale. Guei Mei roared hoarsely, "Douluo Bo, we admit defeat this time. Stop immediately. If you kill us, you'll face the spirit hall's endless pursuit." Douluo Bo laughed contemptuously, his voice icy cold. "Hee, do you think this old man fears your spirit hall?" With the snow swan's kiss in hand, even if your pope came personally, this old man would not be afraid. Douluo Bo had no intention of holding back. The humiliation of being hunted down years ago would be thoroughly washed away today. Emerald poisonous mist churned beneath his feet, steaming through the air like boiling water, forcing Yu Guan and Guei Mei to retreat repeatedly. Douluo Bo's tone carried a hint of contempt. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds over the years, and he no longer even regarded Bibi Dong as a threat. However, He had no idea just how terrifying that Sanctus could be when fighting at full strength, or he would never have been so arrogant. Faced with Douluo Bo's aggressive stance, Gui Mei let out a low, cold laugh, his shadow-like form closing in from nowhere. You may not fear direct confrontation, but what about sneak attacks? Don't forget, you're merely a control-type soul master. If an agility attack type titled Douluo strikes and retreats, you probably wouldn't even have time to retrieve that jade phosphor serpent flower. Besides, you're not alone in this world. Think about your granddaughter. This single sentence struck right at Douluo Bo's weakness. He feared no direct confrontation, but if the Spirit Hall truly sent agility attack type titled Douluo to lurk and assassinate like parasites clinging to bone, he might be able to protect himself, but his granddaughter would be powerless to fight back. Moreover, he had already agreed to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. If he killed two titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall now, it would be tantamount to bringing catastrophic disaster upon the sect. He knew well that the Spirit Hall's foundation was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. After a brief moment of contemplation, Douluo Bo narrowed his venomous eyes and spoke coldly. Fine, Yu Guan, Gui Mei, this old man can spare your lives. But the grudge from that sneak attack years ago cannot be simply brushed aside. Hand over 2 spirit bones, and this feud will be settled. He was currently seeking spirit bones for his granddaughter to serve as vessels for toxins, so this was the perfect opportunity to extort the Spirit Hall. Gui Mei and Yu Guan exchanged glances and quickly reached an understanding. Life was more precious than spirit bones, and they knew their limits. We agree. We swear by our martial souls within 1 month. We will present 2 spirit bones with both hands, or our martial souls will shatter and we will die. Having been titled Douluo for many years, they could still produce 2 spirit bones of ordinary quality. With the oath made, Douluo Bo waved his sleeve, and the poisonous mist filling the sky instantly surged back, flowing into his body like a tide. Released from the oppression of the toxic fog, Gui Mei and Yu Guan dared not linger. Without even bothering to utter a single threatening word, they flashed away in a disheveled escape. Ha ha ha! Watching the 2 figures stumble away into the distance, Douluo Bo could no longer suppress the hearty laughter bursting from his chest. Today had been incredibly satisfying for him. Defeating Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo's combined assault in one breath had finally swept away years of resentment completely. I wonder how the little monster is doing. I'll need to thank him properly when I get back. Douluo Bo walked with his hands clasped behind his back, taking leisurely yet steady steps as he left the sunset forest, vanishing into the thin morning mist in an instant. Meanwhile, after a full night of absorption and refinement, the 10th Ascendier soul bone within Tianlin's body had finally fused completely. Initially, he thought the Gale Demon Wolf's soul bone skill would be simple acceleration, but when the fusion was truly complete, a new ability glowing with cyan gold light emerged in the depths of his soul teleportation. Compared to mere acceleration, this skill was obviously far more valuable. Its maximum range would expand continuously with his soul power level, and now that Tianlin had just passed level 30, he could already move freely within a 50-meter radius. Considering Xiao Wu's 5-meter teleportation limit, this was undoubtedly a qualitative leap. After all, even with 100,000-year cultivation, the soft-bone rabbit could hardly compare to the agility-type apex predator that was the Gale Demon Wolf. What delighted Tianlin even more was that the soul bone's integration had significantly enhanced his wind attribute foundation. This meant he might be able to attempt a true fusion of fire, wind, and water attributes when acquiring his 4th soul ring. However, the challenge before him was equally obvious. Compared to fire and wind, his water attribute reserves remained insufficient, with that 600-year soul ring falling far short of what was needed. While the octagonal mysterious ice grass had improved the quality of his water attribute, it hadn't made up for the quantity. Tianlin calculated silently that he would need to hunt another water attribute soul beast for his 4th or 5th soul ring to fill this gap. If he wished, he could even condense the ultimate demon sword technique, Heaven and Earth Elemental Slash, at his 5th soul ring. But 5 soul rings ranging from 100-year to 1000-year could hardly compare to 5 10th Ascendier soul rings in terms of the soul skills they would produce. Ultimate techniques like Heaven and Earth Elemental Slash and Extreme Curse Reversal of Yin and Yang should be saved for the 8th and 9th soul skills to unleash their most terrifying power. After finishing his cultivation, Tianlin pushed open the door to find Ning Rongrong curled up on his bed, sleeping peacefully. It seemed she had watched over him throughout the night until exhaustion finally overcame her. Tianlin carefully tucked the blanket around her, his gaze tender, then quietly left the room and headed to the 7 Treasure Hall. At this moment, with Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Yin Yang out hunting soul beasts, only Chun Xian remained alone in the vast hall. Morning light streamed through the glazed windows onto his armor and sword, casting sharp, cold gleams. Master, Tianlin approached and bowed respectfully. Xiao Tian, you've come. Chun Xian looked up appraisingly, approval flashing across his face. The soul bone absorption went very smoothly, and your soul power has advanced again. Congratulations. More than his own breakthrough, he valued this disciple above all else. Chun Xian knew his own limits well. Even with the mixed origin immortal grass's aid, he might reach level 99 limit Douluo in this lifetime, but advancing further would be extremely difficult. Tianlin's talent, however, was unparalleled in his experience. This was truly a peerless prodigy with the potential to reach level 100 and achieve godhood. Master, I want to learn the sect's secret technique, divided mind control, Tianlin said directly. Divided mind control? Chen Xian was slightly taken aback. That's something only auxiliary and control type soul masters use. What would a strong attack type like you need it for? It's like this. Tianlin honestly explained the special nature of his third soul skill. Chen Xian had initially been somewhat displeased to hear that his third soul skill was actually auxiliary type, but when he learned of the technique's domineering power, his expression immediately changed. Feng Shui Flow. What an incredible Feng Shui Flow technique. Who would have thought that an assault-type soul master could possess such a powerful support-type soul skill? This technique is not just valuable, it's a tremendous gain. Chen Xian gazed at Tianlin, his voice filled with amazement. He then handed his beloved disciple the training manual titled Divided Mind Control, speaking with gravity. Remember, you are the future guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. From now on, any soul technique within the sect that you wish to learn is yours for the taking. No need to ask such trivial questions about permission. Understood. Thank you, Master. Tianlin nodded slightly, then accepted the secret manual and quickly left the Great Hall. He had to master the first level, 3 Apertures Imperial Heart, in the shortest time possible so he could unleash his full potential in future team battles. Returning to his room, he found Ning Rongrong had just awakened and was looking around for her sword brother. Upon seeing Tianlin, she immediately rushed over and hugged his arm, her voice tinged with worry. Sword brother, I thought you had gone back to Heaven Do Royal Academy. Even if I were to leave, I would certainly say goodbye to you first. Tianlin smiled and ruffled her hair. This time I'll stay longer to keep you company while I practice divided mind control. Divided mind control? You're going to practice it too? Wonderful. Ning Rongrong cheered immediately. I'm about to attempt breaking through to the 4 Apertures Constant Heart. Practicing alone is so boring, let's do it together. I can teach you. Under Tianlin's previous guidance, Ning Rongrong had already mastered the 3 Apertures Imperial Heart to perfection. Now she was just one step away from breaking through to the second level, truly living up to her reputation as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect's greatest genius in nearly a century. Tianlin cupped his hands in a respectful bow. Then I'll be in teacher Rongrong's care from now on. The tedious practice of divided mind control became much more relaxed and sweet with this lively little girl by his side. Meanwhile, far away in Spirit City at the center of the Douluo Continent, a storm was brewing. Within the Pope's palace, the magnificent golden dome reflected countless rays of brilliant light, and a woman sat regally upon the papal throne. She was Bibi Dong, the current Pope of Spirit Hall. Her form-fitting golden gown was adorned with over 100 gems in red, blue, and gold that sparkled with her slightest movement. The 9-curved purple gold crown held her dark hair high, and a tumtor-long scepter rested in her grasp. Her nearly perfect face bore an expression of noble tranquility, as if time had left no trace upon her. However, what filled the hall at this moment was not admiration, but a suffocating aura of rage. In the center of the great hall, 2 figures knelt on one knee. Ghost Douluo Mei's face was deathly pale, his soul power completely depleted. Chrysanthemum Douluo Guan was in even worse condition. His martial soul had been corroded by deadly poison, with dark golden toxins spreading along his meridians toward his limbs. Had he not desperately suppressed it with his 95th level soul power, he would likely have perished already. The scepter struck the jade floor heavily, its crisp yet chilling sound echoing throughout the hall. Bibi Dong demanded furiously, "What exactly happened? Didn't you say you were going to deal with that troublesome Douluo? How did you end up injured like this?" Douluo had repeatedly refused to join Spirit Hall while secretly supporting the Heaven Do Empire, making him a constant thorn in her side. When he finally initiated a challenge, she had sent Yu Guan to handle it, with Gui Mei providing covert support. By all logic, either one of them should have been able to suppress Douluo, and together they should have achieved certain victory. Yet they had suffered such a crushing defeat and nearly lost their lives. How could she not be enraged? Bibi Dong was stunningly beautiful, but when her anger flared, she radiated an overwhelming sense of authority that left Zhu Da and Gula below her without the slightest courage to object. Shadows spread throughout the towering Pope Hall as golden threads of light illuminated the cold expression on her face with startling clarity. Only when her slender fingers, which had been clenched so tightly they seemed ready to snap, slowly relaxed did the atmosphere ease slightly. Seeing that His Holiness the Pope's emotions had stabilized somewhat, Yu Guan spoke in a low voice. "Your Holiness, this defeat was not due to our inadequate strength, but because Douluo possessed a devastating weapon, the snow-colored swan's kiss. We were completely powerless against that thing. Snow-colored swan's kiss? What is that? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. She was not well versed in the ways of medicinal herbs and had no concept of this name. Yuguan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, speaking slowly but clearly. It's an immortal herb, quite similar to my martial soul. However, it cannot be consumed. Its sole purpose is to amplify all toxins to the maximum degree. In anyone else's hands, it would be nothing but a useless object. But in Douluo Bo's possession, it's equivalent to a divine weapon, allowing his deadly poisons to stack infinitely. Without exaggeration, even the enhancement from 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone might not be as terrifying as this thing. Gui Duo and Zhu Duo exchanged glances, both seeing the fear deep within each other's eyes. The oppressive memory of their recent crushing defeat remained vivid. To think such a thing exists in this world, and Douluo Bo has obtained it. Bibi Dong's knuckles turned white as she gripped the papal scepter. This man will surely become a great threat to our spirit hall in the future. Fury surged within her, and she nearly crushed the scepter in her hands. Yuguan, how many people do you think we'd need to send to eliminate Douluo Bo? Yuguan shook his head with a bitter smile. Numbers are useless. Douluo Bo fears no siege. Even if 3 or 4 titled Douluo of my level joined forces, he could use the snow-colored swan's kiss to amplify his deadly poison to its limit. At that point, however many we send would likely perish, and he could at least drag us down with him. Hearing this, Bibi Dong struck her scepter hard against the jade floor, demanding in a deep voice, "Is there no way to counter this snow-colored swan's kiss?" "There is." Yuguan's voice was low but certain. 2 paths. First, find a titled Douluo with soul power above level 97. With absolutely overwhelming soul power, forcibly break through the domain formed by the deadly poison and deliver a killing blow to Douluo Bo in that brief opening. He explained in great detail. Douluo Bo's unknown combat ability isn't exceptional. Without the snow-colored swan's kiss, Gui Duo could even take his life single-handedly. But with his toxins amplified by the snow-colored swan's kiss, Gui Duo's soul power simply cannot tear through the barrier. At least level 97 would be needed for a chance, but such powerhouses on the continent can be counted on one hand. Bibi Dong lowered her gaze, thinking of the worship hall where 2 peak powerhouses resided, one at level 98 and another at level 99, both representing the ceiling of this world. However, the worship hall was not under her direct control, and due to her Rakshasa god inheritance, she temporarily could not act at full strength. This path was nearly blocked. She shook her head gently. This method is not feasible. I cannot deploy a titled Douluo above level 97. What about the second method? Yuguan seemed prepared, revealing the second option. Find a medicinal herb that can counter the snow-colored swan's kiss. All things in the world exist in mutual generation and restraint. Since there exists an immortal herb that can amplify toxins, there naturally exists one that can neutralize toxins. Its name is the fragrant silk beauty immortal treasure. This herb is known as the ultimate antidote to all poisons, capable of neutralizing any toxin within its vicinity. While Yuguan's second proposed solution sounded more feasible, it was actually no less difficult than finding a titled Douluo above level 987, perhaps even more impossible. The Yoshian immortal herb was currently in Tianlin's possession, and with Douluo Bo about to become an elder of Tianlin's sect, he would never hand over an immortal herb that could counter his own poison abilities to use against his own people. Bibi Dong was unaware of these circumstances. She immediately ordered Yuguan to draw the Yoshian immortal herb from memory, then commanded all spirit hall branches to conduct a comprehensive search with the promise of generous rewards for whoever found it. She took this matter extremely seriously. While Douluo Bo's city-destroying poison had no effect on her personally, it could strike terror into the hearts of most ordinary spirit masters. Once Spirit Hall's plan to conquer the entire continent began, this poison would become a nightmare. Moreover, Douluo Bo now possessed the snow-colored swan's kiss, a toxin so potent that even titled Do wouldn't dare face it directly. Yuguan channeled his spirit power and forced himself to complete the final stroke, but still coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood that splattered across the rice paper. His injuries were too severe this time. It would take at least 1.5 years to fully recover, and even then, his spirit power would likely drop several levels. Forget it, Elder Ju. Go rest and focus on detoxification. I won't assign you any missions for the next year. Bibi Dong waved dismissively. These 2 were currently her most capable assistants, and since failure was already a fact, further reproach would only discourage them. Thank you, Your Holiness. Yuguan bowed his head but seemed hesitant to speak. Finally, Ghost Duo mustered the courage to speak up. Your Holiness, we made a spirit oath at the time, promising Douluo Bo 2 spirit bones to resolve our past pursuit and enmity before we could escape. Spirit oaths cannot be broken, or our cultivation will stagnate or even regress. I humbly request 2 spirit bones of ordinary quality. Useless, Bibi Dong finally exploded. She had thought the 2 had fought their way out through skill, not realizing they had paid a protection fee. But what good was anger now? She hadn't yet gained complete control over all of Spirit Hall's forces, and her own strength couldn't be fully unleashed due to various reasons. She absolutely couldn't afford to lose these two generals. After a long silence, she sighed. There are still a few thousand-year spirit bones of lower grade in the treasury. Each of you may take one. Thank you, Your Holiness. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo responded in unison, greatly relieved. They knew the old saying well. Bibi Dong never settled scores after the fact this matter was now closed. Just as the two were about to withdraw, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Reporting to Your Holiness, Lord Diala requests an audience. What now? Bibi Dong was irritated and nearly dismissed the messenger outright. Remembering that Lord Diala managed classified intelligence and only appeared during critical moments, she suppressed her anger and returned to her throne. Let him in. A black-robed man entered the hall with a stern expression, bowing respectfully. Greetings to Your Holiness, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. This was none other than the Golden Eagle Spirit Douluo, who would be tasked with assassinating Transcend in the original story. Major powers often entrusted intelligence work to spirit masters with flight abilities for the fastest possible transmission of important news. Lord Diala's role in Spirit Hall was equivalent to Yin Yang's position in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Lord Diala, what has you so rattled? He pushed open the heavy golden doors of the great hall, a cool sheen of sweat breaking on his brow. On the high throne, Bibi Dong sat steady and composed, with Yueguan and Gui Mei flanking her on either side, their three piercing gazes making the intelligence officer's heart hammer. If it were a trivial matter, he would have been cowed to his knees by the Pope and the two-titled Douluo, whose moods were far from good today. Lord Diala drew a deep breath, still not daring to lift his head. Your Holiness, Your Eminences, I've just received an urgent dispatch from our embedded agent inside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Third Elder Yin Yang has broken through the barrier at rank 89 and stepped into the realm of titled Douluo. Ning Fengji and Gu Rome are escorting him to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt a soul ring, and in about a month the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect will hold a titled Douluo ceremony for him. The air in the hall seemed to tighten in an instant, and Bibi Dong's gaze turned icy. What did you say? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect was already Spirit Hall's archrival, and now they had gained another titled Douluo, making it a sect with three titled Douluo, whose force spoke for itself. Across the continent at present, barely a dozen titled Douluo showed themselves openly. The spectacle of Tang San, a decade or so later, challenging titled Do one after another with the sea god trident was unimaginable now. At this stage, even the Heaven Do Empire, dominant in the north, could not field an official titled Douluo, relying only on Dugubo, who stood with them because Prince Xue Xing once saved his life. Without years of support from the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile Sect, and Spirit Hall's covert checks and balances, the Heaven Do Empire might already have been swallowed by the Star Luo Empire. Now, with a single sect suddenly boasting three titled Douluo, and the Dugubo issue still unresolved, the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile Sect's surge in strength gave Bibi Dong a headache. Yueguan, lightly twirling the stem of a pale gold chrysanthemum, kept his eyes on Lord Diala while speaking with calm. Your Holiness, there's no need to be angered. Yin Yang's breakthrough came suddenly, but it wasn't without signs. He's been stalled at the peak of rank 89 for nearly 15 years, so a breakthrough born of accumulation is perfectly reasonable. We've long prepared countermeasures for this. The Soul Hunt operation? Gaimai's deep voice followed. We laid it out years ago, and both contingency sets accounted for the possibility of Yin Yang's advancement. If we go with the second plan, the cost is higher, but our odds are better. Bibi Dong tapped the arm of her throne, the chill in her voice easing. You're right. But Spirit Hall cannot be absent from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect's titled Douluo ceremony. Elder Ghost, Elder Chrysanthemum, who do you think we should send? By the continent's conventions, a titled Douluo's ascension is no trivial matter. To affirm Spirit Hall's authority over soul masters across the land, they would attend even if Ning Fengji never sent a formal invitation, and might personally inscribe Yin Yang's name in the Douluo Hall to show that Spirit Hall's power extends even over titled Douluo. Your Holiness, the dignity of the Spirit Hall is of utmost importance. As the Pope, you naturally cannot attend in person, but our representatives must hold sufficient status. I suggest sending one titled Douluo along with Lord Diala. Yuguan spoke up. Bibi Dong raised her hand to signal for silence, her purple eyes narrowing slightly. That makes sense. Yuguan, your injuries haven't fully healed yet, so rest well this time. Her gaze shifted to the pale-faced, black-robed soul master beside her. Elder Gui, would you be willing to make this trip? Gui Mei clasped his fists and bowed his head. I shall obey your holiness's command. His soul power was merely overexerted and would recover after a few days of rest. Moreover, his martial soul ranked among the Heaven Do 6 imperial cards, giving him sufficient status to command respect. Bibi Dong continued her arrangements. Take Xieyu, Yin, and Nana along as well. Let them broaden their horizons. The seven treasure glazed tile clan will inevitably clash with our spirit hall sooner or later. The more we know about our enemies, the better. She lightly tapped the armrest of her throne, cold laughter echoing faintly through the great hall. I hear that Ning Fengji's daughter and Sword Doloa's disciple are both exceptional talents. This time, I want them to see clearly with their own eyes before our spirit hall's golden generation. Everyone else is merely mediocre. Her intention was crystal clear, to publicly display the strength of Spirit Hall's younger generation at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan's title ceremony. Gue Mei and Yu Guan exchanged knowing smiles, both agreeing in their hearts the younger generation determined future foundations. If they could overshadow the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, it would be enough to proclaim to the world that in terms of foundation, Spirit Hall was superior. With the plan settled, Gue Mei would lead Lord Dyla and the Golden Generation on their journey. Whether the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan had sent an invitation didn't matter. All Soul Masters fell under Spirit Hall's jurisdiction, and even titled Doa needed Spirit Hall's recognition to establish their titles. Such was their dominance and power. Meanwhile, with a month remaining until the title ceremony, Tian Lin took the opportunity to return to Heaven Do Royal Academy. His purpose was simple, to distribute the immortal herbs to his companions and personally deliver the invitations. Finally back, I wonder how everyone's been doing. The Academy's towering arched gates came into view, stirring a long-missed sense of familiarity in his heart. Wearing his school uniform with the student ID hanging from his chest, he walked straight past the guards and entered the campus with ease. Familiar sights greeted him: neatly trimmed lawns and elegantly dressed noble students by the fountain. The extravagant atmosphere remained unchanged, minor nobles fawning over major nobles, who in turn curried favor with royalty. If not for the Imperial fighting team also studying here, he would have been too lazy to remain in such an environment. No matter how excellent the educational resources, the atmosphere made him thoroughly uncomfortable. Dragons do not dwell with serpents, such was the way of things. Though half a year had passed, Tian Lin's face remained deeply etched in the memories of teachers and students. While these nobles were arrogant and domineering, they understood one principle: never provoke those who shouldn't be provoked. Thus, when he appeared, those who recognized him stepped aside, unconsciously clearing a wide path. That monster's back. Where has he been these past 6 months? He seems even more unfathomable now. I know, one student whispered. My sister's boyfriend's brother's girlfriend is in the same class as Du Guyan. Apparently, he went out to train with Poison Douluo. Damn, with Sword Douluo as his master and now Poison Douluo personally guiding him, even a pig could become powerful. The whispered conversations reached his ears, and Tian Lin's lips curved into a disdainful arc. Even a pig wouldn't be worthy of two titled Douluo's favor. They were talking about him, but aside from the Imperial fighting team, the other students in this academy, especially those over 15, who were still at the Spirit Grandmaster level, were indeed no different from pigs. Tian Lin arrived at the exclusive training grounds of Heaven Do Royal Academy, a facility specially allocated by the 3 education committee members in recognition of the royal fighting team's outstanding performance. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the towering dome onto the spacious arena, where the sandy ground bore countless fine indentations from repeated trampling, and the air was thick with the heat and sweat of young soul masters after intense combat. At this moment, the royal fighting team was engaged in sparring practice. With Tian Lin away on his training journey, the team happened to have exactly 8 members remaining, so they naturally divided into 2 groups of 3 fighters plus 1 support each, creating a fairly balanced match in both numbers and composition. Left formation: Yu Tianheng, Yu Feng, Shimo, and Yi Lingling. Right formation: Gurin, Duguyen, Shimo, and Aesilo. From the lineup perspective, this was quite a fair division. Among the team members, Yu Tianheng, Duguyen, and the Sure brothers had all advanced to Soul Elder level. Aesilo and Yu Feng remained at the peak of level 29, while the weakest, Gurin and Yi Lingling, had reached level 28. The key to victory lay in 2 factors: whether Gurin could withstand Yu Tianheng's assault, and whether Aesilo could seize the opportunity to eliminate the opposing support Soul Master. However, the outcome was virtually decided the moment combat began. Upon reaching level 30, Yu Tianheng immediately demonstrated the ancestral technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family dragonization. He chose his right arm as the first body part to transform, muscles instantly swelling as dragon scales formed armor, and when the gleaming claw rose, gasps could already be heard from the sidelines. When the dragon claw struck down, just one blow sent Gurin's massive frame flying, crashing heavily into the sand and raising dust half a person's height. Having lost their main assault force, that side immediately lacked firepower. Their defense line was torn open, and the remaining 3 members retreated step by step until they were completely defeated. Qin Ming walked to the center of the arena, his long hair swaying in the wind as his piercing gaze swept over everyone before he shook his head with a sigh. Gurin, Duguyen, the main reason your side lost this time lies with you too. His gaze first fell on Guren. Guren, your attack power is far inferior to Tianheng's, and you should know this in your heart. You shouldn't have challenged him on Ianon. Instead, you should have let Shimo hold off his offensive while you dealt with Shimo. Shimo has high defense, but weak attack couldn't have defeated you quickly, which would have bought Aesilo time to assassinate their support. Then he turned to Dugu Yin. Yinzi, you're a control-type soul master. When Guren's tactics went astray, you should have immediately intervened. But instead, you kept focusing on Yufeng, continuously spitting poison while allowing Yu Tianheng to charge through. Remember, even if you're lovers in private, on the soul fighting stage your opponents you absolutely cannot let emotions cloud your judgment. Yes, we understand our mistakes. Guren and Dugu Yin both lowered their heads simultaneously. Sweat dripped from their hair as they clearly recognized that this defeat was indeed due to their poor command decisions. Just then, a clear young voice called out from the distance. Really now? Guren, Sister Yinzi, you're making the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan lose face. It seems things just don't work without me around. Tianlin walked onto the sandy field with a smile. Though only a 9-year-old child in stature, his steps were steady and his expression carried a confidence that didn't match his age. Upon seeing him, Guren immediately rushed over excitedly, his face full of joy. Boss, you're finally back. I missed you so much. His tall, sturdy frame nearly embraced Tianlin completely. If not for his remaining rationality, this pounce would have crushed the boy. Yet he felt no embarrassment about the situation. A 13-year-old calling a 9-year-old boss made him feel quite proud. Tianlin shifted his footing slightly and sidestepped to avoid him, thinking to himself, a big oaf like this can't compare to a little princess like Rongrong. I certainly don't want to be hugged by him. If he really had pounced, I'd have had to punch him away. Yu Tianheng and the others also approached with relaxed expressions. Xiaodian, welcome back. You went into seclusion so suddenly this past half year, but we all guessed you'd return soon. We were planning to throw you a welcome party. The Shi brothers, Yu Feng, and Aesilo all nodded in acknowledgement, and the atmosphere instantly shifted from intense training to a relaxed reunion. However, Dugu Yin blinked with seemingly genuine confusion. Hey, Xiaodian, why did you just say I was making the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan lose face? I'm not a member of your sect. Yu Tianheng put his arm around her shoulders protectively and laughed. That's right. Yin Yin is my girlfriend. She belongs to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Xiaodian, you can't just claim people randomly. At this thought, Yu Tianheng's expression immediately turned serious. Tianlin's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Hee, Tianheng, Sister Yinzi will marry into your family sooner or later, I'll give you that. But until then, she's still one of us from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. You little brat, are you trying to steal my girl? Yu Tianheng slammed the table and shot up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Brothers were brothers, but when it came to his future wife, he wouldn't yield an inch. Tianlin remained calm, waving his hand in explanation. Don't get worked up. I'm not making any moves on Sister Yinzi. It's just that over the past 6 months, I've convinced Senior Dugu to agree to become a guest elder at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Since Grandpa is coming, naturally his granddaughter has to follow. So when I say Sister Yinzi is one of ours, that's perfectly reasonable, right? What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. The solitary poison Douluo Dugu Bo had actually been persuaded by Tianlin. This meant the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would soon have a 3 Douluo lineup, instantly skyrocketing the sect's power. Dugu Yin nodded in confirmation. Grandpa did mention it to me. I thought he was just joking, but apparently it was real. Yu Tianheng felt his chest tighten, nearly spitting blood. He had worked so hard to pursue Dugu Yin half for love, half to win over Dugu Bo, since the old man only had eyes for his precious granddaughter. Who would have thought that just as he'd won over the granddaughter, Tianlin had directly poached the grandfather? Talk about pulling the rug out from under him. Boss, you're incredible, Gu Ran exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. One sect with 3 Douluo would definitely be the #1 sect in the world. Even the Clear Sky sect only shows 2 Douluo publicly. We could completely turn the tables. Tianlin wagged his finger. No, it's one sect with 4 Douluo. I came back this time specifically to deliver invitations to everyone. With that, he retrieved several gold-embossed invitations from his soul tool, handing them out to each member of the Imperial fighting team and to Qin Ming. Everyone, and Teacher Qin Ming, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect cordially invites you all to attend Elder Yin Yang's title ceremony 1 month from now. A title ceremony? Yu Tianheng exclaimed. Your sect's 3rd elder broke through too? Wasn't he stuck at peak Soul Douluo for 15 years? How did he suddenly become a title Douluo? He was both shocked and reluctant to believe it. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had always been secretly competing with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Now with Dugu Bo joining and Yin Yang breaking through, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's power would far exceed theirs, while the Blue Lightning family currently only had clan leader Yu Yuanjin as their sole title Douluo. Tianlin answered solemnly. It's absolutely true, Tianheng. How could I joke about something like this? As for the reason for his breakthrough, it wasn't coincidence either. Senior Dugu's cultivation cave is rich with medicinal herbs. I used several of them to refine pills, and Elder Yin Yang successfully broke through with their help. Tianlin had no intention of hiding this from them, because his real purpose in returning this time was precisely to bring them immortal herbs. What kind of elixir? What elixir could be so potent that it enables a soul Douluo to break through their bottleneck? Yu Tianheng stroked his chin in puzzlement. For the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, elixirs had always been mere supplements for low-level soul masters, their efficacy diminishing as cultivation advanced. Even his grandfather, a level 95 titled Douluo, showed no reaction after consuming countless pills. This one, Tianlin flipped his palm, revealing a grape-sized pill swirling with purple and golden hues. Patterns flowed across its surface, emanating a subtle fragrance. The 9th-grade purple gold elixir. It fortifies one's foundation, refines soul power, and works for any level. I refined 5 in total, 1 for Senior Dugu, 1 for Elder Yin Yang, 1 each for my parents, and this last one. He extended the pill toward Qin Ming. For Teacher Qin Ming. I hope it helps you break through to Soul Emperor soon. Qin Ming currently stood at level 54. Following the usual progression, he would need 3 more years to reach Soul Emperor, which would make him the continent's second youngest at that rank. With the purple gold elixir, he could potentially shatter that record. What? For me? Qin Ming first froze in astonishment, then waved his hands dismissively. Little Tian, this is far too precious. Your teacher cannot accept such a gift. How could he possibly take an elixir valuable enough to help a soul Douluo break their limits? Tianlin smiled as he explained. Teacher Qin, consider it my gratitude for your guidance this past year. The purple gold elixir isn't as miraculous as you imagine. Elder Yin Yang had already lingered at level 89's peak for ages. The elixir merely provided the catalyst. If given to a soul Douluo who just reached level 89, even 10 pills might prove ineffective. Privately, he valued Qin Ming's potential even more. At his current growth rate, Qin Ming would likely touch the realm of titled Douluo before 60. For any sect, one could never have too many titled Douluos. Tianlin mused to himself. Given the opportunity, perhaps he could recruit this teacher into his future faction. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming couldn't resist the purple gold elixir's allure and accepted it solemnly. Very well, then your teacher thanks you. Oh, I also have a gift for Teacher Zhou Yan. Tianlin produced a palm-sized, soft pink flower whose petals trembled gently, releasing a delicate fragrance. Pink fragrance flower. Though not as precious as immortal herbs, it's extremely beneficial for Teacher Zhou Yan, who specializes in powder-based skills. Teacher Qin Ming, please deliver this on my behalf. He still remembered how Zhou Yan had stepped forward to protect him during the Orf incident years ago. She deserved a gift too. Beside them, Oslo suddenly hooked his arm around Tianlin's neck and hollered. Little Tian, you're giving away such amazing elixirs to others. What about us? Don't tell me we don't even get a small gift. Tianlin raised an eyebrow. Senior Oslo, before discussing gifts, shouldn't you first repay those gold soul coins you owe me? His tone carried playful mockery. Oslo suddenly remembered his substantial debt and immediately looked sheepish. How about, I skip the gift, and you forgive the debt? Yu Tianheng and the others simultaneously covered their faces, pretending not to know their teammate. Not only was he begging his junior for gifts as a senior, but he also refused to repay his debts. The Imperial fighting team's reputation lay in shambles thanks to him. No way. What's mine is mine, and I'm definitely getting it back. Senior Aosalu, you can keep owing me those gold soul coins, but I won't accept you using gifts to settle your debt. Aosalu's face instantly fell, but his companions behind him caught another meaning in Tianlin's words. Tianlin had indeed prepared gifts for each of them. Yi Lingling was the first to react, stepping forward decisively with her hand outstretched. Xiaotian, my gift. Her few words cut straight to the point, perfectly reflecting her straightforward personality. Senior Lingling is quite direct. Tianlin smiled as he reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a smooth jade box to hand to her. Yi Lingling didn't ask questions and simply opened the lid. The moment the jade box opened, a rich yet pleasant orchid fragrance quickly spread, making the air seem crystal clear as if it had been purified. With just one breath, her soul power began circulating on its own, like ripples spreading across water touched by a gentle breeze. Inside the box sat an 8-petaled orchid, snow white and crystalline, proud yet not distant. Senior, this is an 8-petaled immortal orchid, one of the gentlest types among immortal herbs, Tianlin explained. It can strengthen your foundation, expel impurities, and is especially suitable for support-type soul masters like you. After taking it, it should compensate for the slow cultivation speed issue. Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Such immortal grass actually exists in this world? You're really giving it to me? I remember the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect also has support-type soul masters. Of course I'm giving it to you. Don't worry about sect matters. I have other arrangements. Tianlin waved his hand and added specific instructions for consumption. Just chew and swallow it directly. When the medicinal power unfolds, your soul power will increase several levels at once. then you can go hunt soul beasts. Yi Lingling took a deep breath, nodded solemnly, and walked aside with the immortal grass to begin absorbing its power. At this moment, the remaining 8 members of the Imperial fighting team fixed their burning gazes on Tianlin had originally thought they would receive ordinary trinkets, never imagining they would be priceless immortal herbs. Don't worry, everyone has one. Tianlin raised his hand and called out names. Eosalu, yours is Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, which nourishes tendons and bones and opens all meridians. This herb, originally meant for Zhu Zhuqing, was entirely jade white with jade-like stems and a fragrance carrying hints of water. Though it seemed more suitable for female soul masters, considering Eosalu's usual flamboyant behavior, everyone couldn't help but snicker, finding it oddly fitting. Eosalu's eyes lit up as he carefully received it, and after asking about consumption details, immediately ran aside to sit cross-legged in cultivation. Senior Yufeng. Tianlin took out a 7-leafed spiritual grass from his pouch. Wind fire 7-leaf flower, 3 leaves on the left green as spring wind, 3 on the right red as fierce flames, and 1 yellow leaf in the center, gathering the power of wind and fire. Fire borrows wind's momentum, wind assists fire's might. You only need to swallow the central yellow leaf, and the medicinal effect will penetrate instantly. The usually taciturn Yufeng spoke his longest sentence ever. Thank you, Xiaotian. If there's ever a chance in the future, I will repay you. With those words, he solemnly stored the immortal grass and immediately began cultivating on the spot. The Sure brothers stepped forward next. Tianlin didn't take out immortal grass, but instead handed them 2 pale golden round pills, Xuanwu golden pills, refined from Panshur golden turtle medicinal grass, most suitable for turtle-type martial souls. The honest brothers accepted them and nodded heavily. Xiaotian, if there's a chance, we'll definitely repay you. With that, they tilted their heads back and swallowed the pills, spiritual power immediately surging powerfully within their bodies. Tianlin looked around at everyone, feeling warmth in his heart as he watched them consume his refined pills without hesitation. Tianlin smiled and nodded. Their unhesitating consumption of his crafted pills showed their trust in him. Sister Yanzi, it's your turn. Yours is far more precious than theirs. This is the result of half a year of my careful cultivation. Tianlin took out a crystal-clear fruit from his soul guide device that radiated both ice and fire, Orast ice-fire snake scale fruit. It had evolved from an ordinary snake scale fruit that could originally only purify snake bloodlines. Now infused with ice and fire powers, it had become a rare treasure, even more precious than typical immortal herbs. I originally wanted to give this to Senior Douluo, but he doted on you, his granddaughter, and insisted on saving it for you. Tianlin placed the fruit in Douluo Yan's hands. Ice blue and crimson halos swirled across the fruit's surface. Douluo Yan's fingertips trembled slightly as an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She recalled how Douluo Bo had come to her not long ago with his poisoned body. That moment of terror was still vivid in her memory. It was then that she learned the true reason for her father's early death. The image of her father's extreme agony in his final moments had nearly driven her to despair. Fortunately, Douluo Bo had told her that Tianlin had already found a way to cure their poison. Now he was giving her such a precious immortal fruit. This life-saving grace, compounded with deep affection, left her momentarily speechless. Sister Yanzi, don't look at me with such deep emotion in your eyes. Tianlin deliberately wiggled his eyebrows. Don't tell me you've fallen for me? Tianheng would blow his top. Yu Tianheng immediately bristled. You little brat, Tianlin. How dare you flirt with Sister Yanzi? I haven't found an opponent since mastering my dragon transformation. Come on, let's settle this at the soul fighting arena. I'll teach you a proper lesson today. Yu Tianheng, don't you dare. Douluo Yan stepped protectively in front of Tianlin like a fierce leopard guarding her cub. Since my grandfather has joined the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School, I'm naturally part of Xiaotian's sect too. From now on, Xiaotian is my dear little brother. If you dare lay a finger on him, see if I'll ever speak to you again. She had already decided on the most direct way to repay this kinnesto, protect this little brother with all her might, just like an elder sister would. Tianlin poked his head out from behind her. Well said, Sister Yanzi. Come on, Tianheng, hit me if you dare. I absolutely won't fight back. Yu Tianheng's face flushed red as the two of them took turns cornering him with their words. If he actually fought, Douluo Yan would definitely turn against him. If he didn't, this brat's infuriating attitude made his teeth itch. Considering Yanzi's stance, he could only console himself internally. Besides, even if we really fought, I might not beat this annoying kid anyway. Yinner must be protecting me out of concern. Seeing the timing was right, Tianlin smiled and changed the subject. All right, Tianheng, don't be angry. I've prepared a gift for you too. You'll definitely love it. He took out a fist-sized chrysanthemum with golden iron-colored petals, the strange, velvet, screeching chrysanthemum. Consuming it will circulate energy through your 4 limbs and blood through your 8 meridians, allowing you to cultivate an indestructible Vajra body, Tianlin explained. Yu Tianheng's fighting style was similar to Dai Mubai's, requiring extremely strong physical constitution. This supreme, immortal herb couldn't be more perfect. An indestructible Vajra body? Excellent. Yu Tianheng's eyes lit up. His dragon transformation martial soul demanded exceptional physical fitness. This immortal herb was practically tailor-made for him. His gaze toward Tianlin instantly softened several degrees. Xiaodian, since Yenner has acknowledged you as her little brother, you're my little brother too. If anyone dares bully you in the future, just mention my name. Under the temptation of the immortal herb, Yu Tianheng's jealousy completely evaporated. He was practically ready to become a fawning devotee. Tianlin said dismissively, forget it. I only want to take pretty girls as my sisters, not a bunch of rough guys as brothers. Besides, if we encounter someone even I can't beat, you probably won't be much help either. Yu Tianheng's face instantly flushed red upon hearing this, nearly jumping with anger. However, since he had taken favors from others, the pills were all in Tianlin's hands. He could only grit his teeth and suppress his rage, muttering under his breath about valuing beauty over friendship before pulling Dugu Yen aside to quietly take his medicine and meditate. Hee boss, it's my turn now, right? Gu Ran had been waiting with gleaming eyes, but remained composed. He knew Tianlin valued family first and friends second, and as one of his own people, Tianlin would never forget him. Of course you have your share. Here it is. Tianlin took out the day's final gift, a peony that was entirely iron gray in color. Its petals were as sharp as steel blades, reflecting cold light. This is the iron armor peony, a celestial herb. It can strengthen bones and refine soul power. After your skeletal war horse consumes it, its entire skeleton will become harder, impervious to blades and spears, immune to water and fire, with comprehensive improvements to both offense and defense. Boss, this is absolutely amazing. I love you. Gu Ran once again got so excited he wanted to pounce on Tianlin, causing the latter to shudder and quickly retreat. Don't. Just eat it quickly. This flower is too hard, don't chew it. Pluck off the pistil and petals one by one and swallow them directly. Gu Ran nodded. He could already imagine that biting down would surely crack his teeth, so he simply tilted his head back and swallowed them whole. Though his throat stung, thinking of the iron armor peony's power, he gritted his teeth and swallowed each piece with relish. After the 8 members of the royal fighting team and Qin Ming each consumed their pills or celestial herbs, they immediately sat cross-legged and circulated their soul power. The tremendous medicinal power surged through their meridians, and the spiritual energy in the entire clearing almost became tangible. Tianlin stood guard nearby, protecting them during their cultivation. In fact, he still possessed even higher-grade legendary celestial herbs like the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and the lovesick heartbreak red, but no one present was suitable for them. As for himself, having already consumed 3 celestial herbs, the octagonal mysterious ice grass, the fiery apricot joyous sparse, and the yearning autumn water, his medicinal power was already excessive, and consuming more at this moment would only backfire. More importantly, his external soul bone, flame golden eyes, had undergone a qualitative change after absorbing the yearning autumn water dew and needed time to adapt to the surge in spiritual power. Tianlin closed his eyes and concentrated. Golden pupil flames danced in the depths of his consciousness. Now, his vision could extend up to 10 kilometers away, and even the slightest soul power fluctuations could not escape detection. Meanwhile, the soul bone's inherent defensive capabilities had greatly improved, providing extremely strong resistance against illusions and mental attacks. The original soul skill, Golden Flame Soul Burn, which continuously scorched the soul, had also transformed. He could now control the flames to explode instantly, completely annihilating an enemy's soul. He secretly named this strike Golden Flame Soul Destruction. Time passed minute by minute, and more than 3 hours had elapsed in the blink of an eye. The medicinal power spread through everyone's meridians and bones. Some had auras as pure as jade, as if reforged anew. Others had bones that rang like metal, producing sounds of gold and iron. But the one thing they all shared was soul power surging like tides, with their cultivation levels steadily climbing. Tianlin calculated the time. Someone should be waking up soon. A wolf's howl echoed through the air, accompanied by the muffled roar of rising flames as the first person to fully absorb the medicinal power opened his eyes. Just as Tianlin had predicted, Qin Ming was the first to awaken. The purple gold pill that Qin Ming had taken was the mildest in potency, and combined with his already profound cultivation, the surging medicinal energy allowed him to absorb it far faster than the others. In the next moment, a massive wolf formed of crimson flames materialized around his body, its scorching heat waves turning the sand and stones on the ground faintly red. Around the fire wolf, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, slowly rotated, their flowing patterns radiating an imposing aura, though they also revealed the only flaw. His soul ring configuration was far from optimal. Qin Ming withdrew his martial soul and raised his hand to sense the soul power within his body, his eyes blazing with excitement. Peak of level 55. What an incredible purple gold pellets push me up more than 2 full levels, and my soul power is far purer than before. Tianlin stepped forward and cupped his fists in congratulation. Congratulations on your great advancement, teacher Qinming. The effects of the purple gold pill are still continuing. With your original talent, you would have been able to attempt breaking through to titled Douluo around age 60, but now you can do it at least 2 or 3 years earlier. Qinming laughed heartily, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. I owe all of this to you, little Tian. If you ever need my help in the future, just ask. It was precisely because Tianlin valued his character of repaying kindness that he had been willing to help him. After another full hour, golden patterns lit up almost simultaneously on the Sure brothers' foreheads. The moment they opened their eyes, they shouted in unison, "Martial soul possession." 2 black tortoise turtle phantoms instantly covered their upper bodies. The originally emerald turtle shells were now coated with a golden radiance, their shell patterns glittering, clearly showing that their martial souls had received tremendous quality improvements. Brother, level 37 IV jumped up a full 6 levels at once. Shurimo's voice trembled with excitement. Shurimo was more composed, but still couldn't hide his joy. Yes, me too. Truly worthy of being an immortal divine pill. Not only did it boost our soul power, but it also made our soul power exceptionally refined, far superior to what we could achieve through arduous cultivation. Hearing this, Qinming was secretly amazed. He had already found his 2-level breakthrough astonishing, never expecting the Sure brothers to soar up 6 levels in one go. Of course, one's foundation determined the magnitude of improvement. If Shurimo and Shurimo had already been soul kings in their 50s, this black tortoise golden pill would have pushed them up at most 3 to 4 levels. The truly crucial gain was their completely transformed black tortoise martial souls. Before long, Oscar, Yu Feng, and Yi Lingling also awakened one after another. The lack of a third soul ring made it difficult for them to judge their specific improvements, but everyone could clearly sense their level 30 soul power surging like rushing spring water. Haha, little Tian, you're absolutely amazing. This time I can finally be considered a senior student of Heavendo Academy. Oscar excitedly tried to rush over and give Tianlin a bear hug. Get lost. Tianlin raised his knee and kicked out, sending Oscar flying back even faster than he had approached. My pure and pristine body is reserved for the young ladies. Keep your hands to yourself, you sissy. Yu Feng ignored Oscar's wailing and spread his palm, carefully sensing the changes in his soul power. Indeed, my martial soul has absorbed a trace of fire attribute. As for exactly how many levels I've gained, I'll have to wait until I get my 3rd soul ring to be certain. Yi Lingling nodded in agreement, her eyes bright and clear. That's right, my martial soul seems to have changed as well. Now it appears I can not only heal, but also restore soul power. Yi Lingling spoke the most terrifying words in the calmest tone. The 9-heart begonia was already the world's premier healing martial soul, and now, on top of its already heaven-defying healing abilities, it had gained the additional effect of restoring soul power. Its overall support capabilities were enough to clash head-in with the 7 Treasure Glaze Tower, and even the legendary 9 Treasure Glaze Tower might not dare guarantee it could definitively surpass Yi Lingling. Due to both being plant-type martial souls, her absorption of energy from medicinal herbs was nearly 100% efficient. The medicinal fragrance still lingered as Tianlin praised sincerely. Sister Lingling's improvement after taking the 8-petal immortal orchid is probably even more dramatic than Oscar's in the original story. I have you to thank for all this, little Tian. Yi Lingling looked toward Tianlin, her gaze filled with gratitude. With her mature disposition, the still young Tianlin seemed more like a little brother to her, no different from how Douluo treated Tianlin. However, Tianlin groaned inwardly. I really didn't want to gain another older sister. While everyone was focused on experiencing the transformation brought by the immortal herbs, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly echoed from behind them, followed by a strange moo sound. The dragon roar naturally came from Yu Tianhength. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was already among the top-tier martial souls and couldn't undergo qualitative change, but the medicinal power still made his body stronger, with his soul power surging up 6 levels in one breath, stabilizing firmly at level 38, already approaching his standard when he first appeared in the original story. The dragon roar was easy to recognize, but that deep moo left everyone puzzled. Douluo, standing beside Yu Tianheng, had always possessed a snake martial soul. Even if she made sounds, they should be hissing. So how could it sound like a cow's call? Tianlin's gaze sharpened as he saw scales on Douluo's body surface gleaming with intertwined ice and fire colors, while sharp twin claws had grown at the end of her snake tail. Her form was neither snake nor dragon, but something perfectly in between. Yenner's martial soul can actually resonate with mine. Yu Tianheng was shocked. His blue lightning tyrant dragon bloodline was noble. Even the jade phosphor serpent emperor could hardly respond to it, yet he could truly feel that synchronized resonance. After pondering for a moment, Tianlin declared, "This is a flood dragon." Ancient texts record, the flood dragon appears like a snake, its body resembles a dragon, the longest reaching several zhang, mostly dwelling beneath creek pools and stone caves, its voice like a cow's lowing. All the signs match perfectly. A flood dragon? Yu Tianheng searched through his family's memories. The records do mention flood dragons, dragons that haven't fully evolved yet, with bloodlines superior to snakes. I never expected Yenner to have such fortune. Tianlin smiled. Tianheng, Sister Yinzi's bloodline may still be inferior to your blue lightning tyrant dragon, but in terms of power, it's definitely not lacking. This isn't an ordinary flood dragon, it's an ice fire jade phosphor flood dragon, simultaneously controlling ice, fire, and poison attributes. Once in battle, its destructive power will be astounding. Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement. Indeed. The blue lightning tyrant dragon only has the thunder attribute. He never heard of a 3-attribute martial soul. Tianlin continued his reminder. Not only that, Sister Yinzi's martial soul quality now nearly matches yours. You just said you felt resonance. Think about it. What does this mean? With this reminder, a flash of light passed through Yu Tianheng's eyes as he seemed to realize something: martial soul fusion. Yu Tianheng realized the possibility. Only the existence of martial soul fusion could explain the sensation he had just experienced. Tianlin nodded slightly, the same speculation flashing in his eyes. If they truly possessed a martial soul fusion technique, the overall combat strength of their imperial fighting team would improve by more than just one level. At that moment, Douluo Yin slowly regained consciousness. She first stared blankly at her palms, then suddenly raised her head, her voice trembling slightly. Soul power. My soul power jumped directly from level 31 to 3rd in India, full 8 levels. Everyone was stunned at first, then burst into amazement. Tianlin gently nudged Yu Tianheng's chest with his elbow, grinning mischievously. Hey, Tianheng, your girlfriend's level is higher than yours now. Better watch out for domestic violence in the future. Stop talking nonsense. Yu Tianheng laughed and scolded, though his tone was full of pride. I'm only happy for Yenner's progress. He stepped forward and grasped Douluo Yin's hands, gazing solemnly into her eyes. Yenner, no matter how strong you become in the future, I, Yu Tianheng, will always stand before you to protect you. This promise will never change in this lifetime. Douluo Yin's pretty face flushed red as she nodded gently. The subtle resonance between their martial souls became even clearer at this moment, as if their hearts had drawn closer together. This young couple was openly displaying their affection, completely oblivious to the others around them. Osro, Yu Feng, and the Sure brothers exchanged glances, their joy from breaking through bottlenecks instantly extinguished by this cold splash of reality. Soon after, Guren, the last one, slowly opened his eyes. With the weakest foundation, he had absorbed the medicinal power most slowly, but the iron armor peony's effects still allowed him to undergo a qualitative transformation. Perhaps he wouldn't excel in the team in the future, but at least he wouldn't be left too far behind. After making arrangements, Tianlin set off for the Imperial Palace. With his dual identity as Ning Fengji's personal disciple and prince of the Heavendo Empire, he naturally had to personally invite Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe had already received a secret message from Spirit Hall about the newly advanced titled Douluo. However, coming from the worship hall, he knew very well how powerful the titled Douluos there were, and newly advanced titled Do probably couldn't withstand even 1 or 2 moves from the worship hall's experts. Therefore, what truly concerned him was Tianlin's return. That night, Tianlin was detained by Xueqinghe and spent the entire evening cultivating the Heaven Snow power together. As Tianlin's soul power continued to climb, the Heaven Snow power became increasingly pure, and Xueqinghe clearly felt significant improvements in both soul power purification speed and circulation efficiency. This effect strengthened his determination to bring Tianlin back to the worship hall. Tianlin naturally sensed the others' calculations and secretly pondered how to reduce his visits to the palace. Continuously helping Xueqinghe accelerate his cultivation would be tantamount to strengthening a future enemy. However, the Heaven Snow power was equally beneficial to himself, leaving him quite conflicted. If Xueqinghe weren't from Spirit Hall, the immortal herbs would certainly include a share for him. Unfortunately, the two sides would inevitably clash one day, and Tianlin would never dig his own grave. The next morning, he finally escaped from Xueqinghe's clutches and rushed back to the academy gates. The Imperial fighting team members and teacher Qin Ming were already waiting at the entrance. With only the Sure brothers and Yu Tianheng absent, they each had to return to their family clans, as the invitation was actually meant for their clan leaders. The others needed to use this time to make a trip to the soul hunting forest to help the 4 who had reached level 30 hunt for soul beasts. For most soul masters, the safe limit for the 3rd soul ring was 1,760 years, which didn't require venturing deep into major soul beast gathering places like the Stardow Forest or Sunset Forest. The soul hunting forest was more than sufficient. The strongest soul beast here was barely 10,000 years old, posing virtually no danger given Qin Ming's current strength. To make the hunt easier for the youngsters, he had specifically invited his girlfriend, Zhou Yan, to join them. Zhou Yan was already a level 51 soul king. Though her combat abilities still fell short of Qin Ming's, her soul skills seemed tailor-made for hunting, making her the perfect assistant. After presenting his Heaven Do Imperial Academy's heavenly grade teacher credentials, the group easily passed inspection. The soul hunting forest was jointly managed by the Empire and Spirit Hall, accepting both Spirit Hall's warrants and Heaven Do Academy's teaching credentials. To find soul beasts over 1,000 years old, they didn't linger in the outskirts but headed straight for the forest center. Luck was on their side. Just as they entered the core area, they spotted an electric spider of over 1,300 years. In terms of attributes, this soul beast wasn't suitable for anyone present except Tianlin, who already had his third soul ring, but Yi Lingling was an exception. She only needed to consider the age when absorbing soul rings, not the attributes. Whatever she absorbed, she always had just one soul skill: area-wide healing for all allies, now with added soul power recovery. The more soul rings and higher the soul power, the stronger the healing effect. Therefore, finding soul rings for her was always the simplest task. Only the age mattered. Target selected, Qin Ming nodded to Zhou Yan. Understanding immediately, Zhou Yan completed her martial soul possession, and a pair of colorful butterfly wings spread from her back, scattering glittering scales. Third soul skill: sleep powder. Caught off guard, the electric spider fell into a deep slumber without any resistance, its limbs going limp as it collapsed. While it slept soundly, Yi Lingling ended its life with a single sword strike. A merciful death, one could say. A mere 1,300-year soul ring posed no difficulty for her, and the absorption process took less than an hour. As the soul ring lit up, her soul power jumped to level 35, officially advancing her to Soul Elder. The medicinal power of the 8 petals Immortal Orchid also took effect, adding a full 7 levels. This sight made the other 3 even more anxious. They too wanted to advance to Soul Elder quickly and see their soul power limits. But finding ideal soul beasts wasn't easy. Gu Ran needed a strength type, Ao Siluo required a speed type, and Yufeng preferably wanted a flying type. Their selection criteria were far more demanding than Yi Lingling's. Fortunately, Tianlin had packed enough provisions, and with Yi Lingling handling soul power recovery, staying a few extra days posed no problem. As long as they remained patient, they would eventually find suitable targets. As night fell and camp was set up, everyone took turns keeping watch. Tianlin covered the first half of the night, with Qin Ming taking over for the second half. The campfire crackled and popped. While Tianlin sat idly by the fire, Yi Lingling and Gu Ran walked over together and sat down beside him. After the Shi brothers had left the team, Gu Ran had become the strongest defender in the group, so Qin Ming had assigned him as the protector for Yi Lingling, their support-type soul master. Senior Lingling, Guren, it's so late already. Why aren't you two sleeping yet? Tianlin asked while keeping a wary eye on the dense forest around them, glancing toward the 2 figures by the campfire. Can't sleep. I'm thinking about things. Yi Lingling's voice remained as cool as ever, sounding even more ethereal in the quiet forest. Guren scratched his head sheepishly. You're the boss. If you're not sleeping, how dare I lie down? Tianlin glanced at him and laughed, calling him loyal, then turned his attention back to Yi Lingling. Senior, are you too excited? Just arrived and already obtained a 1,000-year soul ring. Your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. I wouldn't be able to sleep either. Yi Lingling shook her head gently, her long hair sliding over her shoulder as moonlight danced on the tips. That's not it. I'm not as eager for power as you all are. You, Guren, and Tianheng all have to bear the expectations of your families or sections. I don't. The 9-heart begonia lineage has always been passed down to a single heir, and we only have healing abilities. We must rely on other forces to survive. Tianlin raised an eyebrow. But the 9-heart begonia is the world's premier healing martial soul. What sect would refuse you? Yi Lingling showed a bitter smile. Precisely because no one would refuse, I don't want to join just anyone. Tianheng invited me, but I declined. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is too aggressive for my taste. I want to find true belonging, like my mother did. Tianlin had a sudden inspiration. What do you think of our 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Looking across the continent, our reputation is definitely among the best. Yi Lingling had considered this possibility, but she was concerned. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect has no shortage of support-type soul masters. If I went there, wouldn't I just be living under someone else's roof? You've got it all wrong. Tianlin immediately waved his hands. Uncle Ning would be thrilled to have you. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda excels at enhancement, but lacks truly top-tier healing. If you came, your status would definitely be high. Yi Lingling lowered her eyes in thought. Seeing her interest, Tianlin immediately pushed Guren forward by the campfire and struck while the iron was hot. Oh, and senior, take a look at Guren. After taking the iron armor peony, his defense rivals the Shi family brothers, and his attack power is even stronger. He's definitely destined to become a titled Douluo. You're about the same age, why not try dating? He's Bone Douluo's top disciple. If you married him, you wouldn't be living under someone's roof. You'd be family. Guren's ears instantly turned red all the way to his neck, but he still straightened his back and grinned foolishly. Yi Lingling was amused and covered her lips lightly, though her eyes showed more seriousness in the firelight. Tianlin was genuinely good to this loyal subordinate. Yi Lingling was beautiful enough and her martial soul was strong enough she would be perfect for Giran. By then, the new generation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan would boast two-souled duos Tianlin backed by the strongest support specialist Ning Rongrong, and Giran supported by the strongest healer Yi Lingling. Such a tale would surely become a legend passed down through generations. The night was deep, with only a ring of dark red embers remaining from the campfire. Tianlin sat by the fire with his arms crossed, his tone half serious, half joking. At such a young age, how can you be so frivolous? Yi Lingling's pretty face flushed red at his words. Ever since entering the soul-hunting forest, Giran had been protecting her every step of the way. She had originally thought it was just camaraderie between teammates, but now that Tianlin had stirred things up, the atmosphere instantly became tense. "B-boss, what are you talking about? How could a fairy like Senior Yi ever notice someone like me?" Giran stammered, whether from nervousness or embarrassment. But Tianlin could see clearly if he truly felt nothing, he wouldn't be showing such an expression. Giran felt wronged. He truly hadn't thought much about it before, but now that the atmosphere had been ignited, claiming to feel nothing seemed disingenuous. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Tianlin's voice filled with frustration. "What do you mean not worthy? Senior Lingling is indeed excellent, but you're also a future titled Douluo of our sect. Those who lack confidence in themselves, no matter how talented, will never reach the highest realm." Yi Lingling had been secretly pleased by Tianlin's words, but Giran's self-deprecation disappointed her, and her cool voice immediately suppressed that flutter of emotion. Just then, the surrounding bushes suddenly rustled with strange sounds. Tianlin sprang to his feet, positioning himself in front of the other two, and shouted in a low voice, "There's killing intent. Senior, Giran, be careful." Giran immediately pulled Yi Lingling behind him. Though he hadn't sensed any hostility, he trusted Tianlin's judgment completely. His muscles tensed as he secretly gathered his strength. "Boss, should we wake the teachers?" "No need. Let's first see what kind of demons we're dealing with. If they're just century-old soul beasts, don't disturb them." Before he finished speaking, Tianlin's eyes flashed with two brilliant golden lights, like swords cutting through the deep night sky. After activating his external soul bone, he could see every detail even in the pitch-black darkness. "This is a soul bone." Yi Lingling gasped softly. So the Tianlin she saw daily had been hiding such a trump card. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan's foundation was deeper than she had imagined, making her feel a sense of security. At the same time, Giran's instinctive protective action slightly eased her disappointment. If he could truly grow in the future, perhaps. She hadn't identified it as an external soul bone, or she would have been even more shocked. Tianlin stared into the depths of the forest and quickly described. Two soul beasts, completely black, winged, humanoid, extremely fast, with fangs at the corners of their mouths, gliding along the treetops. Their form resembled the vampires he had heard of in his previous life, but in the Douluo Continent, they were merely a type of unusual soul beast. Dark Knight demon spirits. Yi Lingling, worthy of being the Academy's top student, immediately provided the answer. These soul beasts emerge at night and feed on human or other soul beast blood. It looks like they've targeted us. Xiaodian, how tall are they? About 5 feet to 5 feet 3 inches. Tianlin reported his visual estimate. Yi Lingling nodded. These were 2,000-year soul beasts, with ages probably between 1,500 and 1,600 years, absolutely perfect for them. Reminded by Yi Lingling, Tianlin finally remembered the soul beasts they were searching for. The Dark Knight demon spirits, with their speed and flight capabilities, were perfectly suited for Osluo and Yufeng. Tianlin immediately whispered his instructions. "Senior Lingling, Giran, change of battle plan. Go wake up Osluo and the others. I'll hold these two soul beasts first." Before his words had fully faded, he summoned his demon sword and leaped into the air. Under the moonlight, two Dark Knight demon spirits hovered above the treetops, their bat-like wings stirring up the cold night wind. Realizing their location had been exposed, yet seeing only Tianlin approaching alone, they didn't immediately flee. Instead, they bared their fangs and claws as they attacked. The one on the left revealed gleaming white fangs, lunging for Tianlin's throat, while the one on the right's eyes glowed blood red, as it unleashed surging spiritual power that transformed into invisible blades aimed directly at his consciousness. Nice coordination, a dual assault on both body and soul. Tianlin's pupils contracted slightly, though a smile played at his lips. "Too bad you're facing me." He pointed into the air, capturing that soul attack. "I'll start with you, golden flame soul burn." In an instant, ultimate fire ignited in his eyes as the surging golden flames collided thunderously with the demon spirit's spiritual power. A searing pain pierced deep into the demon spirit's soul. "Ah!" A piercing shriek tore through the silent forest. Tianlin deliberately held back his power otherwise. With the soul-destroying might of the golden flames, he could have annihilated the target instantly. He needed to preserve the soul ring for Osluo and Yufeng. The demon spirit's agonized screams immediately awakened everyone in the camp. All the students rushed out of their tents, saving Yi Lingling the trouble of calling them one by one. At that moment, Tianlin was already engaged in combat with the other Dark Knight demon spirit. The demon spirit's form flickered, splitting into three elusive shadows, the phantom body soul skill. Let's go help little Tian. Du Guyan moved anxiously forward, but was stopped by Qin Ming's raised hand. Don't worry, a mere 1,000-year soul beast can't harm him. This is a rare opportunity. I want to see just how strong he's become. Phantom bodies? I'm not afraid. Tianlin's toes lightly touched the night wind. Immortal wind cloud body technique. Drunken immortal moon gazing steps. With his words, his figure also split into three, his steps both ethereal and sharp. Three demon swords struck down simultaneously, their cutting sounds like rain against cold stars. In the blink of an eye, the demon spirit's two phantom bodies collapsed, leaving only the true form with its shoulder pierced by the demon's sword, black blood spattering everywhere. Osluo, Yufeng, this one's yours now. Quickly absorb the soul ring. Tianlin flicked his wrist, lifting the demon spirit and tossing it before the group. Osluo, you go first, don't hesitate. Qin Ming commanded in a low voice. This demon spirit specialized in physical attacks and phantom techniques, making it most suitable for Osluo. Yes. Osluo's martial soul bloomed as a leopard shadow appeared. First soul skill leopard shadow strike. He transformed into a swift hunting leopard, pouncing forward as his sharp claws instantly tore the demon spirit in half. A purple soul ring rose from the corpse, which he immediately drew with his soul power to float around his body as he sat cross-legged to begin absorption. Seeing Osluo enter the absorption state, Tianlin turned his attention to the other Dark Knight demon spirit that had been severely injured earlier. That demon spirit had barely recovered from the soul-burning agony when it glimpsed its companion's death. Without any attachment to the fight, it spread its wings and fled toward the forest sea. Its pitch-black form merged with the night, and once it dove into the dense woods, ordinary soul masters would find it nearly impossible to track. Tianlin snorted coldly, pointing his demon sword toward the night sky. Trying to escape? Dream on. Tianlin snorted coldly and immediately locked onto his opponent, activating his Gale Demon Wolf right leg bone skill teleportation. His external soul bone handled perception, while his right leg bone executed the assault. In the next second, his figure seemed to tear through the air as he appeared behind and to the side of the Dark Knight demon spirit. A flash of cold sword light swept down, blood sprayed, and the Dark Knight demon spirit's arm was brutally severed. Amid agonized howls, the Dark Knight demon spirit realized it was no match for Tianlin. Ignoring its severed limb, it turned and fled desperately. However, with every change of direction and every attempt to hide in the tree shadows, Tianlin precisely anticipated its moves, teleporting one step ahead to block its path. His demon sword was incomparably sharp, and within mere moments, the Dark Knight demon spirit's body bore several deep wounds that reached the bone. Incredible! Even though little Tian only has 3 rings, he could probably face off against a high-level soul ancestor. Qin Ming watched in amazement from the sidelines. After comparing himself, he admitted that even if he were to take action, he might not be as clean and efficient as Tianlin. After another teleportation block, the Dark Knight demon spirit suddenly froze in place, its face ashen with despair. Qin Ming was puzzled. Why isn't the Dark Knight demon spirit running anymore? Has it given up? Tianlin also noticed that the flame of survival in his opponent's eyes had completely extinguished, and it no longer held any hope for life. Fine by me, saves trouble. He stepped forward and launched himself into a flying kick, sending the Dark Knight demon spirit toward Yufeng's direction. Yufeng immediately understood, spreading his wings wide. First soul skill wing blade. His feathers transformed into cold blades, striking like lightning, and the Dark Knight demon spirit's head flew into the air. Tianlin even caught a glimpse of relief on the creature's corpse, tortured beyond any will to survive. Death had become a release. The Dark Knight demon spirit's body hit the ground as a pitch-black soul ring rose up. Yufeng sat cross-legged and began absorbing it. This demon spirit excelled at soul attacks, and if Yufeng could inherit its essence, the Royal Fighting Team's dual agility attack strategy would become even more versatile. Osro specialized in physical attacks, while Yufeng focused on mental ones, making them nearly impossible to defend against when they targeted the enemy's backline. After this battle, no one felt like sleeping, so they simply sat in a circle to guard Yufeng and Osro. Tianlin closed his eyes in meditation, slowly recovering the soul power he had exhausted. 3 hours later, as dawn broke and a bird's cry pierced the silence, Yufeng was the first to open his eyes. Though he had started absorbing later than Osro, the process had been smoother because the soul ring's original owner had already despaired. Senior Yufeng, what's your third soul skill? Tianlin approached, remembering that in the original story, Yufeng's third soul skill was Wind and Clouds Rising, a pure single-target physical attack. Clearly, things had changed now. Dark wind, a single target attacks soul skill. Yufeng exhaled a breath of stale air. This wind targets the spirit rather than the flesh. It's classified as a mental attack. Just as Tianlin had predicted, the form remained unchanged, but it had shifted from physical to mental. The power was similar, but its mysterious nature had greatly increased. An excellent soul skill. Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction. Mental attacks are rare, so this is quite a gain. Having another teammate capable of mental attacks would give him many more tactical options. Soon after, Osro also awakened. His soul skill was the same as in the original Story Leopard Shadow clone. Inheriting the Dark Knight Demon Spirit's phantom abilities, he could create 2 clones, each possessing 50% of his original attack power, but only capable of attacking once. For a 1,000-year soul skill, it was quite respectable. At dawn, both Oslo and Yufeng had successfully absorbed their soul rings, leaving only Guren in their group, yet to successfully hunt a soul beast. Power-type soul beasts weren't particularly rare, but finding one with just the right age limit in this relatively small soul-hunting forest proved quite challenging. The group had previously encountered a giant strength demon ape of around 4,000 years, but Guren wasn't like Tianlin who lacked the ability to absorb soul rings beyond his level, so they could only watch it slip away. We need to hurry. If we delay any longer, we'll miss the 7-treasure glazed tile sect's title ceremony. It doesn't matter for the rest of us, but Tianlin and Guren must be there, Qin Ming said, glancing at the sky with a furrowed brow. Guren scratched his head awkwardly. How about I come back next time? Let's head back for the ceremony first and let me hold everyone up. Tianlin sighed helplessly. Well, if there's really no other choice, that might be our only option. I do have an idea, Yi Lingling said, adjusting her glasses. Her voice was calm, but carried a note of warning, though it's somewhat dangerous. Her theoretical knowledge was unmatched among the group, even surpassing Qin Ming and Zhou Yin, who specialized in practical combat. What method? Everyone turned to look at her. Dark Knight, demon spirit humanoid soul beasts. Some soul beasts have a taste for human flesh, Yi Lingling explained concisely. Tianlin's eyes lit up. Brilliant idea. While it might attract powerful enemies, this isn't the Stardow Forest after all. With Teacher Qin here, the risk is manageable and worth trying. Oslo and the others were completely puzzled. What riddle were these two speaking in? Yi Lingling nodded, sighing inwardly. If only Guren had this kind of quick thinking, he would have agreed immediately. She decided to be direct. We roast the corpses of those 2 Dark Knight demon spirits from earlier. Gulp, Oslo swallowed hard, finally understanding they would use the aroma of roasted meat to lure high-level soul beasts that craved flesh. Dark Knight demon spirits had a scent similar to humans, making this smell almost irresistibly tempting to carnivorous soul beasts. Such a beautiful girl could come up with such a ruthless plan. Truly, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Oslo thought nervously, secretly resolving never to cross Yi Lingling in the future. Yufeng laughed and patted his shoulder. Oslo, you'd better pay back the money you owe Lingling quickly, or next time it might be you getting roasted. Oslo broke out in a cold sweat, his joy from obtaining his 3rd soul ring instantly evaporating. Qin Ming couldn't be bothered with these 2 jokers. He lifted the 2 Dark Knight demon spirit corpses with one hand and summoned his blazing fire wolf. Intense wolf flames erupted, casting a red glow across everyone's faces. Though Yi Lingling's method was harsh, it was effective. With Qin Ming's soul power approaching level 60, virtually no soul beast in this soul-hunting forest could threaten him, making the danger controllable. Under the high-temperature flames of the blazing fire wolf, the corpses were quickly roasted until their skin turned golden brown, fat crackling and popping as rich, savory aromas filled the air. Yufeng activated his wind bell bird martial soul, stirring up a whirlwind that carried the meaty fragrance in all directions. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed through the forest, indicating that more than one soul beast was approaching, at least 3 or more. The tremors traveled through the ground, causing pine needles and dead leaves to rustle and shake. Everyone, stay alert. Qin Ming stretched his arm protectively in front of the group, his spiritual power locked firmly on what lay ahead. This method is indeed effective, nearly as good as Tang San's fragrant silk beauty immortal product for luring soul beasts, but their cultivation levels are unknown. No one can afford to be careless. As their teacher, he had to ensure every student's safety. Suddenly, ethereal mist surged through the forest like a gray-white curtain, obscuring their distant view. An ancient saying flashed through Qin Ming's mind: wind follows the tiger, clouds follow the dragon. A crimson flame flickered at Tianlin's brow as his golden flame eyes pierced through the fog. Behind the mist, a Tyrannosaurus Rex as massive as a towering building slowly emerged, but it lacked the vitality and dominance of a normal Trex. Instead, it was shrouded in dense death energy. Death Tyrannosaurus. Tianlin whispered, his heart sinking. How could such a soul beast exist in soul-hunting forest? This creature possessed the triple attributes of strength, darkness, and death, making it far more formidable than ordinary subdragon species. Though they had heard 3 sets of footsteps earlier, Only this one remained, the other two had clearly become its prey. Death Tyrannosaurus? Yi Lingling added. Apart from the legendary dark devil god tiger, virtually no soul beast of the same attributes can match it. Boom. Boom. The footsteps suddenly drew closer. The massive beast finally revealed itself, completely, nearly 20 meters tall, with gray-black scales covered in cracks. Its gaping maw reeked of decay as it let out a thunderous roar that shook leaves from the branches. Yi Lingling shook her head. Its cultivation exceeds 2,000 years and could potentially suppress even 10th sandier soul beasts. It's of little value to us and would only waste time and energy. We should retreat immediately. Wait. Gu Ran suddenly stepped forward, his eyes burning with intensity. Teacher Qin Ming, boss, help me defeat it. I want to absorb its soul ring. Are you out of your mind? Qin Ming immediately refused. Lingling already explained that it exceeds the age limit, has extreme aggression, and absorbing its soul ring would be incredibly dangerous. I won't allow it. Gu Ran lowered his eyes but spoke even more urgently. My skeleton warhorse follows the same path of strength, darkness, and death. I'll never find a soul ring more compatible than the Death Tyrannosaurus. I've always been the weakest in the Imperial fighting team. If I don't break through my limits, I'll forever depend on boss. Please, Teacher Qin Ming. The plea in his hoarse voice was deeply moving. Yi Lingling looked at him, her opinion shifting slightly. Though he lacked confidence, his efforts were no less than anyone else's. Tianlin gripped his demon sword and stepped beside Gu Ran. Prepare for battle. Gu Ran, don't participate in the fight. Conserve your soul power, and stamina will absorb the soul ring directly afterward. Qin Ming frowned at Tianlin. You actually support him? He's taken the iron armor peony, making his physique far superior to other soul elders of his level. Tianlin said calmly, yet firmly. To catch up with us, he must take this step. I believe he can handle it. Qin Ming remained silent for several moments before finally exhaling deeply. Fine. If that's the case, I'll join you in this madness. He turned to give instructions. Xiaoyan, protect the children. Raging fired Song Wolf, possess. Blazing flames transformed into a red wolf phantom, instantly enveloping his entire body. Qin Ming was himself a monster who had emerged from Shrek Academy, so naturally he understood young people's daring spirit. Tianlin approached the Death Tyrannosaurus step by step, his golden eyes blazing, sword tip pointing toward the ground. Geniuses, after all, should be different from ordinary people. Brothers, let's roll. Show your martial souls. With Yu Tianhing absent, command temporarily fell to Tianlin. The Death Tyrannosaurus before them possessed strength comparable to a 10th sandier soul beast. Fighting it alone would be suicide, so ganging up was the only solution. Duguyan quickly assigned roles. Xiaodian, frontal assault. Osluo, Yufeng, flank harassment. As a control-type soul master, she maintained calm coordination. Qin Ming hadn't immediately joined the fray but had already activated his martial soul, staying on the perimeter ready to provide support. First soul skill, Frost Snow. Tianlin launched himself skyward, executing a leaping slash as bone-chilling cold surged toward the Death Tyrannosaurus like a blade's edge. The giant beast opened its maw, spewing forth black breath that collided heat with frost snow. The once infallible cold was easily crushed by the dark mist, which then backlashed toward Tianlin. Tianlin, watch out. Yi Lingling warned anxiously. That's death breath. If it hits you, it'll separate your soul from body. The Death Tyrannosaurus can devour souls directly. No more heat-in clashes, instant movement. Tianlin's heart skipped as he stepped away, barely dodging the black fog. Seeing him escape danger, everyone breathed easier. Though his attack had failed, the Death Tyrannosaurus's attention was completely focused on him. In that split second, Osluo and Yufeng had already cut in from left and right at high speed. Third soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone. Third soul skill, Dark Wind. On one side were phantom claws with attacking power. On the other, a pitch-black storm capable of tearing souls apart. Any ordinary soul master or soul beast would be overwhelmed. But their opponent happened to be the Death Tyrannosaurus. The giant beast tanked Osluo's claws heat-in, its dragon tail sweeping horizontally and instantly dispersing all shadow clones. The momentum continued unabated, landing squarely on Osluo's real body. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing through several massive trees before finally stopping. Dark Wind's soul-corroding assault also rushed toward the Death Tyrannosaurus, but this monster was not picky. Even about souls, its soul strength was astonishing, and it simply endured the attack. Roar! A deafening dragon cry unleashed shockwaves, nearly causing Yufeng's soul to lose balance on the spot. Fortunately, he could fly and urgently soared higher to avoid the aftershock. Strength and soul attacks combined, physical and special defense maxed out. This thing has practically no weaknesses. Tianlin drew a sharp breath. Yet Duguyan hadn't given up. Don't lose heart. I'll provide support. First soul skill, Jade Scale, Crimson Poison. Second soul skill, Jade Scale, Azure Poison. The Ice-Fire Jade Scale, Serpent Martial Soul covered her entire body as she released both toxins simultaneously. The scorching red aura stimulated everyone's nerves, instantly boosting their attack and speed, while the ethereal blue mist numbed pain sensations, coating teammates in a faint blue-scaled glow as their defense surged. The first soul skill, Jade Scale Crimson Poison, was an excitement toxin that stimulated nerves to increase attack power and speed by 20, while the second soul skill, Jade Scale Azure Poison, was a numbing toxin that eliminated pain and increased defense by 30. The auxiliary effects of these two techniques were nearly as powerful as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, but they came with side effects. After battle, detoxification was necessary to avoid being harmed by the toxins, and the body could only endure such assistance once per day, unable to withstand continuous exposure to deadly poisons. By conventional standards, this was clearly inferior to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, but for Tianlin, it posed no problem whatsoever. The octagonal mysterious ice grass, an infernal apricot, had already made his body immune to all deadly poisons. So even if Du Guyan poisoned him 100 times, he would remain unharmed. Meanwhile, the Death Tyrant Dragon's attention was drawn to Du Guyan's martial soul. The Ice-Fire Jade Scale Serpent belonged to the same subdragon species. Holding an irresistible allure for the creature devouring, it would provide tremendous nourishment. The monster let out a low roar, its massive tail smashing the ground as its enormous body lunged straight toward Du Guyan. Sister Yin, watch out! Tianlin raised his sword and shouted. However, Du Guyan remained calm, a cold smile playing at her lips. Don't worry, it wants to eat me, but it won't be that easy. Purple light suddenly blazed as her third soul ring lit up, Jade Scale Purple Poison. The phantom of the Ice-Fire Jade Scale Serpent opened its mouth and breathed out a tornado of intertwined blue and red deadly poison, carrying both freezing flames and scorching flames toward the Death Tyrant Dragon. This was Du Guyan's newest ultimate technique, Ice-Fire Jade Scale Serpent Poison, which doubled in toxicity under the enhancement of her third soul skill. Even Soul King level experts wouldn't dare take it heated. Tianlin immediately activated his second soul skill, Ice-Fire Divine Seal. His sword burst forth with brilliant blue and red radiance, seamlessly fusing with Du Guyan's deadly poison. In an instant, the Death Tyrant Dragon's lower body was frozen in ice, while its upper body was scorched by fierce flames, as if trapped in a purgatory where cold and heat converged. Excellent auxiliary attack. Qin Ming nodded approvingly from behind. Tianlin's sword could effortlessly absorb his teammates' attributes or project his own outward, combining powerful offense with support. Truly a perfect martial soul. Yi Lingling wasn't idle either. The 9-heart begonia slowly bloomed, its pale pink radiance enveloping the battlefield as it continuously replenished soul power for Tianlin and Du Guyan. Today, this martial soul displayed a new ability for the first time: soul power recovery, greatly enhancing the royal fighting team's sustained combat capability. The children have done very well, but leave the rest to me to avoid excessive soul power consumption. Qin Ming stepped forward, his 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple flashing in succession, with 3 rings lighting up simultaneously. Tianlin's pupils contracted slightly. Teacher is actually going to activate 3 soul skills at once, preparing for a decisive strike. Third soul skill, Fire Wolf's Fury. First soul skill, Gather Energy. Fifth soul skill, Explosive Fire. Qin Ming first activated Fire Wolf's Fury to strengthen his body, then used Gather Energy to instantly concentrate all his soul power, finally channeling it into Explosive Fire. This unconventional sequence made Tianlin realize that his teacher followed an extreme burst damage approach, quite similar to Ma Hongjun. Take this! Qin Ming roared, shattering the ground as he shot forward like an arrow to the Death Tyrant Dragon's front, forcibly shoving a ball of blazing flame into the monster's gaping maw. Beyond's fireball exploded inside its mouth with a deafening blast, instantly blowing the dragon's head into scattered chunks of flesh and blood. The ferocity of the attack left everyone stunned. Oh my Ming, you were too harsh. You completely blasted the Death Tyrant Dragon apart. How is Guren supposed to absorb the soul ring now? Zhou Yin couldn't help but complain. Qin Ming shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, it's not completely dead yet. To truly kill this type of magical beast, you must not only destroy its flesh, but also annihilate its soul, otherwise the flesh will quickly regenerate. With that, he turned back and called out loudly to Guren, now's the time. Its soul is at its most vulnerable. Strike now. Guren's martial soul naturally carried death attributes, making him most skilled at soul damage. He immediately rushed forward and shouted fiercely, first soul skill, Bone Spikes. 10 bone-white spikes instantly shot out, precisely piercing through the Death Tyrant Dragon's remaining traces of soul power. The next moment, a purple light ring slowly emerged. That was its soul ring, and Guren quickly stepped forward to draw it over and prepare for absorption. Gu Ran began absorbing the soul ring. Tianlin sat down beside him and said, Gu Ran, absorbing a soul ring beyond your level will definitely be extremely painful. You must persevere. No matter what happens, you cannot pass out, or you'll never wake up again. After speaking, he stood guard beside Gu Ran with a solemn expression, ready to intervene at any moment. If Gu Ran showed even the slightest sign of being unable to hold on, he wouldn't care about taboos like twin martial souls must not be exposed, no matter how precious the Holy Spirit pearl was. It wasn't as important as Gu Ran's life. Since Gu Ran had called him boss, he had to shoulder this responsibility. Fortunately, Gu Ran's physique was far beyond ordinary. First, he had practiced the body tempering techniques personally taught by Tian Lin, and second, he had consumed the immortal herb iron armor peony. His muscles and bones had long been tempered to be as strong as refined steel. This soul ring, which only exceeded his limit by about 300 years, shouldn't be life-threatening. The real challenge was the violent will within the death Tyrannosaurus's soul ring. Fully digesting it would take considerable time. Everyone stood guard around them, their eyes fixed on Gu Ran. Suddenly, Yi Lingling exclaimed, there seems to be something under this death Tyrannosaurus's body. She pointed toward the corpse's abdomen. Following her gesture, they could see a faint black glow emanating from within the scale-covered belly. Could that be? Tian Lin couldn't help but stand up, swinging his magic sword to break through the thick abdominal armor. Amid the flying bone fragments and flesh, a crystalline segment resembling a human spine emerged, with black light flowing along the bone gaps. Qin Ming couldn't contain his excitement. It's actually a soul bone, and it's the most precious torso bone. The stronger the soul beast, the higher the probability of producing a soul bone. This saying was proven true once again. The death Tyrannosaurus was already incredibly powerful, and now it had left behind such a magnificent gift. Torso bones were the rarest among all soul bones, commanding astronomical prices regardless of quality, and were often priceless even when available. Moreover, given this Tyrannosaurus's terrifying strength, even if its soul bone was only 1,000-year level, it would definitely not be inferior to others' 10,000-year soul bones. Qin Ming solemnly retrieved the soul bone and turned to look at Tian Lin and the others. Gu Ran really struck gold this time. Once he finishes absorbing the soul ring, we'll give him this soul bone too. Everyone nodded in agreement. Absorbing both the soul ring and soul bone from the same soul beast would maximize the benefits. Everyone understood this rule. Fortunately, Qin Ming had impeccable character, and everyone was convinced that this treasure should go to Gu Ran. If it had been teacher Shern Yin from Tsanghui Academy, he would probably have already claimed the soul bone for himself, even willing to kill his students for it. Time passed as the sun set and rose again. In the blink of an eye, a whole day had passed, yet Gu Ran remained motionless in meditation. In fact, his aura had stabilized since last night, having successfully passed through the most dangerous phase. Now he was simply taking time to suppress the death Tyrannosaurus's lingering resentment and consolidate his soul power. Whoosh! On the morning of the second day, as a breath of turbid air was expelled, Gu Ran opened his eyes. The soul ring absorption was complete. Ao Siluo immediately approached, patting his shoulder with a smile. Not bad. You actually managed to withstand a Tuthausand-year soul ring. Quick, tell us what soul skill did you get from this level-skipping absorption? Gu Ran scratched his head somewhat bashfully. It's not really that powerful. It's just the death breath technique that the death Tyrannosaurus used yesterday, the one that can separate a person's soul from their body. You little rascal, and you say that's not powerful? When did you learn to be so humble? Tian Lin said speechlessly. Guren's martial soul naturally possessed death attributes, capable of attacking souls directly. When combined with death aura that could separate soul from body, it became truly terrifying. Just like before, the death tyrant dragon without its physical form, despite its immense power, was killed by Guren in a single strike. Unless one specialized in soul cultivation, ordinary people whose souls were forced out of their bodies would be close to death. By the way, absorb this too. Tianlian raised his hand and retrieved a pitch-black dragon torso bone with faint white patterns from his storage soul device, handing it to Guren. This is the torso bone left by the death tyrant dragon. Facing the bone that still seemed to emanate fierce aura, Guren waved his hands repeatedly. No way, boss, I can't accept this. It's too precious. The death tyrant dragon was only defeated through all of your combined efforts. I've already obtained the soul ring, and I'm very satisfied. This soul bone, give it to someone else. You, Teacher Qin, Tianheng, and the Sure brothers would all be more suitable. Qin Ming stood with his hands behind his back and refused decisively. I don't want it. Although this soul bone leans towards strength type, the death attribute doesn't suit me. Guren turned his gaze to Tianheng. What about Tianheng then? This soul bone is also dragon type like him, so he should be more compatible. Before he could finish speaking, Tianlian raised his hand and smacked him hard on the head with a crisp smack. Just absorb it when I tell you to. Why all the nonsense? As a direct descendant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, would Tianheng lack soul bones? Besides, if you absorb both the soul ring and soul bone simultaneously, your strength will skyrocket, which benefits the entire team. Do I need to teach you this logic? Tianlian's words, might makes right, rang in everyone's ears, and only then did Guren nod sheepishly. Got it, boss. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie, but he really couldn't bring himself to accept it earlier. Now awakened by Tianlian's slap, he simply sat cross-legged and placed the soul bone against his chest. The moment the soul bone entered his body, cold waves of death aura rolled through his meridians, resonating with the previously absorbed death tyrant dragon soul ring with astonishing compatibility. If it were someone else, it would take at least several hours to fully refine it, but Guren took less than an incense stick's time. Black light flickered across his body's surface as he completely integrated the torso bone into his trunk. Tianlian stepped forward and patted his shoulder with satisfaction. So fast. Indeed, it has extremely high compatibility with you. Guren opened his eyes, death aura surging like a tide in their depths before quickly retracting, unable to hide his excitement. Yes, boss. This soul bone skill is called Tyrant Dragon Body. When activated, my physical defense and mental defense can match that death tyrant dragon from earlier for a short time. Also, my soul power just broke through to level 37 peak. The iron armor peony you gave me earlier probably raised me 6 levels, while the soul ring and soul bone combined raised me about 3 more levels. He spoke extremely fast, his voice full of irrepressible joy. Such rapid progress in just a few days was clearly inseparable from Tianlian's comprehensive planning and resource allocation. Years later, when someone asked Guren, who had become a titled Douluo, what the most correct thing he'd done in his life was, he would answer without hesitation, acknowledging Tianlian as his boss. After listening, Tianlian's eyes sparkled with amusement. Very good. This befits your status as another future guardian Douluo of my 7-treasure glazed tile sect. I think Grandpa Bone would be very happy to see your current strength. Osluo on the side pouted and muttered quietly. Damn, originally Guren was the weakest among us, but now he not only has vicious moves like Death Aura, but also perverted defensive skills, in such a high level. I think even the captain might not be able to beat him. Though complaining verbally, he knew in his heart that in a real fight, he had no confidence in defeating this newly risen monster before him. Dugu Yan and the others readily accepted this result. Guren is also a member of the Imperial fighting team. The stronger he becomes, the stronger our overall strength becomes. A few words dissolved Osluo's subtle emotions. In fact, Osluo wasn't truly jealous, just envious. Now that everyone had obtained suitable soul beasts and soul rings, with Guren additionally gaining a soul bone, this trip's harvest could be called extremely bountiful. Since all predetermined objectives had been completed, everyone immediately packed their belongings and left the gloomy soul-hunting forest. Deep in the jungle, residual death aura was scattered by the wind, and sunlight poured through the tree gaps, stretching their shadows long. Each person harbored anticipation as they hurried toward the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. The title ceremony was imminent, and they couldn't miss this grand event. 7 Treasures City was named after the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect and served as the sect's headquarters. With the title ceremony approaching, the already prosperous 7 Treasures City was now bustling with activity. Along the main street, tavern lanterns hung high, while vendors called out their wares in an endless chorus. Horse-drawn carriages and flying soul tool beasts arrived in steady streams from distant lands, creating a scene of celebration and prosperity. At this time, the continent had not yet witnessed the emergence of the numerous title Douluo who would appear in later years. Among the 7 great sects, only the top 3 possessed title-level powerhouses, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had merely one such expert, and the lower 4 sects had none at all. The strongest among the lower 4 sects, Sacred Dragon Sect Master Tuoba, Shi, and Elephant Armored Sect Master Huyenjun, were both stuck at level 87 Soul Douluo. Even if Tuoba, Shi could eventually achieve title rank, it would take another decade or more. For this very reason, when word spread that the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect had suddenly gained a title Douluo, the entire continent was instantly shaken, and Ning Fengji planned to use this title ceremony to fully display his sect's foundation to all parties. So this is the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, truly magnificent. Osro and Yufeng stood before the ornately decorated sect compound, their eyes nearly drawn away by the resplendent golden eaves. Yi Lingling, who like them came from minor nobility, couldn't help but straighten her back. These young people had earned their way into Heaven Do Royal Academy through talent alone, and now, standing here, they felt the overwhelming pressure of their status gap. In contrast, Tianlin and Tianheng, as direct heirs of top-tier sects, appeared much more composed. Qin Ming followed behind the group, gazing up at the towering glazed pagoda while the image of Shrek Academy's humble buildings flashed through his mind. If Dean Flinder had possessed resources like the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect back then, Shrek wouldn't have been unable to even provide proper training grounds, eventually being squeezed out by other academies and losing their qualification for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. At this thought, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Tianlin turned with a smile. Teacher Qin Ming, if you're interested, you're always welcome to join the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect. I can guarantee you'll secure an elder position in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yan gently tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve. She understood that Qin Ming hadn't yet committed to any faction, and with his talent, plus Tianlin's recommendation, joining the sect would provide him with cultivation resources sufficient to reach title rank in the not-a-distant future. After a moment's consideration, Qin Ming shook his head politely. I'm sorry, Xiao Tian, but I'm not planning to join any faction at the moment. However, when that day comes, I'll definitely consider the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect first. He neither agreed nor flatly refused. Tianlin nodded in understanding the immortal herbs were given out of friendship, and he had never intended to use them to bind the other's choices. The group proceeded along the red-carpeted corridor, their footsteps echoing in the spacious hallway. As they passed through the final vermilion-painted gate, the magnificent Seven Treasures Great Hall finally came into view. Today the hall was open to the public, welcoming all invited guests, though bar entry, even to the Great Hall, would be discourteous to visitors. Under Tianlin's guidance, they proceeded without obstruction. 5 spacious chairs had been arranged in the center of the hall, one sect master's seat in the middle, with 4 elder seats flanking it on either side. Yin Yang sat upright in his position, having returned to the sect half a month ago, and now appearing radiant, clearly having obtained his desired soul ring. On the other side, Ning Fengji appeared serene, his 8th soul ring faintly visible around him. Tianlin and Gu Ran quickly stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to Ning Fengji, then paying their respects to their respective masters. Xiaodian, Giran, you're back. And these must be the teachers and students from the Imperial fighting team behind you, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Tianlin nodded slightly and gestured for the group behind him to step forward. Yes, Sectmaster. These 2 are Teacher Qin Ming and Teacher Zhou Yan. The 4 students are Senior Sister Du Yan, Senior Sister Yi Lingling, and Senior Brothers Ao Siluo and Yu Feng. Additionally, the 2 elder brothers from the Shi family and Senior Brother Tianning will arrive later with their respective elders. I am Qin Ming. My martial soul is the Blazing Fire Wolf, a 55th level assault-type soul king. It's an honor to meet Sect Master Ning and the 3 titled Douluo. Qin Ming cupped his hands respectfully, his tone humble, yet carrying an inherent wolf-like sharpness. Zhou Yan, Martial Soul Butterfly, 50 on level control type Soul King. Ao Siluo, Martial Soul Ghost Leopard, 35 level agility attack type Soul Elder. Yu Feng, Martial Soul Wind Bellbird, 35 level agility attack type Soul Elder. Yi Lingling, Martial Soul 9 Heart Begonia, 35 level healing type Tool Soul Elder. Du Yan, Martial Soul Icefire Jade Scale Serpent, 39 level control type Soul Elder. Everyone introduced themselves in turn, their tones either modest or cheerful, but all radiated confidence. On the Douluo Continent, it was customary to introduce one's martial soul and level as a form of courtesy, and this tradition seemed particularly fitting in the main hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Did they raid a nest of geniuses? Ning Fengji marveled silently. His gaze lingered on Qin Ming for a moment. Longerat, only 26 or 27 years old, he was already a mid-level soul king. With such cultivation speed, reaching titled Douluo before 60 wasn't mere wishful thinking. The others, except for Zhou Yan, also showed remarkable potential. No wonder Xiaodian traveled with them. Birds of a feather indeed flocked together. Ning Fengji also vaguely suspected that Tianlin had likely shared immortal herbs with these friends. Otherwise, how could they have leaped from great soul master to their current levels in such a short time? Meanwhile, Giran couldn't contain his excitement and hurried toward Gu Rong. Teacher, I'm now a 37-level soul elder too. I absorbed a Tuthausandir Death Tyrant Dragon Soul Ring and even obtained a torso bone. Gu Rong was stunned at first, then clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Giran, you truly haven't disappointed me. From today forward, you're no longer my nominal disciple, but my direct disciple. Giran kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, master. This was the status he had dreamed of achieving. Tianlin stood nearby, happy for his friend, thinking, the legacy of both the sword and bone titled Douluo seems secure now. Since Ning Fengji still had other guests to receive, he entrusted Qin Ming and the others entirely to Tianlin and Giran's care. Before leaving, he repeatedly emphasized, show them proper hospitality. Tianlin heard this clearly and understood that the sect master was already considering recruitment. Tianlin led everyone to his small courtyard in the inner compound. The vegetation was neatly trimmed, stone pathways led directly to the main house, and there were 7 or 8 side rooms on both sides, more than enough to accommodate these guests. Which room is next to yours? I'll stay there, Yi Lingling said naturally, looking at Giran. Since following Tianlin in cultivation, Giran had also moved here to live. Ao Siluo and Yu Feng exchanged glances, their eyes nearly popping out. When did this guy win over Yi Lingling? Giran's cheeks flushed under their stares as he waved his hands frantically. It's not what you think. Boss just created some ambiguous atmosphere, that's all. I know where Giran's room is. Let me show you the way. It's to the left of Tianlin's room. A crisp, childlike voice interrupted. It was Ning Rongrong, sent by Ning Fengji to help entertain the guests. Following her pale finger's direction, Yilingling didn't hesitate, but instead walked to the right side of Tianlin's room, pushed open the door, and smiled faintly. Then I'll stay here. Tianlin looked at Ning Rongrong with approval in his eyes. This girl was perceptive, knowing to create opportunities for Guren. All those times Guren called her big sister weren't in vain. Catching Tianlin's gaze, Ning Rongrong lifted her chin proudly and snorted. See? This young lady is very considerate of the sect disciples' lifelong happiness. I'll definitely be a qualified sect master in the future. Half a month later, the long-awaited title ceremony of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan was finally about to begin. During this period, advanced representatives from various major clans had been arriving one after another. Flying soul tools and carriages shuttled along the mountain paths outside the clan gates every day. Only the true powerhouses remained unmoved, likely waiting until the final day to make their appearance. Tianlin had almost completely halted his cultivation, spending every moment by Ning Rongrong's side, the two inseparable. Gu Ran watched with envy and frustration, thoroughly provoked by the lovebirds. Finally spurred into action, he mustered the courage to pursue Yi Lingling. Upon learning this, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji expressed their support without hesitation. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda was unrivaled in augmentation abilities, and if they could also bring the strongest healing martial soul into their clan, they would naturally welcome it with open arms. On the day of the formal ceremony, the clan square was adorned with red carpets, and golden silk banners fluttered in the wind. As the successor clan master and future guardian titled Douluo, Ning Rongrong, Tianlin, and Gu Ran wore ceremonial clan robes, standing respectively behind Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong, waiting attentively for the guests. Clan Master Huyan of the Elephant-Armored Clan has arrived. A loud announcement from the reception disciple at the entrance broke the momentary silence. A dark shadow blocked the light as Huyan Jun strode into the square. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulged like knotted ropes, resembling a moving mountain of flesh. His dark skin gleamed with a metallic luster, and as his bell-sized eyes swept across the venue, an oppressive aura seemed to settle over everyone. Standing beside him, Ning Fengji appeared to have instantly shrunk by comparison. This was none other than Huyan Jun, clan master of the Elephant-Armored Clan and the Celestial Elephant, an 87th ranked defense system battle soul Douluo. The Elephant-Armored Clan had always proclaimed itself as the continent's premier defensive clan, with their hereditary Diamond Mammoth martial soul combining terrifying strength with impenetrable defense. However, the publicly acknowledged title of the continent's strongest defense belonged to Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan, which had always left Huyan Jun with a burning resentment. Tianlin knew this man had already secretly pledged allegiance to Spirit Hall, hoping to use the opportunity to squeeze out one of the upper three clans. In the hunting operation from the original story, he had also appeared. Tianlin had long since passed a death sentence on him. Though thick-skinned and tough, his mind wasn't sharp. Back then, he had dared to physically withstand the sea god's trident, showing how easy he would be to manipulate. Clan Master Huyan, your personal presence brings glory to our humble abode. Please. Ning Fengji smiled, extending his hand in a lukewarm gesture of invitation, perfectly courteous, yet without a trace of warmth. With his political acumen, he had long sensed the Elephant-Armored Clan's secret collusion with Spirit Hall. There was no need to tear off the mask of civility, but neither would he show excessive friendliness. Huyan Jin laughed heartily and took his seat without ceremony. Afterward, the clan disciples continued their announcements. The Sacred Dragon clan had only sent an envoy to Oba, Shi's younger brother, to Oba Yi. The remaining lower four clans had made similar arrangements. From the Heaven Do imperial family, Crown Prince Shueqinghe, occupied with state affairs, did not attend. Prince Shuexing represented Emperor Shuiyi instead. Given Prince Shuexing's status, he was qualified to sit alongside the various clan leaders. Before long, the grandfather of the Shi brothers also appeared with his entourage. Shirley, a spirited elderly man whose martial soul was also the Black Tortoise, may not have had a clan of his own, but he was one of the few souled Douluos on the continent who could match Huyan Jun in defensive power. Shirley had developed an excellent relationship with Gu Rong, and they often exchanged insights about defensive techniques together. In the spacious reception hall, lights blazed brightly. When Gu Rong saw Shirley step through the door, he immediately raised his hand and laughed heartily, his voice booming through the roof. Haha, old turtle, what took you so long? I've been missing you terribly, brother. You'll have to drink 3 cups as punishment later. Shirley strode forward and patted Gu Rong's shoulder, responding cheerfully. Old bones, forget 3 cups, I'll gladly drink 30 with you. I've come today for 2 reasons. First, to celebrate your 7 treasure glazed tile sect gaining another titled Douluo. Second, to express my gratitude. He paused, his face showing sincere appreciation. My 2 grandsons told me when they returned home that without the immortal divine pills given by your sect's young Tianlin, they never would have achieved their current breakthroughs. Thinking of how his grandson's soul power had surged dramatically in such a short time, Shirley still felt amazed, which was why he had come personally to express his thanks. Gu Rong waved his hand. This has nothing to do with mites, all Tianlin's achievement. Xiao Tian, come over here. Hearing this, Tianlin quickly walked between the two elders. Gu Rong introduced him. This is Shirley, an 85th-level defensive battle soul Douluo, and grandfather of the Shi brothers. He's come specifically to thank you. Tianlin cupped his fists in salute. Greetings, senior. The two Shi brothers and I are friends, and they've taken great care of me at the academy. This was simply returning a favor. There's no need for such courtesy. Shirley studied him carefully, seeing the heroic spirit radiating from the young man's features and sensing his profound soul power, far surpassing his own two grandsons. He nodded in praise. Indeed, truly a young talent. Since you're friends with my grandsons, I'll call you Xiao Tian. Today you've helped them greatly, and in the future, this old man will surely repay you handsomely. His tone was solemn, clearly showing he always distinguished clearly between gratitude and grudges. For Tianlin, a promise from a soul Douluo was invaluable. Suddenly, a loud announcement came from outside the door. The patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, His Majesty Thunder, has arrived. With this announcement, a powerful and imposing aura surged into the hall. The newcomer was none other than Yu Yuanjin, known as the master of the Third Great Sect and Thunder Douluo. His status was equal to Ning Fengji's, but carried an additional sharpness. Ning Fengji quickly went out to greet him, wearing a smile. Your Majesty Thunder, it's been too long. Your personal presence brings great honor to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Nearby, Hu Yanjun snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. Ning Fengji's differential treatment toward the upper three sects was far too obvious. He secretly vowed that someday he would take his place. Tianlin walked out alongside Ning Fengji and saw that Yu Yuanjin appeared to be in his 30s, handsome in appearance, though actually past 60. His surging soul power was comparable to Gu Rong's from years past, making him seem like thunder pressing down from above just by standing on the steps. Rumors said this man was spirited and hated evil like an enemy, especially proud of his martial soul. He had once fought Sword Douluo Xi into a draw using his dragon transformation ultimate technique. Sect Master Ning is too kind. Yu Yuanjin smiled, though his face showed a hint of mystery. I've come today not only to celebrate, but also for an important matter. Oh, what matter might that be? Ning Fengji asked with interest. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand with a light laugh. Allow me to keep it mysterious for now. After the titled ceremony ends, I'll discuss it with Sect Master Ning in detail. Seeing that the other party didn't wish to elaborate, Ning Fengji didn't press further and turned to welcome Yu Yuanjin and his grandson Yu Tianheng inside. At this point, nearly all the distinguished guests had arrived in the hall, and the titled ceremony could begin at any time. But at this moment, a group of uninvited guests had already arrived at the city gates. The investiture ceremony now begins. Thank you all for coming to witness this momentous occasion. The grand front hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect blazed with lights, colorful banners, and sect emblems hung high, creating an atmosphere both festive and solemn. For this ceremony, Ning Fengji had specially invited a professional host from the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena middle-aged spirit master holding a gleaming black staff, whose martial spirit was actually a microphone, making him naturally suited for the role of master of ceremonies. Now, please welcome the newly appointed title Douluo, His Excellency Yin Yang, to step forward. The host's voice rang out melodiously and clearly, reaching every corner of the great hall. Yin Yang nodded slightly and stepped to the center of the hall. As he raised his right arm, lightning crackled with thunderous pops, and 9 spirit rings appeared simultaneously: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 their colors cascading like a waterfall from top to bottom. Compared to testing spirit power, this direct display was far more spectacular. The overwhelming pressure spread instantly, causing high-level spirit Douluos like Hu Yanjun and Tuoba Yi to turn pale. They knew they probably couldn't last more than 2 or 3 moves against this newly advanced title Douluo. Only fellow title Douluos like Chun Xian and Yu Yuanjin could maintain their composure in the hall. Even so, Yu Yuanjin's eyes still held a trace of envy. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family now relied solely on his support, and how he wished for another title Douluo to share the burden. In contrast, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect already boasted 3 Douluos, and today would welcome their 4th, which naturally warranted his personal attendance to offer congratulations. Your Excellency, please announce your title now. The host gestured with raised arm. Yin Yang looked toward the crowd and declared loudly, my title shall be Thunder Eagle. Thunder Eagle Douluo, the title perfectly matched his martial spirit without being overly ostentatious, earning approving nods from the guests. Wait! A sinister shout suddenly echoed from outside the hall, its chill penetrating the interior. How can the name Thunder Eagle display true dominance? The Spirit Hall has prepared a better one for His Excellency Thunder God Douluo. What do you think? Entering through the hall doors was Ghost Douluo Mei, clad in black robes with a cold smile. Ning Fengji's expression darkened. The spirit hall was clearly trying to create enemies for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, who dominated with lightning, wouldn't dare claim the title Thunder God. If Yin Yang accepted it, Yu Yuanjin's family would be the first to object. What a cunning scheme to sow discord. Sect Master Ning, we came uninvited, you won't mind, will you? Ghost Douluo's tone was eerily soft. Behind him followed Spirit Douluo Erdiola, along with 3 youths around 15 years old, 2 boys, and 1 girl dressed in neat robes with arrogant expressions. Even in the presence of titled Douluos and Spirit Douluos, they couldn't hide their pride. Ning Fengji suppressed his emotions and smiled without warmth. How could I? I assumed His Holiness the Pope and the elders were too busy with important matters to be troubled by such a minor ceremony. Since Ghost Douluo has graced us with his presence, I naturally welcome you. As for what title Elder Yin Yang chooses, that should be his decision. Alanino need to trouble your excellency. Guo Mei chuckled lightly, his voice bone-chillingly cold. Not so. All spirit masters in the world fall under the spirit hall's jurisdiction. A title Douluo's designation is of great importance and naturally requires our participation. Though Elder Yin Yang belongs to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, his name must also be inscribed in our Douluo Hall. In the Great Hall, both Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin frowned simultaneously. The spirit hall was being far too domineering. Did this mean that all spirit masters must obey their will? At that moment, Tianlin suddenly stepped forward with a smile. Uncle Ning, this senior from Spirit Hall actually has a point. We indeed forgot that Spirit Hall, as the organization that records all soul masters, is just as important as the imperial archives of the Heaven Do Empire. It was our oversight. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin threw his head back and laughed heartily. Exactly. Sect Master Ning, you can't even match a child's understanding of etiquette. Spirit Hall is to the continent what the imperial archives are to the empire, yet you overlooked this. Haven't you lost your reputation as the wise sect master? Ning Fengji immediately caught on and raised his hand in salute. Sect Master Yu is right. I apologize once again to His Eminence Ghost Douluo and promise never to forget next time. He and Yu Yuanjin played off each other, their tones seemingly sincere but dripping with hidden sarcasm. Guo Mei's face darkened. What were the imperial archives? Nothing more than an idle bureau responsible for transcribing historical facts. With only the authority to record major events, how could they command emperors or marshals? They were comparing Spirit Hall to such an insignificant department, clearly slapping him in the face. He turned around coldly, his gaze locking onto Tianlin. Boy, I know you Sword Douluo's disciple, right? Quite clever for your age, but those who are too clever often don't live long. Before his words finished, an invisible spiritual attack shot straight at Tianlin's forehead. Guo Mei's strike was sinister, his martial soul formless and intangible. Even his soul rings flickered so vaguely that others couldn't react in time to help. Even Sword Douluo could only cry out in alarm. However, Tianlin dared to speak up because he had a backup plan. In the next instant, a grayish-white beam shot from behind him, colliding with the spiritual attack in midair. As the two forces clashed, golden light burst from Tianlin's eyes. Golden flames, soul destruction. Ultimate fire wrapped around the surface of the grayish-white light, its scorching heat soaring instantly. Guo Mei felt an urgent warning in his heart and was forced to withdraw his soul power hastily. But his sea of consciousness was still burned by the spiritual force mixed with flames, leaving a faint charred mark on his forehead. Everyone looked closely and saw that the glazed floor tiles touched by the grayish-white light had lost their luster, all turning to gray stone, the effect of Medusa's gaze. Guo Mei roared furiously. Old poison, come out. Emerald light flickered as Douluo appeared behind Tianlin as if teleporting, leisurely brushing his sleeves. Hee, old ghost. Not long ago you and Chrysanthemum Pass joined forces and lost to me. Coming again today, are you specifically here to deliver soul bones to me? His words showed no mercy, causing an uproar among the crowd. Guo Mei's face turned purple. He had sworn on his martial soul back then and couldn't go back on his word. He could only grit his teeth and reach into his soul guide device, pulling out 2 pre-prepared soul bones and tossing them to Douluo. Take them. The matter between us is settled. The soul bones fell into Douluo's palm, glowing with ethereal light and substantial weight. Only then did everyone present believe his words were true. The crowd whispered among themselves. Douluo had always ranked at the bottom among titled Douluos, yet he could defeat Chrysanthemum and Ghost working together? Could it be that he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity recently, causing his strength to surge dramatically? Douluo accepted the 2 spirit bones and examined them. One was a skull bone, the other a left arm bone, both emanating weak auras and appearing to be of poor quality. He had expected as much. How could the Spirit Hall possibly offer genuine treasures? However, when his gaze fell upon the skull bone with its eerie green patterns, Douluo's mouth still twitched. It was poison attributed, perfectly matching his own nature. But the problem was he had already fused with the hard-won Medusa skull bone. Spirit bones couldn't be absorbed repeatedly, making this goodwill gesture clearly meant to disgust him. Nevertheless, Douluo didn't mind. He thought to himself, if he couldn't use them, why not save them for his granddaughter? With this in mind, he casually tucked both spirit bones into his robes. The spirit masters around the plaza immediately turned reedied, nearly burning the bones' outlines into their pupils, but with several titled Douluo present to maintain order, they dared not move an inch no matter how bold they were. Old ghost, when did you become so shameless, actually making a move against a mere 9-year-old child? Though obtaining the spirit bones had settled his old grudge with Ghost Douluo, Douluo still held no favorable feelings toward the spirit hall and immediately mocked him. Ghost Douluo withdrew his sinister gaze, his voice measured. Humph, this seat was merely testing. As a dignified titled Douluo, would I truly target a child? Jade Phosphor Douluo, you've gotten your spirit bones to interfere in the affairs between our spirit hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile clan. He may not be able to interfere, but what about me? Icy sword intent swept forward as Dustheart stepped in front of Tianlin, releasing his killing aura. Ghost Douluo, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make you die with regret on the spot. He could tell that Ghost Douluo's earlier strike carried no killing intent. It was more like humiliation and intimidation. But to make a move in front of him, the master, was a slap in the face. If not for considering the sect's greater interests, Dustheart would have already drawn his sword. Master, I'm fine, don't worry. Tianlin gently tugged at Dustheart's sleeve, shaking his head slightly. Dustheart's strength could crush Ghost Douluo effortlessly, but doing so would only give the Spirit Hall a justified cause for retaliation. The current 7 treasure glazed tile clan wasn't strong enough to face the Spirit Hall's full-force Hedon. Dustheart suppressed his anger but remained tense as a drawn bowstring, staying close to guard his disciple. Seeing this, Ghost Douluo also restrained his killing intent. Sneak attacks might give him an advantage, but striking now would only force Dustheart to completely turn hostile, which wouldn't be worth it. After a brief standoff, Ghost Douluo returned to the main topic. Alright, back to business. Our Spirit Hall grants the title Thunder God to Yin Yang. Does anyone have objections? This was his true purpose for coming, and he had no intention of yielding even slightly. Huyan Jun immediately chimed in with gloating satisfaction. Sect Master Ning, the Spirit Hall has given Thunder God such a domineering title. Shall you thank the Elder? Don't forget your manners. His stance was crystal clear, with no attempt at concealment. Tianlin shrugged with a light laugh. Fine, I'll accept it. What's the big deal? Then he turned and cupped his fists toward Douluo. Senior Douluo, thank you for saving my life just now. By the way, what's your title again? Poison Douluo or Jade Phosphor Douluo? Douluo immediately understood Tianlin's meaning and revealed a malicious smile as he declared loudly. Of course I am the Poison Douluo who dominates the world with poison. His voice echoed throughout the Great Hall as he made his announcement. The title, Jade Phosphor Serpent Douluo, was merely something the Spirit Hall had bestowed without his consent. Douluo completely rejected it, remaining devoted to his self-chosen title, Poison Douluo. The world also commonly referred to him by Poison, and this pride needed no further explanation. Ghost secretly groaned. That brat has caught us in another trap. Tianlin's words couldn't be clearer. Whether the Douluo Hall wanted to record Thunder God or Thunder Eagle, their side would simply call him Thunder Eagle Douluo. Exactly right. If we accept, then we accept. Ghost, thank you for gifting me the Thunder God title. I, Thunder Eagle Douluo, express my gratitude here, Yin Yang said with a smile, cupping his fists and cleverly appropriating Ghost's mention of Thunder God. Congratulations to Thunder Eagle Douluo. Thunder Eagle, Your Excellency, 10,000 blessings. Yu Yuanjin and Shirlei, the 2 sect elders, offered their congratulations in succession, while the Spirit Hall stood awkwardly to the side like actors in a one-man show. At this moment, Yin Yang and Douluo shared similar circumstances. What the Spirit Hall bestowed upon them was one thing, but what they chose for themselves was their true title. Most people recognized the title Douluo's autonomy, while the Spirit Hall's forceful interference only bred resentment. What the strong sought was freedom itself. If even their titles were decided by others, wouldn't cultivation lose all meaning? Ghost looked toward Tianlin, wishing he could tear the boy to pieces, yet he was firmly restrained by Sword Douluo with no opportunity to strike. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a youth clad in fiery red armor stepped forward, his voice exploding like flames. How dare you show contempt for our Spirit Hall? Are you seeking death? Who are you? Tianlin turned his head slightly, his tone flat. I am a disciple of the Spirit Hall Yin. I now challenge you to a soul duel, a death match. Do you dare accept? So this was Yin from the Golden Generation in the original story. No wonder his arrogance was overwhelming. I am Xiaoyu, disciple under Ghost Douluo. Do you dare duel with me, also to the death? And me, Hulaina, disciple under His Holiness the Pope. Without Tianlin needing to ask, the 3 introduced themselves, their gazes filled with killing intent. In their hearts, The Spirit Hall was supreme. Whoever dared offend it was a mortal enemy. Soul duels came in two types, sparring and life or death combat. If Tianlin agreed to a death match and was killed, there would be no recourse. Ghost's eyes rolled as an idea formed. Though he himself was restricted, the younger generation could act. This was a perfect opportunity. He raised his voice. Sect Master Ning, how about we make a wager? What do you want to bet? Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow slightly. Ghost smiled coldly as if his scheme was succeeding. Let's bet on this title matter. Have your 7 treasure, glazed tile sect send out 3 of the same generation to battle these 3 children from our Spirit Hall. If you win, our Spirit Hall will no longer interfere with the title issue. If we win, Enyang must announce his acceptance of the Thunder God title and proclaim it across the entire continent. Ning Fengji pondered. He could see that these 3 youths before him were only 15 or 16, yet all had reached the Foring Soul ancestor level, while no disciple of the same age in his sect could match them. Sect Master Ning, whether a faction is strong or not depends on its younger generation. Huyan Jun added sarcastically, surely you're not afraid? It's not fear, just that the wager isn't fair. Tianlin gave Ning Fengji a reassuring look, then declared loudly. For title Douluo to choose their own titles is their right. The Spirit Hall's forceful seizure is already excessive. Ito, you really want to get something for nothing? What do you want instead? Ghost, no longer underestimating Tianlin, was fully aware of his cunning nature. Tianlin raised a finger. At the very least, put forth a soul bone, specifically a gemstone-type soul bone that is over 10,000 years old. If you're willing to wager that, we will accept. Furthermore, only I will engage in the death match. The other 2 matches will be mere contests. How does that sound? A 10th sandier soul bone, and it had to be gem-type specifically. Tianlin's demand at this moment was absolutely outrageous. Gem-type soul bones were renowned for enhancing spiritual power, making them most suitable for support-type soul masters or battle soul masters who specialized in mental attacks, charm, and illusion techniques. They were far rarer and more precious than ordinary soul bones. Fine, it's a bet. We can produce a gem-type soul bone. Just as Gue Mei was about to speak, Hulaina had already beaten him to it. Being a charm-type soul master herself, Bibi Dong had long prepared several top-grade gem soul bones for her. Nana, this wager is too high. The usually composed Gue Mei hesitated instead. Hulaina blinked and smiled lightly. Elder Gue, you've fallen for that boy's trick. He deliberately set such a high price to make you afraid to accept. Her words were like a wake-up call. Indeed, with the combined strength of Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, hardly anyone in the younger generation could match them. Not to mention Hulaina and Xiaoyu's trump card, their martial soul fusion technique, which, when unleashed, could even overwhelm soul kings. Gue Mei immediately regained his confidence and said coldly, very well, boy. We accept your terms. But I'm adding one more condiciono: participant may exceed 16 years of age. All 3 of Xiaoyu's team were between 15 and 16 years old, making it extremely difficult to find rivals in their age group. Tianlin didn't hesitate, agreed. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect doesn't stoop to bullying the weak with numbers. He had never planned to let anyone else participate anyway. Walking up to Ning Fengji, he clasped his fists respectfully. Uncle Ning, please trust me. In this battle, I will defend our sect's honor and bring back that 10th Sandier soul bone. Ning Fengji raised his hand and patted his shoulder, his tone firm. Go ahead, Uncle believes in you. The once hot-blooded man had become increasingly calculating after inheriting the sect leadership, but now, watching this spirited youth, he felt as if he'd returned to his younger days and was willing to place a heavy bet on Tianlin. His only concern was that Tianlin had agreed to a death match. If Spirit Hall truly killed him in the arena, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect couldn't retaliate on the spot, or it would give Spirit Hall a legitimate excuse to destroy their sect in Spirit Hall. Besides, the Pope harbored another existence they absolutely dared not provoke. Spirit Hall goes too far. I'll fight alongside you. Yu Tianheng stepped up beside Tianlin. Tianheng, you're not a member of our 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Having you fight would actually diminish our sect's reputation. Tianlin waved his hand and shook his head. With that, he spread his arms wide and declared loudly to all the guests, everyone, please observe from the sidelines and witness how the new generation of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect repels foreign enemies. Rongrong, Guren, follow me into battle. Understood, sword brother. 9-year-old Ning Rongrong responded sweetly. Yes, boss. 13-year-old Gu Ran also stepped forward. The 2 stood shoulder to shoulder behind Tianlin, their gazes resolute. The trio's lineup left the entire venue stunned. A 9-year-old boy, a 9-year-old girl, plus a 13-year-old youth. Wasn't this taking the enemy too lightly? Their opponents were Spirit Hall's golden generation. Only Chun Xin and Dugu Bo watched with blazing eyes, harboring no doubt. Go, little Tian. It's time for the world to witness your sword. Hee, is the little monster about to bare his fangs? Spirit Hall, you're in for it this time. On the spirit battle stage, the golden generation watched 3 children step up. not pleased but grinding their teeth in anger, as if the Qibao Yuli sect had sent kids this young just to insult them. Yan's brow ridge bulged, fury almost bursting from his eyes as he growled. So much for Qibao Yuli's sect. I'm cutting these brats down today. At center ring, Tianlin shifted to shield his two teammates and spoke low but firm. Rongrong, don't use a spirit skill until I give the word. Guran, protect Rongrong with everything you've got and ignore everything else. Ning Rongrong and Gu Ran nodded in unison. They didn't know his plan, but they trusted his judgment completely. Release spirits. Tianlin gave the order. A blinding flare answered him as the demon blade rose. The Qibao Yuli pagoda gleamed like crystal, and a skeletal warhorse neighed into being, 3 spirits possessing them at once. The most eye-catching of all was Tianlin's second spirit ring at his feet, an ominous dark gold millennium ring. The stands erupted. Guo Mei drew a sharp breath, and the golden generation of Wuhuan Hall wore looks of shock. A 9-year-old daring to absorb a millennium ring for his second ring, with spirit power near rank 30, was nothing short of terrifying. Hulaina was proud by nature, yet she had to concede. If this guy were our age, we probably wouldn't be his match. Her praise poured fuel on Yan's jealousy. Humph, so what if he's a prodigy? Before you grow up, talent is worthless. 2 spirit elders and a great spirit master, and he'll cripple them all today. With that, Yan's muscles swelled as a towering silhouette of flame and earth surged up behind Hyman, ancient dual attribute spirit, the Flame Lord, radiating crushing pressure. Foxtails of crimson shade coiled around Hulaina as a heady, bewitching aura broke over the ring-top-tier demon fox. Xiayu's arms flexed as twin moon blades flashed into cold arcs, a top-tier tool spirit cutting the air. 2 yellow and 2 purple rings glowed beneath all 3, the optimal configuration, and their presence instantly pressed down on Tianlin's side. Up on the dais, Guo Mei sneered. So what if his second ring is a millennium ring? The gap in power is right there. They can't overturn the sky. First skill, charm. As the battle began, Hulaina moved first. Her strange fox gaze turned into invisible ripples that swept straight at Tianlin had spotted the core. Tianlin met her eyes and smiled faintly, unruffled. Hulaina felt her spiritual force smash into a thick shield and halt dead. Sorry, I'm on a tight leash at home, Tianlin quipped, pointing at Ning Rongrong behind him. Ning Rongrong had already bristled at Hulaina's foxy looks and was glaring daggers. Everyone present knew his calm had nothing to do with being henpecked, and everything to do with his spiritual force dwarfing Hulaina's. Guo Mei could not make sense of it. How can a 9-year-old have spiritual power like this? What he could not know was that Tianlin carried 2 lifetimes in his soul, cultivated the Y Empress meditation that advanced his spiritual power in lockstep, and bore an external spirit bone, the flaming golden eyes. These advantages left Tang San's 8 spider lances in the dust, and the flaming golden eyes were devilishly hard to detect once activated. Golden flame, soul scorch. Searing mental fire punched through Hulaina's defenses in an instant. In a clash of spiritual force, backlash is the most lethal wound of all. Hulaina dropped to her knees, clutching her head, her scream ripping through the air as the fox glamour shattered on the spot. The agony of ultimate fire burning the soul tore her apart, leaving her curled on the floor and shaking uncontrollably. No one could endure pain like that. Nana, what's wrong? Yin and Xiaoyu saw Hulaina clutching her forehead with a pained expression, and their hearts instantly leaped to their throats, filled with both anxiety and distress. Xiaoyu declared grimly, Nana must have suffered a mental attack. That guy did it. His gaze locked onto Jun Tianlin across from them, making no effort to hide his killing intent. Between the two of them, one was Hulaina's suitor and the other her biological brother. They usually treated her like the little princess of their team, so naturally they couldn't tolerate her suffering even the slightest grievance. Jun Tianlin merely smiled lightly. I already held back. Otherwise, I could have directly destroyed her soul just now. How dare you hurt Nana? I'll kill you. First soul skill slash. Xiaoyu roared as his moon blade cut through the air with menacing cold light. Flame Lord's second soul skill, granite rock. Yin followed closely behind, his fists wrapped in scorching earth attribute power as he delivered heavy blows, forming a pincer attack with Xiaoyu from left and right. Jun Tianlin touched the ground lightly with his toes, and his figure flashed continuously, as if stepping on invisible ripples, easily dodging Xiaoyu's 3 slashes and Yan's 2 heavy punches. In the spectator stance, Yu Engine's eyes lit up. What kind of footwork is that? There's no soul power fluctuation at all. It's clearly a technique based on pure skill. Chen Xine stood with his hands behind his back, unable to hide his pride on his face, yet he shook his head with feigned regret. The drunken immortal gazing at moon steps. It's a flashy movement technique my disciple created himself. He spends all his time researching useless things like this, while his swordsmanship isn't even presentable. Sigh. How could Yu Engine not see through Chen Xine's humble bragging? He sighed inwardly. Today I finally witnessed what a true genius looks like. Yu Tianheng is far inferior compared to Jun Tianlin. On the battlefield, Xiaoyu quickly analyzed the situation. This guy is too agile. Yan, go attack Ning Rongrong. Take out the other two, and I'll hold off Jun Tianlin. The moon blade in his hand slashed out in continuous strikes. Though unable to hit his target, he successfully blocked all of Tianlin's support routes. Yan nodded and suddenly turned around. Second soul skill granite rock. His fist wrapped in thick rock layers carried tremendous earth attribute force as it thundered toward Ning Rongrong, who only had 2 rings, and Gu Ran, who had 3. Gu Ran remembered Tianlin's instructions protect Rongrong no matter what and actually charged forward to meet the fist Heaton. Bang! The tremendous sound echoed as the entire arena shook. Gu Ran, a soul elder, took a direct hit from Yan, a soul ancestor, yet didn't budge an inch. Everyone was stunned to see a layer of pitch-black thick armor appear on Gu Ran's body surface, like obsidian armor attached to his form. Tyrant dragon body, he announced his technique in a low voice. Yan's eyelids twitched wildly. The rarest among the 6 soul Bonisa torso bone. Gu Ran's gaze burned intensely. If you want to touch the young miss, you'll have to get past me first. Second soul skill bone strengthening. With his soul bone and soul skill stacked together, his power surged. He grabbed Yan's arm in return and threw him with an over-thresholder throw. Perfect opportunity. Jun Tianlin's eyes flashed as he deflected Xiaoyu's moon blade with one sword strike, then immediately activated his soul bone skill teleportation. The next moment, he had appeared in the air above Yan's falling trajectory. Xiaoyu never expected his opponent to possess a teleportation soul skill. Missing by just a hair, his pursuit came too late, and he could only roar. Yan, watch out. Jun Tianlin is behind you. Yan bellowed. Third soul skill hellish flames. The ground split open with a thunderous crack as countless pillars of red flame surged wildly upward, rushing straight at Tianlin. Using flames against Miyovi, he got it all wrong. With a single slash of the Tianlin sword, the flames dissipated as if they had never existed at all. This was the absolute elemental dominance of ultimate fire over ordinary flames. Then his second soul ring blazed, activating his second soul skill, Ice Fire Divine Seal. Silver light flashed as he swung the Tianlin demon sword with tremendous force. 2 intersecting sword energies, one crimson and one blue, formed an X shape in the air and silently sliced across Yan's back, leaving only a charred wound. Had this strike gone half an inch deeper, Yan would have died on the spot. Yet Tianlin held back 30% of his power at the last moment. The 7 treasure, glazed tile, sect wasn't ready for an all-out war with Spirit Hall. Even in a life-or-death battle, if they truly cornered Spirit Hall, their opponents could always flip the table. Rules had always been nothing more than toys in their hands. A severe injury was sufficient. Tianlin's figure flashed instantly as he kicked Yan in the chest, hurling him back toward Guren like a broken sack. Guren, he's yours. Beat him with everything you've got. Rongrong, provide support. The metallic taste of blood filled Yan's throat as he spat crimson onto the arena floor, his eyes burning with unwillingness. You actually pushed me this far? Damn it. Today I'll show you my Fury 4th soul skill, Molten Lava Surge. 10 breaths passed, and the arena fell dead silent. Molten Lava Surge. Sounds intimidating, so where's the surging? Someone snickered. Molten Lava Surge, Molten Lava Surge. Yan continued frantically waving his hands in place, but nothing happened. Guren couldn't contain himself any longer and threw back his head in laughter. Huh? This is your so-called fury? It's clearly comedy. Ghost Douluo finally reminded him. Fool, look at your soul rings. Yan looked down, his face instantly turning deathly pale. His soul power had dropped to just over level 30, and his original 4th purple ring had dimmed to gray. It was Tianlin's technique just now. Yu Yuanjin observed clearly, praising in a low voice. To directly reduce levels and seal soul rings that 1,000-year second ring absorbed beyond his level is truly extraordinary. The opportunity was right before them. 7 treasures turned to glazed tile. 1 is power, 2 is speed. Ning Rongrong immediately gave her all, 2 colorful lights forming halos that firmly encircled Guren. Simultaneously, Guren's 3rd soul ring lit up, aura of death. Rolling gray mist condensed into blades, and under the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's amplification, its power approached that of a soul ancestor. Yan, reduced to a soul elder, couldn't possibly block it. The moment the gray mist touched his body, his soul separated from his flesh as he screamed and flew backward. Guren stepped forward and kicked Yan's physical body off the arena. By the time Yan's soul finally returned to his body, he had already landed outside the ring and was directly ruled out, one of the renowned Golden Generation, inexplicably defeated so miserably. This won't do. Hulaina forced herself to stay conscious, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Third soul skill, mental amplification. The purple ring flickered as she struggled to boost her mental power, finally managing to withstand the burning of Tianlin's soul fire. However, all her charm techniques had become useless, her spirit like a candle flickering in the wind. The situation had clearly become 3 against 1, with the scales of victory tipping. The Spirit Hall Golden Generation, originally favored by everyone, had been led by the nose by Tianlin from the very beginning, completely powerless to turn the tide. In the stands, Gu Rong raised his eyebrows proudly. Old Ghost, still won't concede? If this continues, your golden generation might all be finished. He was particularly satisfied with his disciple Guren's performance. Humph. The match isn't over until the very last moment, we'll see. Ghost Douluo's expression was grim. Though equally worried, he had no intention of forfeiting Xiaoyu and Hulaina were still in the fight, and they had one final trump card they hadn't used yet. Brother, Yin has been kicked down, and I can no longer use any mental attacks. Our only chance of victory lies in that move, but this time, you'll have to take the lead. Hulaina said weakly. All right, sister, don't worry. This time, I'm going to kill all three of them, especially that Tianlin. Shiyue's eyes surged with hatred, almost bleeding with rage. The siblings stood side by side and simultaneously released their martial souls. For soul rings suddenly blazed to life, flashing in sequence from fourth to third to second to first. Each time a soul ring lit up, the red light on Hulaina's body intensified, with bloody radiance spreading from her long hair all the way to her fingertips. Meanwhile, Shiyue's twin moon blades spread out in an arc, their cold sharp gleam resonating with that eerie red light, instantly enveloping both of them in a crimson orb. The glowing mist rolled outward toward all sides of the soul fighting platform, as if it would devour the entire arena. In the stands, Ning Fengji's heart tightened as he exclaimed, Martial Soul Fusion Technique. A fusion technique from two soul ancestors above level 40 possessed power equivalent to a high-level soul king, especially this kind of large-scale domain-type skill, which made him feel particularly troubled. Hee, old bones. Now tell me which side is in more danger? Gueme looked smugly at Ning Fengji, his shrill voice carrying mockery. Gu Rong was equally tense, but Dugo Bo and Chen Xian exchanged a meaningful glance. With Tianlin as your opponent, you could have used anything else, but you chose this state-type martial soul fusion technique. You're in for a rough time now. Before the red mist had fully spread, Tianlin's lips curved upward as he gripped his sword with one hand and actively stepped into the bloody fog. This guy is seeking death, Yin sneered coldly. He had witnessed the siblings' fusion technique firsthand. Even if he stepped into it, he would be instantly killed. The mist was thick with the heavy scent of blood and scorching soul power fluctuations. With the penetrating power of his flame golden eyes, Tianlin could see everything clearly. The two figures that had been separate were now fused into one. This new body had flowing hair and features so bewitching that gender was indiscernible, holding moon blades that were twice as large as before. I didn't expect you to dare enter this realm of death voluntarily. Witness this. Well, this is our martial soul fusion technique, Yao Mei. The mixed male and female voice echoed eerily through the mist. An androgynous martial soul fusion technique that only looks impressive but probably has no practical use, Tianlin replied with a cold laugh. At this point, Shiyue could no longer contain his fury and controlled the fused body to swing the blade fiercely at Tianlin. 7-kill sword technique, killing intent spreads, heaven and earth without mercy. Blood floods the mountains and rivers. Tianlin unleashed 3 moves in succession, his sword shadows transforming into a fierce wind that met the incoming moon blade Hedon, with intense clashing of metal ringing out explosively in the red mist. In terms of soul power, he was slightly inferior, but the 7-kill sword technique was exquisite in its moves, with meticulous offense and defense. Shiyue relied on his abundant soul power and usually depended on the moon blade's sharpness and domain suppression to defeat opponents, never having studied refined martial techniques. Now he was forced to retreat repeatedly by Tianlin's precise sword intent. Even worse, in this red mist that he thought would completely obscure vision, Tianlin could see everything clearly with the power of his external soul bone, making every sword strike hit vital points. Bang! Xiaoyu was once again forced back by Tianlin's sword strike. Very well, to think you could push us this far even in our martial soul fusion state. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. You'll die under this technicamy self-created soul skill. Behold, full moon. As his words fell, he suddenly crouched down, arms spread wide, his entire body spinning at high speed as if pulled by invisible forces. In the blink of an eye, a dark red disk several zhang in diameter formed before Tianlin, its edges devouring all light. There was no sound of friction, no howling wind, as if even the air itself had been consumed by this terrifying disk. This was Xieyu's ultimate killing move, Full Moon. When released alone, his 40-plus level soul power was enough to contend with the Soul King. When executed in the Enchantress, martial soul fusion state, it possessed the might to slay a soul emperor. The cost was equally terrifying. After one strike, his soul power would be nearly depleted, and the Enchantress state would be forcibly dispelled due to exhaustion. For this reason, this technique had always only appeared in life or death moments, and today, Tianlin had pushed him to his limit. Die? My full moon is flawless. Let's see how you break it. Xiaoyu shouted coldly. I can't break your full moon. Tianlin shrugged, his tone showing no fear whatsoever. However, I can break your martial soul fusion. Take this third soul skill, wind and water circulation. Meanwhile, outside the soul fighting arena, numerous spectators held their breath in rapt attention. The crimson mist barrier spread by Enchantress blocked their vision, so even titled Douluo could only guess at the fierce battle within through the clang-clang sounds of metal striking metal. Ning Rongrong and Gu Ran's palms were sweating, so tense they barely dared to breathe. Humph! A soul elder ultimately cannot withstand a martial soul fusion technique. Ghost Douluo crossed his arms with a cold laugh, already beginning to imagine the expressions on Ning Fengji and the others' faces when they saw Tianlin's corpse. Before he finished speaking, a figure was sent flying out of the red mist. It was unmistakably Hulaina. A clear footprint was imprinted on her chest, and she tumbled through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Nana, how is this possible? Ghost Douluo's expression changed drastically. With Hulaina's defeat, Enchantress immediately collapsed, and the red mist quickly dissipated. Only then could everyone see the scene clearly. Xiaoyu's twin moon blades had fallen from his hands. Multiple wounds on his chest and abdomen were bleeding profusely, and he was being held aloft by Tianlin's single hand gripping his throat. In comparison, aside from somewhat disheveled clothing, Tianlin bore not a single wound. The victor was obvious at a glance. Hey, didn't you want my life? Yet here you are, dangling like a rabbit in my grasp without even the strength to fight back. Tianlin mocked lightly. Spirit Hall's golden generation? Today's performance has left me utterly disappointed. Where exactly is this genius? With his throat constricted, Xiaoyu's face turned red, but he couldn't make a sound. Release my brother. Hulaina struggled to stand, her voice weak, her knees trembling uncontrollably. Why force yourself? I never intended to kill you anyway. Tianlin casually tossed Xiaoyu toward the edge of the platform. Ghost Douluo, Your Excellency, here's your disciple back. Ghost Douluo's form flashed as he caught Xiaoyu before he hit the ground. Tianlin then walked before Hulaina, his long sword pointing directly at the space between her eyebrows, the blade's cold light pressing close. Still won't admit defeat? I need only apply slight pressure, and this sword will pierce through your skull. Hulaina looked up at the blade nearly touching her skin, her eyes showing both unwillingness and helplessness. With their martial soul fusion broken, her spiritual power was nearly exhausted, leaving her with no strength to continue fighting. After several moments of silence, she finally spoke in a low voice. This time, we admit defeat. As Hulaina conceded defeat, thunderous cheers erupted from the seven treasure glazed tile clan's side. The audience seats boiled with excitement as all the frustration from being suppressed by the spirit hall burst forth in an instant. Ning Rongrong threw herself directly into Jun Tianlin's arms, wrapping her hands tightly around his neck with her eyes curved in a bright smile. That was so satisfying. On the arena, Yin flashed forward to support the weakened Hulaina, calling sternly for a stretcher while turning back to glare fiercely at Tianlin. That glare carried hatred so intense it seemed almost tangible. Having injured his beloved today, Yin had already marked Jun Tianlin as a mortal enemy. Ghost Douluo followed closely behind, checking on each of the three in turn. Everywhere he touched revealed bruises and bloodstains, causing his brow to furrow deeply, though he secretly breathed a sigh of relief moments later. Despite appearing severely injured, all three had only sustained minor wounds. The two sword marks on Yan's back hadn't damaged the bone, and while having his soul power sealed was troublesome, quiet meditation would gradually break the seal. Hulaina's face was deathly pale and her breathing weak, but she had merely overextended her spiritual power and would recover after a few days' rest. Xiaoyu had suffered the worst, with wounds on his neck, wrist, and chest that looked fatal but were actually just flesh wounds. As Ghost Douluo's fingertips traced those three cuts, his heart trembled with shock. Each sword had stopped exactly 1 centimeter before vital points. The slightest deviation would have been lethal. Such precise swordsmanship was something even Sword Douluo Chen Xin might not have achieved in his youth. That old fox Chen Xin nearly fooled me again. Ghost Douluo cursed inwardly. Chen Xin had claimed that Jun Tianlin had only learned some scattered sword techniques and couldn't be considered truly skilled. Yet this swordsmanship had clearly reached the realm of lifting heavy weights as if they were light. Having forcibly activated Full Moon earlier, Xiaoyu's soul power was nearly depleted. Ghost Douluo quickly stopped his bleeding and channeled a stream of cold soul power into him. Within moments, Xiaoyu had straightened his back again, though his eyes burned with suppressed fury. Xiaoyu, what exactly happened? Ghost Douluo demanded grimly, unable to accept that a mere soul elder could break a martial soul fusion technique capable of matching a soul emperor. Xiaoyu lowered his head, recalling that heart-stopping moment with lingering fear in his voice. Nana and I fused with full power, and when Full Moon emerged, we intended to kill him with one strike. But his third soul skill could forcibly separate our fusion. Once we were torn apart, My full moon was interrupted, my soul power instantly exhausted, leaving me at his mercy. At this point, he suddenly slammed his fist into the ground, instantly caving in the stone slabs as his gauntlet cracked and his knuckles bled, though he seemed to feel no pain. He's simply our natural enemy. Meanwhile, Jun Tianlin jumped down from the arena and, surrounded by members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, walked alongside Gu Ran and Ning Rongrong toward Ning Fengji. The three bowed slightly. Sect Master, your three disciples have not failed in our mission and returned victorious. Ning Fengji's gaze swept slowly across their faces, his voice authoritative and clear. Well done. Jun Tianlin, Ning Rongrong, Gu Ran, in the name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan's Sect Master, I record one great merit for each of you three. A sect's great merit was no empty tightlight meant merit points, cultivation resources, and most importantly, a passport for future advancement within the sect. Even though Tianlin and Gu Ran had two titled Douluo backing them, and Ning Rongrong was the sect master's daughter, without achievements they would ultimately struggle to win others' respect. Now, with great merit in hand, no one harbored any doubts. Thank you, sect master. In front of such a large gathering, even Ning Rongrong, who was usually quite unruly in private, behaved very obediently, following Gu Ran and Tianlin's example as they bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji. The masters from various sects below gazed at this young girl who still retained her childlike innocence, as if they could already see the embryonic form of the future, glazed pagoda, sword, and bone combination. Sect Master Ning, this old man truly envies you for having three such outstanding successors in your sect, Yu Yuanjin said, his voice dripping with such sourness it could practically be wrung out like water. His grandson Yu Tianheng, whom he had always proudly shown off, now seemed like nothing more than a shadow compared to Tianlin. Yu Tianxin's performance had also been completely overshadowed by Gu Ran, who had consumed the iron-armored peony, not to mention Ning Rongrong, whose talent even surpassed Ning Fengji's. Today, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had not only demonstrated their current formidable strength, but also revealed their profound foundation. The younger generation was truly the sect's future. Douluo Bo crossed his arms with a cold laugh, enjoying Ghost's stiff expression while delivering his barb. Hee, old Ghost. Do you have any more hot air to blow? After half a year of interaction, he had learned quite a few cutting remarks from Tianlin. Ghost's face darkened as he spoke in a sinister tone. Humph, a bet is a bet. Whatever title Yin Yang chooses, you can decide for yourselves. Spirit Hall will no longer interfere. As he spoke, his face seemed to truly become ghost-like, eerie, and terrifying. But Douluo Bo pressed his advantage, pointing toward the 10th sandier gem-type spirit bone, his voice carrying across the entire venue. Choosing a title was always his freedom to begin with. What I'm talking about is that spirit bone. Today, all the major sects and the Heaven Do imperial family are present. Surely Spirit Hall wouldn't want to renege on their debt. You old poison, this is a matter between Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. What business does an outsider like you have meddling? Ghost raged, originally wanting to back out, but with Douluo Bo calling him out publicly, if he went back on his word, Spirit Hall's reputation would be ruined. Something far more terrifying than losing a single spirit bone. At this moment, Ning Fengji stepped forward, his clear voice steadily calming the restless crowd. Who says Poison Douluo cannot participate in Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect affairs? Fellow colleagues, I invited you all here today not only for Elder Yin Yang's title ceremony, but also for another major announcement. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will officially establish a fourth elder position. Only then did everyone remember that 4 seats had been arranged in the Seven Treasure Hall, not 3, though they had assumed the empty seat was merely meant to inspire the disciples. Ning Fengji looked around, speaking each word clearly. The owner of that 4th seat is none other than Poison Douluo. From today forward, he officially joins our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The venue fell instantly silent, with only the sound of breathing remaining. Most people stared at Douluo Bo, wanting to hear him confirm it personally. Everyone knew that Douluo Bo cherished his freedom. Spirit Hall had tried threats, bribes, and even assassination attempts, all to no avail. Was he really going to break his long-held principles now? Douluo Bo strode up to Ning Fengji with a smile playing at his lips. Sect Master Ning, I don't want to call you Sect Master, it sounds like I'm beneath you. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, thinking he was about to refuse, but then his tone shifted. How about this from now on? I'll call you Fengji directly, just like Old Sword and Old Bone do. Sounds more intimate, doesn't it? Ning Fengji nodded with a smile. Of course. That you would address me so familiarly is my honor. Then I shall call you Uncle Douluo from now on. Their exchange settled the matter, effectively announcing to the world that Douluo Bo had truly joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. From this day forward, wouldn't the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect become a super sect with 4 Douluo level experts? You old poison master, what's the meaning of this? The Spirit Hall has invited you countless times, and you've refused us every single time, claiming you dislike being bound by rules. Yet now you've joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Ghost's voice practically exploded above the Seven Treasure Hall, his perpetually cold face twitching slightly with rage. He stepped closer to Douluo, his black robes billowing, desperate to demand an explanation. The Spirit Hall's olive branches had been ruthlessly rejected time and again, and now this old man brazenly stood under the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan's banner. How could Ghost swallow such humiliation? Douluo brushed off his robes, his voice calm. In group battles, my poison is meaningless against human wave tactics. Don't forget what I, Douluo, excel at most, clearing entire battlefields until only titled Douluo remain. His gaze swept across everyone in the hall, as if calmly stating a fact. And don't forget, the snow-colored swan's kiss is now in my hands. For titled Douluo below level 95 to resist my poison? Difficult. These words made many in the hall gasp. While Douluo might not have advantages in single combat, in large-scale battles, he was a nightmare incarnate. Now with the snow-colored swan's kiss enhancing his power, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan's overall combat strength would indeed undergo earth-shaking changes. He patted Tianlin's shoulder, his face showing the loving smile of an elder toward a junior. Can't help it. This little monster promised to take care of me in my old age. At my age, Yinner will eventually marry, so I need to find a place to enjoy my twilight years peacefully. That's why I agreed. You again. Ghost suddenly directed his killing intent toward Tianlin. If he weren't in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan's territory, he truly wanted to unleash his titled Douluo power and strike down this young man on the spot. Faintly, murderous intent trembled in the air like fine needles. Chun Xin, Gu Rong, Douluo, and Yin Yang for titled Du simultaneously stepped forward, forming an invisible barrier to protect Tianlin. Should Ghost make the slightest move, they would tear him to shreds without hesitation. The young soul masters in the hall watched with burning eyes. What honor it was to be simultaneously protected by four titled Douluo. Ghost could only suppress his fury in his chest, secretly adding Tianlin to his must-kill list, vowing in his heart that he wouldn't rest until this revenge was settled. With Ghost no longer causing trouble, everyone soon returned to the Seven Treasure Hall. Yin Yang's title ceremony was completed smoothly. As title, Thunder Eagle. Commanding Thunder's might and Eagle's majesty, he awed the entire assembly. When the ceremony concluded, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, as hosts, invited guests to be seated. But how could the Spirit Hall members have any appetite for delicacies? Ghost swept his sleeves and said coldly, "We're leaving." Not bothering to leave even a single polite word. Just as they turned to go, a voice steadily halted their steps. "Old Ghost, don't rush off just yet." Yu Yuanjin stood up and declared loudly, "I also have something to announce. Since the Spirit Hall members are present, please help witness this." Ghost raised an eyebrow. "Old dragon, what are you up to now?" Yu Yuanjin ignored his grim expression and turned to give instructions. "Tianheng, bring out the item." "Yes." Yu Tianheng retrieved an ornately decorated jeweled box from his soul tool, its surface inlaid with patterns that sparkled under the lights, clearly valuable. He carried the box forward, unable to hide his excitement. Tianlin noticed this, and, his heart stirring, almost guessed what would happen next, feeling genuine joy for his friend. Yu Yuanjin withdrew his gaze and faced Ning Fengji and Douluo, his voice resonant. "Sect Master Ning, Your Excellency Douluo, this is a betrothal gift from this junior to you both. I have long admired Miss Douluo Yen, granddaughter of Senior Douluo. Today I gather courage to hope Your Excellency Douluo will grant this favor and betroth Yinner to my Yu Tianheng." Yu Tianheng solemnly stepped forward, dropped to both knees, and raised the box above his head, his voice echoing throughout the hall. "I, Yu Tianheng, swear by my martial soul that I will never betray Yinner in this life. Should I break this oath, may my martial soul shatter and I perish." Tianheng expressed his determination through his vow, then looked expectantly at Ning Fengji and Douluo. In the stands below, disciples from various major sects instantly showed fear in their eyes. Douluo had already joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and now Yu Tianheng was publicly proposing marriage. If successful, this would unite the second and third most powerful sects in the world. Such a powerful alliance would force even the Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect to carefully consider their position. Yu Yuanjin remained unhurried, still smiling as he pushed his grandson forward. "Sect Master Ning, Old Poison, look at my grandson. Though he may not possess Tianlin's extraordinary brilliance, he can still be considered a genius. He and Douluo Yin are deeply in love. Why not help them fulfill their wishes?" Ning Fengji gently stroked his long beard, his gaze shifting between Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin before speaking warmly. "I have no objections. Uncle Douluo's granddaughter is naturally his decision to make." His implication was clear acceptance. Douluo snorted coldly, his stern gaze sweeping over Yu Tianheng. "If you want to marry my granddaughter, accomplish two things. First, reach soul power level 45 or above before age 20. Second, you must gain Yenner's personal consent. I won't force her to marry someone she doesn't love." Yu Tianheng quickly clasped his fists, Thank you, Senior Douluo. What seemed like difficult conditions to others was as easy as eating and drinking for him was already at level 38, and gaining 7 more levels in a few years would be no challenge, especially since Douluo Yan's heart already belonged to him. The royal fighting team members gathered around to offer congratulations, while Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling linked arms with Douluo Yan, teasing her in whispers. The once heroic and spirited Yenner now had flushed cheeks. Though she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes, Yu Tianheng had proposed to her before a hall full of titled Douluo. What a magnificent display! Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily, patting the treasure box. Tianheng, open the box and present the betrothal gifts. Yes. Yu Tianheng lifted the lid, and purple light poured out like liquid, its undulating soul power waves striking everyone's hearts. As the radiance faded, everyone could finally see clearly it was a purple skull. A head soul bone. Exclamations arose one after another. Another supreme treasure had appeared. Yu Yuanjin smiled slightly, his words carrying barbs. We're not so petty as to deceive people with thousand-year soul bones. He then looked toward Ning Fengji and Douluo Bo. This skull was obtained when I assisted clan elders in hunting a 50,000-year poison lightning salamander. Unfortunately, it only inherited the poison attribute, not the lightning attribute, making it unsuitable for our clan. Today seems perfect. I present it to Senior Douluo, returning it to its rightful owner. A poison lightning salamander subdragon species, poison attribute, 50,000-year cultivation, and a head soul bone at that. Its value needed no explanation. Compared to the 2 pieces the spirit hall had previously offered, the difference was clear. Douluo Bo stroked his beard, the frost on his face finally melting. Old dragon, I accept your sincerity. I hope that in the future, you will treat my Yenner well. Being able to present such an item as a betrothal gift showed Yu Tianheng's regard for Douluo Yan. He had good aptitude and shared mutual love with Douluo Yan. Douluo Bo truly could find no reason to object any longer. The 7 treasure glazed tile clan and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family have successfully formed a marriage alliance. From now on, Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan are officially engaged. The evening banquet following the alliance ceremony was brilliantly lit. The 7 treasure glazed tile clan had welcomed 2 joyous occasions in succession, and everyone in the sect was beaming with happiness. The great hall buzzed with toasts and continuous laughter, yet a few figures seemed completely out of place in this festive atmosphere. In the shadows, Gui Mei hurried away from his seat as if scorched by fire, his black cloak trailing a dark shadow behind him. On the other side, Tian Xiang Huyanjun held his wine cup with an ashen face, the clear liquor untouched. Watching Ning Fengji chatting merrily with the elders of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, he seethed inward. The 12 of the 3 upper sects had joined forces. When would his elephant-armored sect ever rise to prominence? 3 days later, outside 7 Treasure City. The city gates and high walls gleamed with a pale golden light under the sun. Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan stood in the center of the city road like lovers about to embark on a long journey, their eyes filled with reluctance to part. Tianheng, be careful on your journey. I'll wait for your return. Douluo Yan's voice was soft yet firm. Yu Tianheng nodded, gripping her hands tightly until his knuckles turned white from the pressure. Yenner, no matter where I am, I'll think of you every moment. Their fingers intertwined as if trying to embed each other's shadows into their palms. Nearby, 6 single dogs, Ao Siluo, Yu Feng, Shurimo, Yu Xiaodian, and Gu Ran all rolled their eyes. Yu Tianheng was merely going home for a visit, not facing life and death separation. Was it necessary to be so clingy? Ao Siluo finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped the carriage shaft. Didn't we agree to regroup at Heavendo Royal Academy in 3 days? What's with this dramatic farewell? Isn't it nauseating enough? Don't forget, there are 6 single dogs here for contrast. Yu Tianheng raised an eyebrow and sneered. 6? Your information is outdated. Those 2 guys Shurimo and Shurimo aren't virgins anymore. This bombshell hit like thunder, and everyone's gaze immediately turned to the Shur family brothers. Yu Tianheng delivered the finishing blow. My father told me this personally. I was shocked too. After all, they're known as the most naive ones in our team. Ao Siluo's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. We promised to stay single together. Yu Tianheng is one thing, and Douluo Yan have been flirting for years, but you two, the most honest ones, secretly broke ranks first. Shurimo scratched his head with a bashful smile. Hee, it was actually arranged by our family. Our black tortoise martial soul is quite special. At a certain age, we must complete a special ritual with the opposite sex to further awaken our bloodline. Shurimo quickly added, fearing misunderstanding. We didn't abandon them. We've promised those 2 girls we'll marry them after graduation. They're living at our house now, eating well and sleeping soundly. Tian Lin nodded silently. Nearby. The Shur family brothers, like the future Su Sanshur, needed this method to activate the divine beast bloodline within them. However, the Shur family bloodline was thinner than Su Sanchi's. Even after completing the ritual, they could only slightly enhance their martial soul's power, unable to truly transform into the divine beast black tortoise. If successful, Their imperial fighting team would gain 2 more god-level martial souls. With both Sure family brothers having fiancés, Ao Siluo felt the sky was falling. Yufeng, Xiaodian, Guran, and Matthias are the 4 remaining brothers in misery. Before he finished speaking, a petite figure darted to Tianlin's side, hugging his arm tightly. You can talk about yourselves, but don't count Sword Brother in. Sword Brother has me. Ning Rongrong looked up, puffing her cheeks as she warned everyone. Gu Ran blushed slightly, stealing a glance at Yulingling. Well, although I'm still single, at least I have a target now. Ao Siluo looked around, seeing Tianlin with a little lowly squeezed into his arms, then seeing the elegant young lady standing beside Gu Ran. His heart fell into complete despair. These guys with both looks and talent were indeed impossible to remain single. He finally placed his last hope on Yufeng. Yufeng, don't bother me. I have a girlfriend. Although Yufeng was usually the quietest among them, he was actually quite the closet romantic. Tianlin had personally witnessed more than once that guy secretly dating a beautiful senior with bright eyes and pearly teeth in the flower corridor outside the academy. In the truest sense, he was actually the first one in their group to leave the single life behind. Besides that, there was also teacher Qin Ming. According to the plan, he was going to use these 3 days of vacation to take Zhou Yin back to Shrek Academy to visit Zhao Wuji and Flender. Zhou Yin came from an orphanage, so these 2 deans were like elders to him, making this trip essentially meeting the parents. Tianlin joked that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before Qin Ming could hold a little wolf cub in his arms. Sigh, Aosilo, my condolences. Tianlin patted Aosilo's shoulder and turned to enter 7 Treasure City. The others also cast sympathetic glances before leaving after all this commotion. It turned out Aosilo was the only real fool. After all the guests had dispersed, he stood alone outside the city gate, letting the wind tousle his golden hair, left in complete disarray. Meanwhile, Guimei and his group had already returned to Spirit City. In the majestic Great Hall, the Golden Generations Liina, Yin, Sheiyue, and the titled Elder Guimei all knelt in a row, not daring to breathe loudly. Bibi Dong sat regally on the Pope's throne. After listening to their report, she remained silent, only lightly tapping the armrest with her fingertips while gripping the papal scepter with her other hand, her knuckles white as if she might crush the handle at any moment. Those familiar with her knew that this current calm was merely the prelude to a storm. Her fury had reached its peak. Good, truly excellent. Her voice was ice cold, each word seeming to carry frost-sharp edges. Spirit Hall Elder Guimei, plus the 3 members of the Golden Generation, actually got played around by a 9-year-old child. Not only did the scheme to sow discord fail, but you also lost a 10th sandier gem-type spirit bone. Teacher, this is all my fault. Hulaina bowed her head, her voice choked with emotion. Originally, Elder Guei planned to refuse the wager, but I insisted on betting the spirit bone. I thought that little guy was just bluffing. If punishment is needed, please punish only me. You think you can bear this responsibility alone? Bibi Dong sneered, her gaze cold as winter stars. The problem isn't agreeing to the duel, but losing after agreeing to it. 1 great spirit master and 2 spirit elders, yet you 3 spirit ancestors suffered complete defeat. You've thoroughly disgraced Spirit Hall. The 3 pressed their foreheads tightly to the ground, not daring to argue. Bibi Dong continued her cold critique. Where did you lose? 2 words underestimating the enemy. Nana, you rashly launched a mental assault, never expecting your opponent's spiritual power to be stronger, suffering backlash instead, and withdrawing from battle right at the start. Yin, brave but foolish, overly arrogant, insisting on using your weakest spirit skill to toy with others. If you had unleashed your 4th spirit skill from the beginning, how would you have ended up with your spirit power sealed? Sheiyue, you originally had the best chance of defeating Tianlin, yet you still let him lead you by the nose. As her words fell, she rose, and the pressure of a tidal Douluo crashed down. The 3 bent their spines to the limit as sweat beads rolled down. Your Holiness the Pope, we can't blame them entirely for this. Guimei spoke up, his hoarse voice carrying self-reproach. That Tianlin has shocking strength and deep cunning. Even I was calculated by him. Indeed, if it were anyone else, the result would likely be the same. Yueguan hurried over from the side. How could he watch his old friend of many years suffer alone? Bibi Dong's gaze wandered among everyone present. Then she suddenly sneered. From what you're saying, you're all convinced by Tianlin and have no heart for revenge. Of course not. Hulaina raised her head to meet that tidal Doloalavel pressure, her tone resolute. Teacher, I, Hulaina, swear that next time I will personally defeat him. Bibi Dong settled back onto her throne, her gaze softening slightly. Today, she had finally heard something that satisfied her. Nana truly deserved to be her direct disciple. This unyielding spirit was very much like her own. Very well, what's done is done. Let's put this matter aside for now, but I'm warning you, if you lose to that Tianlin again next time, you'll all spend 3 years training in the Misty Canyon. Bibi Dong declared. An oppressive aura spread out from the papal throne like a tangible force. Everyone in the hall first trembled, then collectively breathed a sigh of relief, though their hearts still raced with lingering fear. Spending 3 years in that ghostly realm of Misty Canyon would truly turn a person into a vengeful spirit. Taking advantage of Bibi Dong's slightly softened tone, Hulaina stepped forward. Teacher, do you know exactly how that Tianlin managed to counter Yen and me? Even the spirit fusion technique between my brother and me had no effect on him. Her eyes were sharp, clearly viewing that day's defeat as an unforgivable humiliation that could only be cleansed with Tianlin's blood. Bibi Dong raised her hand in a calming gesture, her gaze sweeping over the group as she spoke with certainty. Based on your descriptions, Tianlin is indeed extraordinary. The failure of Nana's charm suggests he possesses a spirit bone that amplifies mental power, protecting him likely a skull bone. Yan's flames being instantly extinguished indicates absolute attribute suppression, meaning he most likely commands ultimate fire. As for his third spirit skill, Feng Shui circulation, its effect should be status removal. Though your spirit fusion technique with Xiaoyu is powerful, it's fundamentally still a status type ability, which he completely counters. The Pope had reconstructed most of the truth from mere fragments of information, leaving everyone silently amazed at the genius who once stood alongside the Grandmaster. The only error was that Tianlin's protective item was actually an external spirit bone. Such a rare treasure was beyond ordinary imagination. Hulaina seized the opportunity to expand her thinking. If that's the case, we're not without hope of victory. Next time I can avoid him and directly charm the other two. If Yin switches to Earth attribute attacks, he won't be suppressed by ultimate fire. And if my brother abandons the spirit fusion and uses his soul power above level 40 to execute Crescent Moon alone, Tianlin is merely a soul elder in his 30s and would struggle to defend. In just a few words, she had outlined several strategies to break through in their next encounter. Xiaoyu and Yan's previously drooping shoulders straightened again, with Xiaoyu coldly declaring, with moonblades in hand, I will personally sever his head in the next battle. Ghost Douluo nodded approvingly from the side. The Pope's personal disciples were indeed different. True powerhouses never feared failure. Seeing morale restored, Bibi Dong raised her hand to address the main issue. Now tell me about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. The second greatest sect under heaven has now become a colossal force with 4 Douluo, their influence already surpassing the former Clear Sky clan. This was her greatest concern at the moment. Yuan offered gentle reassurance. Your Holiness need not worry. Though 4 Douluo in one sect is formidable, it still cannot match the deep foundations of our spirit hall. Before he finished speaking, Bibi Dong shot him a cold glance. Foolish. Don't forget that among those 4 Douluo are Sword Douluo Chin Xin with the strongest attack, Bone Douluo Gu Rome with the strongest defense, and Poison Douluo Bo with the strongest group combat abilities. No matter how many titled Douluo we have, it's meaningless against them. Douluo Bo, wielding the snow-colored swan's kiss, can poison and kill all titled Douluo below the super Douluo level. Bibi Dong sat regally on the papal throne, her slender fingers lightly tapping her scepter, her gaze cold and menacing. Her original 4 titled Douluo below level 95 plan, prepared to deal with the 7 treasure Glazed Tile clan, had now become a joke. Douluo Bo alone could eliminate all that combat power. Currently, her highest-ranking subordinates, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, were no match for Douluo Bo. Did she really have to take action herself? Considering the crucial 10 years for inheriting the Rakshasa god position, Bibi Dong immediately shook her head. Taking action personally would be counterproductive. That left only one path: borrowing the power of the worship hall. With this thought, her gaze pierced through the palace halls, coldly sweeping toward the direction of the worship hall. Forget it. All of you may leave. I need to think this through carefully. Nana, stay behind. She waved her hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. As Yu Guan and Gue Mei reached the palace entrance, Gue Mei couldn't help but speak up. Your Holiness, regarding the 10th sandier gem-type spirit bone we promised to the 7 treasure Glazed Tile clan, should we honor our agreement? Humph. Bibi Dong struck the ground heavily with her scepter, causing divine patterns to emerge. You personally promised this in front of all the major sects and the Heaven Do imperial family. Do you think we can go back on our word? We still have 3 sandier gem-type spirit bones. Have Luo Air and Jia La choose one to send to the 7 treasure Glazed Tile clan. Remember to choose a head bone. Gem-type spirit bones provided the best enhancement when placed in the head position, with significantly reduced effects in other locations. Bibi Dong minimized the loss while leaving herself some leeway. Yes. Fearing to anger her further, Gue Mei quickly retreated with Yu Guan and the others. The papal hall was soon left with only Bibi Dong and Hulaina. The flame-like lamplight reflected on the golden-patterned floor, casting 2 elongated shadows. Hulaina bowed respectfully. Teacher, what are your instructions for keeping me here? Nana, those words you spoke earlier were merely to boost Xiaoyu and Yan's confidence. Bibi Dong spoke directly, lowering her voice. But ask yourself honestly, if you encounter Tianlin again, what are your chances of victory? Hearing the name, Tianlin, Hulaina lowered her eyelashes. She indeed couldn't hide anything from her teacher. Less than 50% chance, and the longer time passes, the lower our chances become. Tianlin could already crush them despite being nearly 10 levels lower. Once he caught up in level, there might not even be a possibility of turning the tables. As I thought, Bibi Dong sighed softly, Qian Rinxue's image floating in her mind. Talent comparable to Tianlin's, yet unusable due to their severed master-disciple relationship. With this thought, her gaze sharpened. Nana, your talent is equally exceptional. Now absorb this. As her words fell, a sapphire blue-head spirit bone rose from her palm, emanating clear spiritual fluctuations before settling steadily in Hulaina's hands. Teacher, this is? Hulaina looked up in surprise. The wisdom head bone of spiritual concentration, left by a spiritual-type spirit beast of over 50,000 years, the finest of the finest. Since that Tianlin uses spirit bones to suppress you in spiritual power, you shall win back in the same domain. How could our spirit hall's foundation lose to a mere 7-treasure, glazed tile clan? Bibi Dong's words rang with authority. This item was originally planned as the championship prize for the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament years later, but she had brought it out early to help Hulaina defeat Tianlin. Thank you, teacher. Hulaina's eyes blazed with excitement. She understood this spirit bone's value once absorbed. Her spiritual power would increase several-fold at minimum, making it impossible for Tianlin to suppress her spiritually again. Hulaina's confidence was completely restored. Tianlin, 7-treasure glazed tile clan, just wait for me. I, Hulaina, will make you all pay the price sooner or later. Time flies, and 3 years have passed since the 7-treasure glazed tile clan's title ceremony. During these 3 years, the Douluo Continent has remained peaceful. When discussing the most sensational events, people still instinctively mention that grand ceremony. The 7-treasure glazed tile clan, boasting 4 Doa masters, has firmly secured its position as the greatest sect under heaven. In contrast, the Haotian sect, which has faded from public view due to its seclusion, is still perceived by the world as having only 2 Doa masters, making it incomparable to the current prestige of the 7-treasure glazed tile clan. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Tianlin, once a 9-year-old child, has grown into a handsome 12-year-old youth, with his cultivation advancing rapidly as well. The scene of him crushing 3 opponents from Spirit Hall remains a popular topic of conversation among soul masters during their leisure time. On the battle arena of the 7-treasure glazed tile clan, a gentle breeze makes the ribbons at the platform's edge flutter loudly. Today marks the rare occasion when Tianlin and Guren have returned from the Imperial Academy to visit their sect. Qinshin and Gulong have specially arranged for several ordinary soul ancestors to test their cultivation progress. Guren takes the stage for the first battle. His soul power has now reached level 44, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, demonstrating the foundation of a legitimate soul ancestor. 3 years ago, he received 1 strength-type left arm bone from the 2 ordinary soul bones that Spirit Hall had given to Dugubo. The other poison attribute skull bone still awaits a suitable host. In comparison, Duguyan's gains were even more precious. The betrothal gifts from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family included a Poison Lightning Salamander Super Soul Bone. The soul skill she comprehended after absorbing it was so fierce that even Tianlin found it difficult to evade. Additionally, Spirit Hall sent representatives to present a 10th Sandier gem-type soul bone, the Purple Crystal Spirit Cat's right leg bone. The Purple Crystal Cat's body is covered with crystalline gems, excelling in speed and spiritual power. If it were an arm bone, it would likely inherit the soul attack skill Cat Spirit Claw, but the right leg bone grants its bearer the speed skill Purple Crystal Clone. This soul bone perfectly suited Ning Rongrong, so Ning Fengji gave it to his daughter. After Rongrong absorbed it and combined it with the drunken immortal moon-gazing steps that Tianlin taught her, her survival ability on the battlefield improved dramatically. On the field, the standoff between Guren and the 3 battle soul ancestors fell into a brief silence. From the sidelines, Tianlin called out teasingly, "Guren, give it your all. If you lose today, Grandpa Bone might really break your bones." Guren turned back with a grin. "Boss, don't worry about me." That moment of distraction immediately energized his 3 opponents, who seized the opportunity to charge forward together. First soul skill, Bull Rush. First soul skill, First Strike. Third soul skill, Reckless Charge. The 3 attacks surged like raging waves. Even an ordinary soul king wouldn't dare to take them heeded. Yet Guren didn't move a step, crossing his arms and forcibly withstanding all the impacts without even using his Death Tyrant Dragon Soulbone skill. Through years of training, he had completely refined the Iron Armor Peony's medicinal power into his body. Calling him a defensive soul ancestor wouldn't be an exaggeration now. As the momentum dissipated and the dust settled, Guren raised his head. His gaze swept across the 3 faces one by one, his voice calm yet oppressive enough to tighten their chests. "Now then, it's my turn to counterattack. Fourth soul skill, domain of bones. Gu Ran slammed his arm against the ground, and instantly, countless skeletal remains shot up from beneath the surface. These bones were not only incredibly resilient, but also contained deadly toxins. Anyone pierced by them, even with the slightest scratch, would have the poison enter their body and become completely paralyzed. This fourth soul skill was renowned for its wide-range bone domain attacks combined with powerful control abilities, ranking among the top techniques even when compared to other soul skills of the same level. The soul ring had been personally selected by Gu Rong himself since his own fourth soul skill was also a bone domain technique. He understood its power well and knew exactly which type of soul ring would most likely produce similar abilities. As expected, Gu Ran had successfully inherited the skill without any complications. In an instant, the three soul ancestors found themselves surrounded by layers of bone spikes that had suddenly erupted from the ground. Sharp cones whistled through the air, brushing past their clothing with piercing sounds. Since they were fellow disciples, Gu Ran showed mercy. The bone spikes only swept around them without causing actual wounds, yet they had already immobilized all three completely. Brother Gu Ran is truly formidable. We admit defeat. The three soul ancestors immediately raised their hands in surrender. They clearly understood that if Gu Ran hadn't held back, they would likely be lying dead on the ground by now. Below the stage, Gu Rong put on a worried and troubled expression, yet his tone was full of pride as he sighed. Alas, these ordinary soul ancestors are simply no match for Ranner. Forget about giving him any trouble. They can't even withstand a single one of his soul skills. Chun Xian and Ning Fengji rolled their eyes upon hearing this. Anyone could see that the old bone was clearly showing off in a roundabout way. Chun Xian raised an eyebrow with feigned casualness. Old bone, since you're so confident, how about letting Xiao Tian go up and spar with Gu Ran? Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. They need to face some setbacks from time to time. Gu Rong looked as if a fishbone had gotten stuck in his throat, his smile immediately freezing on his face. After a long pause, he retorted bitterly. Old sword, if you want to find someone to fight my disciple, at least find a human being first. Your disciple is basically a reincarnated monster. Ning Fengji nodded silently. Although he was also annoyed by Gu Rong's smugness, he had to admit the assessment was accurate. The current Xiao Tianlin was no less formidable than Gu Ran in terms of both level and combat ability, especially considering his fourth soul ring. Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned toward the soul fighting arena. After Gu Ran left the stage, Tianlin stepped up, facing 7 soul ancestors as his opponents. The numerical advantage didn't give those 7 any confidence. Anyone who knew Tianlin understood just how terrifying this young man was. Tianlin maintained a humble demeanor, cupping his hands toward his fellow disciples. Senior brothers, here I come. Please prepare yourselves. Sword control technique. With his light shout, a demonic sword flew from his hand into the air. After years of rigorous practice, Tianlin had mastered the sword control technique to perfection, and against opponents of this caliber, there was no need for him to wield the sword personally. 10,000 swords art, shadow remnant, sword 10,000 swords, demon slaying. This was a combination soul skill that Tianlin had created himself. Ever since mastering the 10,000 swords art, he had experimented with fusing it with the shadow remnant sword, discovering that the power could be multiplied several times over. Although his 10,000 swords art currently only achieved 1,000 swords, it was more than sufficient. Each demonic sword split into 5 shadow swords, and in an instant, the sky was filled with over 5,000 gleaming blades, all targeting the vital points of the 7 soul ancestors. With just a thought from Tianlin, the rain of swords could turn his opponents into pincushions in seconds. Wait, Boss Xiao Tian, we surrender. The 7 soul ancestors almost simultaneously raised their hands high, not even bothering to release their martial souls. Since they had no power to resist, it was better to admit defeat directly rather than suffer unnecessary pain. From beginning to end, Tianlin hadn't moved a single step or even revealed his soul rings, yet he had effortlessly won the match. Gu Rong put on an as expected expression and called out to Chen Xian. See what I told you, old sword? Having people test this monster is just a waste of time. Now, when Xiao Tian goes all out, I'm afraid even ordinary soul kings might not be able to defeat him, and he could even contend with soul emperors. Since Tianlin and Gu Ran could only stay for one day and had to return to Heaven Do Royal Academy tomorrow, they both decided to take a rare break from their cultivation. It was uncommon for them to come home, so spending time with family was worthwhile. Besides, Tianlin still needed to return to 7 Treasure Village that evening to accompany his parents. Tianlin had originally planned to bring his parents to live at the sect, but after staying only a few days, the elderly couple said they weren't used to it and insisted on returning to the familiar 7 Treasure Village. He could only respect their wishes as long as they were happy. During lunch, the sandalwood round table was filled with aromatic dishes as the family chatted and laughed together in harmony. Just as Tianlin picked up his chopsticks, he noticed a familiar figure was missing and couldn't help but frown. Uncle Ning, where's Rongrong? Normally, That little princess would cling to his side, chattering away the moment she heard he was back. But today, he hadn't even seen her shadow. Ning Fengji raised his cup and sipped his tea, his tone as casual, as if discussing the weather. Her? Last time she went to Heavendo Royal Academy to see you, she spotted other women surrounding you. In a fit of anger, she ran away from home. I don't have other women. They just approached me on their own, Tianlin explained urgently, his voice rising. Given his strength, appearance, and status, there were indeed many female upperclassmen trying to curry favor with him. That day, Ning Rongrong happened to witness a curvaceous senior bringing him food, which immediately infuriated her. The more he explained, the more agitated he became, but he noticed that Ning Fengji was just leisurely sipping his tea without a trace of worry in his expression. Tianlin's eyes narrowed slightly. Since this guy was so calm, Rongrong's whereabouts were obviously under control. He had just been frightened and lost his composure. With the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's current security measures, it would be impossible for Ning Rongrong to slip away unnoticed without the cooperation of high-level experts. Looking around, he discovered another regular was absent. Uncle Ning, where's Grandpa Eagle? Did you send him to protect Rongrong? I didn't do that. Ning Fengji set down his teacup. Uncle Eagle followed her on his own. Since advancing to title Douluo, he said his life goal had been achieved, and there was nothing left for him to do at the sect, so he's secretly protecting Rongrong. Yin Yang's potential limit was actually only the peak of an 89-level soul Douluo. If he hadn't taken the purple gold pill refined by Tianlin to barely break through, he would probably have been stuck at that bottleneck for life. The pill's effects had long since worn off, and now no matter how hard he cultivated, his soul power improved extremely slowly. He was expected to reach at most level 92 or 93, making it nearly impossible to become a super Douluo. So the old fellow simply focused his energy on nurturing the younger generation. Regarding Ning Rongrong, this elder who treated her like his own granddaughter doted on her no less than those 2 sword and bone, old stubborn men. Fengji, how dare you say that? Sword Douluo immediately put on a stern face upon hearing this. With Rongrong going out, you only thought to send 2 mere soul kings? Our 7 treasure glazed tile sect doesn't lack soul saints or soul Douluos, even have 4 title Douluos now. Ning Fengji shrugged. Rongrong won't be in danger. With our 7 treasure glazed tile sect's reputation, most soul masters wouldn't even dare to target her. Besides, judging from her direction of travel, she's probably planning to join Shrek Academy. Just like in the original story, Ning Rongrong still went to the place she was meant to go, but this time for 2 reasons. The first was out of spite. She was angry about Tianlin's popularity with women and wanted to find a team to defeat Tiando Royal Academy and prove her excellence. She knew about Shrek Academy's existence because she had previously asked Tianlin about the real contenders in the next Continental Soul Master Academy tournament. Tianlin had casually mentioned Spirit Hall Academy and Shrek Academy, and she immediately memorized both names. Since she vividly remembered how Spirit Hall had used their power to pressure the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, she naturally had no fondness for them, making Shrek Academy her only choice. The second reason concerned the sect's greater interests. Tianlin had mentioned that he would eventually visit Shrek himself, partly to use certain people there, partly to recruit useful talent, and partly to appropriately suppress some overly promising future threats. Most importantly, there was Tang San. While Tianlin no longer needed immortal herbs and was even planning to trick Tang San again, Tang San's hidden weapons were exactly what the 7 treasure glazed tile sect desperately needed. The sect's direct disciples lacked offensive capabilities, and without hidden weapons, they might repeat the tragedy of annihilation in future soul-hunting missions. The talisman arts from Mount Shu could currently only produce support talismans. Attack talismans required mastery of the 5 elements immortal arts, which Tianlin knew nothing about. The sect's expertise in swordsmanship, Taoist arts, sword forging, and pill refining couldn't quickly improve overall combat effectiveness, making hidden weapons the only breakthrough. So Ning Rongrong volunteered to scout Shrek Academy first and pave the way for her sword brother. She thought to herself, with the future sect master personally asking, wouldn't that be enough face? Could a mere Shrek Academy really teach better than them? This decision infuriated Sword Douluo Chen Xian and Bone Douluo Gu Rong, who slammed the table in anger. While Shrek had limited fame in the outside world, within Spirit Hall, rumors suggested that a young elder was a graduate from there. Qin Ming, the star teacher at Tiando Royal Academy, also came from Shrek. Qin Ming's soul power had now reached level 65, 3 levels higher than in the original timeline, and with his talent combined with purple gold pills, becoming a titled Douluo was just a matter of time. The 2 super Douluos argued back and forth until Ning Fengji had a splitting headache, yet he couldn't refute them after all. They spoiled their granddaughter to the core. Master, Grandpa Bone, don't worry, Tianlin said in a deep voice to comfort them. My current teacher also graduated from Shrek Academy. I'll have Teacher Qin take me to visit Rongrong soon. Ning Fengji seized the opportunity to add, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, with Uncle Eagle escorting her and Tianlin ready to provide support at any time, Rongrong will be fine. Besides, She really needs to see the world outside. Long-term secluded cultivation isn't beneficial for her growth. Gu Rong nodded slightly upon hearing this, finding the words reasonable. Chen Xian snorted coldly. If anything happens to Rong Rong, I'll hold you responsible. Before his words finished echoing, he flew away on his sword. Ning Fengji watched the sword light disappear, cold sweat running down his back, too formidable to provoke. Truly too formidable. Meanwhile, Tianlin entered the sect's pill refining facility. In recent years, the sect had established a new medicine hall responsible for refining pills and assisting disciples' cultivation. While Dugubo was the nominal head, Tianlin actually controlled it, had promised not to assign work to the old poison master and had to keep his word. The courtyard was shaded by dense trees, and Dugubo lay alone on a reclining chair enjoying the cool air. Snakes indeed preferred shade. Hearing footsteps, he didn't even bother opening his eyes, merely humming lazily. Little monster, you're back? Seeing that Dugubo couldn't even be bothered to open his eyes, Tianlin said helplessly. I say, old monster, aren't you being a bit too leisurely? Planning to retire before you're even 90? You're a titled Douluo, your poison has been cured, and you've got at least 200 more years to live. With so much time left, are you really planning to just lie in that chair and sunbathe? Ha Dugubo first stretched and then yawned, his tone lazy. Weren't you the one who personally said you'd provide for my retirement? This place has abundant spiritual energy and beautiful scenery. Every day I eat and sleep, cultivate when I feel like it, no longer worry about poison backlash, and don't fear spirit hall causing trouble. Life is quite comfortable. Tianlin shook his head earnestly. But lying around like this all the time will make your body rust eventually. Even the strongest titled Douluo needs to move around occasionally. This old man doesn't rely on fists and feet to fight, so what's there to fear about a little rust? My poison, however, grows stronger by the day. Dugubo snorted dismissively. This statement was indeed true. 3 years ago, Tianlin had transcribed and given Dugubo the alchemy section from the Shushan treasure record. With nothing else to do, he had been researching various poisonous herbs. Now his storage pouch had 2 additional layers of seals. The second layer held his trump card Snow-Colored Swan's Kiss at the very bottom, while the first layer was packed with over a dozen types of poisonous herbs. Each contained intense toxins that could merge with his Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor poison, creating countless terrifying new poisons. Although Dugubo's soul power hadn't increased these past few years, his combat strength had at least doubled. If he encountered Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo working together again, they would never survive his endless waves of poisonous mist. Fine, suit yourself. Tianlin waved his hand, no longer trying to persuade him, and pushed open the door to enter the alchemy room. Only then did Dugubo open his eyes, gazing at the young man's departing figure and muttering to himself, this little monster's soul power has increased again, truly heaven-defying. Ultimate attributes should slow down cultivation, yet he still surpasses most geniuses. Tianlin's rapid soul power advancement was thanks to Dugubo, giving him the ice and fire yin yang well. The intense ice and fire attributes there perfectly compensated for the cultivation delays caused by ultimate attributes. Now Tianlin spent half of each month at the academy, with the remaining time meditating quietly at the ice and fire yin yang well. Dugubo had set up poison formations in advance, making it impossible for any soul beasts or outsiders to enter truly a natural cultivation sanctuary. When returning to the academy, he would also cultivate with Xue Qinghe using the power of heavenly snow, maintaining equally impressive speed. As for why he didn't rely on the power of heavenly snow every day, Tianlin didn't want to strengthen his enemy. Qian Rinxue's cultivation speed was already terrifying. She had innate 20th rank soul power and no ultimate attribute restrictions. Tianlin had already noticed that since she began using the power of heavenly snow, her true soul power was approaching soul sage level. At this rate, by the time she officially appeared in the original timeline, she would likely be a genuine soul Douluo. How could he possibly defeat her then? Over the years, Xue Qinghe had truly been exceptionally kind to Tianlin. Despite being busy as the crown prince, she always made time to visit him, bringing cultivation-enhancing pills, precious soul tools, or even detailed information about attribute-bearing soul beasts. These favors fell upon Tianlin's shoulders like snowflakes, accumulating bit by bit until they had unknowingly formed a towering mountain. He had secretly weighed the situation countless times. If he continued to owe her like this, forget about being able to defeat Xue Qinghe in the future. He might even hesitate to raise a hand against her. He had never considered himself a good person, but he held never forgetting kindness as his bottom line. Even if he truly had to fight Qian Rinxue to the death in the future, he would first repay every bit of this debt of gratitude. Lost in these troubled thoughts, Tianlin entered the sect's alchemy hall. The spacious hall was filled with medicinal fragrances, and over a dozen disciples in alchemy robes immediately moved upon hearing his arrival, rushing to the entrance in unison. Greetings, young master. These disciples had originally been ordinary gatekeeping soul masters with mediocre cultivation. After Tianlin recognized their talents and brought them into the path of alchemy, they had become indispensable members of the sect, feeling both grateful and reverent toward him. Tianlin gestured for them to dispense with formalities, his tone gentle yet decisive. Everyone, I must return to Heaven Do Royal Academy tomorrow and need several pills. Please prepare them and have someone deliver them later. Please give your orders, young master. Everyone immediately held their breath and listened attentively. One profound origin pill, one bottle of ice soul pills, one bottle of breath concealing pills, and several soul nourishing pills. How long will it take to prepare everything? The disciples immediately discussed in low voices and quickly provided an answer. Reporting to young master, except for the profound origin pill, which will require more effort, the rest are not difficult. Within half a month, we will definitely complete everything and deliver them personally. Half a month, that works. Tianlin nodded. Then I'll await your news. Thank you for your hard work. Serving young master is our honor. The disciples waved their hands repeatedly. Tianlin's occasional politeness actually made these people feel uneasy, further strengthening their determination to make the pills as perfect as possible. In fact, these pills were not for Tianlin himself. The profound origin pill, ice soul pills, breath concealing pills, and soul nourishing pill, she planned to use them to win over several geniuses from the Shrek Seven Devils. As long as they agreed to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, forget these common pills, even immortal divine pills, he would not be stingy with. But if they refused his generous offer, he wouldn't waste even a chicken feather on them. Additionally, Tang San possessed many good things, and Tianlin was already planning how to invite them all over. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, having left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect like an unrestrained young colt, was truly stepping into the outside world for the first time. Her eyes were hardly sufficient to take everything in. Crystal lamps at street corners, spice stalls at alley entrances, soul tool flying vehicles patrolling the sky, everything filled her with wonder. The slight jealousy she had felt earlier because of Tianlin had long been cast to the ninth heaven. Yin Yang, the titled Douluo secretly protecting her, followed from afar, watching the young girl's cheerful steps and gently shaking his head. How long had she been out? Forget about Ning Fengji and the other seven. This sword brother she constantly mentioned had probably been temporarily forgotten. From the eastern district to the western district, by was Ning Rongrong's only rhythm. She had money and a soul tool storage space with amazing capacity, collecting every curious item she encountered. The bright sound of gold coins attracted the covetous attention of many thieves and rogues, but whenever these villains were just brewing their schemes, they were silently eliminated by Yin Yang, ensuring a peaceful journey. After several days of traveling, a weathered yet conspicuous plaque came into view: Shrek Academy. The shabby gate had peeling paint, and the stone lions beside the entrance were incomplete, far from the prestigious school atmosphere she had imagined. Ning Rongrong wrinkled her delicate nose. No way, this is the Shrek Academy that Sword Brother mentioned? I feel like even our dining hall is more luxurious than this. However, she still harbored some curiosity. Could such a shabby academy really cultivate geniuses comparable to Sword Brother and the Spirit Hall's golden generation? After all, they were monsters among monsters. Forget defeating them. It would be difficult to find even one person from the younger generation who could come close to them. Are you kidding me? This is supposed to be a Soul Master Academy, one that supposedly grants graduates the title of Viscount. In front of the academy gates, weathered lime peeled from the crumbling earthen walls in the wind, while a wooden plaque hung askew, looking ready to crash to the ground at any moment. Ning Rongrong wasn't the only one harboring doubts. Many parents in the queue shared her skepticism. This is what the Spirit Hall told us, so it shouldn't be wrong. But this academy looks way too run down, muttered a young man's father as he looked around, his voice full of hesitation. The boy tugged at his father's sleeve, complaining quietly, "Dad, I don't want to study here. It's too embarrassing. I'd rather go to Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. I was considered a genius at the elementary academy, after all. Since we're already here, let's wait a bit longer. Maybe this is just a test, and the Real Academy is somewhere else." The father could only console him. Similar complaints rose and fell throughout the crowd, with disappointment written across most of the young faces. Ning Rongrong stood among them, her gaze sweeping over each face. During her time training with Tianlin, she had learned to read people's expressions and mastered Shushan's perception techniques. Amidst the cacophony of doubts, she keenly detected several steady auras. Besides herself, 3 others appeared remarkably composed. A young couple positioned third behind her, and a lone girl at the very end of the line. The soul power fluctuations within them were only slightly weaker than her own. If these people truly intended to enroll here, then this academy's foundation might indeed rival that of the Spirit Hall Academy. The person handling registration was an elderly man in his 60s. He leaned against a crude wooden table with a lazy expression, dressed in coarse cloth, no different from an ordinary villager. However, in Ning Rongrong's eyes, the soul power within him was solid and profound, at least at the Soul King level. Having a Soul King handle registration work alone spoke volumes about the Academy's teaching staff. At the front of the queue, a young man approached the table. The old man casually instructed, registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Put them in that box. The boy's father quickly pulled out 10 gold soul coins from his pocket, dropping them into a simple box made of nailed wooden boards with a clinking sound. Extend your hand. The boy obediently stretched his hand toward the old man. After feeling the boy's palm, the elder raised an eyebrow, shook his head, and said, age doesn't meet requirements. Move along. The boy froze, turning to his father for help. Teacher, my son just turned 13. Could you make an exception? The father asked with a forced smile. The old man impatiently waved his hand. Don't hold up the other students. Get going. Just as the thought of getting the registration fee back arose, the father was refused by the elder. Mubai, someone wants a refund. Handle it. The old man called out lazily. As soon as he spoke, a handsome young man jumped down from a nearby tree, landing silently, his golden hair gleaming in the sunlight. Want your money back? Fine. He raised his hand as yellow, and purple rings rose from beneath his feet. Beat me, and I'll return every coin. The purple thousand-year soul ring lit up, and overwhelming pressure rushed forward. The father and son's faces instantly turned pale, and without another word of complaint, they slunk away dejectedly. This guy is only 2 or 3 years older than Brother Jian. Ning Rongrong silently assessed his aura. His soul power is around level 37, slightly inferior to Brother Jian's, but still exceptional among the younger generation. Without the immortal herbs, the members of the royal fighting team would probably have inferior talent compared to Dai Mubai. Seeing the troublemaking candidate being driven away, the gray-robed elder decided to save time by standing up and raising his voice. This place is called Shrek Academy. Shrek means monster. We only accept monsters, not ordinary people. If you're over 12 years old or your soul power is below level 21, don't waste your time. As his words fell, soul power erupted from within him, and an iron blue staff materialized in his palm. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. 6 soul rings rose in perfect order, their brilliant colors radiating overwhelming pressure. Ning Rongrong instantly realized her earlier assessment had been too conservative. This man wasn't a soul king, but a soul emperor. Interesting. She flashed a mischievous smile and stepped forward gracefully. After paying the registration fee, she extended her arm. The moment the elder's finger touched her wrist, his eyebrows shot up, clearly startled by her soul power. Did I pass the preliminary test? Ning Rongrong asked sweetly. Her charming appearance immediately caught Dai Mubai's attention. His eyes lit up with interest, while the girl who had been standing at the back of the line Xiao noticed this and frowned slightly, clenching her delicate hands at her sides. The elder composed himself and asked, does your family know you're here? They say education should be available to all. As long as I meet the Academy's requirements, you have no reason to reject me, right? Ning Rongrong countered with a question of her own. Well said. The elder chuckled, then instructed, Dai Mubai, take her over to wait for the second test. Just as Ning Rongrong took her position, the next pair of young candidates stepped forward. Tang, San, and Xiao Wu. After confirming their ages, both released their martial souls, blue silver grass and soft bone rabbit. Though these martial souls appeared ordinary, they displayed soul power far exceeding their peers, once again surprising the elder. Monster Academy needs exactly these kinds of monsters. If the elder was merely surprised, then someone hidden in the shadows was utterly shocked. Yin Yang, concealed in the darkness, fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Wu. When the soft-bone rabbit martial soul appeared, her unique aura could no longer be hidden. Xiao Wu was actually a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. A transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Yin Yang's breathing quickened, his fingertips trembling slightly. What had started as a simple escort mission for the young princess had led to such an incredible opportunity. A 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone would be an earth-shattering fortune for any sect. If Ning Fengji could absorb this soft-bone rabbit soul bone when reaching the 9th ring, or if it were saved for young master Ning Tian's future use, the 7 treasure, glazed tile sect's power would skyrocket. He was about to strike immediately when a far more terrifying aura suddenly pinned him in place. The presence felt almost tangible, making it difficult for this titled Douluo to even lift his hand. Who's there? Yin Yang scanned his surroundings, but saw no one. Anyone capable of concealing their presence under his nose clearly possessed strength superior to his own, and had obviously also set their sights on the soft-bone rabbit. Since Ning Rongrong had successfully entered Shrek Academy and wouldn't be in immediate danger, Yin Yang weighed his options and quietly retreated to seek reinforcements. If I can't handle this myself, I'll get Shin Xin. He gritted his teeth inwardly, his heart burning with desire. 100,000-year soul beast ranked number 1 on every soul master's dream list was determined to claim it. Yin Yang left Shrek Academy and headed back toward the 7 treasure, glazed tile clan. Just as he walked out of Soto City, before the soft crackling of pine needles under his feet had faded, he suddenly sensed that familiar and sharp aura closing in on him again. Someone had been following him all along, yet he only noticed now. Yin Yang stood in a forest clearing, looking around as he called out in a deep voice. Which senior is there? Please show yourself. Anyone capable of completely suppressing his presence without a sound had to be at least at the titled Douluo level, possibly no weaker than Yu Engine. Even if he couldn't win in a fight, he was confident he could escape. First, he needed to figure out who this was so Dust Heart could prepare accordingly. After all, knowing your enemy is key to victory. From the treetops came a light chuckle. You flatter me. I should be the one calling you senior. Yin Yang looked up to see a black-robed man standing on a branch, appearing from nowhere. His eagle martial soul granted him sharp vision, allowing him to clearly see that somewhat aged face around 50 years old, with weathered features etched between his brows. Yin Yang's pupils contracted. Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao. Tang Hao, who had been missing for over 10 years, appeared before him without warning. Tang Hao's voice was hoarse and low. Yin Yang, it's been nearly 20 years since we last met, hasn't it? Congratulations on breaking through your limits and reaching the titled Douluo level. The Tang Hao of old had been spirited and sharp-edged, but now he only gave off an air of weathered experience. Yin Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. Coming from the continent's youngest titled Douluo, that sounds like mockery. Though he had become a titled Douluo himself, he still couldn't see through Tang Hao. The man's cultivation was conservatively estimated to be above level 95. You didn't appear today just to congratulate me. It's about that 100,000-year-soul beast, isn't it? Yin Yang asked. Tang Hao nodded. Exactly. I know you want to return to your sect to report this matter to Ning Fengji, but I hope you'll do me a favor and keep it secret for now. I'll repay you handsomely afterward. Yin Yang replied coldly. Why should I? Tang Hao, a transformed 100,000-year-soul beast means a 100,000-year-soul ring plus a 100,000-year-soul bone. Give it to the right level 90 expert to absorb, and you instantly create someone far superior to an ordinary titled Douluo. You've been expelled from the Clear Sky sect. What right do you have to order me around? Tang Hao raised his head, cold light flashing in his eyes. So you're refusing? Then let's settle this with our fists. As one of the slaughter gods from the city of slaughter, he released his intense killing intent, locking onto Yin Yang completely. Yin Yang didn't dare be careless. His martial soul possessed him as 9 soul rings lit up in sequence: 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. A hint of disdain crossed Tang Hao's lips as the Clear Sky hammer materialized in his hand, 9 rings rising around him as well: 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. In the small forest outside Soto City, 2 of the world's titled Douluo faced off against each other. Read a 100,000-year soul ring. Yin Yang was suddenly startled. Tang Hao's aura pressed down like a collapsing mountain, with a full 4-level gap between their titled Douluo ranks. At this level, even a single minor realm difference was like heaven and earth, let alone 4 levels. He had never been confident about facing Tang Hao Heaton, and now seeing that blood-red 100,000-year soul ring pulsing wildly beneath the Clear Sky hammer, his heart turned cold. If they truly fought, he probably couldn't withstand even 2 of Tang Hao's hammer strikes. Yin Yang, my words still stand. Tang Hao's voice was deep and carried the finality of clashing metal. As long as you swear on your martial soul right here and now not to reveal any information about this 100,000-year soul beast, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you die here today. This approach of courtesy before force was Tang Hao's carefully considered decision. Though the Clear Sky sect and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect bore no deep grudges, both were currently under heavy pressure from the Spirit Hall, and he was unwilling to create another powerful enemy if it could be avoided. However, he absolutely would not allow what happened between him and Yin to repeat itself with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yin Yang's mind raced. He was reluctant to give up this 100,000-year soul beast and refused to admit defeat. Though he was no match for Tang Hao, as an agility-type Douluo, if he didn't linger in battle and retreated with full force, this assault-type powerhouse might not be able to catch up. This was his only hope. Tang Hao seemed to see through his plan. Bloodlight flashed suddenly. An overwhelming killing intent spread from beneath his feet. The moment the domain formed, Yin Yang felt the surrounding air congeal into a blood-colored swamp, his movements becoming as sluggish as if trapped in mud. Don't even think about escaping. Tang Hao's voice came through the killing aura. This is my death god domain. Within this domain, your speed is reduced to almost nothing. Combined with my Clear Sky sect's inherited ultimate technique, just 1 hammer strike is enough to send you to your grave. Thinking of the Clear Sky sect's terrifying ring explosion secret technique, cold sweat instantly broke out on Yin Yang's back. If Tang Hao truly didn't hesitate to destroy his own soul ring, with the explosive power of that 100,000-year soul ring, he could indeed be instantly annihilated. The position of titled Douluo was hard won, and Yin Yang naturally valued his life. If he died, the information couldn't return to his sect, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect would lose a titled Douluo for nothing. It simply wasn't worth it. Taking a deep breath, he finally made his choice. Fine. Tang Hao, I'll give you this face. Yin Yang raised his hand to press against his martial soul, his voice resolute. I swear on my martial soul, today's matter of the 100,000-year soul beast is known only to you and me. If I speak even half a word to a third person, may my martial soul shatter, and I die instantly. Only after the oath was made did Tang Hao withdraw his death god domain and clear sky hammer, his entire being like a heavy sword returning to its sheath, the edge still present, but no longer threatening. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Tang San and Xiao Wu being involved, he truly didn't want to turn against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Even if he could kill Yin Yang today, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would certainly investigate with all their might. Yin Yang had appeared to protect Ning Rongrong, and following this thread would be enough to point toward Shrek Academy. When the time came, if Sword Douluo and Bone Do recognized Xiao Wu, could he continue killing? That would bring the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's relentless pursuit, which he wasn't confident he could face. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yin Yang. Tang Hao restrained his aura, his tone carrying helplessness. The Clear Sky sect and Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect are both among the upper three sects and shouldn't cross swords. Today was truly unavoidable. No one could possibly let go of a 100,000-year soul beast upon seeing one. This I understand. Yin Yang snorted coldly, but could only accept his fate. With the oath made, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. It seems this 100,000-year soul beast will ultimately fall into the Clear Sky sect's hands. He secretly regretted not bringing Sword Douluo and Xian along that day. If that level 98 powerhouse had been present, even with Tang Hao possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, he might not have gained any advantage. Moreover, the 7 kills sword technique and 7 kills domain were in no way inferior to Tang Hao's Clear Sky sect ultimate skills and Death God domain. Tang Hao looked at Yin Yang's displeased expression and said, "You seem to think I'm keeping Xiao Wu around for her soul ring and soul bone? Isn't that the case?" Yin Yang shot back. "What other reason could there possibly be? Yin Yang, would you like to hear my story?" Tang Hao's voice suddenly grew heavy, as if memories were pulling him back over a decade. "Since you've already sworn an oath, I have nothing left to hide. Sure, I've got time anyway. Let's talk as we walk." Yin Yang casually brushed the dust from his sleeves and turned toward Shrek Academy. Since he'd promised not to take any information back to the sect, returning would be pointless. Better to continue secretly protecting Ning Rongrong. Tang Hao walked alongside him. The mountain path through the forest was silent, broken only by the soft crack of dry branches underfoot. Tang Hao began with his wife A Yin's true identity, revealing her secret as a 100,000-year soul beast, telling how she willingly sacrificed herself to give him her soul ring and soul bone, and how his rage led him to severely damage Spirit City, making him a fugitive hunted across the entire continent. Yin Yang remained silent throughout, his expression unnaturally calm. Tang Hao couldn't help but glance at him sideways. After reaching the titled Douluo realm, has your mental fortitude grown to such an extent? This kind of story doesn't move you at all. Yin Yang shook his head. Of course I'm shocked, but I was prepared. I never expected our sect master's deductions to be completely accurate. His titled Douluo status had elevated Yin Yang to the sect's highest echelons. After years of dedicated service, Ning Fengji held nothing back from him, even sharing the grudge between Tang Hao and Spirit Hall, as well as Tang San's twin martial souls. The sect master? Ning Fengji? Tang Hao raised an eyebrow. He pieced together the truth through pure deduction, truly worthy of being called the wisest sect master. Indeed. Yin Yang lifted his chin slightly. The sect master also deduced that Tang San, who's with Xiao Wu, is your son and possesses twin martial souls, correct? Tang Hao stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with shock. After more than a decade without meeting Ning Fengji, his secrets had been seen through completely. Seeing this reaction, Yin Yang smiled smugly. In terms of strength, our sect master might not match you, but when it comes to wisdom, you're probably 100,000-year soul rings distance behind him. I'm thoroughly convinced. Tang Hao rarely admired anyone in his life, but now Ning Fengji ranked second, with Yu Xiaojing being first. So Yin Yang, you should understand why I won't harm Xiao Wu. I don't want Xiao San and Xiao Wu to repeat the tragedy that befell A Yin and me. I understand, I do. Yin Yang paused. But even if you and I say nothing, if other soul Douluo or titled Douluo discover that girl, they certainly won't let her go. To be honest, I don't think Spirit Hall was wrong in what happened back then. Soul masters hunting soul beasts is the rule of this world, even if that soul beast was your wife. So you're saying I was wrong? Tang Hao suddenly clenched his fists. A Yin was his reverse scale. He couldn't tolerate even the slightest disrespect toward her. Yin Yang shook his head. You weren't wrong either. As a husband, protecting your wife is only natural. In the end, there's no absolute right or wrong between you and Spirit Hall. It's just a matter of different positions. Tang Hao slowly unclenched his fists, his gaze downcast. Over the years, hadn't he considered this very reasoning? But logic aside, the fact remained that Spirit Hall had killed his wife, and he couldn't possibly not seek revenge. At worst, when the time comes to attack the Spirit Hall, It won't be about standing on some so-called righteous ground to crusade against evil, but purely seeking vengeance for his wife. This line of thinking in Yin Yang's mind actually originated from Tianlin. Tianlin couldn't stand Tang San's high and mighty attitude in the original story. Attacking the spirit hall was fine, but why did he have to do it under the banner of carrying out heaven's will? What was wrong with simply saying it was for revenge for his mother and Xiao Wu? Standing up for family wasn't something shameful. In Tianlin's view, the spirit hall was merely ambitious. Not everyone there was utterly evil. At least over these years, he had personally witnessed Qian Rengshu in her identity as Prince Shui King of being extremely benevolent toward commoners. She frequently submitted memorials pleading for the people, and under her governance, the lives of ordinary citizens in the Heaven Do Empire had visibly improved. In contrast, the noble's power was gradually being weakened. The fact that the entire city now praised Prince Shuiqing's wisdom was clear proof. Therefore, even if he must become her enemy in the future, Yinyang wouldn't raise the banner of punishing evil and eliminating wickedness. He would simply declare openly, the Spirit Hall would never spare the 7-treasure glazed tile clan that refused to submit, and he must protect his own sect. It was merely a difference in stance. Over these years, Tang Hao had actually come to understand this point as well, though it remained to be seen whether Tang San would grasp it in the future. As the two conversed, they had returned to Shrek Academy. At this moment, Tang San's group was entering the 4th test, and the examiner was actually the immovable bright King Zhao Wuji. With his soul power at level 76, personally testing 4 youngsters who hadn't even reached level 30 was truly disgraceful. Yin Yang and Tang Hao exchanged glances, each clenching their fists. Tang Hao, after the children finish their test, I'm planning to take Zhao Wuji to a nearby grove tonight to get some fresh air. Interested, Yin Yang's lips curved in a dangerous smile. Since Thunder Eagle Your Majesty extends the invitation, how could Tang Hao refuse? Tang Hao had been planning exactly this. Poor Zhao Wuji had no idea he was about to experience the original story's double the joy. On the training ground, Zhao Wuji tossed out an incense stick, 1 stick of incense worth of time. Discuss your tactics before coming up. Tang San and Xiao Wu were first to announce themselves, level 29. Following closely was the voluptuous Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 agility attack type battle soul master exactly as in the original story. The real surprise came from the last girl. Ning Rongrong, level 29 auxiliary type great soul master, martial soul, 7 treasure, glazed tile pagoda. 7 treasure, glazed tile pagoda. The continent's acknowledged strongest auxiliary tool martial soul. Xiao Wu nearly jumped in surprise. Auxiliary type cultivation is inherently difficult, yet you're at the same level as me and Xiao San? By normal logic, Ning Rongrong in the original story was only level 26 when she first appeared. But over these years, though she hadn't taken the true immortal pill, heaven-mending pill, Tianlin often refined cultivation-assisting pills for her. Combined with Ning Rongrong's own increased diligence, she had achieved such progress. If she hadn't invested so much energy into cultivating divided mind control, she would probably have already broken through level 30. Blushing under everyone's stares, she quickly waved her hands. Don't look at me like that. This is all thanks to my sword brother's help. Let's focus on passing Teacher Zhao's test first. Though everyone was curious about who this sword brother was, now was clearly not the time for deep inquiry. The pressing matter was figuring out how to survive 1 stick of incense worth of time under Zhao Wuji's hands. Let me introduce Teacher Zhao's characteristics first. Teacher Zhao possesses a powerful beast martial soul, the mighty Vajra Bear, which excels in both offense and defense with no weaknesses. Speed was originally Teacher Zhao's weakness, but given the huge gap in soul power between you, that weakness becomes irrelevant. Dai Mubai explained to the 4 students. His tone was grave as his gaze swept across Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong's faces one by one. Fortunately, your martial soul combination is reasonably balanced. You'd better discuss tactics quickly. Otherwise, forget lasting 1 incense stick's time. You probably won't even survive his first wave of attacks. In his heart, he didn't hold much hope. Whether they could pass depended entirely on whether Zhao Wuji was willing to go easy on them. The 4 exchanged glances briefly before abandoning lengthy discussions. The positioning was clear with strong attack, agile attack, control, and support roles. Each maintaining their position would be the most suitable tactic. Soon, they arranged themselves in a fan formation before Zhao Wuji. Ning Rongrong took the initiative. 7 treasures turn out, glazed pagoda. Accompanied by a gentle shout, she spun gracefully in place as 7-colored light burst from within her body. A magnificent, noble pagoda radiating flowing colors appeared in her palm. 2 light patterns immediately emerged from the tower. 7 treasures named. First is strength, second is speed. Using split attention control, she precisely applied enhancements to the 3. Tang San and Xiao Wu received strength boosts, while Zhu Zhuqing was infused with speed. The distribution was appropriate, not wasting a trace of soul power. Well, I'll be damned. This year's candidates actually include a disciple from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect who has mastered split attention control. Zhao Wuji grinned broadly. That old ghost Flinder is going to be over the moon. With that, he pulled out an incense stick from his chest, lit it, and casually stuck it in the ground, officially beginning the assessment. Zhao Wuji's form suddenly sank down, legs half-crouched, muscles bulging. Boom. His fists slammed the ground, sending earth-yellow waves surging toward Ning Rongrong. Oh no. Tang Sen instantly understood his intention. The Grandmaster had once warned him that when encountering Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect soul masters, one must eliminate them first. Zhao Wuji clearly understood this principle as well. Blue-silver grass shot out as Tang San tried to pull Ning Rongrong back to safety. However, Ning Rongrong moved faster than the blue-silver grass. She touched the ground lightly with her toes, her form flashing like a phantom. With several steps that seemed like teleportation, she made the earth waves miss completely. Zhao Wuji frowned deeply and pounded the ground repeatedly. For thicker waves roared forth, but each time, Ning Rongrong seemed to anticipate their landing spots in advance, gracefully avoiding them with exquisite footwork. Tang San's gaze sharpened slightly. This movement technique is even more mysterious than my ghost shadow perplexing track. She seems to have detection-type soul skills that complement her footwork. No wonder the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has such deep foundations. He had assumed it was a sect's inherited secret technique. In fact, those were the Shushan Scout detection technique and advanced movement skill drunken immortal gazing at moon steps that Tianlin had taught her, specifically designed to enhance battlefield survivability. Zhao Wuji's repeated targeting of Ning Rongrong created opportunities for the other three. Tang Sen suddenly released a large amount of blue-silver grass, entangling Zhao Wuji's thick arms and calves from the side. Xiao Wu seized the moment to leap up for a frontal assault, while Zhu Zhuqing slipped along the grass shadows to the flank, her claw shadows flashing. The three coordinated seamlessly, managing to catch Zhao Wuji off guard. Humph, that Zhao Wujithi's old man will definitely kill him. From the shadows, Yin Yang watched with blazing eyes, yet could only grit his teeth and curse in a low voice. A dignified soul sage actually targeted his little princess with so many attacks right from the start. At this moment, Yin Yang in the shadows was furious beyond measure. Zhao Wuji, a dignified soul sage, had actually targeted his little princess with so many attacks right from the beginning. Yin Yang, calm down. Your little princess is fine, Tang Hao urged from the side. Before his words had fully settled, Zhao Wuji suddenly changed his charging direction, his tower-like frame bearing down directly on Tang San. Break the control first, then the offense. This was the instinctive tactical judgment of his seasoned experience. Control-type soul masters were the brain of the team. When the brain shut down, the limbs naturally lost their power. Second soul skill, vigorous Vajra palm. His soul power erupted thunderously as his broad palm, carrying fierce winds, struck toward Tang San. If this blow landed solidly, the body of a mere great soul master would collapse on the spot. Zhao Wuji very well. Tang Hao, who had been mediating just moments before, gripped his clear sky hammer tightly the next second. The double standard of a titled Douluo protecting his own was displayed to the fullest at this moment. Seven treasures are renowned. Second treasure, speed. Ning Rongrong chanted urgently, and the speed enhancement instantly fell upon Tang San. His body lifted by a touch of lightness. Tang San silently praised Ning Rongrong's timing and compatibility. Just when speed was needed, she provided it. Good, he shouted low, consecutively deploying mysterious jade hand, controlling crane capturing dragon, and ghost shadow perplexing track. Palm strength as solid as black iron directly deflected Zhao Wuji's impact. Controlling crane capturing dragon dispersed the remaining force like flowing water. Ghost shadow perplexing track, enhanced to move fast as afterimages, allowed Tang San to retreat swiftly along the ground, escaping the palm wind's range. Dragon whisker needles go. The counterattack followed immediately. The platinum crystal dragon whisker needles shot through the air, their power and speed surging under Ning Rongrong's dual enhancement. Zhao Wuji had intended to resist with his muscles, but the moment the needle tips entered his body, they suddenly curled, drilling into his muscle fibers. The tearing pain made his expression change. Seven treasures are renowned. Second treasure, speed. Ning Rongrong chanted again, this time applying speed to herself and Xiao Wu while withdrawing the strength enhancement from everyone. Tang San and she understood each other with a glance. Direct confrontation wasn't the solution. With Zhao Wuji injured, they should use evasion to buy time. The entire arena instantly erupted into chaos. Besides Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing was already remarkably fast, and Ning Rongrong and Tang San possessed mysterious footwork. For figures crisscrossed and darted across the platform, making it difficult for Zhao Wuji to lock onto all of them simultaneously. What a bunch of little monsters, I've underestimated you. He flew into a rage, his roar deafening. Fifth soul skill, gravity squeeze. The 10th Ascendier soul ring's radiance exploded, and a terrifying pressure spread outward from him as the center. The platform seemed pressed down by an invisible giant hand, while simultaneously generating whirlpool-like suction, forcibly dragging everyone toward him. No matter how exquisite their movement techniques, they were difficult to execute against absolute gravitational force. Damn it! Blue Silver Grass first soul skill bind. Tang San gritted his teeth as blue silver grass burst from underground, binding everyone and anchoring them firmly to the ground, resisting the suction as much as possible and blocking a moment's displacement for everyone. Considerable time had already passed. If they could just hold out a little longer, they could still achieve victory. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being power. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong withdrew all her enhancements from the group and channeled all her soul power into Tang San alone. Outside the arena, Zhao Wuji let out an appreciative grunt. Even facing his 10th Sandier soul skill, these little monsters still refused to give up. Their mental fortitude was truly impressive. Because Ning Rongrong's performance far exceeded that of her peers, this battle had already deviated greatly from the original script. The resilience shown by the 4 students had secretly satisfied Zhao Wuji. He had originally planned to use only his first 4 soul skills, but now found himself forced to employ his 5th soul skill just to barely suppress them. If they could hold out a little longer, these children might actually win. But as a soul sage, he had his pride to maintain. Having already revealed his 10th Sandier soul skill, how could he face his colleagues at the academy if he lost now? Gravity Crush. With an angry roar, Zhao Wuji's soul power surged dramatically. The overwhelming pressure of a 7-ring soul sage crashed down like a torrent of steel, instantly pulling Tang San and the others toward him. Zhao Wuji had previously used only 20% of his strength, and even now was at most using 40%, yet it was already more than Tang San, a great soul master, could withstand. Vigorous Vajra Palm. 2 massive palms wreathed in golden light rose high, targeting all 4 students. It's over. Tang San's heart tightened. Unwilling to admit defeat, thoughts of hidden weapons and the clear sky hammer flashed through his mind simultaneously. But just as he raised his hand, he saw Ning Rongrong's figure suddenly blur into an afterimage and vanish completely. In that moment of surprise, he lowered the trump card he had been about to reveal. Golden lights swept across the arena. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were knocked unconscious by the impact, but Ning Rongrong safely evaded. Its vigorous Vajra palm struck nothing but air. The time limit of 1 incense stick has passed, Teacher Zhao. I'm still standing, so we've passed this assessment, haven't we? Ning Rongrong walked back into the center of the arena with light steps, her long lashes fluttering slightly as she smiled sweetly. Who would have thought that the one to emerge completely unharmed would be her, an auxiliary-type soul master, all thanks to the footwork techniques her sword brother had taught her, and that soul bone. Zhao Wuji's expression was complex, but he remained forthright. Yes, you've won. A loss was a loss, and he accepted it. However, there was still one thing he needed to confirm. What I pulled toward me just now was your clone, wasn't it? The 7 treasures glazed pagoda doesn't inherently possess cloning soul skills. You have a soul bone. Ning Rongrong nodded slightly. A purple crystal cat right leg bone with cloning abilities. Having come this far, there was no point in hiding it. Excellent. Cloning can greatly improve an auxiliary soul master's survival rate, and combined with your mysterious footwork, your future is limitless. Zhao Wuji composed himself and solemnly announced, from this day forward, you 4 little monsters are officially new students of Shrek Academy. With those words, he turned to leave, having deployed his 10th Sandier soul skill only to still lose was truly embarrassing, and he just wanted to return to his quarters for some self-reflection. Teacher Zhao, please wait. Tang San stepped forward, his fingertips covered in a jade-colored luster as he reached toward Zhao Wuji's shoulder. There was a dragon whisker needle there, which could only be removed by cutting away the flesh if extracted incorrectly. Moments later, the fine needle had been drawn out by his mysterious jade hand. Zhao Wuji nodded at Tang San and then departed directly. Before long, Dai Mubai called Oscar over. His sausages were extremely beneficial for healing and soul power recovery, but unfortunately, the soul incantation was far too vulgar. The girls like Ning Rongrong would rather endure their injuries slowly than try this thing. As night deepened, the lights of Shrek Academy went out one by one, and the day-long entrance examination finally came to an end. Apart from Ning Rongrong's group of 4, no one else passed all the assessments. Even those who occasionally made it to the 4th round couldn't last more than a move or 2 against Dai Mubai. Nevertheless, this was still the largest intake Shrek had seen in recent years. At this moment, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji sat alone in his room, feeling dejected. Given his status, he naturally had a secluded residence, but he never expected that what started as an itch for some exercise would leave him thoroughly embarrassed by a few children. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly admire those 4 little monsters. Though Tang San's martial soul wasn't particularly strong, he possessed sharp combat awareness and exceptional talent. His future achievements might even surpass Dai Mubai's. Ning Rongrong was even more gifted with the strongest support-type martial soul, divided attention control, sensing techniques, mysterious movement skills, plus a rare Tentasandier soul bone. She was practically the prototype of a future top support soul master. Zhao Wuji struck his left palm with his right fist and sighed heavily. Just my luck. Meeting these little monsters, I can only train them properly. Jade must be carved to become a gem. As his words fell, a rather wicked smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Wuji. Just as he was contemplating how to deal with his disciples, two voices exploded simultaneously in his ears. As a 76th level soul sage, his perception covered 100 meters, even falling leaves couldn't escape his notice. Yet these two voices seemed to whisper directly against his eardrums, instantly putting him on high alert. Who's there? Zhao Wuji shot to his feet, his gaze sharp as lightning. Having roamed the soul master world in his younger days, he had made quite a few enemies, so naturally his thoughts turned to revenge seekers. Come out. Two elusive auras instantly locked onto him. His soul power erupted as he leaped through the window in one bound, rushing toward the dark shadows lurking outside the courtyard. I know you're here, come out. The moment he landed, he completed his martial soul possession. 7 soul rings floated from bottom to top, golden light interweaving with darkness in a dazzling display. Humph, a 7-ring soul sage. Who would have thought the famous, immovable Bright King would be hiding in this little Shrek Academy? A cold voice came from directly behind him. Yin Yang had somehow appeared behind him without warning, and cold sweat instantly soaked Zhao Wuji's back. The fact that his opponent could get so close without him noticing was enough to make him extremely cautious. Isn't that perfect? I was just thinking about having a sparring match with you. These old bones of mine haven't moved in quite a while. The second voice was casual, yet carried an oppressive presence. At that moment, another figure appeared on the tree branch directly in front of him before he could react. The two approached Zhao Wuji one after the other, and at the same time, soul rings began to manifest. First, 2 yellow and 2 purple halos rose steadily beneath their feet, spiritual light surging and spreading like ripples on water. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji sneered, thinking to himself, is this all they've got? However, his smile lasted only an instant. Immediately after, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th soul rings lit up simultaneously, all deep black. The black rings were as heavy as iron, making even the air seem to grow dense and oppressive. Zhao Wuji's brow slowly furrowed. This battle today would not be one to take lightly. When the final 2 soul rings ascended behind the pair, especially when Tang Hao's 9th soul ring as dazzling as fresh blood appeared, Zhao Wuji had only one thought. This is bad. Don't come any closer. Those were titled Douluo, and there were 2 of them. The usually domineering man instantly dropped his arrogance, bowing respectfully with a trembling voice. Honored seniors, please don't joke with this humble one. How could I possibly be worthy of sparring with you two? Yin Yang lifted his gaze indifferently. What makes you unworthy? During the day, you bullied those children quite ruthlessly, and you gave my little princess especially thorough attention. I saw it all. Tang Hao added coldly. Exactly, so we're here to bully you too. You can certainly consider this us using our strength to oppress the weak. To protect his beloved disciple, he cast aside all dignity, acting just like those old men in the sect. With that, a massive black iron hammer materialized from thin air, its surface etched with menacing patterns, causing the air itself to hum and vibrate. He advanced toward Zhao Wuji step by step, each footfall striking like a blow to Zhao Wuji's heart. Yin Yang suddenly turned his gaze toward the forest. Since you're here, come out. Do you really think you can hide from 2 titled Douluo? As soon as the words fell, a tall figure emerged from the trees, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting cold light in the moonlight. He landed steadily, raising both hands slightly to signal that Zhao Wuji need not speak, while summoning his martial soul to resist the pressure from the 2 titled Douluo. Broadened owl instantly took form, its feathers sharp as blades cutting through the air currents. This man was a soul sage with 7 rings, equal in rank to Zhao Wuji. Yin Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, another eagle-type martial soul. This furied owl would be quite suitable for my reconnaissance division. The newcomer cupped his fists and bowed. Greetings to His Majesty Clear Sky and His Majesty Thunder Eagle. He had summoned his martial soul purely for protection, with no intention of fighting. Zhao Wuji drew in a sharp breath. Hearing his companion's address, he finally realized who these 2 were. His heart suddenly contracted when had he offended these 2 deadly stars. The black-robed man was the Soul Master World's acknowledged strongest power-type fighter, Clear Sky Douluo. Though his martial soul was also power-type, comparing himself to Tang Hao was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. And Yin Yang, called Thunder Eagle Douluo, though less famous than Tang Hao, was equally formidable in strength and specialized in agility attacks. If this person launched a sneak attack, Zhao Wuji probably wouldn't even know how he died. Even more terrifying was that these 2 were the guardian Douluo of the world's 1st and 2nd greatest sects respectively. Zhao Wuji had already hidden in the academy as a teacher after offending Spirit Hall, and now if he also offended both Clear Sky Sect and 7 treasure glazed tile sect, there truly might be no place left for him on the entire Douluo Continent. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at the newcomer and said, "No need for formalities. Yin Yang and I are both here to cause trouble. Cat Eagle Martial Soul, level 78, worthy of Flinder, the main combatant of the original Golden Iron Triangle. This Shrek Academy is yours, isn't it?" Flinder nodded slightly, lowering his tone. "Yes, your majesties. I wonder what offense Zhao Wuji has committed against you two lords. Could you perhaps grant me some face and spare his life?" Yin Yang let out a mocking laugh as lightning crackled behind him. "Don't worry, we have no intention of killing him. As long as he can survive attacks from Tang Hao and me for the duration of one incense stick, we'll turn around and leave immediately. After all, when my granddaughter is bullied, her grandfather must seek justice. It's only natural." As his words fell, Yin Yang's thunder eagle possessed his body, and blue-white arcs of electricity instantly caused dark clouds to churn in the sky. Tang Hao shifted his stance, and both men simultaneously transformed into streaking shadows, shooting toward Zhao Wuji. Seeing the dire situation, Flinder very wisely stepped aside, even spreading his wings in a hands-off attitude. "Since you two majesties only wish to guide him, please proceed." Bang! Bang! Boom boom boom. The air was torn apart by fist force and lightning. The training ground erupted in clouds of dust. Zhao Wuji had barely managed to activate his martial soul's true form when he was alternately pummeled by the two titled Douluo, sent rolling across the ground as his agonized screams pierced the night. In reality, there was no need to burn an incense stick. Everything was settled within 3 breaths. Yin Yang retracted his thunder wings, and Tang Hao lifted his clear sky hammer before casually dropping it. Zhao Wuji lay face down on the ground, his head swollen into a round ball, both eyes completely blackened, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, with only heavy breathing remaining. After the battle, Tang Hao bent down and whispered a few words in the ears of both Zhao Wuji and Flinder, then departed through the air with Yin Yang, leaving only the sound of thunder slowly dissipating in the clouds. Only after confirming the two majesties had gone far did Flinder dare to turn back and help the dust-covered Zhao Wuji to his feet. Zhao Wuji immediately began complaining. "Flinder, you really have no loyalty. You just stood there watching the show. If they hadn't shown mercy, my corpse would probably be cold by now. What do you know?" Flinder half-dragged, half-supported him. "If they truly wanted your life, I would have had to die alongside you. You should be grateful that only Thunder Eagle His Majesty came from the 7 treasure glazed tile clan today. If it had been Sword His Majesty, you'd be missing limbs at the very least. As for Clear Sky His Majesty, he's someone who dares to beat up the Pope. Would he have any reservations?" Zhao Wuji groaned repeatedly. "I'm just unlucky. Who would have thought that among the 4 children taking the exam, 2 would come from the world's first and second greatest sects respectively? Tell me, there won't be someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family among them too, will there? If there really is, boss, I'll have to resign and flee." Thinking of Yu Engine, the Thunder Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Zhao Wuji grew increasingly fearful as he spoke. "That man despises evil like an enemy. My reputation on the continent wasn't exactly spotless in the past. I can't guarantee he'd show the same mercy as these 2 did today." Flinder glanced at him helplessly. "Stop overthinking. Just having the Clear Sky sect and 7 treasure glazed tile clan involved is already a blessing for our Shrek Academy, and you're still worrying about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family." With that, he helped Zhao Wuji slowly walk toward the academy. The night was deep, with insect chirping drifting near and far in the woods, only their footsteps echoing in the empty campus. The night had grown late, and none of the students at Shrek Academy knew that so much had transpired during this seemingly peaceful evening. As for Zhao Wuji's pig-headed face from the beating, it would likely take quite some time to heal. The next morning, Flinder gathered the Shrek 7 devils to begin their first lesson. However, the morning session was actually only for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, while the others would train in the evening. As the morning sun crested the rooftops and mist still clung to the field ridges, Flinder led the 2 support-type students to the dirt road at the village entrance. He got straight to the point. "Run laps 20 circuits around the village. Support-type soul masters must first learn how to escape. That's basic knowledge." 1 lap around the dirt road was a good 2 to 3 miles, and 20 laps sounded endless. Oscar flexed his wrists and casually produced a tender pink sausage to replenish his stamina and soul power. Ning Rongrong, however, frowned. She never touched that food born from such vulgar incantations. Flinder stood to the side, watching her with hawk-like eyes. This pampered young lady from the 7 treasure glazed tile clan would probably never finish, and he was already prepared to deliver a harsh lecture when she inevitably gave up halfway through, ready to humble her pride. However, every step Ning Rongrong took was firm and resolute. Tielian's teachings had taken deep root in her heart. Never give up until the very last moment. Even as her stamina rapidly depleted, she persevered. By the 8th lap, fine beads of sweat had formed on her forehead, dampening her hair at the temples. Oscar caught up, panting as he offered a sausage. Hey, Rong, you can't keep this up. Why don't you eat one of my sausages? Otherwise, no matter how hard you try, you won't finish. Ning Rong gave him a cold glance. Who are you to call me Rong? Just call me Student Ning. As for your sausage, keep it for yourself. Oscar persisted, adopting the shameless flirting tactics he'd learned from Dai Mubai, forcing a smile. Don't be so distant. We'll be together for the next few years, so let's get acquainted. Ning Rong suddenly understood. This guy had developed feelings for her. At 12 years old, her soul power had accelerated her physical development, making her graceful and beautiful. Such looks weren't uncommon in the clan, but the male disciples there all knew about Sword Brother Tianlian's existence and didn't dare be too bold. She stopped running and asked directly, "Do you like me?" You figured it out." Oscar's ears reddened slightly. "To be honest, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Though he appeared more mature than his peers, unlike the worldly Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, he was essentially still an innocent young man. Ning Rong shook her head, her tone decisive yet polite. "I advise you to give up. First, I already have someone I like, me Sword Brother. Second, according to 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan rules, I can only marry a battle soul master. You and I are both support types, so it's impossible between us." With those words, Oscar felt as if he'd been scorched by blazing sun. Frozen in place, his beautiful first love had been uprooted before it could even sprout. Ning Rong paid him no more attention, adjusted her breathing, gritted her teeth, and continued running forward. She might not reach the finish line, but she would never quit halfway. In the distance, Flender put away his mocking smile, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. At that moment, not far from Satoa City, a young man had also arrived in the city. It was Tianlian. He had already obtained the pills he needed from the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. As it happened, Qin Ming was planning to bring the Imperial fighting team to Soto City's Great Spirit Arena for training, just like in the original story, so he decided to arrive ahead of schedule. His true purpose for this trip was to see Ning Rong. Tianlin was worried she might be bullied at Shrek Academy, especially by Daimyo Bay. If that guy dared to intimidate Rong like in the original story, he would draw his sword without hesitation. After asking passersby for directions to the academy, he strode forward along the tree-lined path straight toward Shrek. At noon, Ning Rong and Oscar stumbled through the academy gates, gasping for breath. "Did you both finish the run?" Flender looked up from his attendance sheet. "Yes, we both finished," Oscar quickly answered. He was actually the only one on the team to complete all 20 laps, but worried about Ning Rong being punished, he reluctantly lied. Even though she didn't like him, she was still his first love. Ning Rong waved her hand to stop him. "Don't cover for me." Reporting to the dean, 20 laps was too much. I ran out of energy on the 17th lap. Flender nodded, but his tone was unusually gentle. "I understand. You can make up for the lack of stamina later." He didn't scold her at all, leaving Oscar completely puzzled. Flender smiled and explained, "Are you wondering why I'm not angry? I'm surprised too. Rong is a pampered young lady, yet she gritted her teeth and ran to her absolute limit before stopping. Physical strength can be trained, but willpower is the rarest quality. You've impressed me greatly. How could I bear to punish you?" Ning Rong's eyes lit up. "My sword brother taught me this. He said that a person's limits can only be discovered through personal trial, and those who give up halfway will never find their limits. Only by finding your limits can you break through them and reach greater heights." Speaking of Tianlin, her face filled with pride. This sword brother again. Tang Sen felt an itch of curiosity. Ning Rong had mentioned that her profound spirit power was thanks to this person's help, and now she was quoting such philosophical words. She was increasingly eager to meet this master. Flender looked thoughtful. Rong, are you talking about the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan's greatest genius, the Sword Lord, Jun Tianlin?" Ning Rong nodded. "Yes, he's my sword brother. When it comes to genius, no one in the world can compare to him." Tianlin's reputation had spread across the continent after he easily defeated the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation at the title ceremony. In recent years, Chen Xian often took him down the mountain for training. Practicing the 7 kills sword technique required actual combat without killing. One cannot comprehend the way of the sword. In just this period alone, many bandits, tyrants, and even evil spirit masters had died by his sword. The people respected him and bestowed upon him the title Sword Lord, which perfectly matched his identity as Sword Da Chen Xian's disciple. While Ning Rong spoke of Tianlin with high spirits, Oscar's heart turned sour. Her claim of having someone in her heart wasn't an excuse. His shadow had already filled her entire world. After training ended, the still hopeful Oscar stopped Flender. "Teacher, may I ask you something? Does the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan have a rule that direct disciples can only marry battle spirit masters?" Flender saw through his thoughts and sighed. "That's correct, and I think it's reasonable. If 2 support-type spirit masters are together, who would protect whom? Oscar, I also hope your future partner will be a battle spirit master. You and Rong truly aren't compatible. Moreover, Tianlin is indeed an ancient millennium genius. Even the Spirit Hall's golden generation was utterly defeated by him. If you want to compete with him, your chances are slim. I understand, teacher. I'll go now. Oscar hung his head and returned to his dormitory, dejected and dispirited. Watching that lonely figure, Flinders smiled bitterly. He could guide his students in cultivation, but he couldn't manage matters of the heart. He could only hope Oscar would recover soon. Shrek Academy looks even more run-down than I imagined. Following directions from passers-by, Tianlin finally found the academy's main gate. The crumbling walls, weathered wooden doors, and sparse patches of grass in the courtyard all showed how vastly different this place was from Heaven Do Royal Academy. He muttered to himself. Calling it the difference between heaven and a doghouse wouldn't even begin to describe the gap. How could a refined young lady like Rong possibly endure staying in a place like this? Hey, who are you to be talking such nonsense here? At the gate, Dai Mubai, who had been planning to head out for a stroll, happened to overhear Tianlin's remarks and immediately darkened his expression. Tianlin looked up to study the newcomer carefully, golden hair cascading over his shoulders, a handsome face with a wicked smile, and bright, piercing eyes. This was indeed the legendary Dai Mubai. You're Dai Mubai? Tianlin confirmed. Oh, so you know me? Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, his tone proud. Too bad enrollment at Shrek Academy closed yesterday. Someone who can't even show up on time for registration has no right to enter my Shrek, let alone make casual criticisms. Before he finished speaking, golden light erupted around his body, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Kid, apologize for what you just said, or don't blame me for not being polite. Tianlin smiled lightly, his manner casual. I'll admit I was rude, but I wasn't wrong. The conditions here really are poor. Forget about precious training facilities. You probably don't even have the most basic mimicry cultivation grounds, do you? Bastard. Dai Mubai's hot temper was completely ignited, and he threw a punch at Tianlin. In his anger, he used 70% of his strength, holding back the remaining 30% only because his opponent appeared young. The wind from his fist was fierce, making clothes flutter. Tianlin extended one palm and effortlessly blocked the punch, his tone calm. Too impulsive. I only said the training environment was poor. I wasn't belittling Shrek. Does an academy's excellence really depend only on how luxurious it looks? Dai Mubai's heart shook. His 70% strength had been caught barehanded, and his opponent hadn't even released his martial soul. He retreated several steps, assuming a formal battle stance, and solemnly introduced himself. Dai Mubai, 37th level power attack system battle soul elder, martial soul, evil-eyed white tiger. Who exactly are you? Wanna know? Tianlin beckoned with his finger. First let me see what you're capable of. Then I'll fight until you talk. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with cold light. First soul skill, white tiger barrier. His first soul ring blazed forth, silver-white radiance covering his entire body as his strength, attack, and defense all surged by 50%. This amplification was even higher than the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's boost before the 4th ring, though it could only enhance himself and consumed enormous soul power with limited duration. He stepped forward and threw a thunderous punch, this time with full force. With the white tiger barrier's enhancement, his punch strength had increased to 150% of before. Tianlin no longer moved leisurely, meeting force with force in a direct punch. The air was torn apart by the two tremendous forces, exploding with a deep rumble. Both men retreated 2 steps, dust flying beneath their feet. Dai Mubai was shocked. This guy's strength was comparable to a soul beast's giant claws, able to match him blow for blow. Could his martial soul be the blue lightning tyrant dragon? Tianlin also silently praised, excellent force. Even Tianhing's strength during his soul elder period was only about this level. This evil-eyed white tiger truly wasn't inferior to the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Try this. Dai Mubai's second soul ring lit up. Second soul skill, white tiger light wave. Milky white soul power surged wildly as blazing white light gathered around his body, and a tiger's roar rumbled from his throat. With his furious shout, a ball of milky white light shot forth from his mouth. This is a powerful long-range energy attack technique. That's quite an impressive move. Now take my sword strike, demon subduing, sword control. Tianlin pointed his fingers like a blade, raising his wrist gracefully as a ring of blazing white sword energy instantly spread outward. Demon subduing sword control was an advanced technique from the Shushan sword arts, capable of mobilizing countless sword energies within the body. It could either transform one sword into 10,000 swords for sweeping coverage, or condense energy into a sword for precise assassination. At this moment, he chose the latter. The sword energy condensed into a 10-foot ethereal blade that shrieked as it collided with Dai Mubai's white tiger fierce light wave. The energy clash lasted only an instant, yet that beam of light was torn open, and the ethereal sword broke through like waves, stabbing straight toward Dai Mubai's chest. How is that possible? For the first time, Dai Mubai felt utterly defeated in pure offensive power, his face filled with shock and disbelief. As the sword edge approached his shoulder, he suddenly snapped back to reality. His muscles swelled, black tiger stripes crawled across his entire body, and he forcibly blocked the energy sword with his physical form. Third soul skill White Tiger Vajra transformation. After activating this 1000-year soul skill, he gained 30 minutes of enhancement time, with doubled resistance to abnormal effects, attack, defense, and strength. Rage surging within him, he growled, "Kid, you've really pissed me off now." Seeing this, Tianlin nodded slightly. "That's a fine state you're in. I suppose it's time for proper introductions." Wielder of the demon-suppressing sword Martial Soul Jun Tianlin, 4 to 5th level assault-type battle soul king. Please enlighten me. Blue light flashed as the demon-suppressing sword was unsheathed, its sharp sword pressure washing over them. Tianlin had only released his martial soul without manifesting his soul rings, clearly still holding back his full power. Demon-suppressing sword. Jun Tianlin. Dai Mubai recalled Ning Rongrong's mention of sword brother and blurted out in surprise. "You're about the same age as Rongrong. So how are you already at the 4 to 5th level?" "I just cultivate a bit faster than others." "Don't make such a big deal of it," Tianlin replied calmly. Hearing this, Dai Mubai thought to himself, this is what he calls a bit faster. When I was his age, my soul power was only at the 25th level, a full 20 levels behind. Compared to Tianlin, could the Shrek 7 devils still be called monsters? Seeing his opponent's distraction, Tianlin called out a light reminder. Spacing out won't do. The battle isn't over yet. With my martial soul in hand, my attacks are twice as powerful as before. I won't lose to your White Tiger Vajra transformation. As his words fell, he leaped into the air, raising his long sword high before striking downward, mountain-crushing quake. This technique originated from the Shushan elders' devastating slash technique, requiring all consciousness to be poured into the sword before striking the ground with tremendous force, creating power like collapsing mountains and splitting earth. Dai Mubai simultaneously activated his first and third soul skills for enhancement, yet discovered the demon's sword was as heavy as 10,000 Jun, pressing down until his knees bent slightly, unable to move. Such terrifying strength, is he really a tool-type martial soul master? He gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. First soul skill Bind. At the critical moment, a strand of blue-silver grass whipped in like a lash, wrapping around Dai Mubai's waist and forcefully dragging him out of the sword's coverage area. The reinforcements who arrived were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had heard the commotion and rushed over first. Tang San stepped in front of Dai Mubai, demanding sternly, "Who are you, and why are you trying to hurt Mubai?" Tianlin smiled slightly. "Don't you remember me? 6 years ago, we had a brief encounter. The first soul skill you just used wasn't it thanks to my help that you obtained it?" "You who are you?" Tang San gazed at Tianlin's face, finding it somewhat familiar, but after 6 years had passed, and with only a brief encounter, his memory was hazy. However, when he spotted the blue sword in Tianlin's hand, recognition struck him clearly. "That sword. Are you the child who saved my teacher and me in the spirit hunting forest 6 years ago?" Tianlin nodded slightly and smiled as he introduced himself. "Good memory. My name is Jun Tianlin. You two know each other?" Dai Mubai withdrew his white tiger spirit, sweat still beading on his forehead. Tianlin had held back during their fight, so he wasn't injured, just drained from using 3 spirit abilities consecutively. A meditation session would restore his spirit power. Tang San confirmed to his companion, "He saved my life." Tang San always kept clear accounts of favors and grudges, never forgetting kindness, though whether he'd repay it depended on the person's worth. Coincidentally, Tianlin was also eyeing several valuable items Tang San possessed. That was partly why he'd come here. "Just a misunderstanding." Tianlin stepped forward to explain. "I casually mentioned that this academy looks shabby, and he went full throttle on me. But quality isn't measured by luxury, it's about what kind of people you can cultivate. Shrek has Furid Al Flender, immovable bright King Zhao Wuji, and Xiao Exine, one of the continent's top 5 food-type spirit masters. The faculty here is quite impressive." "Damn, you should have said that earlier." Dai Mubai groaned. "I thought you came here to challenge us, and I got beaten up for nothing." Tang Sen played peacemaker. "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's consider this a case of no friendship without a fight." Knowing he was outmatched, Dai Mubai readily agreed. Tianlin also put away his magic sword. Tang San inquired further, "What brings you here, Brother Jun? If you're looking to enroll, registration has ended, but with your talent, the dean might make an exception. I could introduce you if needed." "Thank you for the kind offer, Brother Tang." Tianlin waved his hand. "I've already joined Tiando Royal Academy. I'm only here to find a little troublemaker from my family who ran away from home." Before he finished speaking, a pretty girl in green clothing came running over. It was Ning Rongrong, who had arrived a bit later. "Sword brother." She excitedly threw herself into Tianlin's arms, her emotions completely unguarded. Oscar, watching from the side, felt his heart clench with pain. Her genuine feelings were unmistakable, and his budding first love was already over before it began. "You suddenly ran away from home, and I was so worried about you." Tianlin gently stroked Ning Rongrong's hair. his voice tender yet reproachful. Upon hearing, ran away from home. Ning Rongrong immediately remembered why she'd left in a huff. She jumped out of Tianlin's embrace, placed her hands on her hips, and turned her back to him with a cold snort. Umph, why did you even bother coming to find me, sword brother? Don't you have plenty of pretty senior students to keep you company? This girl is still jealous even now, Tianlin said helplessly. It's all a misunderstanding. Even if all the senior girls in the academy were put together, they wouldn't be as important to me as you are. Didn't I immediately drop everything with the team and come looking for you? Ning Rongrong's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, and the little flame of anger in her heart was instantly extinguished. Actually, she had stopped being angry the moment she saw Tianlin appear, but as a pampered little princess, she had to wait for him to coax her a bit more before calling it even. Tang San and the others stood nearby, and after hearing their conversation, suddenly understood so Tianlin was this sword brother that Ning Rongrong had been talking about. What surprised them even more was that Ning Rongrong hadn't come to Shrek to become stronger, but had run away from home out of jealousy. The thoughts of a young lady were truly difficult to fathom. Since he was a guest, everyone invited Tianlin into the academy. Walking through the gates, the scene before him was even more shabby than the outside. A central practice ground surrounded by a few scattered wooden huts, with no proper classrooms or decent facilities. It was hard to believe that this place would one day give birth to 7 deities. However, Tianlin knew that the plot had already been changed by his actions. The crucial immortal herbs had all been taken by him in advance, making it nearly impossible for the students here to repeat the path to godhood from the original story. If anyone still had a chance, it would only be Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar. Tang San had exceptional talent, and even without the immortal herbs, he might still inherit an ordinary divine position, though he would miss the heights of the dual divine positions from the original story. Ning Rongrong's immortal elixir was still in Ning Fengji's possession, and when she took it in the future, her talent might even surpass that of the original story. Although Oscar no longer had access to immortal herbs, as the continent's only food-type soul master with hope of becoming a titled Douluo, he still had a chance to inherit the food god's divine position in the future, though the process would be longer and more arduous. The other 4 would face difficulties. 1. Xiao Wu, being a soul beast, had almost zero chance of becoming a god. 2. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's limit would be ordinary titled Douluo. 3. Ma Hongjun, having lost the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, might be consumed by desire and fall to become an evil soul master if he couldn't suppress the evil fire within him, or even lose his life. Tianlin had 2 purposes for this trip. First, to see Ning Rongrong, and second, he had arrangements for each of the Shrek members. Tang San had incredible luck, and if allowed to grow to the heights of the original story, the 7 treasured glazed tile clan would inevitably be marginalized again. Tianlin wouldn't put him to death, but he had to keep his strength within a controllable range and absolutely couldn't let him reach the dual divine positions again. The plan was already prepared, and this trip was to execute it. The others could be won over. If they were willing to follow him, he wouldn't mind sharing immortal herbs with them again. As everyone walked and chatted, entering the courtyard, they saw a middle-aged man with glasses half reclining in a bamboo chair. Basking in the sunite was Flinder, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. Today's classes for the Shrek 7 Devils were scheduled for the evening, so he was taking a leisurely afternoon break. Tianlin stepped forward and politely bowed. Dean Flinder, hello. I'm Jun Tianlin, and I've long admired the reputation of the Golden Iron Triangle. Flinder looked up and glanced over indifferently. Oh, so you're Sword Lord Jun Tianlin? Here to see Rongrong, I suppose. The academy is simple, just make yourself comfortable. His hospitality was practically non-existent, quite stingy indeed. Tianlin didn't mind and smiled as he took out a letter. Dean, this is a letter our sect master asked me to deliver to you. The letter's content was identical to the original story. Ning Fengji specifically stated that Flinder should treat Ning Rongrong equally and train her strictly. After reading it, Flinder put away the letter and nodded solemnly. I understand. Please tell Sect Master Ning that since Rongrong is my student, I will naturally fulfill my duties as her teacher. Thank you very much, Dean, Tianlin said with a smile. As evening arrived, Tianlin accepted Flinder's invitation to observe their nighttime training, which essentially meant participating in battles at the Great Spirit Arena to gain practical combat experience. This was originally a regular practice that Qin Ming used to conduct with the Imperial Fighting Team over the years. The Imperial Fighting Team had thoroughly defeated almost every Spirit Elder and Spirit Ancestor level team in Tiando City. Now, he was ready to find a new place to hone the team's skills, so he set his sights on the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Since Ning Rongrong had arrived early, Tianlin's other teammates would need several more days to regroup. The Great Spirit Arena served as an important stage for measuring a Spirit Master's worth, operating as an independent system that functioned more like a separate power. It was jointly established by the 7 most renowned Spirit Master families on the continent, belonging neither to the 2 great empires nor answering to the Spirit Hall, making it incredibly wealthy and powerful. Any spirit master who gained fame here could not only earn tremendous wealth, but also quickly rise to become a nationally recognized star. The arena was also famous for its fairness. While spirit power levels were certainly indicators of strength, and spirit ring configurations were equally telling, what truly determined victory or defeat was hard-fought practical combat ability, and this was precisely what the Great Spirit Arena specialized in testing. The arena had 8 badge levels, ranked from lowest to highest according to mineral quality: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Since participating in spirit battles, Tianlin had remained virtually undefeated in both team battles and individual matches, and his badge had now reached gold fighting spirit level. In several two-person matches or solo fights, he deliberately lost to Yu Tianheng and others to maintain his essentially undefeated record. Otherwise, if his score became too high, it would be difficult to find opponents. While gold fighting spirit opponents could still be found among spirit ancestors, purple gold fighting spirit opponents were at least spirit emperor level or above. Tianlin might not fear solo combat, but in team battles, Yi Lingling and the others couldn't withstand attacks from level 60 powerhouses, so controlling his score was a necessary measure. Entering the internal passage, the magical guide lamps embedded in the thick stone walls cast dazzling light, while the cheers of the audience penetrated the walls like rolling waves crashing against their eardrums. As Dai Mubai led the way, he explained the rules in detail. One of Shrek Academy's graduation requirements was for students to reach at least Silver Fighting Spirit level. Silver Fighting Spirit? That's only the 3rd level. Sounds easy. Xiao Wu dismissively pursed her lips, always confident when facing opponents of the same level. You're wrong to think that way. The Great Spirit Arena isn't easy to navigate. Dai Mubai, being the most experienced, spoke seriously. I've participated in 56 matches with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses, earning a total of 2 points. Tang Xin knew Dai Mubai's strength all too well, and upon hearing these statistics, he was immediately shocked. Mubai, with your abilities, how is that possible? Dai Mubai smiled bitterly and shrugged. Nothing's impossible about it. I entered the arena at level 29, won a few matches and advanced to level 30, but then faced opponents at levels 37 and 38, losing several matches in a row, so naturally my points couldn't increase. Someone nearby snorted softly. That's because you're not good enough. My brother, Jian, also participated in spirit battles shortly after breaking through to spirit elder level. Brother Jian, tell everyone about your record. Ning Rongrong looked at Tianlin with pride, knowing full well the brilliant record he had achieved at the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. Upon hearing her introduction, everyone's gaze fell upon Tianlin in unison. Tianlin smiled slightly, his tone calm, yet sharp with confidence. 35 consecutive wins in team battles, 32 wins and 3 losses in duo battles, 45 wins and 3 losses in solo battles. Thanks to multiple winning streaks, I earned bonus points and now have around 6,000 points at the Gold Spirit Fighter level. Monster, you're the real monster. Flinder's eyes widened as he couldn't help but curse. At your age, most people would be lucky to have a Bronze Spirit Fighter badge, yet you're almost touching Amethyst Gold. Your combat ability is absolutely ridiculous. Since he began teaching, he had never seen such a freakish genius. If Tianlin hadn't already joined Heaven Do Royal Academy, he would have done everything possible to recruit him to Shrek Academy. In fact, the entire royal fighting team consisted of gold spirit fighters now, and when he actually met those kids, he would surely be shocked once again. Since we're all here, how about we have a Tuntuo spirit battle? Tianlin turned to Ning Rongrong with a brilliant smile. Rongrong, want to team up with me? Wait, you really want to partner with Rongrong? Dai Mubai quickly reminded him. Tuntuo battles are matched based on the higher level participant. Rongrong is only in her 20s level-wise, while you've already broken through level 40. You'll very likely face 2 spirit ancestors. Of course I know that. Tianlin shrugged with complete confidence. That's exactly why I want to bring Rongrong into the match. Fighting a single spirit ancestor really lacks challenge. With that, he directly led Ning Rongrong to register. That guy really has some nerve. Dai Mubai watched their retreating figures, his mind flashing back to the scene from earlier that day when Tianlin had completely dominated him. His opponent hadn't even used a single spirit skill, yet he had been thoroughly defeated. Any other spirit ancestor simply couldn't have done that. The registration area was brightly lit as Tianlin first helped Ning Rongrong register her identity. The spirit arena allowed pseudonyms, so she used the same title from the original Story 7 treasure, Glazed Tile. Subsequently, the two formed a new combination called the Sword Tower Duo. When the staff member saw Tianlin's gleaming gold spirit fighter badge, he instinctively drew a sharp breath. Such a young gold spirit fighter, wanting to boost a newcomer girl's ranking. He shook his head, thinking this trick wouldn't work well in the Great Spirit Arena. The Tuntuo matches would have to wait a bit longer, as the venue first arranged unknown spirit battles. At the center of the spirit battle platform, a middle-aged host in a tailcoat raised a crystal amplifier, his voice clearly carrying throughout the stands. Next, we will conduct the first unknown spirit battle of our 14th spirit arena. Competing are two great Spirit Master Xiao Wu, who possesses the beast spirit, Softbone Rabbit, versus Spirit Master Qingbao, who has already achieved 2 consecutive victories and possesses the beast spirit, Ironhorn Bull. Will great Spirit Master Qingbao complete his 3rd consecutive win, or will the newcomer Xiao Wu break his record? Let us wait and see. Now please welcome both great Spirit Masters to the stage. Xiao Wu stepped into the arena. The gazes of all 7 Shrek Academy members locked onto the center of the soul fighting platform simultaneously. After several days of training together, everyone knew well that while Xiao Wu's martial soul might not be considered top tier, her self-created soft techniques and signature moves like Rabbit Kicks Eagle made her formidable in close combat. The cheers from the stands were scattered, but most spectators still rooted for Xiao Wu. Compared to this spirited and adorable little rabbit, Qing Bao's brutish bull appearance hardly won him any favor, with only a few scattered voices calling out his name. Qing Bao's martial soul was the Ironhorn Bull, combining both strength and defense, with speed being his only weakness, essentially a weaker version of the vigorous Vajra Bear. That guy looks pretty strong. Third brother, can your Xiao Wu handle him? Ma Hongjun whispered to Tang Sen beside him. Tang Sen smiled calmly. Don't worry. Xiao Wu does struggle against pure power-type opponents, but only when their soul power far exceeds hers. At the same level, he poses no threat. Before he finished speaking, the wind was already howling on the soul fighting platform. Though both were power attack type soul masters, Xiao Wu had chosen a strength plus speed approach, forming a stark contrast to Qing Bao's heavy offense and defense style. Unlike agility attack soul masters who maintained continuous high speed, Xiao Wu's speed came from explosive bursts, relying entirely on her powerful leg strength. She crouched slightly, then shot forward like an arrow from a bow, her form like a cannonball charging straight at Qing Bao. Her long leg whipped out, the first kick sweeping toward her opponent's neck. Qing Bao had initially underestimated her as a fragile young girl and was caught completely off guard by her direct assault. The moment she landed the hit, Xiao Wu's soft techniques fully unfolded. Her right foot precisely hooked around Qing Bao's neck, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she whispered, "Goodbye." Yellow light flashed as the soft-bone rabbit's first soul skill activated, Waist Bow, instantly boosting her waist strength by 119. With this powerful kick, Qing Bao lost all control, flying off the soul fighting platform in a perfect arc. The waist being the body's primary source of power, more than double the amplification in that explosive burst was something even Tian Lin wouldn't want to take heed in. Qing Bao, with his lower soul power, stood no chance of blocking it. Xiao Wu wins, the announcer declared loudly. This is the accumulated battle experience of a 100,000-year soul beast, truly impressive, Tian Lin mused silently. Xiao Wu returned to her companions to accept their congratulations. In the subsequent soul fights, Tang Sen faced Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Sen won easily. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also crushed their respective opponents. Ning Rongrong quietly moved closer to Tian Lin's side, whispering, "Sword brother, the Shrek 7 Devils are just as talented as I am, and they don't seem to have chosen a sect yet. Should we try to recruit them?" The current Ning Rongrong was more mature than in the original story, and as the young sect master, she often thought about her sect's future. The Shrek 7 Devils would at least reach titled Douluo level in the future. Any sect would desperately want them. Tian Lin nodded with a smile. My purpose in coming here was precisely for several of them. With that, he stepped forward and cupped his hands toward the group. Your talents and combat abilities are truly outstanding. Today has been quite an eye-opener for me. Compared to you, we're nothing special. Ma Hongjun shook his head with a bitter smile, well aware of Tian Lin's achievements in the soul fighting arena. In front of him, he dared not be arrogant. You're Ma Hongjun, right? You're being too modest. I never expected your martial soul to be the legendary Fire Phoenix, though your flames don't seem entirely pure. Tianlian spoke with an inquisitive gaze, his words immediately drawing everyone's attention to Ma Hongjun. Tianlian knew well that this chubby fellow possessed tremendous potential, second only to Tang San among the Shrek 7 Devils. Once his martial soul fully transformed, he would be completely qualified to inherit the position of a first-class fire god. In the original story, Ma Hongjun only reached the threshold of second-class divine fire due to his lax cultivation. If he could help resolve his hidden troubles now, his future would be limitless. However, the evil fire's backlash currently hung over him like a blade. In the early stages, Ma Hongjun frequently visited brothels. Driven to desperation by the evil fire, if he didn't release it, he would either burn to death or fall into the abyss of becoming an evil soul master. If he were in the same position, Tianlian thought to himself, he would likely make the same choice to survive, avoid becoming an evil soul master, and not become a eunuch either. Later, when the evil fire subsided, Ma Hongjun devoted himself entirely to Bai Qinxiang. In this regard, Tianlian felt somewhat ashamed, considering himself more of a scoundrel. Yes, the dean said my martial soul's mutation is incomplete, turning it into an evil fire phoenix. Ma Hongjun responded in a low voice, his brow heavy with suppression. If I can't resolve the evil fire, I'll eventually die from its backlash. Sometimes I really wish my martial soul were weaker, at least then I wouldn't have to worry every day about when I might die. Tianlian sighed. Well, unless there's a coxcomb phoenix sunflower otherwise. Before he could finish, regret was already showing on his face. What? You know about the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Tang San's head shot up. He hadn't expected anyone else in this world besides himself to know about this immortal herb. Flender anxiously pressed. What is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Can it cure Hongjuan's evil fire? Tang Sen nodded. If it's truly the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Fatty's evil fire problem might be completely resolved. It's a fire attribute immortal herb that greatly supplements pure yang energy. Not only can it significantly boost soul power, but it can also purify flames. Really? That's wonderful. Ma Hongjuan's eyes instantly lit up, dreamed of escaping the torment of evil fire. Flender also breathed a long sigh of relief, speaking solemnly. Hongjun, rest assured, even if it takes everything I have, I'll find you this immortal herb. As the atmosphere warmed with hope, Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke up at the perfect moment. Coxcomb Phoenix, Sunflower Brother Jian, doesn't our 7-treasure glazed tile sect have one in our medicinal garden? With one sentence, everyone's gaze immediately fell on her. What they saw was right under their noses. However, Tianlian showed a troubled expression. Rongrong, we do have one, but only one. I originally planned to save it for someone who made great contributions to the sect. Flender immediately stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Young friend Tianlian, Rongrong, if you're willing to part with it, I, Flender, am willing to pay any price, soul bones, gold soul coins, everything I can offer. This usually stingy Dean held nothing back when it came to his disciple's future. Tianlian shook his head in refusal. Dean Flender, this isn't about money. You can ask Tang San how many years does it take to cultivate a coxcomb phoenix sunflower to maturity. Flender looked at Tang San, who said helplessly, with good growing conditions, it would take 100 years. Otherwise, at least 200 to 300 years. That was just for initial formation. To truly reach peak medicinal potency, no one could say how many years it might take. Hearing Tang San's estimate that it would take 100 to 300 years to grow a single immortal herb, Flander's spirits completely deflated. Such a rare treasure was already worth more than spirit bones, and his meager savings couldn't possibly afford it. In truth, with the ice and fire yin yang well as a catalyst, it wouldn't take nearly that long. When Tianlin had plucked the previous plant, he had specifically left behind the roots and seeds, which would mature again in just a few decades. But Tianlin would never reveal this inside information. The rarer it seemed, the greater the profit. Ma Hongjuan's eyes had initially sparkled with hope, but that light was immediately extinguished by reality, leaving him utterly deflated. Just then, Tianlin quietly gave Ning Rongrong a meaningful look. Understanding immediately, Ning Rongrong stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Sword brother, Fatty has become my friend now. He's so pitiful, and that herb isn't being used by anyone in our sect anyway. Can't we give it to him? Absolutely not. Tianlin's expression remained impassive. That herb is one of our 7-treasure glazed tile sect's treasured artifacts. As head of the medicine hall, even if you, the future sect master, personally ordered it, I couldn't casually give away sect treasures to outsiders. Ma Hongjun quickly expressed his gratitude. Rongrong, thank you for pleading on my behalf. But Tianlin is right, how could I dare covet your sect's precious treasure? Ning Rongrong secretly gave him a thumbs up, worthy of being my sword brother, lying without even blinking. What treasured artifact? That was clearly something casually picked from Grandpa Duga's place, and the sect had several other similar herbs. Tang San could understand Tianlin's stance. Back in his Tang sect days, if anyone had dared request the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, the entire sect would have considered them an enemy sect. Inheritance items couldn't be casually given to outsiders. Outsiders. Tang San had a flash of inspiration and walked up to Tianlin. Brother Jun, your immortal herb can't be given to outsiders. But what if Fatty joined the 7-treasure glazed tile sect? Then he wouldn't be an outsider anymore, right? Flander immediately nodded enthusiastically, his eyes bright as light bulbs. Exactly. Little brother Tianlin, my disciple has exceptional talent and has never joined any sect. If he joins your sect after graduation, wouldn't there be hope for the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Tianlin was secretly delighted they had taken the bait, but his expression remained hesitant. Theoretically possible. However, after Hongjun joins the sect, he would certainly face the most rigorous training and evaluation. Immortal herbs can't be wasted on spirit masters without potential, don't you agree? Ma Hongjuan's face immediately fell. The most rigorous treatment? Wouldn't that training be torture? Teacher. Actually, I think keeping some evil fire isn't so bad. Being a free spirit master is much more comfortable. Worthless. Flander smacked him on the head. All you think about is comfort. Free spirit masters may be independent, but with no one to protect your path, your growth depends entirely on fate. Do you know how powerful the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is? They have 4 titled Douluo. Now they're willing to fully cultivate you, and you're still hesitating? Besides, among all the sects on the continent, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has the best reputation. Only by entrusting you to them can I truly feel at ease. Flander earnestly tried to persuade him. Fatty, do you think I'm beautiful? Ning Rongrong suddenly asked with a seductive smile. Beautiful, Rongrong. Are you planning to offer yourself to me? If so, I'll join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect immediately. Ma Hongjun, who had always been unable to resist feminine charms, instantly abandoned his previous resolve. The moment his words fell, a dark blue sword pressed against his throat. Tianlin smiled at him, but the smile carried a chilling coldness that made Ma Hongjun instinctively swallow his saliva. Well, I was just joking. How would I dare compete with you, big brother? I know Rongrong belongs to you. Ning Rongrong waved her hand gently. Of course not you, but there are many girls in my direct family line who possess the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, and they're only slightly less beautiful than me. If you're willing, I can introduce you to them in the future. This time she wasn't just making empty promises. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Spirit Masters needed powerful partners above all else. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Martial Soul had exceptional talent, and if he received the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower from Tianlin in the future, his potential would be limitless, completely worthy of a direct disciple. Although his figure was still rather plump, the Douluo Continent valued strength over appearance. If he became a titled Douluo in the future, followers would naturally flock to him with a mere gesture. As long as he was sincere, his chances of winning over a direct family girl were extremely high. Really, Rongrong? Then I'll follow you from now on. You're my big sister. Ma Hongjun was completely convinced and no longer hesitated. Then welcome to our sect. Tianlin sheathed his sword with a smile. I don't have the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower with me now, but I'll give it to you next time you come to the sect. For now, take this first. He then took out a jade bottle he had prepared earlier and handed it over. This is the Ice Soul Pill. Whenever your evil fire acts up, just take 1 pill. By my estimation, these should be enough to suppress it for over half a year. Excellent. Thank you, Boss Tianlin. Once I join the sect, you'll be my lifelong boss, and I'll rely on your protection for the rest of my life. Ma Hongjun happily accepted it and immediately poured out 1 pill to swallow. In fact, the earlier battle had already triggered his evil fire, and he had originally planned to visit a brothel tonight to release it. As the pill entered his mouth, coldness quickly spread throughout his limbs and body, instantly freezing the desire that had been raging like flames. It really works. Teacher, my evil fire has been suppressed. He immediately shared the good news with his mentor Flender. Flender nodded with satisfaction. The chronic ailment that has troubled you for years finally has a solution. Your teacher can rest easy now. Congratulations, Fatty. Dai Mubai stepped forward and patted his shoulder. As a brother, he knew Ma Hongjuan's martial soul potential better than anyone. If not for the evil fire interference, his achievements would be no less than his own white tiger. Ma Hongjun proudly declared, Hee, Boss Dai, from now on you're only my boss at the academy. Boss Tianlin is my lifelong boss, and Rongrong is my big sister. You opportunistic fat bastard. Dai Mubai laughed and cursed. Although the two brothers would go their separate ways after graduation, their friendship hadn't diminished in the slightest. After resolving Ma Hongjuan's matter, Tianlin turned to Oscar. Oscar, your martial soul is a Sausagia top-tier food-type spirit. As a support spirit master, would you like to come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? It would be paradise for you. I'll pass. Oscar politely declined. After graduation, I want to see more places. He certainly didn't want to watch Tianlin and Ning Rongrong being intimate every day. That would be like rubbing salt in his wounds. Tianlin understood his thoughts and didn't press further. However, for Oscar, he had his own methods. When Oscar refused, Tianlin turned to look at the others, but found himself uninterested in the remaining few. The moment Oscar shook his head, Tianlin had already made his calculations. 1. Tang San obsessed solely with reviving the Tang sect. Even if he temporarily joined another sect, he would eventually establish his own faction. 2. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuking, members of the Star Luo Empire's royal bloodline. Their allegiances naturally conflicted with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. 3. The remaining few, though talented enough, they lacked the power to influence the sect's future destiny. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect currently supported the Heaven Do Empire on the surface, but Tianlin had read the original story and knew the Heaven Do royal family were hardly reliable allies. Emperor Shui Yi had been poisoned into a coma by Qianren Xue and Ning Fengji to preserve the greater good, used secret techniques to awaken the emperor's life potential early, drastically shortening his lifespan in the process. After Shui Bong ascended the throne, Ning Fengji bore the blame for reducing the emperor's lifespan, and his position as imperial advisor was seized by Yu Shaojing. Even more troublesome was Shui Bong's full support of Tang San and the Tang sect, which dealt another devastating blow to the already severely weakened Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Had it not been for Ning Rongrong's presence, the sect would likely have been devoured by various factions long ago. For this reason, Tianlin secretly vowed that the future Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect must become powerful enough to never again depend on any empire, whether Heaven Do or Star Luo. Anyone who dared threaten the sect would face death without mercy. He would never allow the sect to become a discarded pawn again. Under the night sky, the Soto Great Spirit Arena blazed with lights. The individual spirit battles had just concluded, followed immediately by the team matches. The first bout featured Tang San and Xiao Wu. Their coordination was flawless, making them nearly invincible among peers of their level, so victory came easily. However, the match still had its dramatic moments. Their opponents, the Iron Blood combination, wielded twin iron hammers as their martial souls, and Tang San, momentarily careless, took a hammer blow to his shoulder, blood seeping through his clothes. Seeing Tang San injured, Xiao Wu's eyes flashed crimson as her spirit beast killing instinct awakened. She immediately fired the silent sleeve arrow that Tang San had given her at their opponents, the arrow's cold gleam seeming to freeze the very air. In that critical moment, Tang San used the same hidden weapon technique to knock down the sleeve arrow, its metallic clang echoing as it fell at the arena's edge, preventing the Iron Blood combination from meeting their deaths on the spot. After the match, Xiao Wu supported Tang San as they walked out of the passage. Though Tang San's face was pale, he maintained his composure, the bloodstain on his shoulder particularly striking under the lights. Tianlin approached them, seizing this opportunity to reveal his hand. "Congratulations on your victory, Brother Tang. I had originally intended to invite you to join my sect, but now I see that's impossible." His tone was calm, yet certain. "Humph. You haven't even invited us, yet how do you know it's impossible?" Xiao Wu planted her hands on her hips and stepped protectively in front of Tang San, glaring at Tianlin. She had been holding back her anger since Tianlin had tried to recruit the others while completely ignoring them. Tianlin smiled slightly. "That's naturally because Brother Tang already belongs to a sect. Though this sect is unknown to anyone on the Douluo Continent, the silent sleeve arrow you just used, Brother Tang's technique for deflecting it, and the footwork he displayed during the match, all of these are Tang's sect techniques. I'm absolutely certain of this," Tianlin said with a smile. Tang San and Flinder both widened their eyes in shock. Flinder was puzzled, assumed Tianlin had figured out that Tang San was from the Clear Sky sect. The Clear Sky sect had withdrawn from the world and was rarely seen on the continent, but he'd never heard of them practicing silent hidden sleeve arrows. How could he tell? Tang San was completely stunned. Hidden weapons didn't exist on the Douluo Continent, yet this young man had accurately identified his hidden weapon techniques and footwork. Did he know the Tang sect? Just as Tang San was about to ask more questions, an announcement interrupted him. "Golden Spirit Fighter Jingtian and Iron Spirit Fighter Lioli, please proceed to Arena 4 for your spirit fight." Jingtian was the alias Tianlin used at the Great Spirit Arena, taken from the name of the true owner of the demon sword in Chinese Paladin. Lioli was the false name he'd chosen for Ning Rongrong. The two put on their masks and walked down the corridor toward the arena. Hiding their identities was essential. Ning Fengji had warned them long ago that geniuses were often eliminated by those with ulterior motives. As they passed Tang San, Tianlin casually patted his shoulder and whispered, "Brother Tang, I'll find you later for a proper chat. If you have a Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, I'm willing to pay any price for it." Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. The last trace of doubt in Tang San's mind instantly vanished. Tianlin not only knew the Tang sect, but was even familiar with their most advanced hidden weapons. Could he possibly be from the same place as himself? On the spirit fighting stage, Tianlin and Ning Rongrong's appearance immediately electrified the audience. A young girl with an Iron Spirit Fighter badge was barely acceptable, but the other wore a Golden Spirit Fighter badge and was a masked youth. This level of prodigy completely shattered everyone's understanding. Both sides had already revealed their information, but no one dared underestimate them. To achieve Golden Spirit Fighter status at such a young age, his combat skills must be extraordinarily high. Their opponents announced themselves. Qian Lin, Spirit, Golden Shield, level 46, Defense type Spirit King. Li Zong, Spirit, Long Spear, level 45, Assault type Spirit King. Both were around 30 years old. While their strength wasn't top tier, they still held considerable advantage over the current Tianlin and Ning Rongrong. Qian Lin had the optimal 2 yellow, 2 purple Spirit Ring configuration, while Li Zong was slightly inferior due to his first ring being white, making Qian Lin clearly the core fighter. Then came Tianlin and Ning Rongrong's turn. Jingtian, Spirit, Long Sword, level 45, Assault type Spirit King. Lioli, Spirit, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, level 29, Auxiliary type Great Spirit Master. Ning Rongrong made no attempt to hide her 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. She only needed to conceal her real name and appearance. The pagoda was surrounded by 2 circles of gleaming yellow spirit rings. Dai Mubai sat in the audience, raising an eyebrow and whispering, "Strange, how is this guy's spirit different from when he fought me this morning? Could he have twin spirits?" And facing 2 spirit kings without releasing his spirit rings, isn't that too arrogant? "No. Boss Dai, that's the same sword from this morning. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light as his purple demon eye pierced through the disguise. He's using some special method to conceal his spirit's true appearance. In fact, this was a new technique Tianlin had learned from the Shushan treasure manual. After obtaining his fourth spirit ring, the manual opened a new chapter, the art of talisman crafting. He'd first learned low-level concealment and transformation talismans, attaching them to his spirit and spirit rings to completely hide his identity in the spirit arena. After all, he was currently on the spirit hall's kill list, and to buy time for growth, necessary discretion was unavoidable. The only regret was that he couldn't yet perform the 5 elements immortal arts, preventing him from creating truly powerful offensive talismans. The only talisman that didn't require immortal arts, the Demon Flame Flash Slash talisman, was difficult to craft and couldn't be mass-produced. Otherwise, Tang San's hidden weapons wouldn't be so important. Hey kid, where are your soul rings? Not releasing them, are you looking down on us? Qian Lin questioned. I'll release them now, don't rush. Tian Lin smiled slightly, raising his hand as 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, slowly rose from beneath his feet, their patterns even and stable. This utterly conventional configuration failed to stir the audience. Yet beneath this calm facade, Tang San's pupils suddenly contracted while Tian Lin's concealment and transformation talismans were merely low-level spells that others couldn't see through. The purple demon eye revealed the true age of his soul rings without reservation. What's wrong, Xiao San? What did you see? Flender noticed something amiss and inquired quietly. His real soul rings. The second ring is millennium level, and the fourth ring is a 10th sandier black soul ring. Tang San whispered urgently. As his words fell, everyone around gasped. Such a dramatic leap in soul ring ages would be hard to find a second example of across the entire continent. Though Flender had heard that Tian Lin possessed a millennium second ring, this was his first time learning about the 10th sandier fourth ring. No wonder he concealed his martial soul and rings otherwise. He would surely attract covetous attention or even assassination attempts. Seeing the 4 soul masters in position, the announcer raised his arm and shouted, "Let the match begin." The moment the command rang out, Tian Lin stepped forward first, his form shooting toward the opposition like an arrow from a bow. At the same instant, Ning Rongrong raised her 7 treasure glazed tower, and 2 gentle enhancement beams precisely landed on Tian Lin's strength and speed buffs completed in an instant. Li Zong, I'll hold off that kid. You take out the 7 treasure glazed tower first. Qian Lin commanded in a deep voice. Eliminating support first was practically an iron rule of battle. No problem, big brother. Li Zong leaped nimbly, his cold, gleaming spear raised high overhead. Third soul skill, War Spear Assault. Accompanied by the flash of his Millennium Soul Ring, the spear transformed into a meteor streaking through the air, locked onto Ning Rongrong. Rongrong's toes touched the ground repeatedly as she deployed the drunken immortal, gazing at moon steps, dodging several thrusts in succession, her skirt and long hair tracing elegant arcs through the air. However, the spear seemed to have eyes of its own, pursuing relentlessly with its edge closing in inch by inch. On the platform above, Flender frowned. Soul skill la contrarily worthy of a millennium technique. No matter how clever her footwork, it's hard to escape unless she uses her soul bone skill. But soul bone techniques were rarely used in public soul dueling matches. The risk of exposure was too great. Meanwhile, just as Tian Lin was about to flash over for rescue, a waist-high golden shield thundered into position before him. Qian Lin planted his stance firmly, unleashing his first soul skill, Golden Shield Protection, and second soul skill, Golden Shield Enhancement, in succession. The shield face, thick as a city wall, radiated golden light that could eclipse stars and moon, all to delay Tian Lin for just a moment. Decisive tactics. Tian Lin slightly raised his long sword, its blade gleaming like flowing light. He took a deep breath as the Shushan heart method quietly circulated, Heaven's cycle of 2 principles. This auxiliary sword technique could use sword chi to draw out and transfer negative states attached to targets. In an instant, invisible sword chi flowed along the spiritual ripples in the air toward Ning Rongrong, forcibly extracting the lock-on state and redirecting it toward Qian Lin. In the blink of an eye, Li Zong's war spear suddenly changed direction, its tip roaring as it shot toward Qian Lin. Clang! Shield met spear in a shower of sparks, the explosive impact sweeping across the audience seats. Qian Lin's arm went numb from the tremendous force, blood seeping from his palm. Li Zong was also thrown back several steps by the recoil, his chest churning with disrupted qi and blood. In the stands, Tang San nodded silently. What a move, using their spear against their shield. He became increasingly certain that Tian Lin, like himself, must possess techniques from another world. That move just now was clearly not a soul skill, but rather a technique more refined than those in his own mysterious heaven treasure record. Li Zong, stop using your soul skill to lock onto targets. That person has some unknown method to transfer your lock-on state away from others, Qian Lin warned. Li Zong gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. but that support-type soul master's footwork is too strange. Without locking on, I can't take her down quickly. His usually foolproof tactic of targeting the back line had been easily countered for the first time today, making his face darken with frustration. After quickly weighing the consequences, Qianming suddenly changed his mind. In that case, let's switch targets. Stop focusing on the 7-treasure glazed tower. Let's work together to deal with Jingtian first. Without support, that tower won't matter no matter how strong it is. Before he finished speaking, he had already stomped the ground and charged straight at Tianlin, with Li Zong following closely beside him. As the focus of their attack shifted from Ning Rongrong to himself, Tianlin didn't hesitate and felt secretly pleased. Blood floods the mountains and rivers. He merged with his sword, spinning his body as crimson sword qi shot out in all directions like a torrential downpour. Qianlin hastily raised his shield while Li Zong lifted his spear to block, creating a continuous symphony of clashing sounds. Qianlin, being a defense-type soul master, barely managed to hold his ground under the assault, but Li Zong's spear began showing spreading cracks under the relentless impacts, with metal fragments scattering everywhere. In the stands, Flinder's eyes lit up. There it is, the 7 kills sword technique. He finally saw clearly Tianlin was using the 7 kills sword technique, the signature skill of sword Douluo Continent, renowned for its unparalleled offensive power. Tianlin's martial soul quality was already far superior to his 2 opponents, and now with the 7-treasure glazed tower's support from behind, his attack power far exceeded that of soul kings of the same level. Li Zong retreated behind Qianlin, his arms trembling slightly from the impact. Boss, is he really just an ordinary longsword martial soul? How is his attack power so much higher than my spear? Qianlin wasn't faring much better, with spiderweb cracks already appearing on his shield surface. How would I know? Could the 7-treasure glazed tower's support really be that heaven-defying? Time to end this, or you'll really get hurt. Heaven collapse, earth shatter. Tianlin's sword fell, unleashing the 4th form of the 7 kills sword technique. The soul fighting platform trembled as overwhelming sword qi, carrying bone-chilling killing intent, poured down like a mountain flood. In just an instant, Qianlin and Li Zong were blasted off the platform. Tianlin had held back, only striking the ground beneath their feet and using the shockwave to send them flying. Otherwise, both would already be corpses. So powerful, he defeated 2 high-level soul grandmasters without even using a single soul skill. Dai Mubai gasped in shock, while Ma Hongjuan's face was filled with amazement, secretly grateful that he had joined the 7-treasure glazed sect with Tianlin as his ally. Who would dare bully him? Ning Rongrong, however, remained calm. If Tianlin didn't need to hide his identity, he could have finished those 2 with a single full-powered strike. Back at the sect, he had even successfully fought 7 opponents at once without any assistance. As for why Tianlin could wield the 7 kills sword technique with such mastery, it was because he had truly walked through blood and fire these past 3 years. Initially, Chen Xian only brought him to participate in death matches at soul fighting arenas. After his first victory, Tianlin had shown mercy, only to be ambushed by his opponent and nearly killed, finally understanding that death matches only ended with complete elimination of the enemy. That night, he broke his first killing taboo and vomited all night after returning. Later, to accumulate stronger killing intent, Chen Xian took him traveling across the continent, specifically hunting bandits, tyrants, rapists, and even evil soul masters. The number of people who had fallen under his sword now reached several hundred. This was the current Sword Lord Jun Tianlin. The killing had not only earned him a good reputation, but also made his 7 kills sword technique increasingly refined. After everyone finished their spirit battles, they registered their points and left the Great Spirit Arena. Boss Dai, how about we go have some fun tonight? Ma Hongjun lowered his voice and winked at Dai Mubai. In the past, Dai Mubai would have been immediately tempted by such an invitation, but with Zhu Zhuqing nearby, his fiancée now present, how could he dare agree? He kept a stern face and replied stiffly, "No way. I don't have such poor taste as you." "Humph, disgusting." Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly, strode away with her long legs. She could tell that Dai Mubai had been a regular at such places and was now just putting on airs in front of her. Dai Mubai clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, but eventually loosened them. Knowing he was in the wrong, he could only swallow his anger and walk away in the opposite direction. Tianlin then approached Ma Hongjun, his expression suddenly serious. "Hongjun, don't go to those places anymore. You have the ice soul pill now, and your evil fire has been suppressed. If you continue indulging in desires, forget about joining the 7-treasure glazed tile clan." He understood clearly that Ma Hongjun had frequented brothels in the past to survive, but a future titled Douluo who indulged in lust would never be accepted by the sect. Even if Ma Hongjun had the ability to marry 10 wives, he wouldn't care, but those places would only lead to corruption. Flender also came to support him, his gaze sharp. "Hongjun, I allowed you to go before to suppress your evil fire. Now that there's another method, going again would only waste Tianlin's efforts. Would such a you still be worthy of the 7 glazed tile clan's treasures? Under the combined pressure from his teacher and new boss, Ma Hongjun quickly nodded, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Boss, teacher, rest assured. I will never set foot in such places again. Tianlin patted his shoulder, his tone softening. Good. Overcoming desire is also part of cultivation. When you're both virtuous and powerful, girls will naturally be attracted to you. If you want to marry multiple wives then, I'll give you a big wedding gift as your boss. With the topic finally concluded, Tianlin turned his attention to Tang San. Brother Tang, now it's our turn. As we discussed earlier, let's have a private chat. Tang San had been barely containing himself and casually pointed toward a street corner. Brother Jun, this way please. The two left the group. Ning Rongrong obediently followed Flinder and the others back to Shrek Academy without asking questions. However, Xiaowu was quite displeased at being left aside by Tang San and secretly followed them. Tianlin and Tang San arrived at a park in the center of Sotua City. It was already late, and there was no one around. Tang San stopped in his tracks and turned around. Brother Jun, there's no one around here. Whatever you want to say, let's talk here. Tianlin looked around. The night wind rustled through the treetops, and the soft friction of leaves drowned out the distant chirping of insects. He nodded slightly and used sound transmission to send his voice like a thin thread directly into Tang San's ear. Brother Tang, please allow me to speak with you this way. You'd better use the same method too, in case walls have ears. There are some things Tianlin doesn't want anyone else to hear. Though Tang San wasn't sure what Tianlin was trying to hide, he could sense that Xiaowu had quietly followed them and was lurking in the shadows. Mistaking Tianlin's caution as wariness of Xiaowu, he responded using the same secret transmission technique. No problem, Brother Jun. Sound transmission techniques weren't rare secret arts. Many sects passed down such skills, especially the Mount Shu sect and the Tang sect. Seeing that Tang San accepted the voice transmission, Tianlin felt relieved and continued. Brother Jun, you know I'm from the Tang sect. Could it be that you, like me, also come from? Tang San had always been cautious. Even though Tianlin had already revealed his Tang sect identity, he still wasn't ready to openly admit he was a transmigrator. Instead, he threw the question back, wanting Tianlin to speak first so he could determine whether this person was truly a fellow traveler or had discovered Tang sect secrets through other means. Tianlin smiled, concealing a glint in his eyes. Brother Tang, there's no need to test me. Like you, I come from another world. I recognized your identity from your recent battle. The footwork you used was the ghost shadow perplexing track, wasn't it? And those glowing eyes of yours are undoubtedly the purple demon eye. These are all secret techniques that the Tang sect never teaches to outsiders. As his words fell, Tianlin secretly gripped a soul tool in his palm. He wasn't sure if Tang San would try to kill him to silence him now that his secret was exposed. If the other party chose to eliminate him, he would have to strike first. The soul tool he had prepared contained a trump card capable of killing even Tang Hao. If it came to a fight, Xiaowu would have to be dealt with as well to prevent future complications. The killing intent in Tianlin's eyes flashed and disappeared instantly. He assumed Tang San couldn't detect it, but he still underestimated him. When Tang San heard the word transmigrator, a trace of killing intent did flicker across his brow, but it was immediately replaced by a calm smile. He transmitted his voice in a deep tone. I never expected to encounter another transmigrator on Douluo Continent. Actually, I had my suspicions earlier. The sword techniques you used before executing the 7-kill sword art were clearly not from this world. It's just that Tang is poorly informed and doesn't know which sect or school Brother Jun learned from. I am a disciple of the Mount Shu sect. Tianlin directly revealed his affiliation while secretly sneering to himself. This Tang San before me is cunning and calculating, would never do anything impulsive. Indeed, Tang San's expression remained peaceful. He currently saw himself as merely the son of a common blacksmith. Without absolute certainty of success, he would never rashly make an enemy of the 7 glazed tile sect. Small impatience ruins great plans. Tang San understood this principle better than anyone. Mount Shu sect. Tang San pondered silently, finding no such sect in his memories. Tianlin continued his transmission. My Mount Shu sect is a hidden sect, so it's normal that Brother Tang doesn't know of it. I see, my apologies. Tang San cupped his hands and bowed, observing proper etiquette. In the shadows, Tang Hao was watching intently. He saw the two men bow to each other in succession, but couldn't hear a single sound, leaving him completely puzzled. Who taught them these strange rituals? Even a titled Douluo's powerful spiritual force couldn't penetrate their thread-like whispers. Yin Yang stood beside Tang Hao, equally bewildered. What's this? Isn't this etiquette from your Clear Sky sect? I've never seen little Tian greet anyone like this before. Of course they couldn't understand, because this cupped hand salute wasn't a Douluo Continent tradition. It came from various martial arts worlds. At this moment, only Tianlin and Tang San could comprehend its meaning. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.